and we want to know your opinion, dude.
I'm with the other guy. I didn't even know the Grammys was going on. Now
it's not the Grammys, dude, shit.
Whatever, same shit.
It's not the same.
Yeah. What was it? The Emmys, the Grammys, whatever kind of weirdo Hollywood thing they got going on.
Awards.
Okay, fine.
It's the fucking Oscars, dude.
The Oscars, the Grammys, whatever, dude. I didn't even know it was happening until now. If you're the guy running the Grammys and you want to get the view count up, you would definitely orchestrate something like this, because next year people might tune in to see Tom Cruise punch somebody in Oprah in the face. I don't know. Whoever goes to these things, I don't even know who goes there.
Actors, the guild.
And
yeah, listen, we don't care what your fucking normie bullshit is called. We all fucking know it.
You might be interested to know is like one of the other telltale signs of like here's a real conflict going on with physical aggression in it is that after first hits are punched, even if people don't throw again, people get back into a defensive position to expect another. Right? That's common. Neither of them do that. Right? Neither does Will Smith doesn't anticipate a retaliation from Chris Rock, and Chris Rock looks back without putting his hands up as if he doesn't expect another one from him, which is like, again, completely counterintuitive.
No, he did. He does though. His arms do come out in front as if anticipating, that he could continue, but then seeing that he's walking away, and even Will Smith, after he hits him, he looks for a second to make sure he's not going to get hit. I mean, to me, the body language is fit. It does fit, especially because it is a awkward environment for something like that to even happen.
If it was, dude, I'm fucking tired of this building 7 ass denier motherfucker. We're tired of this normie fucking shit. We all know it was fake.
Go put your face. Go put your face in the toilet then.
Noah, you're at an 11, dude. Like, take it down to a 3. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit about Hollywood people. All right, we're just talking.
Yeah. Are you fucking like a All Glory's brother or something like that? Dude, you guys are a lot alike.
That anyway, Archie. Also, that's the way he slapped looked so awkward. It was like weird looking slap. Who slaps that way?
Did Will Smith slap him or punch him?
It was like a really hard slap.
It was a weird.
Dude, that ain't legit, bro. Slap. You straight up. You don't slap another man, dude. You fucking punch him in the face.
Well, here's the thing, though. He leaned down. He leaned down like he was gonna about to be whispered in his ear or be told something, and it was kind of primed for him to do that. Like if he was like, I'm gonna fucking just go up there and hit him in the back of the head, or I'm gonna hit him in the fucking whatever. I'm gonna do this. He puts his face right there. He's gonna hit him in the face right there. You know what I mean? And to me, it looks like I could believe that it happened casually. I could be swayed that it was some sort of something, but the only thing that's lacking from that is there's no motivation. There's no this doesn't make sense. There's no actual motivation for the.
I don't know. I think the fact that we're having this conversation, Kosho, as at least me giving like negative number of shits about the Oscars and never giving a shit, and I will say I have at least they have succeeded with me in getting me 80,000 times more interested in the Oscars than I have in spending that much more time, which is up to at 15 minutes at this point.
Yeah, I was always a big. I mean, I was always a big. I'm big into the Oscars, man. I could tell you the best pictures the past like 50 years or stuff. But but here's my other thing. Is like, so who would have orchestrated this? Who benefits from it? Who? What is these? What's Chris Rock's and
I think that you have two. I think that you have two prime candidates here, really at a cusp in their career. You have Chris Rock, who like everybody could have said, as well as what's his face, Will Smith, who said like they have met their prime and are like having another, kind of blip. Whereas the reality is like, if I'm them and you're like in your late 50s or mid 50s. You want your prime to still be ahead of you, not behind you. And so I think this is a great way to get your name in people's mouths as like at least enough of a soap opera drama that people will follow up with you, or look into what you're doing these days,
Yeah,
right?
this is something rappers actually do. They'll start fake beef with each other so that people start talking about them.
Yeah, but
Also,
did they do that when they just sold like millions of records and won the award for this fucking bullshit? He won best actor.
They do that, Coach.
He just won best actor. Like that's his past is not behind him, or his prime is not behind him. This would be a prime for him.
They still do it after they sold 1 million records. Another example, another person who would gain
this rut-row raggy retard subject.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Another person who would gain for this is whoever's in charge of getting views for the Grammys. The Grammy people themselves. I mean, this reeks that next year there's going to be a lot more people watching the Oscars or the Grammys or whatever bullshit event this is.
So that's what I'm saying.
Hey,
so
you know what another good way to get your name in someone's mouth is to get your name tattooed on your penis. Oh, sorry. Now I gotta go.
That's funny. But so you think that this person who is a publicized or whatever for the Oscars or whatever, the hype man for the Oscars, they approach in secret, of course, very secret, Chris Rock and Will Smith with this idea that's not going to really benefit them.
No, I'd actually put $5 that those two are the only ones who knew about it.
Right, and then that makes it even worse. So it's like they're orchestrating this thing, which is going to, at the very least, blacklist them from events like this, possibly get them in legal trouble, and then also if people find out that they had actually orchestrated it, like it was orchestrated, then the confidence of these people, their characters, or whatever, is completely tarnished.
Okay. Seems to me that people are willing, for especially in Hollywood careers, it's easier to ruin your career on other things. This seems to be like, if you're going to go out with a bang, this seems to be a great way to do it.
If Will Smith goes and whispers, Will Smith whispers in Chris Rock's ear, "I'm gonna slap you at the Emmys," or whatever the fuck this is, or the Oscars, and Chris Rock's like, "Yeah, okay, it'll get people talking about us." Tell someone, no one's ever gonna find out.
But that's what I'm saying, dude. This isn't fucking Kid and Play from fucking House Party. This is the guy who just won fucking Best Actor and the guy who's hosting the Oscars. These aren't two people who are candidates for people who need desperate for the fucking publicity.
Yeah, but Kosho, if they didn't do that, would we be talking about them right now? No,
that's true.
And there's a huge portion of people that are talking about them because of it.
No, that's exactly true. But I don't think that is motivation for these. Like I said, that would make sense if these were people who, who's that guy? Jesse Smollett, like this fucking nobody fucking guy from what's that show called? Enterprise, whatever it's called. It's like people who are nobody, not the fucking person who's hosting the Oscars and the person who won Best Actor. They don't seem like they're in any need of that sort of cheap way to get publicity. Very risky, cheap way to get publicity.
Well,
the problem is we live in the lawsuit.
I'll finish up with this, Kosho. I think that it is not outside of the realm of possibility. In fact, as possible and probable that this was staged as it was spontaneous. I think really both scenarios in my mind make sense, and I think there's plenty of evidence for both scenarios.
But they're both intelligent. They're both intelligent men that have millions of fucking dollars, and they have managers. And the implications of one just coming up and slapping the other, and the other one not suing. Why wouldn't the other sue if it was real? Of course they'd sue right away. I mean,
he's already said he's not going to press charges. So what do you think, Tony?
I think that I don't even know what you guys are talking about, but from what I've heard about you guys talking, it sounds like bullshit. It sounds like you actors wanting to get their name out.
I'm turning my screen. You can see the slap again.
The part I didn't get about it is that it looked like a really weird slap. When I first saw it, I was like, did he even hit him? Like it's like he takes his arm. It's almost like he takes his arm from down low, and then he kind of. I mean, I'm sure he did hit him. I guess if you slow it down frame by frame, but it's a very weird slap. No, I know. I'm not saying he didn't hit him. It just looks weird.
If somebody had just said some degrading shit about my wife and it wasn't a joke like me and Kosho joke around, if somebody had really done that and I was face to face with him, it's not going to be a slap. Nobody's
I
going
know,
to
but
slap the dude. You're going to punch them in the face with a fist.
yeah, but if he would have
Unless,
hit him,
unless it's a big
if he would have done
hoax.
anything more than what he did, it would have been less of a conversation and more of something that somebody would have had to have done something about in real time. You know what I mean? So that it's like almost
Will
like the
Smith.
I
You don't
would
call
have bought it.
security on Will Smith.
I would have bought it if he wasn't laughing at the joke before he went up there and slapped him.
that could be part of the reason why he felt compelled to do it. I mean, you have to understand, like I said, his wife is not the kind of person I want to go home with. You know, when she's mad. Like I said, whenever it was 4 years ago when he didn't get nominated for the Oscar, next thing you know, she's fucking sent out this tweet, and all the black people are not going to the Oscars because.
All right, so this is supposed to be about like because she has a hair loss problem, right? She has like a medical problem, made all her hair fall out. So that's and then that's like a thing that she's had to go through. And then he made this joke about G.I. Jane, which apparently she wasn't even in G.I. Jane, but he just made the joke because G.I. Jane's bald.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was the joke. And if you look at her after he said it, she did make a little bit of like a.
Yeah.
You could see her facial features. She's like, ooh, that's kind of, like that is like it looked like she did have an authentic, like kind of cringy, like offended thing. But yeah, but then Will Smith was laughing at the jokes before that. He even, I think, laughed at that one, and then he just all of a sudden went up and did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gio, I actually think that that's the best evidence against the idea that this was staged, is because she did seem genuinely upset, and I think he was fine with it until he saw her reaction. That's, I think, the best evidence against this idea being staged.
What do you think?
It could be real. I mean, it seems like the guy's got anger issues. Then he freaked out and felt like it was a joke. I mean, if they've already dealt with the hair loss issue, like he's got his wife, that's already like a thing that they've had to deal with. It did kind of seem authentic. Like when he was yelling, keep her name out of your mouth or whatever, that to me kind of looked authentic.
Maybe something that like they deal with at home, like she was like really self-conscious about whatever. If he's going up for the best best actor or whatever, then they're gonna have to be there in the spotlight. She probably didn't want to go or whatever the case might be. So that's what I'm saying. I can imagine a scenario where this is all very authentic and just looks weird because of the environment. I'd say I'm probably 70-30 because of RC Micey did bring up some. I bet 80-20. I bet more 80-20. Yeah, 80-20 because RC Micey did bring up some points. Makes you think, but as I say, there's no motivation and there's no incentive. There's actually a lot of lack of incentive.
Coach, I would not have known that Will Smith won an Oscar if it wasn't for this.
Yeah, but why would that matter?
Neither.
Why would that matter to him?
Neither.
Exactly.
Why would it matter?
Because
to him if you guys
now we know. Now everybody knows that he won an Oscar. That now we went to go check. What else is he doing? Is he okay? Now he has a new song. I didn't even know he had a new song.
Why the hell? This is what I'm saying. Like that motivation right there to me is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my. And I'm saying that because I'm telling you, this guy's just won the Oscar. In no way in hell does he care if you two know that he won the Oscar. The only people he cares about that he won the Oscar are people who are maybe hiring for movies, who are all going to know about it. And then people who, if he's going to be in a movie and they want to say, "Oh, Oscar,"
you might not think
it'll be in the commercial. He doesn't care if you guys.
Regardless, Coach Show, you might not think that publicity is irrelevant. Publicity is all they thrive for because their shit goes up, meaning their popularity goes up. One, whatever they're selling definitely goes up higher. Two, I mean, what do you think that they do the Super Bowl shit for free? Right? They don't get paid to do the Super Bowl. The people that the singers that are performing, they don't get paid for that.
The performers don't get paid?
No, they don't get paid.
I didn't know that.
They get that for free. It's for the publicity.
That's true. The performers really don't get paid for the Super Bowl?
Yes, the performers do not get paid for the Super Bowl. I was shocked when I read that, when I saw that.
And you would think they're the biggest. And you would think they're the biggest performers out there. What do they need the publicity for? What do they need to be doing free shit for?
And all that shit comes out of their pocket.
Because there's never enough publicity. We live in a capitalistic society. They want more and more and more. We're the greediest fucking beings on earth.
But that's what I'm saying, though. In this scenario, what doesn't make sense is the ratio between need for publicity and the act, like the way in which this publicity is gone. It's not the type of publicity stunt that would seems like would be done by people like the guy who's hosting it, who doesn't need publicity for that, or the guy who won Best Actor, who doesn't need publicity for that. It's like I said,
I don't really agree with that logic. I don't agree with that logic. I don't agree with that logic. These guys are. I'm not saying it's real or fake right now in terms of this, but Kosho, I don't agree with that at all. These guys want to be the top thing. They're like greedy. It's like that narcissistic supply. You know, they want as much narcissistic supply as possible, and that's their whole ego. That's their profession, whatever. So they absolutely would do something like this, especially if they know that it's going to get way more people talking about them than it would otherwise, and it's going to cause a huge thing. However, to end that, so I just say I don't agree with that logic. But I will say I also think that Chris Rock's reaction to me seemed authentic. It seemed especially after it all happened, like he was hit, the guy went and then he said, "Oh, like, you know, Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me." But it was after that it almost looked like Chris Rock was gonna cry. Like he kind of looked around and he was like a little bit like afraid, like he kind of felt like embarrassed. Like that part looked authentic too.
All right, Gio, but let me ask you this: is Chris Rock an actor?
Yeah, but not that good of an actor.
Hold on. Did I ask you, Coach Show? Is Chris Rock an actor?
He's a great actor.
Okay,
Fantastic
now can an actor pull that off?
Not that good of an actor.
Shut up, Coach Show. Asking Gio.
I think an actor can pull off a lot of things that look convincing, but I don't think an actor can act something that's real and make it look not real. I don't know if I said that correctly.
No, you did.
What does he say right after? Hold on. What does he say right after the slap?
I think he says Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
And then after that, he says what?
That was the greatest night in TV history or something.
Thank you.
I think he said that sarcastically, though.
No.
Here's the thing that made it genuine for me is a few seconds later when Will Smith said, "Get your wife's name out of my mouth." Chris Rock goes, "Okay, I won't." Like he just fucking succumbs instantly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like he's really.
And
like
then, if you see that first part though, when he first says it, when he says, "Get your name out for my wife," you can see he almost smirks.
Yeah, but that's.
And then the second time he made it look like it was actually saying something right. But then
he was already smiling before that, and he, like I said, the environment. It's very hard to judge something.
Look at that! That smirk right there. That's smirk.
I know, right? But like, there's something that's hard to judge an environment like this where he's in front of all his peers. It's a very straight, like for both of them. It's a very hard to react to situation, except for like Smith.
I'm sorry.
Spontaneous doing that seems a little bit bizarre, but
I grew up watching Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, man. Dude.
Well, what I was trying to say before,
name the Chris Rock role that makes you think he's a good actor, dude.
No, he's really not a good actor.
The Longest Yard.
He's not a good actor.
He's a great actor. Fantastic.
He's a great stand-up, is what he is, man.
I'll give a 4 out of 10 for everything he's done.
I'd give him a 7.
His stand-up's awesome, dude. But yeah, he's not. He was only an actor on Saturday Night Live because of his stand-up.
He did that one movie where he pretended. Go ahead, Joe.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, he did that one movie where he pretended he died and then he came back as that rich white guy. He was good in that.
Bad Company.
A lot of good roles. He was the president in a movie. He was good in that.
All those movies, he was just being Chris. He was a Chris Rock in this movie. Chris Rock he's not acting. He's saying
Bad Company.
Yeah, I might take back the 4 out of 10. I might give him a 6 or 7. He does have some good roles.
He's had a lot of good roles.
I don't have anything against him, but I mean, as far as acting skills as an actor, he's not like, he's not David Day-Lewis or something like that. You know what I mean? He's not fucking.
It's fine. You're a Chris Rock hater. We understand.
I'm not a Chris Rock. I love his movies. I love his stand-up. But
Chris Rock's acting is not. Will Smith's acting is better than Chris Rock's. Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
He's gotten better. Yeah.
The thing about acting, which is trippy, is that like acting is basically faking being real. Like you're trying to look like it's real, but it's fake. And so what's interesting about that is like I think there actually is a difference, like rhythmically, like the rhythm of like the facial expressions and all of that thing between something that is real and fake. Of course, a really good actor is somebody that makes us feel like it's real, even though we know it's fake. That's what a good actor is. So I just think it's interesting. Like in this scenario, there is something interesting about it. It's like. And that's what I was trying to. I don't like Elba when you asked that, because I just think that there is a subtle there's like a subtlety in the difference between like actually being real and having it be real versus being a really good actor and being able to parse those apart.
Right.
Chris Rock was the donkey in Shrek. Come on,
dude, Jesus Christ, dude. Anyways, you probably did. He wasn't the donkey. He wasn't the donkey in Shrek, dude.
Well, that's voice acting. Yeah, he was.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was.
No,
What's
you're
that, Eddie
thinking of a
Murphy?
different black guy,
Eddie
dude.
Murphy.
It was Eddie
Yeah,
Murphy.
actually.
Ah, it was Eddie Murphy.
That's
Oh, my bad. All right, my bad.
That was okay, Jeremy.
Yeah,
Everyone
man,
knows
that
you're
one.
fucking racist, dude. Your favorite actor,
Yeah, man.
Arnold. So it's Arnold
Black
what's
people
Arnold's
are the
last name, dude?
I saw
Bad
this.
Company?
I saw this like little TikTok, which it had two people that like one of them was they were both telling a little story about their life or whatever, you know, and one of them was real and one of them was made up, and you had to try to figure out which one was real and which one was made up. I thought it was pretty interesting. I thought maybe we could even try that one day on here, you know, like basically have like, you know, 6 people, 3 and 3 or whatever, and then like 3 people tell a complete fake story about their life, 3 people tell a real story about their life, and then everybody has to try to, you know, evaluate which one's real or fake.
Are you talking about that YouTube? What's the name of that channel? It's like they have.
No, this was just a TikTok. It was just a TikTok that basically said one of these people is telling a real story about their past, the other one's telling a fake story.
Right.
Guess which one's real and which one's fake.
You never seen that YouTube channel where it's like they set up like groups of people? It's like saying like all these people are vegans except for one person, and then they have to figure out which one is the
yeah.
the like non-vegan, or it's like all these people are lesbians except for one of them or something like that.
Yeah. Like I'll do it right now. Okay, when I was 5 years old, I went to Disneyland, and when I went up to Mickey Mouse to hug Mickey Mouse, I had ice cream in my hand, and he smacked the ice cream out of my hand and hit the ground.
That's obviously made up, man.
Did he say? Pick it up, bitch! Woohoo!
It was fake. It was fake, but I did do a lot of work into making it sound real.
No, yeah, you're good. You played it out good, but the contents of the story were like the most, you know, it's like the Mickey Mouse Disneyland. It's like, but you played it. You played it good. That was good.
All right, how about this one? When I was like 8 years old, I was in a forest. We were all playing around, and I was up on like the top of this like fallen over tree, and I jumped off, and my hand hit the ground, and it sliced my hand open with a piece of glass that was on the ground.
I believe that. I believe that. And you know what else, Gio, is when you were saying about this authenticity in this video, I think me and you both have like a sort of you can more empathically read say a person's body language and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so to me, that stuff is the sort of subtle things are like easy make or breaks. You know what I mean? And this in this event, almost all body language the entire time to me seems authentic by every person involved.
Yeah.
So
Chris
I'm
Rock's
gonna say
reaction is definitely authentic.
I'm going to say so as well. I think both of the reactions seemed authentic to me. I still think that there could be a little bit of like, I mean, Will Smith could have been thinking in his mind, like, you know, I'm going to get a lot of publicity or whatever. But yeah, to me, the body language was authentic. I would agree.
Kosho, didn't you make a game about that, Kosho? On your bot?
Oh wait, you're talking about? Oh yeah, I have a that's true. I have you ever played that, Geo? Over there with us, we played Spyfall. I have a game called Spyfall, and I have it in my bot. And basically, how do we play it? So there's a whole bunch of us, and one of us
knows where you're at.
Secret cards, and one of us is a spy.
Yeah, everyone knows where you're at except for the spy.
Well, no. Oh yeah, that's right. We all get a location. We get a location for where we're going to do the job, and the one who's the spy doesn't get the location for the job, and we got to ask each other questions and suss out who the spy is.
It's like if the location's like McDonald's, and someone says, "Hey, what are you doing here today?" It's like, "Oh, I'm visiting friends." You know, it's close enough. But if someone says,
"Yo, Chris," oh my bad, go ahead, Grant.
No, I think you guys got the gist of the game.
Oh, but yeah.
Chris Rock was Pookie. Chris Rock was Pookie in New Jack City. Boom.
Jesus, dude, you just looked this shit up. He's like, wow, which one is a good? I'm telling you, I've seen his movies. I know him as a person. I love his stand-up. He just isn't that guy, dude. Who fucking?
Did you see New Jack City? Show.
Pookie sounds like a.
You never even seen New Jack City. You don't even know.
That character sounds. I remember that character, but I don't. I can't remember that movie.
You don't even know, Kosho. You don't even know.
How old is that movie?
It doesn't matter. It's a great movie, and he was in it, and he played a great part. He was a crackhead. It was amazing.
That's great, dude. He was also in Dogma, right?
He was in Dogma. Was a great movie.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
He played a great part.
He's always playing Chris Rock. Sometimes he's playing Chris Rock with a Jamaican accent, like in that one fucking "Don't Mess with the Zohan," I think it was. For like it was a cab driver. He had a fake Jamaican accent.
To a certain. You're saying he's typecast.
He doesn't get typecasted. When he gets hired, they realize, oh shit, it's just Chris Rock. He's not going to be able to do. He's not going to be able to act like anybody else. So might as well just make it exactly like Chris Rock.
The thing that's weird. The thing that's weird about the Will Smith Chris Rock thing. The thing that's strange about it is that, like, even if it is authentic, like, is that little joke like G.I. Jane? Like, I get it. It's a little bit of a underhanded joke because she has actually dealt with this hair loss problem, and you know, I mean, assuming that that's real, that's not just fake or whatever. That's real. I mean, it's just sort of like in Hollywood type things. People say jokes. Sometimes they're underhanded. Is what it is, you know. Like, so just for that joke to be something to where like it would instantly trigger Will Smith that intensely to think I'm going to walk up on stage in the front of like the whole world, Oscars, whatever, and literally like physically assault this guy, the host of the show. It's pretty bizarre. I mean, if it's real, he would have had to be really triggered to do that, like to a level.
No. He got the look from Jada, right? Yeah. Will Smith laughed at the joke, and then Jada looked at him. That's what happened.
Yeah, I think that he's got a lot more fear of her than of anything else, any other repercussions that could have come from that. And like I said, when she's so triggered and stuff like that when they didn't nominate him for an Oscar 5 years ago, 6 years ago, she literally got all the black people to boycott the Oscars completely. That's how triggered she was, and like so I can just imagine like what goes on behind the scenes in his household. Man, he must have a fear. Okay.
Sure. No, I
she looks like a freaking nightmare.
People have those things. Yeah, I mean, but I mean, her reaction I thought was, I mean, she kind of rolled her eyes a little bit, like, ooh, that's kind of a low blow. But I mean, that's enough for him to be that trigger. That I mean, that's like, dude, have a little bit of restraint. Like, just sit there and let the joke go on. Like, is it really that needed to go up and physically assault the dude in front of everyone?
To be honest, though, she doesn't look like she looks good bald. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not a bad bald look. But,
Didn't Kanye do the exact same shit a few years back?
Yeah, but no, not at all. He went up and did that stupid thing at the what was it, Emmys or MTV? I think it was MTV Music Awards.
Grammys, wasn't it?
Oh, the Grammys was a Grammy. Okay, so it was Grammys. Anyways,
well, whatever. It was a music one. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was about the music video, best music video, and he's just crazy like that. He does that kind of crazy. Yeah. Probably drunk a little bit.
That slap crazy. Does not look real though, man. That slap looks so fake.
No, it was a bit of a coward hit, I gotta say.
Yeah,
he tried to not telegraph it.
No, nobody smacks that way.
That's what I'm saying. It would have been a punch, right? It would have been a punch.
Even if it was a smack, Jeremy, nobody smacks that way.
Well, no, but dude, think about it. Like, imagine he's like, "Fuck, I gotta do something." He's gonna go up to him. So now you're Chris Rock. You see him walking up to you. You think he's gonna say something to you, and you're Will Smith. You think you're probably gonna hit him in the back of the head or something like that. And what he does, he leans in to prepare himself to hear whatever he's gonna say or whatever. But he actually just ends up fucking sticking his face forward, and it just makes it the opportune moment. It's like the opportune. Everything was opportune for him to hit him like that. And then after he hit him, both of them, RC Mike said it didn't look like they were postured up. After he hit him, they both had this posture where they were both like waiting to see what happened next, basically. Like they were like Will Smith was watching him to see what he was going to do, and Chris Rock was seeing if he was going to get hit again or something. But after he saw he wasn't going to get hit again, he put his arms back down.
If it was fixed,
I don't know. This is all very suspicious.
If it was fixed, his
and
wife
we don't know where.
Right, and his wife's reaction was completely legit. Like she had no idea that he was going to say that.
all very suspicious, and we don't know where Obama was at. So, I mean, you could add that up.
Where was Obama?
Looks like Bro Sanchez is doing an entire stream on this. It's like the title of this whole channel today.
You have to admit, though,
he's got Bro Sanchez has 1,300 people watching his show right now.
Wow,
Damn,
that's crazy, man. Bro, I got 2 people watching my stream, dude.
that's smart though, because you know what? YouTube searches for those specific terms is high as fuck.
It is. There is something to that, though. Like I said, I can't see their motive. I can't link their motivation to this publicity, but it is true that this has caused. This is the for some reason, everyone's talking about. You know what I mean? It's like you wouldn't expect to be talking about this, but everyone's talking about it. So you're like, what? That happened? I mean, Ruth was talking about it last night, and yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so you're Will Smith. You had a good career. Now no one's really talking about you that much. The people at the Grammys, but the general public, they don't really. How many people even watch that?
What are you talking about? Dude, he has a movie that just came out. Some movie about the Serena sisters, the Williams sisters. He has the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air fucking show remake thing. He's doing. He's not fucking in need for work or whatever. He just won Best Actor, dude.
Yeah, but no one even knew. No one knew.
No, everyone that he needed to know knew.
Nobody knew.
By the way, from this footage, Jada doesn't even look at Will Smith from the footage. She just rolls her eyes and kind of goes, ooh, like a little bit like that, and then that's all we see. We don't really see any communication between them.
I wonder if they had prior
Chris Rock in.
I wonder if these two have had prior fucking shit.
No, I think they're friends. I don't know. They've done shit together. It's also just embarrassing. This guy that won the Best Actor thing, and then he did this because minutes later he won the award. And he's up there crying, and someone's like, "Dude, you don't even deserve to be up there being celebrated and crying. You just went and assaulted someone in front of everybody."
I'll tell you what a dead giveaway is.
The Oscar because of that.
I'll tell you what a dead giveaway is. If any time in the future Chris Rock and Will Smith do a movie together, dead giveaway that shit was planned.
Why?
Especially if Will Smith is playing Obama. Don't even get me going with that one.
Who's Chris Rock going to play in that movie?
I don't know.
What black people did Barack Obama hang out with?
Donald Trump.
I don't know, man. Lil Wayne. I don't know.
I take Coach. I always, as like I said, I take it just like the people performing in the Super Bowl. They don't get paid. Matter of fact,
does everybody else know that
yes,
that's true?
I'm gonna post you a link.
Yeah,
I believe it. I just want to see somebody corroborate that.
I looked it up, Coach.
I'll give you a link.
It's your branch.
So why would they do the Super Bowl for free if they're already that famous enough?
I mean, it is. It's the most watched thing every single year. So yeah.
But
yeah. So why do they do the Super Bowl thing if they're filthy famous and they don't need the publicity or anything?
I bet it's not completely fucking free though, dude.
But imagine how much Armani pays some girl to wear Armani when she's singing up on the Super Bowl. So they make money off it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. If you come out with a Chanel purse, and Chanel gives you free purses for the rest of your life or something, I hear you.
Plus, yeah, I mean that really does seem bizarre though. Them not getting paid. I guess you know why? Because I bet you. Do you think they pay anything, or do you think it's just they ask them to do it and that's it?
They pay production costs and shit like that.
They pay the production costs, or the Super Bowl pays for production costs?
They pay for all that shit.
Yeah.
They pay for expenses.
The stars, the fucking musicians do?
No. The Super Bowl pays for production costs.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, even if this thing wasn't planned, the Chris Rock Will Smith thing, I still think that Will Smith could have had a very strong thing of just wanting to get publicity in general. If he made that joke and it was a bit triggering, it's sort of he's already knows that he's up for the Best Actor thing. There still could have been some motivation within his mind that he's going to do something like this to try to he knew that it would get publicity.
Like I said, dude, it's not like Keenan and Kel, man. It's not Kid and Play. It's these aren't has-beens that were irrelevant or so. These the guy hosting the show and the guy who won the best award you can get there.
Yes, they're
So
very
let me ask you, Coach Show. Do you think J-Lo and Shakira needed any more publicity
For what
for their songs?
In regards to what?
I mean, did they need any more publicity?
I mean, yeah, they do
perform
now.
free. To perform free.
Oh, to perform for free. Yeah, of course. Everybody who's doing it in the Super Bowl, yeah, it does make sense that they're doing it for publicity and then also like kickbacks from whatever.
But why? I mean, if they're already made, man. They're already having sales out the Jing. So
yeah.
So
two people who are already in the spotlight at the show. They would have already been the two people in the spotlight.
But guess what? What happens now? What happened now? They were in the spotlight at the show. Yay, but it was just the actors and whoever's watching it. But now, after everybody and their mama, their granny, and their uncle are talking about them.
Okay.
If this hadn't happened, no idea Chris Rock hosted it or Will Smith won a thing or anything. Most people wouldn't have.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But I don't think, I mean, for most people, like I can see the Oscars.
Is that a fallacy?
Being worried about that, but I don't see how they would be worried.
Okay, so isn't that a fallacy, Coach?
Watching the Oscars.
Just because your mind can't conceive it, Coach.
No, I don't see that there's any motivation involved. There's no motivation involved.
Just because you can't see it. Just because you can't see it.
No.
But even though there is, listen to this. I mean, will we be talking about this right now if that wouldn't happen?
It's called incredulity.
Why would that be their
Coach Show?
Why would that be their
interest? What
about it? They have to say, "Hey, I hope that they're talking about me getting slapped in the face tomorrow."
Coach Show.
Like he's already made it.
Coach Show.
Yeah, we accept that
you
it's
and I
explanation.
Will you and I,
the right one.
Will you and I and everybody in here be talking about this if that wouldn't happen?
But why do you think that that's their?
That's not my question. You're not answering my question, Coach Show.
They would want that. That's not the point.
Why are you diverting, Coach Show? I'm asking you a simple question.
Your question is irrelevant.
How is it irrelevant?
It's of course true. Now my question to you is, why would that be their incentive? Why would that be interesting or appealing to them?
Because we're talking about him. Everybody's starting to look him up. Now everybody is freaking interested in what happened. Everybody's now looking at what's coming up next for him, or what do they have? Well, I'm pretty sure if you go look at his sales from yesterday to today, from the whenever it happened, was day before yesterday or today, I'm pretty sure it went up.
Yeah, but they weren't.
Oh hell yeah!
They weren't wanting. They neither of them. Like I said,
if they did it and it happened. If they did it and it happened and it's happening now, if you go check the sales and if there's a change, I'm pretty sure they were wanting it.
Sales for what? Like what sort of sales are you talking about?
Go look at his music.
You get more Twitter followers. You get now they're following your Twitter thing.
This is what I'm saying. Why
you're in the names of people's mouths? Publicity. You always want more publicity. The more publicity you get, the more money you're going to make when your song drops or your movie comes out or whatever.
Okay, look at that GIF or look at the thing with Eminem and Dr. Dre right there.
MGK?
Right. So they're sitting right there. They're sitting right there at the Super Bowl. Now let's say like fucking they had some beef or whatever, and he fucking punched him in the face, pushed him to the ground, and then fucking had some beef and walked off the stage or some shit like that. Would it be your impression that they did this, even though they were already the stars of the fucking show, they did this to have some publicity, so people could follow their fucking shit, that people already following these guys? Like they're not fucking...
Yes, you know why?
Bro.
Hold on. Yes. You know why? Because when rappers sell millions of albums, they start beef with other rappers that sold millions of albums to create more drama, more publicity, more people talking about them. So next time they sell even more albums.
Stage fake fights?
Oh my God!
50 Cent clearly,
50
Cent clearly stated this. He made a shout out. He made a little diss thing about "Catch Me Riding Dirty." He didn't respond, and 50 Cent was like, "Dude, all you had to do was say something. We could have got paid off of that."
Yeah, but do they make fake? Do they do fake fights when they do that? Like, do they stage a fake fight live on TV for all the cops in the world to see? No,
I don't know, but they definitely do it. They definitely do it fake. They definitely do fake audio shit.
Anyways, Will Smith it says that the Academy's reviewing his shit right now. He's under review. Formal review of slapping incidents.
And they're probably gonna slap him with a fine. Here's a fine for doing this and I think.
Yeah, I mean, if that group has any integrity, that they would absolutely remove that award. I mean, if they have any integrity.
Yeah, but does his film just because he slapped someone, does that mean he didn't have the best film?
Well, whatever. What's his name? He already got.
We're in a real catch-22.
Well, he went up on. I mean, this is the host of the show. If it's authentic, he went up and physically assaulted the host of the show. Yeah, that guy should not deserve an award from that academy.
Real life violence is not acceptable on TV like that. That would be beyond rated R.
Yeah, and then
yeah, simulated violence is rated R. We think real world violence would be rated.
Yeah, exactly. So just because I said something about you, now you got the right to hit me. Get out of here.
He doesn't have the right to hit him.
Exactly. So you think the Oscars would be like, yeah, I'm sorry, you've been disqualified?
No.
Why not?
They don't disqualify people. He's already won. I don't know how it works, but they already vote and they'll say that they're already. It's already.
They could definitely reverse their shit. Be like, yeah, sorry, even though you won, you're not gonna get this.
No, it doesn't. That doesn't happen that fast. It happens. It happens earlier than that though, because there was people who would have been nominated and were nominated, and then they, took away their nomination. That's happened before, but not the night of the show. During the show, if he already won Best Actor, that's already in the bag. So let me see. Yeah, it says that they'll explore further action consequences in accordance with bylaws, standards, conduct, in California law. Even though Chris Rock, I think, said he wasn't going to press charges, but that doesn't mean that that they won't or whatever,
It doesn't matter if Chris Rock is going to press charges or not. He would only act as a witness. It's the government that would press charges.
No, if you hit somebody or whatever, well, I guess you're right. Yeah, I think it's different state by state. But yeah, if you do it, and there's evidence, then you can be charged with battery even if they don't press charges.
I mean, that academy. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's just the person who was assaulted only acts as a witness, nothing more.
I
was going to say if that academy leaves that award, like gives it to Will Smith, and they're basically in a way they're condoning assaulting and assaulting people or whatever. Like in a way they're condoning that.
They're promoting violence, exactly.
It says right here. It says there were immediate discussions. So it says Academy leadership strongly considered removing Will Smith from last night's broadcast, but there was immediate discussions. But the Academy decision makers were seated in various spots and couldn't mobilize to make a decision before he won Best Actor. So it's possible that they considered taking it from him.
But he's Will Smith, and he's the biggest actor in the world, possibly, and you can't do that, right?
He's definitely the biggest rapper in the world, the most successful rapper. People don't realize that.
I had his tapes when I was a kid.
Hold on.
Yeah, they shouldn't let that stand right there. I can't see him keeping that Grammy or Oscar or whatever the fuck.
Can we talk about something else?
What
do you got?
Yeah, this is a gummy method. He said so that anyone so why do you want to move past the gummy method?
What?
Can you guys not do that? Don't do that. Do you guys do that? And so it's like, I don't know if you guys are flirting or you guys are planning a date or whatever, but you guys are.
Well, yeah,
I just want to point out that yesterday, Rumpus called Kosho.
I knew you were going to. I was about to bring up how you were gay for Rumpus, and now you
he called you super flirfulous.
Dude, he said a word that you don't even know how to pronounce. Guess what, dude? Everybody in here, no offense, flat earthers. No offense to people who believe the earth is flat. But everybody in here who's not a flat earther, dude, agrees with me and not.
Except RC Mice.
You're super flirfulous. It's fine.
Is there anyone here?
Well, no, you said it point blank, Ruhiv, but it was when it was about
leaving reference frames.
Yeah, leaving reference frames. Yeah.
Yeah, I've had a go at Rumpus about that before. Like it's bad terminology. It's the reason why flat earthers misunderstand. It's the reason why flat earthers misunderstand Coriolis.
Yeah, I know.
What do you want to talk about? I think so too, to be honest with you. To some extent, yeah.
Is there anyone here that does programming?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm trying to figure out how to get the medium of two sorted arrays in logarithmic time complexity. Like linearly, it's easy to do. Like you have two arrays, right? And they're both sorted, and you want to know what's the medium of those two arrays combined. And the easiest way is you just combine them. That's linear because they're already sorted, and then you just get them the medium out of that.
Yeah, the median?
Median? N on the end?
I don't know. The one that is in the middle.
Okay.
Okay, median.
The value that splits it in half.
What kind of data is it?
Sorry?
What are these arrays of? Or what sort of data is it?
It doesn't matter. It's just two arrays of sorted numbers.
Oh, numbers.
And but the challenge is to do that in logarithmic time complexity. So this is. I mean, I thought it was easy, and it's taken me quite a while to
Is this your homework? Is this your homework or something?
No, it's just a challenge I saw, and I thought it was easy, so I tried to do, and it's actually not as easy as it.
Remind me, the median is the number that is in the middle of all the numbers?
In the middle.
Yeah.
So if you've got 100 elements, it's number 50. Or 99, it's 50. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If you have a pair number of numbers, it's the average between the two middle ones. If it's an odd number, then you just get
the two middle ones?
Yeah, if you've got an even number of elements, like if you've got 100 elements, it's between 50 and 51, the average.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So it's like if you have like a bunch of twos. Wait, hold on.
Just the 50th number or the middle number.
Duh. I get it.
Right, you can throw away half of the arrays, right? You don't.
I sent on Livestream 1 if you guys wanna.
No, there probably is going to be a trick for this.
Yeah, you don't need the whole array.
I can understand why it looks easy, but then I'm thinking about it. It may not be.
Yeah,
These are two already sorted arrays.
Yeah, it's categorized as hard, and I found a solution, but it's a very complicated solution. I'm trying to find a simpler one because I don't want to implement the complicated one. But I don't think maybe there's not an easier way the way I'm doing.
These are two already sorted arrays.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I assume that the solution is some kind of binary search on both, like you're not combining.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Like actually, the trick that I found is that you don't have to look in both. If you look in one of them, let's say you're looking at position 10 out of 100 of the first array, that position is cutting. It's cutting just 10 elements. So the other one has to cut like the rest of 90 elements, So if you're looking to a position on one element, it has a direct pair that you have to look at as well in the other one. So you don't need to search in both. When you're searching in one, you already know which is the corresponding position in the other vector, because you know it has to split the sum of their sizes in half.
Oh, it's getting more complex in my head now.
Yeah, but couldn't you? Okay, so how about this? Check this out. If you okay, so if let's say you have let's say that both sets, one is a bigger array than the other one, right? And the bigger array, it seems like what you have to do is you have to find like if you want.
This is not a better topic.
No, but if you
I don't know what this is. Is Bacon's homework? I don't know. You guys should do this in a private room.
I don't have homework. I'm graduated.
Yeah, if you split that second array,
this is my hobby.
I like how Jeremy Jeremy said it in an angry way. He's like, "Is this your homework?" That's funny.
Yeah, what is this challenge for? Is this McToon's challenge or whose challenge is this?
It's mental stimulation, Jeremy.
Yeah, this is the type of shit that I'm sure Ruhif. I love these kind of challenges, man. Yeah, I don't know if you ever do those challenges, but they're fun.
You guys are nerds.
Yeah.
I'll take that one.
This is kind of fun shit. Have you ever done Euler's project?
No.
Oh, I heard that.
Never
one.
done that?
No.
I didn't.
They're fun. You never done it either?
No,
Bacon?
what I heard of.
I'll send you the link right now, dude. Scott Beach says he's a fucking 100 and something, but
Have you ever heard of B Crowd?
yeah. Is that the
It's a Brazilian one. B
really?
Crowd is
Project
it
Euler.
used to be called UDI, which is the name of a university here. They created it. And by the way, in B Crowd there are some problems there that I'm rank 1 in the solution. You can find bacon in rank 1 of some of those challenges.
Have you guys done the Tim Tang test?
What's that? I gotta see
The
that
Tim
now.
Tang test back in 2007.
Tim Tang test? What's that?
I'll send you a link of that as well. Hold on.
Yeah, but you check this out. What is it? This looks like Branch.
That's the one you have to replace.
Branch already has a fucking some fucking found it online.
Oh, the main reason I'm doing this is because I'm trying to train for the hiring process of Amazon, because they sent like this email inviting me to join their one of their hiring processes, and they said they're gonna test my programming abilities, and it's stuff like this that they do on these tests, and so getting ready.
Well, that's good, man. Branch has a solution for you. I guess I'm not gonna spend any more energy thinking about it, to be honest, because I bet you it's one of those things that's trivial when you look at it. You're like, oh damn, okay.
How can you have such highly tuned brains and not realize that this place is not spinning?
I think
that's where we have the advantage, champ.
You know, Rohit's hot when he starts calling people champ.
Who's making fun of me?
When you realize that we're actually smarter than you and have figured out the shape of the Earth fucking easily.
Some dogs are pretty smart, but they still don't sit at the dinner table.
Oh, we have dogs that sit at the dinner table. Quite politely, actually.
Honestly,
so you think you have a high level of intelligence, but a very low level of ability to decipher truth?
No, I have great abilities in both.
I think there's some of us in this community. I don't want to say which side is the right side, of course, but it's obvious.
Yeah,
but there's some of us, I think, that are progressing. They don't admit it. We don't always admit it, but there's people who are progressing in their they're learning shit. You know, they're learning shit.
Yeah, I'm learning how full of shit you guys are.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Jerry.
Well, last night, you guys, a bunch of people were in here for a couple hours. Everybody was taking the opposite roles.
Yeah.
You know, and trying to sort of debate the other side. And I was only listening. I wasn't really involved, but it was interesting. And one thing that was kind of revealing about it, like, for example, Kosho, I'm sorry, but it was terrible. No offense to you, but
it's not easy to be a fake flat earther, man.
Well, I'm not trying to on you, but I'm trying. Like, I've always wondered, like, do you really think the Earth is flat or whatever? Because you seem like you're so into it and all that. But like, from the way that you argued it, like, you are a globe earther. You really are.
No, Kosho's super flirtless.
It was incredibly unconvincing. Like, your flat Earth argument. Yeah, you know who was convincing though is Riding. So I think Riding is
yeah, that's his job.
Not really.
He's faking it. Yeah, he's not really a globe earther. Not as fully as he might think he is. Yeah, or say he is.
His job is communication.
What I'm saying is interesting about it. Like, if you flip the opposite side, it's like you can tell in the people's like demeanor, you know, whether, because like if they finally get a chance to like debate for flat Earth, you know, are they like lying about it or do they really think it? And that's where that's why I was saying, Coach, I'm not trying to like attack you. I was just saying I was surprised how I thought you would be more convincing because you know the arguments, but it was kind of like,
did you hear me at the beginning?
You didn't have any soul. Like, there wasn't any, like, you didn't have any truth back, you know, energy back.
All right, but did you hear me at the beginning? Did you hear me at the beginning or did you hear me just at the end?
Well, maybe you were a little bit better at the beginning. At the end, you just kept, you were kind
of course. At the end, I didn't have any interest in doing it. I was wondering why I came back. I was like, they're still fucking doing this. I thought it was as my idea. We'll do it for 30 minutes or something, but they're doing it like hours later. I wasn't in any way interested in doing it. But at the beginning, I already exhausted all the fucking worthwhile arguments. You know what I mean? So.
So this is always your big idea. You're constantly wanting to do this.
Yeah, I think, like I said, Gio, he's only basing me off of my performance at the end, which I wasn't trying at all. So
you got to finish strong, bro. Finish strong.
I wasn't into even doing it. It's like 3 hours later, dude. But Globus was good at being a Glober, but it's also a lot easier to be a Glober and tell the truth about things than it is to.
All I got to do is make every sentence you say be fallacious, and you'll do great. Be a great Glober.
No, he everything that I challenged him on, he gave me the correct answer. The answer I would have given. Like, okay, that's true, man. That's a good point.
Yeah, all you got to do to be a Glober is be able to read off Google.
No, that's not what happened.
You got to be fallacious, be able to read off Google, and you're good.
So I can say is, we can see too far. How do you explain how we can see these observations? And you're only supposed to be able to see this far.
And you lied in that mocking tone.
Laser tests and shit like that.
Yeah, I'd like to hear Ruhif argue for a flat Earth. I think we'd all. Oh yeah, you'd love it, dude. You'd be very convincing.
I'd be shit out.
Oh, you'd be calling people chief in like 2 seconds.
Champ.
No, my bad, champ. Captain, champ, chief, whatever. It's all very.
Captain's not bad.
What I'm kind of suggesting. What I'm suggesting is that it has the potential, doing the flip role like that, of kind of like revealing where someone's really at. You know what I mean? Like outside of the ego and I believe this and I've got my buddies and I've been doing this for years, so I'm just going to keep kind of doing it. But like flipping roles, because then you get the actual tone of their voice, like you get actually what they're saying. It reveals where they're really at. I think it has the potential.
No, but then when the fake Glober says something that is true as a Glober, then what do you do? Like you know that what they've said is true, and you just gotta fucking make shit up and lie.
Yeah, exactly. Right? You have to obfuscate and lie and and make that invalid for no reason.
Yeah. Just make shit up like fucking. Maybe if I was like word salading like Lemon or something, then I'd be able to do it. That's talented. Like Lemon is talented.
Oh, hell yeah. No one spits that shit like Lemon, except for maybe that guy, Lord Stephen Christ or whatever his name was.
Yeah.
He beat Lemon out the box all day, but Lemon's on top of his game.
Rest in peace.
And it's the condescending tone as well from Lemon. I'm not going to attempt to do it, but holy shit.
More condescending than calling people champ. Is Lemon more condescending than when you call people champ?
When I call someone champ, it is an obvious. It's an obvious condescension, or Yeah, by the way, condescension means talking down to people. So, I like that one. When Lemon does it, Lemon is not doing it obviously. If that makes any sense to anyone here.
No, yeah.
Well, I just think a lot of Globe Earthers are really way more on the fence than they might try to say. Like, they're obviously being interested in this topic, talking about it all day, being fixated on it. You guys are huge fans of this topic. So obviously in your minds, you've thought about like, could this be real? What's actually going on? And I get it. You got to like keep up the ego. You got to keep up the whatever you're doing, in terms of that, because you're either not ready, you're not able to kind of, have a different position. But I just think it's interesting when I was hearing last night people arguing from the opposite position. That's what I was saying. Like it kind of, because it gives that cognitive dissonance a chance to kind of flip and be on the other side, and it kind of gives like that the ego is kind of down, because then you all of a sudden are having to do the opposite. So
there is zero doubt that the Earth. I have no doubt what the Earth shape is. It's a globe. So I know you try and rationalize our position for us. But, you're on the outside looking in, and it's just, I don't know how else to put it.
I'm not doubting you're a true believer, but underneath it all, that's the question. What actually is going on? I mean, I understand that you believe it, but
no. Why are we in this debate? I mean, it's like I said, everyone comes into it thinking, oh, this is easy to convince a flat earther from the shape of the Earth,
Yeah.
and then you realize
When I got here,
the
I thought
barriers on
sunsets
your
will solve
side.
it.
Yeah, sunset should solve the shape of the Earth, honestly.
You know what I thought was going to be easy? Explaining to Bob how the Coriolis effect works. It's not. You guys act like you got it all over us. You guys act like you got it all over us. The thing is, the flat earthers, we have better arguments, we're smarter, we're more wittier, we're sharper. All you guys are is just guys with big egos.
No, you guys have access to tools we don't have. Tools that allow you to deny things that for me I wouldn't be allowed to do. I wouldn't be allowed to deny fucking regular shit, but you guys could literally deny something, and it's okay. It's like, okay, well, of course they were going to deny that, even though it's fucking blatantly, obviously, right in their face. I just gave it to them, but they're just going to deny it. So, all right.
Yeah. We did that for Bob. I don't know if Bob goes by it, but
in any case.
Bob, did you catch that one?
So Kosho,
what's that?
What percentage chance do you think we are of convincing any flat earther in this room at the moment?
There's people in here. I don't want to name. I have a theory, okay, about age. It's called the flat Earth age theory, and I think that there's a certain there's an age of no return. There's people. So I think the older they're not going to be convinced ever, and the only people who will ever possibly change their minds are people who are younger, and also there's this. It's also it's an identity thing too. That's a part that sucks about this is it becomes a part of your identity, where even if you start to find it to be convincing that your side might be wrong, you'd be taken to switch sides or to lose the flat Earth or lose the globe or whatever would be to take away part of your ego, part of your personality.
I just said you guys are the ones.
I mean, in reality. Well, no, wait. In reality, I mean, you have to have an ego to. I mean, you have to explain, like with Coriolis, you have our pendulum. The full cult's pendulum. I don't see how you guys can divert from the fact that we can tell you where you are on the Earth just by doing the pendulum, and you guys just blow that off like it's nothing. Like we can tell you where we are on the Earth.
Affirming the consequent if P then Q fallacy.
No, how? If I do an experiment and it tells you where you are on the Earth, then how the fuck are you going to deny that?
I'll tell you how it's affirming the consequent. I can tell you how it's
not affirming the consequent, Jeremy.
That's not affirming the consequent.
Tell you how.
That's a reality that you guys are denying. That's a reality that you guys
I can tell you how it's a fallacy if you ever want to hear it.
Unless somehow the conclusion is therefore the Earth is a globe, then no, it's not affirming the consequent.
Have anything to do with Earth being a globe, this full cult pendulum thing?
Yes, it does.
Good. That's good to know. That's good to know, Ruhif.
No, it also has to do with where you are on the Earth, too.
Good to know, Ruhif. It doesn't have anything to do with Earth spinning or Earth being a globe. Great. Awesome.
It has to do with where you are on the Earth while it's spinning.
We have this apparently
I didn't say no to that.
Causeless force that only shows up when things are moving in a particular way. And it matches exactly what you should expect if Earth rotates as fast as we say it does, and it's as big as we say it is. I mean, that's pretty good damn evidence.
Does full cult pendulum prove that Earth is rotating?
No, it doesn't prove it, Jeremy.
Okay, then what are we even talking about it for?
If it did, it would be affirming the consequent.
Ruhif knows it's affirming the consequent fallacy, so he won't go down this road now. I know, Ruhif.
Thousands of times have I said science doesn't prove things, and why it doesn't prove things is because it would be affirming the consequent. We provide you evidence which is consistent with the Earth as being a globe. 1,001 times now.
So this does show us that it's a spinning. Earth is spinning.
The reality of it is
consistent with a rotating globe.
Does
okay, yeah, it's an affirming the consequent fallacy.
No,
yeah,
Jeremy.
but the side who does a
I can detail how it is.
No, you can't, because I'm not saying if the Earth is a globe, we'll see. I'm not saying if the Earth is a globe, Foucault's pendulum will do this. Foucault pendulum does this, therefore Earth's a globe. I'm not saying that. You know I'm not.
Okay, what are you saying
1002
about
times.
Foucault pendulum then? What are you saying
That
about it?
It is predicted by a globe model. It is consistent with the Earth being a rotating globe.
Saying if
1003
the
times.
Foucault pendulum does this, the Earth's rotating.
Not as a formal logical proof. It is evidence that is consistent with it.
Does the Foucault pendulum tell us Earth is rotating or not?
Sorry?
Foucault pendulum tell us that Earth is rotating.
I think it does. Let's cool down a little bit.
Yes.
It does tell. It's not proof.
It's an affirmative consequent fallacy.
No,
there's your
we're not
fallacy
saying
right
it
there.
proves. No, I'm not saying it proves. We're saying it tells us.
Hey, is it?
And I'll tell you how that telling you is a fallacy.
Okay, guys, let's all cool down a bit so that we all get a chance to get it. I think he's trying to get it, and there's people in the background stuff.
I was saying, is it possible that the Earth isn't spinning?
Logically, it's possible.
Yeah, it's not outside the realm of what's physically capable of being true. I think the evidence doesn't point to that though.
Before we continue with that, what's it? Will Smith and Chris Rock, stage or real?
Stage.
Fair enough.
All right, because
yeah, but was there like a follow up to that question of which?
Well, I'm just curious if you guys can even acknowledge that it could be stationary. Like, it's just a coordinate system difference. And so, yeah, I just think it's funny that it's hard to answer that question for some people.
Well, it's logically possible that I'm Superman. What's it?
No, it's observably possible.
If anyone thinks Ruhif knows anything about logic, you can go back and watch one of QE's numpty clips starring me and Ruhif and make your own decisions.
And have you provided me with a logical syllogism that proves anything?
He did it in the video. Yes, he did it in the video.
Jeremy, calm down, dude.
Provides a scientific explanation.
Another question, though. When you're talking about the pendulum, did you know the first time that they did it in 1851, the first attempt, it actually went the wrong way?
What was the setup like in that first step? Like, do you know anything about the apparatus? Because the first time I did it, it was kind of crude, and I had to basically add corrections to make sure that I wasn't putting errors into it. But I just wondered what their first setup was like.
The guy that was there said it went the wrong way, and then they adjusted the mechanism a little bit, and it went the right way, and they called it a day.
And it could all be in the way they actually had it set up, like in the pivot point and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's not, yeah.
What does it say about every other example of it, though?
Well, I've looked into them. It's very difficult to get them to read perfectly. So.
Mine was fine.
Okay. That's what all the people
my question is, does it invalidate every other example?
Well, if every other example showed the same thing, you would have an argument, but that objectively isn't the case. So,
yeah, it depends on how good it is.
In addition, measuring the effect, just like Jeremy was trying to point out to you, isn't allowing you to conflate it into proving some cause claim you have of it. It's like when people drop things and they're like, that proves gravity. That's almost the dumbest thing that anyone could say. Same thing with the pendulum. You're just affirming the consequence, like he said. It's a reification. You're begging the question.
Did you hear Tony? Did you hear Tony's point? You might have gotten in here after he said, but Tony's point was actually
for real. I mean, this is the honesty. The truth of it is, we can tell you where you are on the Earth just by performing this experiment. You guys may claim this fallacies, but it doesn't change the fact that I can tell you where you are on the Earth as long as you give me a proper enough swing on this pendulum. How do you explain that without doing fallacies?
Wait, come out. Why doesn't it work in the South then?
It does.
It does.
Okay, so
it does work in the South. And for you to say that means you don't even know what the pendulum is.
Okay, that's a cool story. So let's make sure Austin doesn't rebuttal. We can pretend the Earth's a ball that way. So would you like to
well, we can tell you where you are on Earth. Like, I could find you right now. If you did the pendulum and gave me the coordinates, gave me what the numbers you got, I could find where you are, at least somewhat.
That doesn't mean Earth is spinning. Go ahead, what's it?
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Even if that That's the case.
Yes, it does. It means the Earth is a globe because we know how the characteristics of a spherical object that big when it rotates and the way the precession of the pendulum swings. We can tell that. Math tells you where. How else do you guys think we get these numbers? I mean, you think it's just we just take it out of the air?
You're going to interrupt me again, guaranteed. But now you're just asking us to replace your cause claim that's unfounded when you take the effect and you conflate it into your presupposed cause. In addition, we have anomalies like in the South, and I can cite them for you. They don't work when you get really far south. They don't work.
How far south?
So, like all the way south.
All the way, you mean in the South Pole?
Yep.
There's one in Sydney. What
I mean, it works in Brazil.
I didn't say nothing. Whoever, the sun. If you notice that in any argument.
So anyway, the anomalies are just a thing to address because you're misrepresenting it as if it's consistent, and it's not. In addition, even at the proper locations that you like to invoke, it's also inconsistent. In addition to that, there does seem to be a correlation to quote-unquote latitude and this movement of the pendulum. Although it's built to move, it's not. It's built with a ball and joint, so it's built to move, right? So it's literally built to spin. Literally,
right.
it's not built.
You just acknowledge the correlation between latitude and the pendulum, right? What is the best explanation for that? What is the best explanation for that?
Okay, right. So your explanation, automatically no good, can be falsified. It's not a ball. You can measure it. What's my alternative?
We didn't ask you what you think our explanation is good. We didn't ask you what you think our explanation is, man.
Okay, your tone says
because you're not answering the question.
Well,
he's about to say, yeah.
Yeah, so I did have to say that preface, though, because it's important to understand that falsification is independent of replacement. If you're asking me to speculate...
So you can insert your...
You have a problem, right? Your impulsive behavior is derivative of your, zealotry. So I'm going to try again. So if something's falsified, I don't have to replace it. If someone proclaims that their cause claim is true, without any actual evidence substantiating or isolating that cause claim, I can disregard it. Since it's proposed without evidence, I can dismiss it. Correlating the effects to the cause evidence is stupid. Now, if you're asking me to speculate the cause, I'm trying to, and I think that there is provably a magnetic field with a magnetic flux, and therefore there's a vortexual movement, and it's in tune with the cyclical nature of the sky. So if you were intellectually honest, what you would do is you look at the two options. One is stationary Earth, one is moving Earth. If the Earth is stationary, that means the sky is moving. So if the sky is moving and everything is moving tied in with it, then there's some type of motion going on that's moving the sky. That's the only way that the sky could move if the Earth is stationary. But since you have such a bias, you've not even allowed yourself to look at both angles for what they are. They are not the same.
So your explanation was something to do with magnetism. For that to be a valid explanation, you'd need to actually have some measurements or recordings of the magnetic field when you do this, and somehow correlate that with latitude as well.
Not only that, but then the precession. Then the precession.
What I'm not going to do is have the cheerleaders come in and jump on the next guy, right? So if someone's going to have a conversation with me, you want to say a point, I get to respond, right? You don't get to just...
Let me just add something. So in addition to that, what the pendulum is made of would actually be within the equation that gives you the precession, not just your latitude.
So your point was literally nothing to do with his point, so I'm going to address his point first, okay? So, yeah, we can measure the magnetic flux, and it is relative to latitude. You can literally measure it.
I would love to see that.
Oh, show us that. Okay. Hey, show us that. Show us that. Okay. And this time, actually show us. Don't just say you're going to show us and then don't show.
So when I show you, will you jump on your mic and admit that you were wrong?
Yes. Yep. I'll admit I'm wrong.
They're going to tell you.
Show it. You've never shown it.
They're going to tell you you're wrong. You don't understand what you're reading. You're taking it out of context.
Oh, wait,
Jeremy, you're really you're going along with this magnetism thing, man. This is really something you think you can jive with. It's magnetism.
Just every time we show you guys something, you say you don't understand what you're reading. It's out of context.
When have you done that?
That's not what they meant by using the word magnification.
Show it now.
Can we just bring it down?
Show it now, Jeremy. Show it now.
No, he keeps talking over me.
Show it right now, guys.
Tony,
show it right now.
Okay, relax.
I haven't talked in a while. I want to talk.
Okay, I'm showing it right now.
Yeah, but not while I'm talking.
Well,
Every time we show you guys something, you do the same shit. You don't understand. It's out of context. He didn't mean that when he said it. He's using words.
Right.
Is this like soup?
Yeah, this is the literal readings from the magnetic flux of the Earth. In fact, this used to be on very popular websites that would map out like the ocean currents, the air currents, and the magnetic flux on different projections. It used to have a flat projection. That has since been removed from the mainstream, so we made another one that still includes a flat projection. And you can prove that it used to have the flat projection. Pretty interesting, right? Because why feel the need to remove this if it's just giving you different projection depictions?
Right,
But
isn't this Bob Nodell's?
Like, this has nothing
How does Bob Nodell not
get a perception of the
No, it's not Bob Nodell. I can actually, because I remember going on this site myself quite a bit. I think it's called Earth Null School, something like this. And then one day they just removed the AE projection. There's absolutely no reason to do that at all.
I've just gone to Bob Wins and I'm looking at the AE projection.
I clicked on magnetic flux.
Yeah, this is the one that we made because they took it off the other one.
So you can put electric fields up there, right? Electromagnetic.
So this is the live data that isn't disputed by any human being.
But aren't those
this
magnetic
happening
flux? One sec. Aren't all those magnetic flux? If you click on magnetic flux, it's all in the same direction. How would you get opposite precession in the hemispheres?
Okay, yeah.
Like I see no reason why the equator wouldn't produce precession, and you have opposite direction of precession in above and below the equator. If all those lines are in the same direction.
It's a magnetic field, right? So in the areas, I'll drop a picture of a magnetic field, you'll see the areas that would be less affected. And in addition, I'm not actually claiming that magnetic field alone is the reason. I'm explaining, I just keep getting interrupted, right? You're in an overall field and it has the Earth has a magnetic field. We can literally measure the magnetic flux and see the toroid vortexual movement in time, in tune with the sky. In tune with the sky. So
how is that going to cause precession?
Well, see, this is the thing, right? This is the part. This is why I normally don't speculate, because you guys are not in any way ready for it. But here's what it is: the Earth has it. You're not, because you're going to immediately dismiss it as not true because consensus doesn't say this. So
why do you have to speculate? We don't have to speculate. We just tell you the way it is. Why do you have to speculate?
Speculating. You are speculating by saying
how?
It's causing.
Jeremy, if you do a pendulum, I can tell you where you're at. There's no speculating in that, Jeremy. There's no speculating in that, Jeremy. I tell you where you are. If you do a pendulum, tell me where you're at. How is that speculating?
It doesn't actually always work at all. So when you say this, you just say it, because I happened to go actually research it, and what I found out was the first person that did it in 1851. It went the wrong way. They only did it twice, okay? And then they put it out as proof. It was still a debate in 1851 amongst award-winning scientists of the time were openly debating if the Earth actually was a ball or if it actually spun. That's contradictory to your mainstream narrative you want to believe, but very provable, easily readable. It's documented. So they saw it go the wrong way, but then it went the right way after they fixed the mechanism using a ball and joint. And one of the criticisms at the time was, it's a ball and joint. Of course it's going to not go straight. It can't go straight. It's not going to go straight. It's a ball and joint.
I've got a big question for you, Austin. Big question.
Oh, hold on. Can I respond to what Tony said about this not being speculation?
Wow.
So if it's not speculation and it proves that the Earth's rotating, I'll show you how it's an affirmative consequent fallacy. Okay? That's all.
Thousands of colleges do it every single year. Thousands of colleges do it, and they can always tell where they're at on the globe.
That's not true.
Doesn't mean you're spinning.
1800s. Wait. We're not talking about 1800s, man. We're talking about now.
Doesn't mean you're spinning.
No.
I've got a question for Austin. Got a question for Austin.
How am I spinning? Colleges do it every single fucking year.
Doesn't mean you're spinning. An affirmative consequent fallacy.
I got a question. All right. So on this map on bobwins.com, I've got magnetic flux at the surface. I click on somewhere in the middle of Australia, about 25 degrees south. It's green. Right? So on the scale, it's like 10,000. What's the fucking units? Whatever. And then I go click on South America at also 25 degrees south. 25 degrees south, and it's purple, which is something like 36,000, right?
Yeah. What's your point?
Well, you said this correlates with latitude. It clearly does not.
Well, it does. It does clearly correlate with latitude because it's moving out.
I literally just showed you that it does not.
No, actually, it literally does because if you have a couple brain cells that work and you're gonna already interrupt me. There you go. I called it, dude. You're like an NPC. I know what you're gonna do before you do it.
Yeah,
okay,
I'm having a stroke, right?
I'm
Because I
gonna
just
try to
showed
explain
you
it
that it
only
doesn't correlate.
one time. Okay, if you interrupt me again, I won't explain it. Okay.
Okay.
Now it's clearly relative to latitude in the sense that that is a construct of lines that extend out from the center, and this field is proportionate to its relationship to the center objectively. Now, I do not in any way stamp the current proportion of land masses because I'm not an idiot. So I don't have to make these claims. You asked me to speculate. I explained to you there is a motion over top of a stationary Earth tied in with the cycle of the sky. Okay, you're doing nothing but trying to pick that up. In addition, you've set up a mechanism that is inconsistent, doesn't always work. You have to start yourself and has a ball and joint that's made to literally make it go in a circle. Thank you.
Okay. You said there is a correlation between latitude and the pendulum, right? And you put this.
No, I said it appears that there might be.
No. I let you speak. I let you speak. I let you speak. I let you speak.
Oh, you're strawmanning me.
I let you
We
speak.
let you strawman us.
Yeah.
When you're
I did
speaking.
not.
Now,
No, I didn't.
you acknowledge the
that was
correlation. You acknowledge the correlation between latitude and the pendulum.
I said it
right?
does
and your
appear that there
explanation.
might
No,
be.
I haven't finished my sentence. Was it? I haven't finished.
Okay.
Haven't
Go ahead.
finished,
You're just gonna
right?
look really dumb, but go ahead.
Yeah. You acknowledge the correlation
Yes.
between latitude and the pendulum, right? And you put it on this magnetic field. And you gave bobwins.com as your example. I just showed you that the magnetic field at the same latitude is vastly different. There is no correlation. The end.
That's actually not actually. No, hold on. That isn't how correlations work. Correlations are general tendencies, not linear progressions.
And as Tony said, he can tell
that's
you
a
where
really
you are on the Earth.
basic error.
He said you could tell you where you are on the Earth with the magnetic flux.
Yeah, if
but come on. I was commenting on the fact that Ruhif clearly doesn't understand what correlation is.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
because you just said that because there are two elements that don't line perfectly linearly, that there's no correlation. That's not how correlations work.
It's not about linearity. We have an example.
But that's what Ruhif said.
No, it wasn't.
Yes.
You have
yes.
to.
Ruhif said that.
I heard what he said. Let me answer.
Then why are you arguing with me? Because you know I'm right.
No.
Come on,
if you
guys.
allow me to speak, you might know what the answer is. So if you have
What kind of argument would that be? What kind of argument?
If you had two latitudes and they have 2 points that are in the same latitude, they're giving you the same precession, right? But if he's attributing to these magnetic flux and they aren't the same in the same latitudes, then you can't say that that's the cause.
Correct.
But that's not, that wasn't the argument he made.
It wasn't about linear.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. So that's why I interrupted the straw man, and now once again you guys look dumb, per usual, because that's not what the argument was.
How do we look dumb? You think
because you're impulsively interrupting me with presumptive straw mans. It's the epitome of dumb.
Don't you guys say that Cavendish is also caused by this magnetic field? But then if that's the case, why doesn't you guys don't? Well, some of you guys do.
I look another straw man. You guys live in a fantasy world where you make up what you think flat Earth is.
What does cause Cavendish then?
What do you mean? What causes it? It basically never does anything.
Well, so you say that the pendulum it differs because of difference in magnetic fields. The Cavendish doesn't differ depending on latitude.
Right?
Cavendish
this is exactly what you said.
No, see, look, I will leave when you guys keep interrupting me. It's because you're okay. So, but here's the deal, right? So he's changing. Look, this is what's happened. This is the Glober tactic.
Oh, you got a champ there. You got a champ.
See, there you go. He's interrupting me because he's like a little girl. He's a little girl.
I tell you what, you keep interrupting. I'm gonna start muting people.
Yeah. So here's what happened, right? So I was impulsively interrupted with strawmans where they said I said that that's what the sole cause of it was, and I specifically said the opposite. It's recorded. you clown shows. Okay, so I specifically said the opposite, but they interrupted me, said I said that, then built an entire argument about it. Then another Glober jumps in, stamps it. Then somebody cheers from the audience. Then this guy comes in and changes the subject, and you guys would have been cool with breezing past it and pretending that I was wrong about all of it. It's called being dishonest.
You said that magnetic flushes, man. Don't recant everyone who was wrong. Just admit you don't know what the fuck.
If I give you the magnetic flux, give me the latitude that I'm at. Can you do that?
So, no, I didn't say that you could, though.
Of course you can't.
Can you do that? I didn't say that you could, though. So what I said was falsification is independent. You're going to interrupt me again. What I actually said was falsification is independent of replacement. If you're asking me to speculate an explanation, okay, it doesn't mean that yours is true if you don't like what I say, but here's my speculation. We have an etheric field, a medium with energy moving around it, tied with the cyclical nature of the sky. We have a bunch of things we can measure that will show us this. One of them is magnetic flux. You'll see the magnetic flux is relative to the center. Now, I do not agree or stamp with the current proportion layout of the land masses, so I'm not making any of these claims that you're pretending I am. I'm saying the way magnetic fields work is the area of pressure being mediated is relative to your position, relative to the center. That's how they work. We have one on the Earth. We can measure it. It is relative to the center. I don't agree with the current latitude construct on the globe Earth or the said land masses they claim where they are. That's called a strawman fallacy. Thank you.
Okay, man. All right.
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter if that's what you believe or not that is causing the Foucault's pendulum to process. What you presented here, it doesn't fit the experiments of Foucault's pendulum. You can say, well, that's a strawman. Well, I don't really care if that's what you believe or not. That's what you brought on the table, and I don't see how that could be the cause of it. Doesn't
right. So maybe this is why you don't understand it's a strawman, because you're strawmanning me by saying
how
that
am I strawmanning you?
I'm explaining because you're assuming that I'm trying to address your Foucault's pendulum
I'm not
postulation.
assuming that.
Stop. Yes, you are. I'm not. I said specifically, and with strawman with this also, I said I'm not. It does appear there may be some correlation between latitude and the pendulum, but not. It's very shaky or whatever, right?
Yeah,
I specifically prefaced with that. You've now gone 10 minutes into a conversation built on strawmans, saying that I claimed that the pendulum works perfectly. No, I didn't say you claimed that. Explanation for it.
I didn't say you claimed that. I just said right now that the thing you brought up in the table, right? The thing you brought up doesn't work. I'm not saying you claim this works. I'm just saying, well, this hypothesis that this might be the correlation just doesn't work. Regardless of what it doesn't work, I don't care. I don't care if you believe it or not. If that's your I wasn't finished. I don't care if you believe it or not. If that's your hypothesis or not. That's what something you mentioned, and I looked at it, and it makes no sense to be the cause of correlation. And I'm not saying you're saying that, but this doesn't make sense, and I want to point it out, and that's what we're doing here. Now, if you want to reject that, well, that's not what I believe. Oh, fine.
Well, yeah, still doesn't work. It shows how short-minded you guys are. Like, you guys can't. You have to assume what I think based on your presupposing competence of myself, which is inaccurate. So you end up making a jackass out of yourself. I'm just explaining to you, I didn't make any claims. I know that Foucault's pendulum is incredibly inconsistent. I know that whenever they make them consistent for museums, they use mechanisms for electromagnetic mechanisms. I know that the first person that did it got the wrong result. I know that they've experienced through 30-day pendulum tests that with people, award-winning scientists, that it goes the wrong way. Okay, and it happened back-to-back years. It happened back-to-back years during the eclipse. These are all facts.
The Elias effect has not been replicated. For fuck's sake, what's it? Are you saying actually we don't know where the land is on the Earth? Did I hear you say that?
Hey, who tried to replicate the Elias effect?
It's been tried several times. I look at
Site one.
Oh fuck! It's been a while since I looked at this. It's basically pseudoscience.
Several people have it. It's only
an award-winning scientist. Just saying that
in economics, yes, not in science.
No, he's a scientist.
No, isn't Elias an economicist?
Yeah, he won another prize for economics.
He won science awards, buddy.
Yeah, in economics.
No, he won science awards.
He's an economicist. By the way, did I actually hear you say that you don't know where the land masses are? Did I hear you say that?
I don't agree. I don't agree with the landmass layout, and I don't agree with the stakes.
So
does latitude correlate with the angle to Polaris in the sky? Yes or no?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
Yeah,
there
but
we
you
go.
can't get all the way to the 90-degree zenith angle to Polaris, can you, bud? Oh, there we go. You lose again. What a shocker.
So what?
There's a force field, right? That
So
prevents
what
you
the other
from
guy
reaching
says?
it.
So
So
what the
what?
other guy says?
We get
The
to
other guy
80
says
some
force
percent. We
field,
get to
and the other
85
guy
percent
says nothing.
until it goes down
What?
to the horizon. Yeah, we can't get to 90 because it's on the horizon.
3v1. This is like my breakfast, guys. Do better.
No, this is like your. So wait a minute, hold on. We have airplanes and ships going all over the disk, if you want, all over the world every fucking day of the year. Do they not know where they're going? Do they take off hoping that their destination is where they think it is, or only it's not there because you say so?
They're deceived by their instruments, of course.
No, actually, we navigate with these maps that we've projected based on the sky. I thought you guys knew that.
No, actually, it's based on the Earth, but no, that's a good try.
No, it's
I mean,
not. No, actually, it started
so
with
so
the
when
sky.
we fly from say, I don't know,
No,
Africa.
you don't get to breeze past it. Admit you're wrong. It uses
No,
the
I'm not
sky.
wrong,
Admit
sir.
you're wrong. Okay. So what part of the land are they using in the ocean, the middle of the ocean?
No, they use
They measure that?
They use the ground. They don't need land. They just need the Earth. Like the positions in the sky are based on the celestial sphere, and it perfectly maps. There's a 1-to-1 correlation to the to the Earth. Like every
so it uses the sky.
No, because the stars are in the sky. The stars are actually in the sky, but the celestial sphere has a 1-to-1 translation to the position on the ground, and like so
we use the sky. Okay.
The inclination of the stars is exactly the latitude of the place, the position on Earth.
Yeah, so we use the sky. Yeah.
Yeah, we use the sky.
He's not saying we
places
use
on
the
the
sky.
ground.
We use
of course we're using the sky to find our position on the ground.
Yeah, and when we fly from say Africa to Australia, the distances on your flat Earth model don't work out because you can't fly that fast. You can't put enough fuel.
For both coordinates of the sky and Earth, we are using spherical coordinates, so we just use them aligned, which makes things easier.
So
I can't help that we've used celestial navigation for hundreds of years now.
You're learning it's a construct we use based on the sky. Now, the problem is that we use Polaris, and what had the most accurate mapping, you would have
No, you don't use Polaris, actually. Polaris is not one of the navigable stars. It's not bright enough. Polaris actually is not one of the 58 navigable stars because it's not bright enough to bring down to the horizon.
Okay, well, the entire map is built central to Polaris, and it has been
only because Polaris happens to be over the North Pole. That's correct.
If that was the case,
let him finish, please. Yeah.
If that was the case, Polaris would actually be in the middle.
You guys know nothing about Polaris. It was originally set 423 million light years away, and I'm still
That's your
talking.
opinion.
It doesn't matter.
Please.
It doesn't matter if it's 400 million light years away or 300.
How poorly constructed this religious belief is. Your impulsive behavior is very telling.
Dude, what are you talking about? There's just one guy who won't stop interrupting. That doesn't mean that there's a poorly constructed.
Well, there's actually 3 Glovers that won't stop interrupting.
Oh, there's one guy. So I'm pay attention. So please, just let him finish at least. That way, we can all.
To be fair, Tony V wouldn't shut up earlier either, and he had to get muted. So it is quite irritating to listen to.
Yeah, so Polaris is the center of all mapping, and it has been for thousands of years. To have the most accurate map to correlate it to the geographic location you have, you would start off with a 9-degree zenith angle to Polaris and get the true geographic North Pole, and then you would make a latitude Cartesian coordinate system relative to that central point. Okay, that information I've actually researched it. That information doesn't exist conveniently enough. The Northern Lights also don't line up with. Listen, we have lots of things that don't line up. Okay, none of the poles line up on the map they gave us. There's no actual evidence of a 9-degree zenith angle measurement to Polaris.
Okay, can you say one thing at a time, man? I'm trying to see what you said. You said 9 degrees. What did you say? It was 9 degrees off?
No, I'm saying there's no
90-degree
zenith. Let him say it again. Yeah.
The Northern Lights align with the magnetic pole, which is not the same place as the geometric pole. We know this, Witsit.
I'm trying to hear what he said.
Yeah, that's just part of my point. None of the poles line up on the current map because it's wrong.
So what?
Okay, anyway, because it's wrong. So the truth is,
it's not wrong. It just doesn't line up. It doesn't have to line up.
Can you stop doing that for real? Because I'm trying to hear what he's saying. I can't hear what he's saying because people are talking for him, not letting him finish or whatever. I'm just trying to see what the claim was about the 9 degrees.
Okay, first of all, I said that never in the history of mankind is there an accessible, recorded 9 degree zenith angle measurement to a geographic location to Polaris, the North Pole star. In addition, the heliocentric model cannot adequately define the placement of Polaris, as it used to be 423 million, and it's now come out as we were actually 30% off, and it's somewhere like 320 million. So that's cool. You guys don't have any knowledge about Polaris. Now, what we know is it stays there in the center and everything moves around it. You're claiming it's 423 million light years away. Never mind, 300 million light years away. And we've used it to always navigate. You need the 9 degree zenith angle to get the perfect mapping. Okay?
That can't be true.
It's not in the center.
Yeah, I don't think it's millions of light years away.
It's 300 something million light years away.
You sure it's not just 300 light years away?
Yeah, 323 light years away. Like it's
sure?
just a million. It's just a million times smaller than what you're claiming. But
okay,
you got close.
Why did it change 30%?
It's obviously a misspeak, isn't it?
My bad. But why did it change 30% then?
Measurements.
Okay, so they were wrong until 2014.
They're probably still wrong in that sense.
So they were wrong until 2014 then.
They're still wrong if you wanna use that reasoning, yeah.
What do you mean that reasoning? It changed 30%, so they were wrong up to 2014, right?
I think
it might change another
5% again.
I'll help you guys out. Google this. Google, how far is Polaris? It'll pop up and say it's like 323 light years, I think, right? Now go find type in how far is Polaris, NASA.gov. And the only thing you're going to find is something from 2006 says it's 423 million light years away. So does someone want to enlighten me what's going on?
It doesn't matter. It's far away.
When they get more information.
Its position over the ground doesn't change depending on how far it is away. It doesn't fucking matter for this discussion.
In your model, nothing matters. So
it
you can change things by 30% in distance of light years, and it still doesn't matter.
That's correct.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter.
Why should it matter?
Why should it matter? It doesn't change its ground position just because it's further away.
Listen, let him answer. So why should it matter?
They've created an unfalsifiable mathematical construct.
No, why should it matter? Why should the distance matter?
Well, no, I'm saying you have to admit they had it completely wrong until just a few years ago, right?
Not completely wrong. 30% wrong, as you just said.
30% distance in light years.
So what?
Yeah, but you don't actually know, Bacon, just to address that, Bacon, you don't know that it's 30% wrong. Because it could be wrong now. Maybe tomorrow it'll be 15 light years or 5 billion light years.
Will someone please tell me what this has to do with the
that was my next
point. Yeah, I was addressing Bacon, I wasn't addressing you, bro. So Bacon, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't think it could change by that much. It usually changes less and less. Like if they adjust it for 30%, next adjustment is probably going to be less than that.
Probably.
It's because whatever they tell you, that's the new number. If they say tomorrow it's a million, it's a fucking million.
Will someone please 50, tell me?
50.
Yeah, but it doesn't. The factor in which they correct it don't usually go up. It almost always goes down.
Okay.
Like
do you know why they changed the number, Bacon? Why did they change the number?
Probably because they have more accurate.
No, not probably. Why did they change the number?
Oh, I don't know. Probably
well,
because they have...
No one fucking knows. This is the point he's making: is that they can make shit up. And you will defend them.
That's
so
what?
what?
True.
Instead of, what do you mean? So what?
So what? It doesn't matter how far away it is for this fucking discussion.
He said that no one.
Brilliant.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't fucking matter.
That's not
this
true.
is a red herring. If there ever was a fucking red herring, this is the reddest herring there is.
So the point that they can just make shit up and you just say so what, and Bacon will defend it by saying, oh, they probably. Yeah, well, it does. No, I think then NASA should. Well, you're the king of red herrings, so that's quite ironic.
You are throwing a big
regardless.
Its ground
well, it's not an ad hominem. It's actually descriptive of behavior. But regardless, it does matter.
No.
It does matter. Well, it does.
Not for this discussion. Sorry.
Cool. Am I going to get to finish, or are you just going to talk over me every single time? Yeah. So the point that Witzy was making, which I think is a very good one, is that the entire mathematical construct is unfalsifiable. But not only that, you guys will defend it regardless. And that's an issue.
No, I mean when the reasoning is bad, we're going to point that out. So the fact that it's changing, right, is not a valid way to say that that's a problem there.
But you're arguing for its legitimacy before you know.
That's what you should. I'm not saying it's legitimate, but that's what you should expect to happen. So the fact that what you should expect to happen is happening, cannot be used to argue against it.
So, so what you're saying is what's expected to happen is it is going to be drastically wrong.
I wasn't finished with it. So if we're getting better and better tools and better methods, you should expect the values to change and to narrow down to a more precise value. Pointing out that the values are changing is not a reason to argue against it.
Okay, so you admit then that they could be completely wrong right now.
Not completely. Polaris is not going to be a centimeter away from Earth, and it's not going to be a million light years away from Earth.
Gotcha, but it's 100 light years closer now, and this was just a few years ago. So what that means is things can change by over 100 light years in distance in the current model. That's how ambiguous and potentially inaccurate it is.
Which is just 30%. No, that's 30%, right? So I mean, if they change by,
will someone
definitive fact?
Will someone please tell me what this has to do with the fact that the ground position of Polaris is pretty much right where the North Pole is? I don't give a shit how fucking far away it is for this discussion. You're just throwing a red herring in here and talking about something else, and then saying, "Well, they don't know how far away it is, therefore they don't know where it is on the Earth, therefore we don't know the Earth is round." Fuck, it's a bunch of shit.
No, that's
You use a light across the street. If you use a light across the street and you're doing all this measurement on a real globe or a basketball or something, that light across the street, maybe a couple hundred feet away, that'll be just like an equivalent to the light in the sky. We call it Polaris. The same same angular degree. Hold on, the same angle will change per distance, unit distance that you get on the Earth that we see with
what would the difference be between an angle?
I'm not going to listen to Glober's lecture me about the fairy tale as I'm teaching them about it.
What would the
You're not teaching anybody except showing how ignorant you are about math.
So can you guys please not do that? Can you guys go one at a time?
What would the angle?
Did you know that NASA, stop, dude. Zanuck, did you know that Polaris was originally off by 30% its distance, and they changed it? Okay, why did that happen then? If you already knew it,
because the CFIT variable, they came up with better data. So what?
Why are you answering for him? Why? No, hey,
this is the answer that we
I want
to
know. Why? So what?
It doesn't matter. Whitsitt. Yes, I knew that. You didn't have to fill in the blanks for me. I know the answer. Everyone knows the answer. We were off on the sun for many years too. It was 20 million, then it was 60 million, then it was 90 million, now 93 million, then 93.1. Then it depends on the point. Can I finish a sentence? Is it possible? Whitsitt?
No. You interrupted me. Say this.
These measurements, as the equipment gets more accurate, as the techniques become better, we get more accuracy in those measurements. Nothing wrong with that. Like I said, if you hold on before I finish, I'm sorry, we just have a few more seconds. Now it's a favor to me by you. So if we have a light, a house light, 200 feet away, and you have a light shining, and you have this ball in front of you, and you're looking at position change on that ball, distance like inch per inch, and the angular change on that sphere, hold on, and the angular change will be a 1-to-1 ratio with that light, even though it's 200 feet away, and you're moving on the sphere, which is a small change in angle with respect to the sphere. That's what we're talking about here. It doesn't matter.
No, thank you. I don't want to be baptized in your pseudoscience religion. So
it's just geometry. It's simple geometry.
Okay, so here's my point, okay? So we were drastically wrong about it. And when I say we, I'd say in you guys, because you defend it. And this guy admitted he didn't know why it was wrong earlier, but he was defending it, saying, well, it's expected. So it doesn't matter what they come out and say, okay? You're going to be like, oh, yeah, of course it's right every time. But what this means intrinsically is that it is never actually right.
So that's how science works.
I'm almost done. When you conflate it to a accurate depiction of definitive reality, you are objectively wrong.
Actually, they can be right because they also have a narrow bar. Like when you when you get the methods that they're using,
how would you know?
Methods give you an error bar. So the value might be wrong, but there's still a confidence level related to that range of values, right?
So this is actually a quote unquote shocking discovery that Polaris was this far off. So your narrative.
So what would the difference between a point and something 320 some light years away and a point and something 400 and some light years away? What would the difference in that angle be?
It doesn't matter. You pick it so far away that you can just do whatever you want to with the math.
Fucking zero. It'd be a
It means
proton
that
zero.
Let me answer. So the reason that it would be zero is because you pick the distance, quote unquote, infinitely off so far that it would, whatever the distance needed to be, that it wouldn't actually change because it just stays the same over top of the stationary.
How about 1 light year? How about 1 light year away?
You're finally correct. You're finally correct on something. So what this whole argument you have is just one big fucking red herring because it doesn't matter how fucking far away it is.
Well, you're just missing the point over and over again. That's the real issue. You're missing the point over and over again.
No, you're missing the point.
No, he's not. Well, clearly I'm not missing the point because I've heard what Witsit's saying and I'm repeating exactly what he's saying as well. So clearly I'm the one who actually hasn't missed the point.
Of course, you're the one who's carrying Witsit, who doesn't understand the argument. The argument is that it doesn't.
I'm actually
1 light year compared to hundreds of light years.
Okay, Zanik,
right?
NASA shill interrupting me wasn't your cue to start talking.
No, I was actually talking before you were, personally.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was.
No, you fucking weren't.
Yes,
you were not. No, you weren't. It's cool to be wrong, but I was definitely talking, and NASA shill definitely interrupted me, and then you definitely started talking afterwards. Regardless, Witz's point was about the mathematical construct and your rationalizations for that mathematical construct. The fact that you then reassert your rationalizations doesn't address the central point.
Crypto's right. He's absolutely right. Like what
Can I say something?
what Witz is doing.
Standpoint? See, like now I can't talk.
Hold on, Zanik. I was fucking talking, man.
No, but I was next in line for crypto. Come on.
That is true. That is true. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I had a real quick point. Yeah, you talked about 300 light years, 100 light years. What if it's 1 light year? 1 to 300. That you could be off that much. The point is, we know where it is. We know it's really far away. Now, how far it is, maybe they're not that accurate, but it's far enough away to where all these values that we produce from that location in the sky angularly will give us the shape of the Earth. Okay, that's my point.
I was just going to say, what Witz is doing is he's providing reasonable doubt, right? And instead of answering his reasonable doubt, which is what somebody in the court of law would do,
he's obfuscating, actually.
He's throwing a red herring into it.
That happens in the court of law too. And, honestly, just answer back his question.
Well, that's like when we start talking about the pressure thing and the ISS, and you don't think that 1 psi is a million billion times greater pressure than 10 to the minus 17?
Right.
Well, that's a good point. It's a red herring. Hold on.
Yes,
you know what a red herring is, Branch?
Share the mics a little bit just because
you know what a red herring is, Branch?
And also some other people who don't really want to, cut people off to get in, like to get into. So,
Zanik,
can I say something?
You know as well as I do, right? That I'm not a flat earther, right? But I can also see that the only way this argument with Witsit can go far and actually be constructive is if you do treat it like a court of law, and he's throwing out, reasonable doubt, and you gotta come back and say why it's okay, instead of just what paid NASA shit was trying to do is just say it doesn't fucking matter.
It doesn't fucking matter.
Well, it doesn't matter, and that's like obfuscation, and it is a non sequitur, and it's also a red herring because it doesn't matter if it's. It doesn't matter how far it is away.
I'm going to respond now. Okay, the reason it wasn't a red herring is because that wasn't my argument about the subject you're saying I'm trying to divert from. I made my argument very specific. What happened was I got interrupted like 4 or 5 times, bombarded with other attempted red herrings, and then I just casually take the bait and refute them as I go. And one of my responses was, actually, the heliocentric model doesn't know anything about Polaris. It was recently way off. It was just a side note. It wasn't an attempt to distract. My point was simple. There's no 9-degree zenith angle to a geographic North Pole.
Yes, there is, actually.
Prove it. Cite it.
Because you can go there and see there's an... Absolutely.
Cite it.
See, this is where you're wrong. Let me educate you on something really quick. If you go to the North Pole, and many people have been there, you can go look at the North Star and then draw a horizontal, which is perpendicular to plumb, and that is your 90-degree angle. It has nothing to do with any distance on the surface. There's no, you can listen to QE2. Let me finish almost. There's nothing to do with any curved adjacent, which is an oxymoron. It doesn't exist, not needed, and it's not implied. They're construing this curved adjacent because they think that just because you have a straight line, the horizontal, versus this vertical, that horizontal has to be connected to the observer, which it isn't. And it isn't because you can prove it by the 1-to-1 relationship between degree, angle, and distance. That 1-to-1 relationship cannot exist on a flat surface. So they can't be on the same plane. Thank you.
You're assuming that. Okay, so can you cite that? Can you please cite the geographic location verified by the 90-degree zenith angle to Polaris, please? Or do you make an
I don't think it requires a citation. All you need is to look at a star. All you need to do is find a star directly above you and establish a GP. Any star above you.
No. We're talking about a 90-degree zenith angle measurement to Polaris. Try again.
Yes, I have not been to the North Pole, but people have been there and they have measured it. Yes.
Cite it.
I don't have to cite it. It's known.
Okay, name
Come
one.
on, let's not get juvenile here.
Then
It's juvenile. Any star that's right above your head. Does anybody in the field here know a star that's right above their head that they can identify?
It doesn't exist, Anik. You're making stuff.
So stars don't exist above your head. That's what you're telling me.
No,
So
the 90-degree zenith.
what I'm really getting at, Witsit, is that you don't understand what the GP really is related to the observer.
If you're claiming it's known, it should be citable.
It is, of course. I don't have to look for it because you know it's going to be found. You don't think anyone's seen the North Pole directly over their head? How about this? How about this? How about this? I don't need to actually find it. Here's what I do for you, Witsit, and please.
There's
listen.
nothing to find.
Here, hold on. I don't need to, because here's why I don't need to do it. Because all I'm going to do. Well, let's hear me out, and you can laugh at me afterward. I'm going to find the North Star, and I'm going to see it at 45 degrees. Then I'm going to start traveling northward, and I'm going to see a one-to-one relationship. That will imply that I'm on a current surface, and that there will be a point at some point, because it's degrading with 1 degree per 60 miles, at some point, because at 1 degree is not changing, that there'll be a zero at some point, and that zero will be the GP for the North Star. How about that?
Okay, so we need the 90-degree
please address that.
measurement.
Are you really saying that the Polaris doesn't exist? Did I hear him say the Polaris doesn't exist?
No one said that. So
yes, you
I
did.
need the. No, I didn't. So I said what doesn't exist is a 90-degree zenith angle to verify a geographic North Pole. Zanuck impulsively stated that he knows it exists. Now, the truth of the matter is it literally doesn't exist, and I've looked for it diligently. Now, if you would like to come present this very illusory evidence, please be my guest.
I have something to present. It's very simple, though. I agree. I've never seen it at 90 degrees, but I posted its position right now. It's like 89.367, and it changes constantly. It does the full 360 degrees around the longitude lines throughout the day. So you can actually you can measure the circle that GP of the Polaris is making. And obviously, it's making a circle in which, at the center of which, would be the geographic North Pole, right?
And Kosho,
no, because
can I add to that?
It may change the closer you get to the center.
Fuck. Witsit, I can add to that a little bit. So he's found a spot, 89.3. I have a spot that's 45 degree, and we can then travel between those two points. Hold on. We know where those points are because we can measure the angle, and all we have to do is start measuring the distance between where Kosho said this was located, and he hasn't said that yet.
To my response to Kosho. No, it wasn't Kosho. Kosho's response. No,
I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
God, Zan, you have a problem, bro.
I read it one more sentence. Seriously. So we got that point, which he'll tell me, I'm sure, and then where I am, and we can see the distance, and then we can start traveling to it. And that's 60 degrees. See, everyone hand waves this. Every time you see a 60-degree mile change in your distance, you will see a 1 degree change in your position. Exactly 1 degree. And that always happens.
Stop. Okay, so Coach, if you had to listen to my response to Kosho's point, which was more on topic and actually somewhat relevant, right, then you would have been better off because it preemptively addresses your non sequitur. So when you get closer and closer to the center, the actual appearance or perception of Polaris may change. We don't know the rate of change that it will change perceivably, right?
Yes, we do. 1 degree per every 60 nautical miles. We know that.
Oh, we literally don't know that, though, because the only way we can know that its inner movement is a certain way is to go get a 90-degree zenith angle measurement. That's how you would verify the geographic North Pole, and it would be the most famous picture ever taken and measurements ever taken, and it literally doesn't exist. Thank you.
No, it's literally not needed to be done. You don't need to do that. North Pole.
It's not an sequitur. It wasn't a non sequitur. It was something valid. You hand waved it. How do you describe the effect of the 1 degree for 60-mile change in position? How is that possible in your ideas?
The problem is with your assumptions. You're assuming that when you move and now you look back.
I didn't make one assumption. I know when I get a celestial body flight, if I move north, it'll move one.
Xanac. That when you moved and you now look back at the star, that's its actual position, and there's not some kind of effect happening that's making it appear in a different position. That is your assumption. You can say it's not all you want, however it is.
So what effect is causing this? That's so smooth.
Excellent.
All over.
Good job, Jeremy. No, that's a good point, Jeremy.
Perspective.
So you can make all sorts of. Can I say something? So Jeremy, that's a good point.
All you do is
he's actually getting pretty smart here, Jeremy. Whitsitt, you're not. He is. And what he's doing is he's actually saying there could be some variables we haven't considered. One of which is that object would move around due to some kind of atmospheric conditions, right, Jeremy?
The amount of delusion it requires.
Right, Jeremy?
Atmospheric conditions. It could be an atmospheric condition. It could be something. It could be something with how the sky. It could be something with how the sky works. There could be a shaped lens in the sky. Who knows?
Shaped lens in the sky have anything to do with it?
It's nothing more than perspective change. It's like a relative.
No, it's not. Don't be silly. It's not perspective change.
Yeah, well, it actually
could be a convex or concave lens.
I'm still talking though, Xanac. I will just leave, and then you're gonna be so cool, beating on your chest like I won, talking about me when I'm not here. But here's the deal. Okay, it's a perspective change relative to the differential of mediums layered to what you're viewing. It doesn't matter what you say back. You're wrong.
Can you express that? Elaborate on that a little bit, because I don't understand what you mean when you said that.
Sure, there's a medium differential, and it's layered mediums, actually like layers within layers of the mediums, going all the way up to Polaris. Okay, and so the perception of it changes relative. So for one, obviously, it's going to change based on how far away you get from it, right? Because that's how perspective works. In addition, you're viewing through layers of atmosphere. It has a thing that's reoccurring though, because it's been used for thousands of years. So we can get our geographic location with that. Okay. Now, the fact that you've reverse engineered it effectively onto a ball, and then you come tout your mathematical construct, doesn't mean it is actually reality.
You're the ones who reverse engineer it. You're coming up with some hand-waving bullshit medium differential that you can't prove.
I don't have to explain it at all. All I have to do is map it over top of the Earth. I don't have to come with an explanation for you, dude.
No,
we're pointing out your assumption. We're pointing out
mapping over the Earth.
There are no assumptions, sir. You're the one making assumptions. You're assuming some magical differential.
We don't have
medium
a differential medium that can cause any kind of optical effect that we've ever seen. When you look through a differential medium, that doesn't create any kind of refraction. It only does when you have an angle of incidence. That can.
Does different mediums change light?
Yeah, if we have a differential medium as we go up and out, it changes exponentially. Yes.
Well, you just said that differential mediums wouldn't change it.
Wouldn't change it. No,
not according to the way we see it.
Let me finish. Straight through a differential medium, the light does not bend. No.
Okay, what's the medium all the way to Polaris?
Exactly.
When you say next to nothing, I have to challenge that because
no. If you're looking straight up, there is none.
Stop, dude. I think I can mute you. Please stop. Okay, so that's ironic because recently your model had to update it from almost over 100 light years. Okay, and that has to do with the medium. Yeah, that has to do with the medium. Yeah, your model had a choice. Either it had to update the relative distances of everything else, or it had to change the mass of Polaris. So of course, it took the easy mathematical way out. It changes the mass of Polaris and then brings it closer. So that's what they did. It's just a mathematical construct. So when you say that you know where it's at and what's between you and here, it's been proven recently that you do not know how far it is. So you certainly don't know what's between there and here. And we don't know how it affects the perception of that light either.
Yeah, but didn't you say that it changing its distance didn't affect the the way that it worked with the angles in our sky? And then also, I thought before they said it had something to do with the way that the magnitude was of Polaris, something to do with the Cepheid.
Yes, that was what really called has the error of the distances, the magnitude changes as well. The dithering due to the atmosphere as well. The dithering due to the atmosphere as well. Do you have to tell me? Talk to me right when I'm speaking. Did it change the mass? Why don't you say something and I'll be quiet because we can't talk over each other. Go ahead.
You don't know the answer, so you're trying to kill time.
No, I didn't hear what you said. You're talking over me every time I said a word.
You're looking it up right now, Zach.
I'm not looking at anything. I don't use Google.
At the same time. Every time Zach speaks, you speak at the same time. We can't hear any of you.
And I'm stopping, so go ahead.
Why
Say
don't
it.
you ever tell Zank to stop interrupting everyone then?
Well,
Look,
you were interrupting him. It was
What about
his
the
time to
30
answer.
times you interrupted everyone else in here?
It was his time to answer, and then you kept
Why didn't you
speaking
say
every
anything
time
when
he
he
was gonna
interrupted?
speak.
Why didn't you
Way to
say anything when he
obfuscate,
interrupted?
Witsit. Go ahead. Nice job.
No,
Now
he
you're
wants to jump
interrupting
in with his
people.
little paper on. So
Yeah, now you're interrupting everyone with it.
Now
So
you're
let's just
interrupting people to say that people shouldn't be interrupted. That's really
Yeah,
good.
everybody, it's all of us. Let's just move forward.
It's not all of us. It's Witsit.
and let
It's
Zenik answer
Witsit.
it.
It's not anybody else but him.
Doesn't
Did they
matter.
change the mass of Polaris? Zanuck, did they
Shut up,
change the mass of
Jeremy.
Polaris?
Quiet.
Did they change the mass of Polaris? That's Witsit's question.
Yes, they changed the mass of Polaris as well.
Okay, there you go, Witsit.
Okay, so I was right. And so when you talk about this other stuff,
You're right. What does that even mean? You're right.
Well, I initially said that they had a decision to make. Either they're going to change the distances, the relative distances of everything in the sky, or they brought Polaris closer and changed its size, its mass. Specifically, I said that. You contended it. What? Now you've
difference
your way
does
over
it
to
make?
admitting it now.
What difference does it make for you on a practical
Well, I'm
everyday?
making a point to the open.
No, you're not making. You're throwing a big red herring in the issue.
That's a red herring by definition.
It's not a red herring because
It is a red herring.
Dude, I've said my point numerous times. Everyone's failed to produce a 9 degrees zenith angle. Duh. So that's not the point. Now I make another point for the open-minded audience, which is that in the recent years, just a few years ago, they had to change the distance to Polaris by over 100 light years. Over 100 light years, 30%. Okay, and I don't have to believe anything that they say because they had a mathematical construct where they just changed the mass and it just was good. We can pretend they were never wrong, but they were wrong and they're still wrong.
No, but that's fine. But that's just my question. Hold on, Brent. Can I ask a question about that? Because I wanted to ask this before. I don't understand why that's an issue. And it, like I think Bacon had said it, that this is something that's totally expected. It's not at all. I don't know, like shameful or anything like that. These are objects that are extremely far away, and there's going to be a lot of corrections. There are going to be more and more corrections. Even there's probably other stars that are far off as well, but.
Right, 30% is way too much, though, and that's why they even acknowledged that it was a shock that they discovered it was this much off. And so 30% off is a huge, drastic change, right?
So Witsit, what I'm seeing is that this is all about Hubble, right? Like before Hubble, we used land-based shit to look at how bright Polaris was, and after Hubble, we got a better idea of how bright it was. And based on that, we, the new numbers are tweaked. I haven't read the whole article that I'm getting this from, but I'll post it. It's a long ass fucking article. If you're super interested in this shit, then you may want to read it.
Okay, yeah, so they were just drastically wrong about it. So people need to grasp it. Like, if you want to choose to believe the paradigm, if you want to convince yourself flat earthers are dumb or whatever, that's your own prerogative. But you should know the truth before you make your decision. And it is a common misnomer, a misconception, that the heliocentric model is completely accurate and 100% definitive reality. That is not even
No one says that it is.
No, the average person on the street thinks it is. I traveled and talked to thousands of them.
Oh yeah, but what's it? Most people can't speak about any. Even you are hundreds, orders of magnitude, many orders of magnitude smarter than most people about many of these physics topics we talk about. Because, like I've talked about many times in other servers, a lot of the stuff is one chapter, a couple days in a physics class, and you never talk about it or look at it again for 30 years. And
so
most people haven't taken. And I'm giving you a compliment. I'm giving him a comment. Hold on. And most people haven't looked at this ever. Most people haven't taken physics. So when you talk to people around the world, I'm not surprised by the results. Most people can't even, identify who our vice president is.
Don't care. So
come on.
I get what you're saying.
That's another non-sequitur and also a red herring.
My point is simple, that a lot of the people here, when I brought it up, the globe zealots that are here day in and day out know all about the religion. They did not know that like some of them in here, the zealots didn't know that it had changed, didn't know why. And just instinctively, they defended the change as if they knew it was automatically true now.
It's changed several times.
Which makes my bigger point, Zanuck, which is these people, listen, the worldview you adhere to, you have to believe it no matter what it's changed to. Tomorrow, your entire worldview could change, and you would have to accept it.
Again, another red herring.
It's not, but this is an expectation. Like this isn't something that people have confidence in. Like a lot of these stars, especially ones like these ones that are, depending on the method that used to find them, how far away they are, the range at which we allow for the error to be, I mean, it could be enormous. And so it's like if it changes drastically, I mean, in some cases it'd be more drastic than others, but it's not like, I don't think it's shameful in any way. It seems
Kosho, tell them about the Hubble telescope when that got put up there, and we finally got clear pictures from it after a couple tries. What did we find out about certain things about the universe that we didn't know before? We were about 50% wrong by the size of the universe, or the number of stars, or the galaxies in the universe.
Yeah, parts that we thought were empty.
We were so wrong with it. It wasn't even funny.
You're still so
because
wrong,
our measure. Hold on.
What's it?
It doesn't mean that there isn't doesn't mean there is Branch. Come on, Branch. It doesn't mean that there isn't an Andromeda galaxy out there, and it doesn't mean we don't know where it is and how far it is away roughly. That could change too, by the way. It means we learned a hell of a lot more based on the more accurate equipment that we used to measure it with.
Yeah, sure.
But it does mean you don't know how far away it is.
My question is this, right? Can you imagine, right, us trying to make these observations and make these predictions based on just looking at stuff from Earth, and then we send, the Hubble up there to get outside of our atmosphere, get a clear fucking look. Don't you expect us to refine these numbers after that?
Well, what I expect is everyone to admit that everything could be way closer, and they're wrong about the distances. And when you claim that they know them, you're lying.
What's it? Again, what does this matter with the ground position of Polaris? How freaking far away it is.
I've already pointed out
because you're afraid of the bigger point. Yeah.
Because it has no difference.
You know what?
Polaris.
NASA Shield. How about we do this with Witsit? Hold on, Jeremy, 1 second. I have a question. Witsit. So when we find out it takes 60 miles per 1 degree of angle change as we move toward it, would you agree that if I'm at 45 degree angle to that object, that you would agree that the height above wherever it is should be the exact same height, same distance it is for me to that ground position? Would you agree to that?
The exact distance?
Yeah, if I know that 60 miles per 1 degree change as I move toward this GP, this presumed GP or alleged GP,
Mm-hmm.
and we know that we're at 45. We can measure the 45 degree angle to the North Star, and we know it's 4,000 miles to the GP based on this 1-to-1 relationship of 60 miles per degree. Would you agree? And you can please answer me and don't answer any other question that we've talked about. Would you agree that the height of that object would be the same as the distance to the base that we're measuring to?
Yeah, that would put Polaris seems, if you use Polaris as a literal position, it looks around 3,959 miles, ironically.
Okay, so would that be at what degrees, what latitude?
What latitude?
Yeah.
It's the same.
What latitude would that be?
Danik, I pointed out your problem with this, and you
Hold
agreed
on,
it was a good point.
I'm almost done with Witsit.
It's the same.
Because 45 degrees would be what? 2,700 miles. Where did you get through? 3,900 not nautical miles, statute miles.
Yeah, Polaris 3,959.
I got 2,700 nautical miles. Okay, does the numerology, or is it just the coincidence that it matches the radius that we
they made up a story. Yeah, they made up a story of a radius looking at the sky. You're catching up.
That's fine. Okay, that's not my question though. Please answer the question. Would that mean the actual object, the North Star, is 3,950 miles high?
Don't answer that.
Yeah, could be.
Could be? Really?
I don't know where Polaris is. I don't make unfounded
Well, I'm just
claims.
saying, that's not. I mean, as far as distances go and things we see around us, that doesn't seem to be tremendously far away. Even
I
with
don't
some
care
of the
what you think about it.
So you're saying that this star, in your mind, conceivably could be 3,900 miles away.
How would I know?
Because you measured 45 degrees to it, and we know if we go to the GP or approach the GP, which we kind of know how far the North Pole is, we know it's 3,900 miles. That object in the sky, if it has 0 at that point of the GP, we know that the 45 degree angle using some basic trig would make it the same height as the distance to where we. Hold on.
You're assuming that's when it's 45 degrees that where you're looking at it now is its actual position. We already went through this. You said it was a good point.
I know. I was about to say the same thing. So what you're doing is you're looking at apparently.
I can speak to that as well, but go ahead.
No. See, it's just the answer, man. So
when you look at the sky, you could telephone. You could telephone the guy. You left at a house where you started. You measured 45 degrees angle. and then you started going there, you can call, hey, you guys still see it at 45? You'll say yes. So what you're telling me is that, hold on, what you're telling me is that when I go north, that something happens in the atmosphere to make it move with me. That's what you're saying?
In between you and...
Or makes it move farther away.
Polaris is an apparent location based on what you're perceiving it through. Are you telling me that you can use trigonometry to find out that Polaris is actually 323 million or 323 light years away?
You could do that as well, yes.
Okay, recite it.
A little more difficult. You can't do it on the Earth. You could do it with something else. But yeah, there's trigonometry used to find that.
So
Jesus Christ.
Something that your model can't do. Gotcha.
No, we can. We can take two measurements at 2 times in a year, and we know how far those positions are because we also do measurements to find those positions.
Based on more assumptions that the Earth's orbiting the sun.
And Jeremy, please, can I finish the sentence? Right. Every time I talk, you guys talk over me. Every single time.
That's very rich coming from you.
People here have noticed that I'm letting you speak, and then when I'm speaking, you're talking over me.
And just go.
Yes, we can measure the distance of Polaris by using trigonometry. Yes.
Okay, cite it.
Are you serious?
It's based on a whole shitload. The problem is that is based on a whole shitload of assumptions that Earth's rotate or that Earth's orbiting the sun.
No, they still can't do it. They can't do it.
No,
it's
trig.
This
is just trig, Jeremy.
Okay, cite it. Cite
trig
it, please.
It's trig based on if we're orbiting the sun or not, and in your presupposition, we are.
No, this is just trig based on ground positions. This is just fucking basic trigonometry.
Okay, please cite when you use trigonometry
cite what?
To get the
cite
distance
trig?
When you get the distance of Polaris, to get the distance of Polaris.
Guys, cite trig.
Guys, I'd like
cite
to say
trig
something.
to get the distance
cite
to Polaris.
Cite basic trigonometry that a 45, 45, 90-degree triangle, that the distances of the two bases are the same. You want me to actually cite that?
If that was the case, then you couldn't be verifying that it's 323 light years away then, because you don't have that far on the Earth.
No, that's because we don't care how far away it is on the globe model. It doesn't matter. The difference between the angle to the star from a point, if it's 323 light years away versus 456 light years away, 100 light years away, is minimal at best. Minimal.
Almost Jeremy,
approaching
Jeremy, if you said was true, and Jeremy, if you said was true, Jeremy, if what you said was true, as we're flying and using celestial navigation via an airplane, so a bubble sextant, we would then see some type of rate of change of these measurements, and we still only see a 60 nautical mile per degree change. That equivalence factor is standard. It never changes. And you don't need to use a North Star, by the way, Witsit. You can do this with a light in the sky that's above you wherever you are. And hold on, one more sentence. Identify a star above your head that's 90 degrees. Measure 90. Take a plumb bob, take a protractor, find 90, and then go somewhere. Go 60 miles away, and you'll see a 1 degree change. It'll still be above your head.
Hold on. You're drawing lines.
You guys say so much, man.
Oh my God, Jeremy. It's above your head.
Damn it. Chill out. You're the only one.
Be 90 degrees. You go someplace and be 89 degrees. 1 degree change.
Okay, and
it's going to continue to do that. No matter what you do, it'll never change. And if you had refraction or some optical effect, there would be a change because that's what you're saying is happening.
Yeah, take a deep breath, please.
It's so much, man.
Okay, so my point is you're asking me to figure out the definitive location of Polaris using trigonometry on the Earth. And then I said, okay, you use that when you can see Polaris. So I want to see you tell me the distance to Polaris using trigonometry. Now, of course, you cannot on your model. Polaris has changed its distance to 323 light years. You obviously don't have that vast of a distance on the Earth, so you can't do it, but I should have to do it. And then you're asking me that now I need to make unfounded claims, again like you, when you claim you know what's up there, when clearly the way we view Polaris is relative to layered mediums all the way up to Polaris, which I don't know where it is, and neither do you, which we just covered that. Okay, so of course you're going to view it relative to your location within those mediums.
It doesn't matter the medium.
Just the way it is, buddy.
No, it doesn't matter the medium. Again, the difference between being 323 light years away and 456 light years away doesn't fucking matter.
Or 1 light year.
The angle. It's fucking doesn't fucking matter. You're throwing a big ass red herring into this argument.
Guys, one at a time, guys, please. Kosho's been trying to get in.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you guys, man. You guys are using a lot of words to say nothing, and then it's like other people are trying to get in too. So just, I was just going to say to you, along the same lines of what they're basically getting at, is you said that it could be close. Whenever we were asking about Polaris, like they changed it. That means that it could be close. Or have we thought if it could be close? The thing is, that is the one thing that you can rule out, because you're right. It is difficult to measure the distance if it's very far away, but there is a certain range in which, if it's closer than that range, then the angles will change as you move across the Earth in a much different way than they do, like in the trigonometric way, in the way in which Zach was saying or whoever was saying to try to measure. Because if you can do it, if they're close, you can measure them trigonometrically to get distance.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Yeah, so I was just saying, right? So you're taking an apparent location of Polaris, and that's just objective. It's where we see it. It's where it appears. It's an apparent location. Okay. Now, as if the Earth is geocentric and stationary, we are not making all these claims of movement and vacuums that we're looking at lights through. That's not the case at all. The lights are moving, and there's a medium that has a movement in it. Okay. So if we look at it from that perspective, then we know that we're looking through layered mediums, and there's going to be a medium change. There will be a density change in medium alone relative to the center.
That doesn't do anything. That's why I got done telling you the star above you. Hold on, my turn. You see how it is? You speak, no one talks, and then I start talking. Immediately, you're firing a word off. Just shut the fuck up for a second.
Talking,
just shut up. You were done. Just shut up for a second. So we don't have any refraction. There is no deviation of light. There's some dithering. Looking. Oh, he has to leave like a bitch. That's right.
I mean, come on, guys. Can we conduct ourselves? Can we conduct ourselves with some kind of composure, please?
You are, but he's not. Which is just an interrupter.
Well, I think it's more about just the way that it becomes such an argument as opposed to a discussion. If it was just a discussion, he wouldn't have left. I mean, the tone of the discussion becomes an argument, and people get frustrated. If
he starts making lies and saying things like, because we're going through a differential medium, that makes it different.
Zanik, I will say this, bro. It's being fucking chill until you and PNS came in.
That's rich coming from you.
Well, it may be.
I've heard you in Rare 4 before, Brant.
It may be rich coming from me, bro, but that's reality right now.
No, I get it. I get it.
Being chill.
I was just hearing from you guys, but at the same time, if you know that there's people, I mean, it's just gotta be kind of fucking fair or whatever. You know, there's other people trying to get in, at least like cut the words down, or maybe don't say things that don't need to be said or whatever it is.
Right, and then everybody starts speaking faster because they want to get some shit out.
Because they're so scared of getting talked over.
The whole thing just go into overdrive instead of just being chill, my man.
Yeah, well, when he starts talking about the differential medium, he starts realizing we don't care whether there's any kind of refraction or kind of light changing, because it doesn't happen through a differential medium alone. It has to be an angle of incidence. So if we're looking straight up, there isn't that. All we will see looking straight up. You're doing the same thing, Jeremy. If we're looking straight up, we might see dithering, but we're not going to see any kind of deviation that's repeatable.
Right. It was high resolution.
Looking straight up. Hold on, Branch. Straight up. Maybe that is the exact position. Then when you change your position, you try to do this 69 miles per degree thing, you're drawing a line to where the star is, and you don't know if that's the actual position or not.
But it's moved 1 degree, and it still is 1 degree per 60 miles, and it's still near right above your head. So you're saying that even though it could be because
Earth's a globe. Hold on, it could be because Earth's a globe, or because there's some kind of effect in the sky happening in between us and Polaris that you guys presume isn't there.
But we observe this between the Earth and every damn star, not just Polaris.
Okay,
also objects like Mars and the Moon.
In the meantime, you don't.
And asteroids.
You guys don't know
and our satellites. We can do this with everything. The ISS. We can use this math, and it always works without problems. And you're making things up. And yes, there are good objections. I mean, you can have any objection you want, but they're incorrect. They're not. They're without basis, Jeremy.
I mean, Jeremy, can you imagine?
Because you can't simulate it.
Can you imagine if we lived in a world where every time we come over a number is 100% correct, always?
When we come over what?
Especially
I didn't hear what you said, Branch. I didn't hear what you said. When we come over what?
Can you imagine a world, right, where we're never fucking wrong? Right? Or that, when we start making these type of predictions, as far as how far away a star is, right, that we get it right first time.
I ain't worried about the distance to the star. That's not my objection. My objection is you guys drawing a line to an apparent position and claiming that it's a real position, and you know that's where it is, and therefore the Earth has to be a globe because of this line you've drawn to an apparent position.
Jeremy, no other way to explain it,
That's
Jeremy.
my objection.
There's no other way to explain it, Jeremy.
Hold on, PNS.
There's no other way to explain it,
PNS,
Jeremy.
I was talking to Jeremy. So, Jeremy, here's the thing, yeah? When they first came up with this number, that this is how far Polaris is, they didn't say this is how far Polaris is and it's not ever going to change. They said, based on our current capabilities, this is how far we think it is.
I ain't worried about the distance to Polaris. I don't care.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I don't care about the distance to Polaris. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not worried. My main concern is you guys drawing a line to this apparent position, not knowing if it's the actual position or not.
Right, and
you're making a
that was kind of the point I was trying to make, though. That was kind of the point I was trying to make, Jeremy, is that when these positions were initially proposed, there was always caveats to say based on, this amount of error within the devices we're using, things like that.
It doesn't matter, Jeremy. We see this in every STAM star, everything.
Yeah, Jeremy, would you say that if these...
Hold on, guys. Let me address Paid. Can I address Paid or...
No, let me make a quick comment about what you said, Jeremy. Because when you use this technique, you will find that you are 50% off on your distance if we're on a flat surface. You can't have a 50%.
Assuming that...
Like 1%, 2%. 50% off you will be if you start using the flat surface with trigonometry. I don't think any kind of refraction in recorded history, even on a prism, has this kind of variance. So you're wrong.
You guys are pretty selfish.
You're assuming... Yeah, really, Xanax. Come on, man. So you're assuming that you're making a geometric claim on the shape of Earth based on a non-geometric claim of something that's happening in the sky.
No,
I don't know why you guys
you're making things up.
Really? You're not drawing a line to a star in the sky and saying Earth's the globe because of this line I've drawn to this star.
Because the way it varies. That's why we're saying the way the line varies.
Is that what you're doing? Are you drawing a line?
Yes.
Are you drawing
a line to the star?
Multiple lines.
Okay, yeah.
Multiple lines.
So you are making a geometric claim. I can only handle one of you guys, so pick one. Paid or Xanax? Which one of you guys wants to
multiple lines
out?
to the star, Jeremy? Not just a line.
So it's going to be Paid. Xanax, are you cool with it being Paid?
Sure, go ahead. I mean, we're saying the same thing. Go ahead.
Okay, so you're drawing multiple lines, geometric claim on the shape of Earth, based on multiple lines you're drawing to an apparent position in the sky, and you don't know if it's the actual position or not. Do you see where your problem is? If you don't, I can't help you.
Problem. Please tell me what the problem is.
Well, I can't help you then.
Because it doesn't work with just the North Star. It works with any of the 57 navigable stars. It works with anything. You have to hand wave some magical.
It works with the moon. It works with the moon. You can see the moon.
Well, hold on, Jeremy. Jeremy, when you
hold on, no, wait a minute. He's got to come up. He's got to come up with some sort of Will you please branch just for a second?
I don't need to listen. Falsification is independent of replacement. I don't need to come up with my own.
That's what Witsit is.
I don't need to come up. Guys, I wasn't done.
You're not falsifying it.
When you see a star, Jeremy,
you guys to pick one of you guys.
Here's a question.
You're not falsifying it, Jeremy. You're just making shit up, saying nuh-uh, and then coming up with some sort of magical variable, mystical
this conversation is going to end in a second because you guys
can't. Yeah, it's over. No, it's over. I don't need to come up with. I'm going to end it on this. I'm just going to make my final statement. I don't need to come up with some bullshit on how it works just because you're assuming your bullshit is correct. That's all.
Yes, you do, actually. If you can't explain why it doesn't work, you got to come up with something and how it works.
No, he doesn't.
No, I don't.
Why does he have to?
He can't just say nuh-uh. All he's saying right now is nuh-uh, nuh-uh.
No, I'm pointing out where you made a guess on how the sky works.
No, we didn't make a guess.
I don't need to
We didn't make a guess. They've done this for 400 years now. We know all about this. 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. It works with multiple items.
Dude.
Works with multiple stars. Works with any star. You have to come up with some sort of magical, mystical bullshit that gives you...
I don't have to come up with anything. No,
yes,
I
you
don't.
do. Yes, you do.
No, why?
You can't just say nuh-uh.
Why does he, PNS?
Because he's just saying nuh-uh. That's all he's saying right now.
I'm not saying nuh-uh.
That's what you was doing.
No, I'm not doing nuh-uh.
I'm not just saying though. I'm not just saying
Yes, you are. How's it work?
Just saying
PNS,
I'm pointing out
the same shit.
Hold on,
How does it work, Jeremy?
I'm not just saying I'm pointing out where your presupposition is, where you guess at how the sky works. I don't have to come up with some bullshit because you guys came up with some bullshit.
It's not a guess, though, Jeremy. We've done it for 400
It
years.
is a guess.
No, it's not, sir.
Do you know the medium in between us? Do you know the medium in between us and any of the stars?
We have observed stars for hundreds of years, sir.
We know the
about
medium in between us.
It doesn't
you know the
matter.
medium. Medium doesn't matter?
No, it doesn't matter.
Zanik, you want to take this one?
Because the difference between Polaris being 360 some hundred light years away and 400 some light years away, what's the difference in that angle, sir? What's the difference between something?
Does the medium in between us matter, Zanik?
What's the difference between the right triangle?
Be a man, Zanik.
Hold on. Tell me the difference between the distance between a right triangle with one leg is 363 million light years long, and the x-axis is like 0.0001, and the difference between a one with 450 some light years, and the difference in the being 0.0001.
I ain't worried about I already told you I ain't worried about the distances. That's Witzit's argument. I don't give a fuck about the distances. I'm pointing out the flaw you guys made when you presuppose the medium that's in between us and the stars. I know you think it doesn't matter. I'm sure Zanik would have a differing opinion on that, though.
It doesn't
for anyone
matter,
that knew what they were actually talking about.
Because one of the times we look at a star that's at 27 degrees, the other time we look at a star that's like 60-some degrees, and the same thing applies. We can look at multiple stars at the same time, get their ground positions. That's how we do cell nav, sir.
PNS. You know what, PNS? Based on what you just said, yeah,
he's right. He's right there,
he may be
Jeremy.
right. Okay, but let me ask PNS a question. Why does the brightness of the star matter when you're using pure parallax?
No, they were doing a different method. They were doing a different method.
Parallax. What does that?
They were using pure parallax. They weren't using pure parallax.
What's that going to do with this argument?
They had a different method before for that one.
NASA made a big mistake. He said he was comparing the 430 to the 330. I would have just said 1 light year. Make it, take, in my world, when I was doing this kind of stuff professionally, you find the extreme. Get it way off the bat so you can see what the change is. You could use 1 light year versus 450 light years, and it wouldn't matter. It still would be in the same position.
Zanik, when we see an object, does the medium, if we're not looking directly straight up at it, does the medium in between us and the object matter on where the apparent position is going to be compared to the actual position?
Does it matter in what respect?
Be a man, Zanik. What?
No, what respect? Because I told you, when you're looking up at a star, there's refraction. Its position is not varying. Overall, you can get an average. You can use calculus and things and figure out where it is. Oh my God. Dude.
Okay,
you have some dithering. The position, no, you within the dithering circle, it's almost like the Aries circle. Hold on. The refraction that you would have looking at something somewhere up, not along a body of water, there would be a dithering. You could double the size of that object and take the center of that and average, and that would be good enough for a position. So yes, it would be exactly where it is.
You were done, bro. My bad. I thought you were fucking done.
Zanik, you're not being fair. Go ahead, man.
When we're not looking straight up at an object, we're not looking directly straight up 90 degrees at it. Is the medium important for us to know where the actual object is according to its apparent position?
No.
That's fucking bullshit.
As long as you stay 15 degrees.
Answer honestly, man.
As long as you stay.
No, it's not important.
Calm down,
As long as you stay 15 degrees or more above the horizon, it doesn't matter.
Okay, guys, hold on for a second, okay? Because that's not what he's asking. He's asking about refraction. He's asking about the medium in space and what it's made out of. The angle doesn't matter if you don't know what's up there. So, of course, that does matter. But it would be wrong to say... I mean, it would be more fair to say, yeah, it matters, but we have a confidence that we happen to have some idea of the medium that's between us and the stars.
Right, and that's kind of why.
Lack thereof.
That's exactly why when we sent up the Hubble, we took away a lot of those problems, right?
Zanik. Hey, I'm just curious. If there is refraction in space, would it be akin to look away from one side of the tip of a pin and comparing it to the other side of the tip of the pin when we're trying to do the parallax to find the distance?
Zanuck, after you answer that, tell him, Zanuck, after you tell him that, tell him about how the example I detailed is Coriolis effect. Go ahead, though.
First, I think that'd be pretty a pretty good equivalence.
Go ahead, tell him.
It depends on how sharp that pin is.
Well, yeah, we're talking about a pin,
Well, it'd have
like
to
a
be
sewing pin.
extraordinarily sharp. It would have to be much sharper than the sharpest sewing pin, yes. Because the distance between our parallax measurements is just one width of one diameter of the Earth's orbit compared to 123 or 126 parsecs to Polaris. So it really isn't anything worth talking about.
Yeah, that's a cool story. Now, Zanuck's going to explain to you how the Coriolis effect. Go ahead, Zanuck.
Why don't you let Bob explain what he said? Because I think I guarantee what he would tell you will be correct. And I think you misinterpreted, like you did with rocket scientists, what he said.
Cool. Okay, Bob, there's two guys stationary, standing still in a park, throwing a ball back and forth in a straight line. There's a guy in a roundabout in the middle of them. The guy in the roundabout was spinning. Does he observe the Coriolis effect?
Okay, are you considering the two spots on the playground to be on a rotating frame of reference, like the merry-go-round?
There's two guys standing still in a park, not moving.
Answer my question that I gave you. Do you consider the playground itself to be a rotating frame of reference compared to the merry-go-round? Yes or no?
Nope.
Okay, no. Then there will be no Coriolis.
Go, Zanuck. You gonna fix this or
what?
what?
Because you have to have a rotating frame of reference in order for Coriolis to occur.
We do. The guy in the merry-go-round.
They're not part of the ball trip.
Zanuck, speak up, bro.
So what he's talking about is, let's say I'm on the Earth, and we're looking at the sky, and a meteor comes from wherever in the universe.
Why? Use the ball in the merry-go-round, Zanuck.
No, I'm not. I don't want, because I know Dr. Bob is saying. I don't want to go against what he's telling, because he's trying to explain something to you with regards to reference frames, and I don't want to get into a reference frame discussion with you about this. We already got the nuts and bolts, and Rocket and I both explained it to you, and you seem to have gotten it. Now you're challenging Dr. Bob, who's saying something completely different.
I got it, and Bob doesn't get it. Why are you not going to explain it to him? It doesn't make sense.
Well, let's see what he says. But then let's say about this, and then we'll draw the conclusions, or draw the similarities or dissimilarities afterward. So, Dr.
I'm
Bob,
awaiting your explanation, Zanuck. I'd like to see what you have to say.
Okay, thank you. So we're sitting on the Earth, and we're basically, and the Earth is rotating, and we're on the Earth, and the reference frame we're actually looking at, this motion from that we're going to be seeing, we would consider a non-inertial reference frame. It is rotating or accelerating, but in this case, it's rotating. And we're sitting there on a park bench, and we see a meteor streak across the sky from south to north. And if we have really good vision and a nice big telescope, and we're high enough, we see that meteor curve to the east as it approaches the north. Would that be a Coriolis effect?
I would characterize that as an optical illusion, because the meteor did not begin on the rotating. It's not in the rotating frame of reference.
You see, Dr. Bob's going off of definition. So Coriolis is different. Remember how I told you it was defined as things moving and originating from the rotating reference frame. Now, I would say it's Coriolis because it doesn't matter where it came from. Anybody moving within a rotating reference frame, observed within a rotating reference frame, you will see the Coriolis effect, meaning a perceived deviation from its intended path. That, by definition, is Coriolis. The observation of objects moving within a rotating reference frame. Inertial state objects moving in a rotating reference frame. Doesn't matter where they come from.
I can see the point that you're making. I can see the point that you're making with that. And that's why I'm calling it more of an optical effect. It's an optical illusion, because the true Coriolis has to be within the rotating frame of reference.
Right.
Because that's the only frame of reference that counts with the...
Right, and that's why I didn't want to go against you, because I know what you were saying, and I think Jeremy needs to hear this contrast, because what he's saying, he says he understands what I'm speaking about, but by definition, where Coriolis came from, it came from a term devised to describe describe the effect of objects within the rotating reference frame, moving within the rotating reference frame, originating within the rotating reference frame.
So what? You're just going to suck Bob's dick now and say this? My example isn't Coriolis?
I understand where it's coming. If I was taking a test, I would say Coriolis. He would say not. If I was taking a test, Bob and I were in a class together. I got that question. I would say it's Coriolis. He would say it's not, and then we'd fight out with the teacher afterward.
Jeremy is a teacher in this scenario, though.
No, Jeremy's not a teacher. He's just playing the Let's Define Coriolis game again. He's got 2 different variations of Coriolis.
And I might be wrong.
Apparently, Dr. Bob's smarter than a literal rocket scientist who says it is Coriolis.
Yeah, see, then he gets to define Coriolis as always being a visual effect, because sometimes he defined it as being a visual effect. Therefore, it's always a visual effect. And fuck off, Jeremy.
Isn't the whole thing about Coriolis? The Coriolis is the optical effect of objects when they're viewed moving in a rotating reference frame.
I told you, Zanuck. Bob really told you, Zanuck. Sit.
No, I don't want to fight with Dr. Bob about it. I mean,
yeah, I know.
I have a feeling that if you look up Coriolis, you'll see a description in the word it came from, things in originating from a rotating reference frame. But I think there's a broader definition of it. That's my opinion.
See, when he gets to say it's
and
just
I put that definition up.
The guy in the roundabout, did the ball objects can leave reference? You guys are so full of shit on this thing. I'm not even gonna fuck off.
See, this is because now he can say that it's always a visual effect. Therefore, there is no Coriolis. Therefore, the hurricanes don't rotate. Therefore, the trade winds don't blow. Therefore, we don't have to count for it when we fire naval guns. It's just a visual effect because he defined it as such.
Now, Zanuck, you actually do know something about rockets, don't you?
Yeah, so does the rocket scientist that agreed. So does the rocket scientist that agreed with that this was the Coriolis effect. He knows something about rockets.
Oh, is that rocket scientist here right now?
No, but he could be reached.
I'll get him here right now. You want to talk to him?
Do you want me to rely on your interpretation of what a rocket scientist said? I think not.
Zanuck, what did the rocket scientist say?
Rocket scientist said he didn't want to go there because it would invoke this type of conflict. But he understood what I said, and he knows where I'm coming from, and he agreed with me.
He agreed with me yesterday. He
agreed with me. Yes, he agreed with me. Just like what Bob said. He said, "I understand where you're coming from. What I would do, I would call it an effect. But in actuality, that's what Coriolis is. It's an optical effect. It makes it look like something that's in an inertial state is taking a curved path when it shouldn't be. That's an inertial effect of objects moving within a rotating reference frame. Right, Dr. Bob?
Right. I would agree with that. So we look at things that demonstrate the Coriolis effect, such as trade winds and hurricanes and even tornadoes, naval gunfire over long distances. All of these demonstrate an effect that is directly attributable to the rotation of the Earth. Now, the question becomes, is if I'm looking at my telescope and I'm looking at the path of an asteroid, or I'm looking at the path of a planet, and over the period of time that I'm looking at the orbital path of a planet, we can essentially look at that as a tiny little line segment because it's a very tiny portion of that circular orbit, and it acts very much like a tiny little line segment. Are you saying that would demonstrate a Coriolis effect because we're observing it from a rotating reference frame? I don't know if I could go along with that very well.
Yeah, I don't think I would even suggest that, but I see your point there too.
Yeah, but you see, that's the point. That's the whole point of an asteroid whizzing by in space. If
a meteor going through a meteor entered our, not that it's not still in the rotating reference frame, but now we're seeing this perceived.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yo, I'm never talking to you again, Zanuck. Zanuck, don't ever address me again. Don't ever talk to me again.
Yes, Jeremy, listen very carefully. Bob didn't hear what I said.
No, don't say, hey,
okay,
Jeremy,
you said a meteor in the atmosphere, which is the rotating frame of reference. It starts at a point in the atmosphere and cuts across.
Don't ever talk to me again, Zanuck.
But no, the origin, Jeremy.
Don't say my name.
Jeremy, don't be like that, Jeremy. I'm talking to my girlfriend. Don't be like that, Jeremy. Jeremy, it didn't originate.
Trying to say,
hold on, Dr. Bob.
He's trying to say that an asteroid or a meteor going past the Earth and
No,
not
I didn't say that. Jeremy.
That's what Jeremy's trying
I know,
to
but
He's trying
Jeremy,
to say, and that's their
Jeremy,
ball going
I said
around.
it didn't originate for the Earth. It came from outer space. Remember, I said way out in the universe, this asteroid enters the atmosphere. We're sitting on a park bench and watching this meteor in the atmosphere go from south to north. I said that in the very beginning. So now the equation is a little differently because now it's in this field of view.
Essentially, Zanuck, that is a ballistic object in a rotating frame of reference, just like an artillery shell.
So we're seeing Coriolis, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, there you go, Jeremy. There, you got that, Jeremy?
Good morning, boys and girls.
Hold on a second,
The example
Bandsaw.
on the park, the example in the park with the roundabout.
Now, Jeremy, now it's up to you, Now, Jeremy, you can equate what I just said to Dr. Bob to the merry-go-round. There's a way to do it. I'm not going to do it for you.
He ain't trying to hear me, Zanuck. I tried one night. He ain't trying to hear me.
Because all you want to do is fight, Jeremy. All you want to do is fight. You're not listening.
I don't want to
You're
fight.
trying to get us to step. You're trying to get us to step on our dicks so you can use it. You can try to get us to step all over.
Zanuck.
Oh, forget it. You know, thanks, Doctor. That was fun.
I appreciate you clarifying that. It's very difficult trying to play he said, she said when dealing with Jeremy trying to explain something you explained to him.
Zanuck,
it just doesn't work very well.
I think you're going to be sleeping on the couch tonight, Zanuck.
Lots happened since last time we talked, Coach Show. My gal is.
I do like Bob's approach of saying that an asteroid is essentially a
meteorite.
Even a meteorite.
Meteor, not a meteorite.
Okay, whatever, dude. They're ballistic, right? With their motions are still ballistic motions.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Check this out, man. Because I've explained this to people and they end up. Okay, so when you're describing an object like that, I understand why you're not even going to use the rotating frame to describe this object's path. Is because like an object like Mars or something, you're not going to describe it in reference to the Earth's rotating frame because it makes sense to describe it in reference to the sun's frame, right? But that doesn't mean that you can't do that. And if there were something like a meteor, an asteroid, or in Jeremy's case, the two shirtless guys at the park throwing the ball back and forth with the they have like a ball. And I said earlier, if there was like a paint on that ball, and as they threw it across, it would drip paint onto the rotating frame, and you would use that to note the path as observed from that frame, the path that the ball went over. You could see that it made a roundish path or whatever, and you would be able to describe its movement across, or its the movement of the shadow across the thing, or the movement of the paint as it dripped from the ball across the thing. And the path that you'd be describing would have to be altered or deviated, and it would be deviated because of Coriolis.
Exactly,
right?
And so here's the thing, Coach, right? Like people talk about planes versus ballistic missiles, right? But if you and then they say get rid of the wind in the equation, right? If you get rid of wind, you may as well get rid of the wings, right? If you get rid of the wings, now you've got a one-way thrust. So now basically when you talk about that plane, it's basically a ballistic missile because it's only got a one-directional, if you want, acceleration, right? So its path is going to be ballistic.
It's still not ballistic.
It won't be a
it's
plane
got a thrust.
anymore without the wing.
Well, yeah, it won't be. Obviously, it's accelerating, right? I mean, it's getting pushed. But when I say the path is ballistic, I mean to answer the question at hand, whether or not Coriolis is being affected or not, it does. The amount of effect of Coriolis will be the same because it's got no fucking wings. It's not going to move left to right. It's just going to move in one direction forward.
I think you're missing the point there, Branch.
I don't think so.
Well, you see, here's the problem. Jeremy's understanding of the merry-go-round and the two guys throwing the ball over it. That ball is not interacting with the rotation of the merry-go-round unless it's dripping paint on it. Otherwise, it's just an optical effect from the people on the merry-go-round, but that object is not within the rotating frame of reference of the merry-go-round.
Oh, that's
because
my
the
misunderstanding?
air over the merry-go-round is not rotating.
Hold on, Jeremy.
Well, you don't really
Because
have one, but that's okay.
So can I
Your
give
mic's
interpret for
cutting in and out a
Jeremy?
little,
Can I
Bob.
speak for you?
well,
Jeremy,
hold
can
on.
I speak for you?
I guess
If I can speak
Whatever.
for if I can speak for Jeremy, I think I can clarify this.
Go
So
ahead.
now
My
Jeremy's
bad, Bob.
going
I
to
didn't mean to
equate.
cut you off, but your mic was clipping in and out. Go ahead, Zanuck.
So what Jeremy is now going to equate to in our little discussion about the Earth and the meteor that enters the atmosphere and streams across our sky, he's going to equate the merry-go-round with the Earth, people on the Earth, or us that were at the picnic bench, and the ball flying overhead is the meteor that enters the atmosphere over the heads of the merry-go-roundies and across the merry-go-roundy and out into the dirt park. He's going to equate those two, and in some sense, he's right that would also constitute Coriolis because that ball is now seen by the guys in the merry-go-round. They're rotating. They're the rotating reference frame that they're in, which is everything.
The merry-go-round though is not rotating. It's in the non-rotating frame of reference. The merry-go-round is rotating within that. All right. So, for example, if I have a record player underneath my coffee table, and I turn the record player on so that it's turning a disc, and then I roll a ball back and forth across my coffee table above it, that has no interaction whatsoever with the record player. Same thing with a ball being thrown over the merry-go-round. That has no interaction whatsoever with the merry-go-round.
Well,
you are going to have people that are on the merry-go-round. All will curve because of an optical effect, but that's an optical illusion. It's not. Coriolis is only for objects going across a rotating frame of reference.
And is the ball not going across
Is the ball not going
across a rotating frame of reference?
No, it's going above it and not interacting with it in any way. It's not interacting with the rotating.
It doesn't have to interact with it
in any way. Yes,
it doesn't have to interact with it.
Well, I'm not going to argue definitions of Coriolis with you. It has to be interacting with a rotating frame of reference. Sorry.
Who told you that?
Definition of it.
Who told you that? Can I ask where you got that definition from? Can I ask where you got that definition from?
Look up the first paragraph of Coriolis in Wiki.
Okay, and you're saying the ball's not in the non-inertial reference frame.
No, it's not.
Ooh, Zanuck. Did you hear that?
Zanuck, the ball's
Kosho. Guys, time to speak up.
The merry-go-round. It's not.
Speak up, guys.
Jeremy,
Jeremy. In the rotating
Bob's me talking. I've already spoken my piece about this, Jeremy, to him. But you really should stop sicking us on other people. I meant what I said though when I described the ball going across the thing and the paint dropping. To me, it doesn't matter if there's paint droppings or not. To me, what matters is, are you describing the path for whatever reason? Are you describing the path from which reference frame? And if you were describing it from the inertial reference frame, and you were justifying the movements of it from that reference frame, the only explanation, would have to be an inertial or fictitious force, and the one that fits for that thing is Coriolis. But yeah, I mean, that's just like I said.
I'm with you, Kosho, and I get my definition is much more general. It's it goes back to the basics. And my definitions come from not a myriad, but a bunch of different definitions from different types of books and different resources. And I distill it down for my own purposes, and I nail it down to this: anytime you're viewing an object from a rotating reference frame, moving in that reference frame is just a point coordinate system, goes out to infinity. Everything in the universe is in that reference frame. If this reference frame is rotating, then Coriolis will be observed of any object that is in an inertial state or moving in that rotating reference frame in a ballistic fashion. And so Dr. Bob is getting more specific about where the roots of the word came from, maybe the term where it came from, where it's derived from, and I could be wrong, but I would still stand by my definition because it's very broad, and I think it works for all cases except for maybe this one. Because I thought about this before in other situations, like with regards to the merry-go-round. Is like a car driving 100 miles away in a straight line, is it experiencing Coriolis if I can see it through a telescope? I mean, where do we draw the line of this Coriolis effect really not being a Coriolis effect? So I think that's where
that's why I made the distinction of kind of an optical illusion versus a true effect.
Right.
It has to be interacting with the rotating frame of reference. Now, you can say that seeing it from the rotating frame of reference meets that criteria, but then again, you would have to say that the orbit of Mars would be exhibiting Coriolis from an Earthbound observer.
But you're exactly how that. Yeah. Go ahead. I was saying that example is one that I used when I was making the argument I was making earlier, because from Earth, Mars, or Mercury, the path that's described from Earth. I guess you're right, Bob. You would say that, but in practicality, you actually wouldn't describe its path as viewed from Earth, because there's no practical use for that. Instead, it's described as orbiting the sun. So you usually describe it in the reference frame of the sun.
Exactly.
However, if there is a situation where there is something that's moving across and it didn't come from Earth, and for some reason you are describing its movements from that reference frame, and those situations when that's occurring, I personally, I'm a Xanax about that.
Can I augment what Kosho just said? I think that was really well said, Kosho. I'll go even further and say there has to be in an inertial state. It has to be going in a straight line. It has to be like in an inertial reference frame, and it has to have an inertial, not only in the inertial reference frame, because things can rotate in the inertial reference frame, but something that is inertial in the inertial reference frame.
Yeah, I mean, the moment you start,
I can't look at something like some plane taking a plane flying across the sky, taking a 10G turn. Would that be Coriolis from the guy sitting on the rotating? No, because
Zanik,
you're not listening to my point if you're trying to talk over me.
Okay, the whole consideration of ballistic motion.
I had a point that I was really ramping up for Kosho, and you jumped in.
Well, I'm just saying though, it's because
I had a real important point, and I wanted it heard.
Right,
I think you can't look at objects that are not in an inertial state to qualify for Coriolis. Like everything we see in the Earth on as far as the hurricane formation and ballistics, these are all devices or objects that once they leave the force applied to them and have accelerated to some velocity, they're streaking across and they are in this rotating reference frame. And we are seeing a deviation. We actually visually see this deviation with respect to where we want it to go to where it does go. But if they were taking curved paths, you wouldn't say a jet or an airplane or are going to have Coriolis. They're not. You can't see Coriolis because they're not inertial. They're accelerator or they're actually curving.
Well, here's an interesting thing to think about. Say we go out and we spot an asteroid that's somewhere near Earth. By observing that over a period of a couple of nights, we can find out enough about its path to be able to predict its path. Will it hit the Earth? Will it orbit the Sun? Will it impact on Jupiter? We can predict what the orbit or the path of that will be in the future. That doesn't necessarily have to do with whether or not it's going to orbit around the Sun. The Sun may affect that path. Jupiter or the Earth may affect that path. But we can actually spot what the path is going to be simply by watching its motion over a couple of days. And I don't think Coriolis comes into that equation.
I don't either. And I think, but see, that path of that object still has some acceleration, right?
Yes.
I mean, our observations.
So I think that qualifies as not being Coriolis. Because, God, you're doing it again, Branch.
Well, the problem is, Zanik, you don't realize when you overtalk people. So whenever somebody's talking and you start talking close at the same time, you think they're overtalking you always. But go ahead.
Nah, Branch is right. I have no sympathy for you right now. You folded like a cheap suit.
No, we just talked about it, and we're coming down. We're narrowing it down to where. So, Dr. Bob, what if we had the guy in the merry-go-round, and Jeremy, your situation, the guy throwing a ball, and suddenly the guy misthrows it, and the guy on the merry-go-round actually catches it. It didn't come from the merry-go-round. It just was thrown from the park bench to going over the guy's heads, but he threw a bad throw, and he almost hit the guy in the face, and he put his mitt out or put his hand out, and he caught the ball. Now, when he saw it coming, he saw this ball curving, and he actually anticipated the curve because he was rotating and caught it. Would that be Coriolis? And if
He's
the
asking
answer
you,
is yes,
Bob.
we all win here, okay?
He's asking you, Bob.
I don't think he's asking me. I think he was asking you.
He's not asking me. I understand Coriolis.
I think Bob
talking to
tuned
you,
the fuck
Bob.
out. Bob just stopped giving a fuck.
Oh, I stopped giving a fuck a long time ago. But it's an interesting conversation between Zanuck and a couple of the other guys and I. Jeremy's been just kind of a waste of time. He just doesn't get this.
No, he's trying to catch us. He's been doing this for a while, always, about everything.
Yeah, I know. He's playing.
Catches
a
it,
little.
talks to all of us on different days, misinterprets what we
I'm
say,
not
and then
good.
throws it in our face. But in this case, Jeremy and I had a little agreement here. We talked about Coriolis, and he told me what everyone he said, Sean included, and you. And now I know what you mean, Bob. And I think Jeremy knows what I'm talking
Ask your
about.
question again.
Okay, so Dr. Bob, did you take off, Jeremy?
Such a fucking.
I know, right? You're on the merry-go-round. Someone throws the ball from the park bench, and he misthrows it, and the guy in the merry-go-round actually catches it, and sees it coming at him, taking a curved path, and he actually times it perfectly to catch it. Did he experience Coriolis as this thing approached him and he caught it?
I think that's an excellent question. And I would have to say yes, which changes my answer slightly. I think
that was my goal, to have you change your answer slightly.
Yeah, I think that would be a very good way of describing the effect I think Jeremy's trying to get at.
Yep.
But
Jeremy, and the whole thing, Jeremy, is for us trying to help you. Sorry.
The whole thing you have to have this rotating frame of reference that this object is interacting with. And if, seeing it is one thing, but, he's actually catching it in the rotating frame of reference. And to catch that, he would have to account for the Coriolis effect of it.
Absolutely.
So I'm wondering whether or not on the meteor question, it would be necessary. It's a necessary antecedent that it entered the atmosphere and come into
still in my
rotating
example
frame of reference.
That's what I was going to discuss.
But still in my hold on, Branch. But still in my example, you're saying my example is still not Coriolis effect.
When you were talking about it earlier, it was my understanding you were talking about an object just going past the Earth somewhere out in space.
Two guys on a park standing still. There's a roundabout in between them. There's a guy spinning on the roundabout. He sees the ball curve. The two guys on the ground see the ball go in a straight line. Did the guy on the roundabout experience the Coriolis effect?
Did the
guy on the merry-go-round? I don't know. It's kind of an interesting question when you look at it that way. I wouldn't think so. I would still think that it's an optical effect, but I think there's an argument that it would be the Coriolis.
Well, but do you remember?
So actually, Jeremy, hold on.
Probably have to have
Jeremy,
smarter than me,
to the
like
guy
Blue.
on to the guy.
We did. We asked a rocket. Hold on, Branch. We did ask someone smarter than you, Bob. We asked a rocket scientist. He agreed. My example is the guy in the roundabout does see the Coriolis effect.
No, hold on,
Jeremy. Hold on. I'll talk to Blue about it and see what he
says.
Something out. Zanuck, did Rocket agree with us or what?
Can I get one thing out, Jeremy?
Yes, when I rephrased it as I did with Dr. Bob,
got it, bro.
Branchy.
Well,
when I rephrased it,
I'm literally going to say this, man.
Branch, how about Zanuck and then Branch and then myself?
Go ahead, Zanuck.
Yes. So when I
what Coach O says is fucking golden. So
when I responded to Rocket as I did with Dr. Bob, and I rephrased it like this, he did agree with me, and I think Dr. Bob is agreeing with me as well. And so, we're not trying to you don't got us, Jeremy. We're just trying to get it so you understand what Coriolis is.
Okay, man. I'm just trying to. What, man? Honestly, Zanuck, I thought you was gonna come up with some good shit to interrupt me, bro.
That wasn't very good.
It wasn't very good.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to.
Next
time.
But whatever. Hey, Bob. I was next.
If the meteor's coming through the atmosphere, it's demonstrating Coriolis because
I
it's ballistic.
fucking next, Bob. All right.
Go right ahead.
What I was gonna say is this, Jeremy, to the guy on the roundabout, right? It would appear to him as though a force was impacting the ball. That force, it would appear to him that ball is being impacted by a force that's in relation to Coriolis. He's not being affected by Coriolis. But it would appear to him that is a pseudo force acting on the ball.
Correct, Mundo. And actually, Dr. Bob, it leads into what I was about to say. I don't know. You heard what I said before about the Mars and Mercury and stuff. And I was wondering what you thought about that, because I know you were saying, like, when would you decide to use it or not to use it? But that's what I'm saying. I think that only in the cases where, because like Jeremy described the three guys, and even though one guy's viewing it from the rotating plane, it's possible that even though he sees it doing one thing, he might not even use that as his reference frame. He might, like, he's on there observing it, but he might actually have, he might be using a reference frame that is the park or whatever, for whatever reason. But whatever reference frame you are using, like whatever reference frame is important for whatever the specific situation is, there certainly would be cases where it would make sense to describe that object's path from the rotating frame for whatever reason, whatever the task was. But I think it's task specific, and it seems like there's be some cases where that would be relevant, and other cases where even though you're on the rotating frame, you're describing the path from some other frame.
Well, the problem that you run into is Coriolis is the interaction of an inertial object in a rotating reference frame. Okay, that's what it is. Now you're trying to split frog hairs, and my problem with it is that the people that are trying to split the frog hairs don't understand the very basics of Coriolis to begin with. And
you heard that,
Stanek
Kosho.
To it. You're trying to introduce confusion as an argument against, and I don't agree with that.
I think Jeremy is starting to get it, actually.
Next, Zanuck. Zanuck,
I think
Zanuck, you said he's next, Zanuck.
Go. I was just giving him a compliment. I was just giving you a compliment.
That's fine. Go ahead, Zanuck. Why don't you go ahead?
Give you the compliment?
I want you to stand up for yourself. I want you to stand up for yourself, Dr. Bob, and tell him we're not confused.
You've already
know
heard
how the Coriolis effect works.
Yes.
He's the one that...
I'm staying high level, and if you dig into it deep enough, you can start finding gotchas, even in the actual term, depending on the physics books you look at, or maybe the derivations and the equations and things. But let me just say that you have shown that you're starting to understand it better than you have in the past, over the past year. And to the point now where you've gotten in the middle of an argument a discussion between all of us on our side, trying to describe it in its most basic terms to you with this very, simple and decent example. I mean, I like the example. Merry-go-round.
Wait till I tell the rumpus. Wait till I tell the rumpus what you did here tonight, Zanuck. He's not going to be pleased with you at all.
He's going to fuck you up, Zanuck.
He always tries. He always does that. According to him, I don't. You ever hear how he talks about me? If we ever have disagreements, Zanuck's always wrong and I'm always right.
There is no more. What is it? A honeymoon period between you and Rumpus anymore. That's it. It's done. Jeremy's gonna kill it.
You folded like a cheap suit tonight, Zanuck.
Yeah,
we already agreed. Everyone's agreed that
Zanuck.
it's a Coriolis effect.
Pay for this shit.
Someone throws a ball from the park bench to the guys on the merry-go-round and catches it. You experience Coriolis, very similar to the meteor that is flying from deep in the universe and finally hits the Earth's atmosphere and streaks across the sky, going south to north, and we see a deviation to the east. That's Coriolis. It may not even land. Maybe it just keeps on going through the atmosphere and then takes off again out to orbit the sun. Who knows? But that wasn't a Coriolis effect because we saw an inertial object in a rotating reference frame move within that reference frame.
The funniest shit is me, Kosho, and the guy whose name starts with a B, Bumblebee or some shit, right? We discussed this whole thing today. And about how, and we all three of us came up with different ways of describing reference frames. But we were all saying the same shit. And it was an interesting conversation because, when I said it, Kosho was like, yeah. But then, I was like, but I just said the same thing you said. And that, it was like, nobody said anything different. It was just a different way of expressing reference frames. And I think that flat earthers sometimes, Jeremy, please forgive me for any distress I cause you, but flat earthers don't really understand what a reference frame even is.
No, they don't. It's kind of like dealing with an argument about mass. We all can define mass. We all have known what mass was since we were in the 7th grade. We have a very good understanding of what mass is.
What is
Flat
it?
Earthers will
Define it.
Flat Earthers will try and knock it down to a single definition, and then they will try and poke holes in that definition, not because they want to know what mass is, but because they want to get rid of the implications that mass has.
Okay,
mass
Bob.
Force is mass times acceleration. So mass equals force divided by acceleration. That is a correct answer.
Honestly, there's many ways to describe mass.
In an object.
Bob, hold on. Your definition of mass is one definition.
Correct. Right? And there are a bunch of them.
All right.
So
don't say that's the definition of mass.
It depends whether you're
that's my definition, and it's correct.
You didn't say mine though, did you? You said that's the definition.
Yes,
of mass.
I did. That's the entire purpose of
now,
what I said.
Please correct yourself.
My definition of mass is going to be force divided by acceleration. That is a correct definition. Somebody else may define it as the number of molecules and the atomic weight of those molecules in an object. Some people may define it as the amount of force required to change, or the amount, an inertial change of an object with a given force.
Exactly. But
all right.
What I'm saying is, before you change the statement to my, you said the definition of mass.
A definition would be better said.
Yeah, right. I think a definition is exactly what I was talking about, and I think from the context of it, it's very clear that that's what I was talking about.
And I'll go from the chemist.
I'll go from the chemist. Very careful, bro.
If I said anything else,
this is a very word nitpicky type of fucking.
Yeah, because that's all the flat earther has is to play fucking definition.
Hey, but this is the game field we're playing in, right? You gotta be careful the words you use.
No, we're not playing in it. We're not playing in that game field.
What the fuck are you doing then?
Looking at errors in reasoning. But even if I did say something about my definition or the definition of, that is a definition of mass. There's nothing wrong with that definition. It is correct. It's not the only one. And that was the entire point of my argument. And if I said anything that even made you think something different, it was obviously misspoken on my part. But the context is very clear.
Be more careful next time, Bob.
Fair enough.
I hope you guys are happy with what happened here tonight.
You're such a fucking punk, man.
Bob,
do you remember earlier? Do you remember earlier, Bob, when you came in and you're like, did you say that you were gonna drop elbows on me, or?
Yeah, we didn't drop no elbows. We didn't put him in a figure 4 leg lock. Nothing
there, Jeremy. I Ralph the hell out of you.
Nobody likes someone who comes in and mediates and breaks the fight up before it starts. That's frustrating for the audience. See, I want to see a bloodbath, and it didn't happen.
We're supposed to drop elbows. We're supposed to do leg drops, figure 4 leg locks, all kinds of shit on Bob. You guys folded like a cheap
suplex, everything, right? Yeah.
Yep.
But Jeremy, what finally happened here was physics is,
they do disagree with you, Bob. They're too chick. They do disagree with you, Bob. Would you guys mind guys, hold on.
I thought I was talking.
Jeremy. So, just to know,
how does Brent
completely switch this up?
I
actually want to ask Bob some questions about light to see his perspective on it. Because today I was having this whole conversation.
Right after I say my one statement that I was trying to say. They do disagree with you, Bob. They're too chicken shit to say it.
Hey, asshole.
I don't think I
dipshit punk. I said my piece, man, 100%. You fucking dildo.
Okay, good. Kosho disagrees with you, Bob.
I didn't. Hey, man, listen, dude. I told you, dude. Don't do that, man. Come on, that's fucked up, dude. I said what I said about what I thought about it and everything. You don't got to pit people against me.
Bob keeps acting like I don't understand and I'm getting it wrong and I'm confused when you guys all fucking agree with me.
Okay, Bob, Bob's going to listen to you, Jeremy. Jeremy, right now, tell me what Coriolis is.
Deviation when viewed from a non-inertial reference frame.
Say it again.
Boom. It's an apparent deviation when viewed from a non-inertial reference frame.
When what's viewed from a non-inertial reference frame?
Motion.
Correct. There, you got it. I'm good with it. I give you a check on that answer.
So Jeremy wins.
I would say it was just described from but same difference, right?
All right. So
the apparent deviation
described from the but same.
Does it have real effects on Earth?
All right. Do you mind
have
if I
real
change the
effects on
subject
Earth,
now?
Jeremy?
Guys, can I change the subject?
Yeah. You're not insinuating that. Hold on a sec, Jeremy. You're not insinuating that those things are not real effects, though. That like Coriolis isn't a real effect or a real
Bob's
force.
sitting here telling me I don't understand it when you guys agree with me.
No,
You know what
he's
that
making
says
sure.
about
He asked you. He asked you if you also understand that even though it's an apparent deviation, that it's very real in the non-inertial reference frame. Would you agree?
As real effects on the Earth.
Yeah, Bob, you think I'm confused about Coriolis?
No. Would you answer that question, Jeremy?
Because my example. Hold on.
Yes, I do.
Confused.
That's
okay. What makes you think I'm confused?
That because you can't answer the question that's been put to you. Is it a real effect on the Earth?
Yeah, real optical effect. Yes.
No, it's not an optical. Does it have a physical effect on the Earth? Does an artillery shell in the northern hemisphere fired long distance actually curve to the right? Do you have to aim to the left of your target in order to hit your target?
It's yet to be determined if it's apparently.
Okay, so you don't understand.
It's yet to be
Coriolis.
determined if it's actually deviating or apparently deviating.
No, it's actually.
However, when it comes to the roundabout and actual Coriolis,
so
hold on, Paid. What made you think it was your turn to talk?
Because you're talking bullshit again,
I know,
sir.
Paid. It's not the time
I'm going to stand by my original assessment that you do not understand Coriolis because you don't understand it's a very real effect. Even though
I know it's a real effect,
a fictitious effect.
Real effect.
It actually changes the way things move over the Earth.
You actually have to really aim the artillery shell to the left of the target you want to hit.
It's a measurable force.
I think it sounds like he's agreeing with you guys, though.
Wait, hold on. Are you saying that the Coriolis effect literally changes the path of the object? The object is now on a different path than when it started?
Absolutely.
No.
In your reference frame, it's
depends on the reference
different
frame.
path.
So wait, hold on. I want to get clarification on that. So let's say if you threw the ball and everything else in the universe disappeared and it was just the ball, would the ball go on the same path that it was set on, or would it change a different path?
There would not be a path.
Over the surface.
The ball would not be doing anything. If you threw a ball and there's nothing else in the universe, there's no reference frame, there's nothing to compare it to, there's nothing to reference it from. The ball is not going any speed, it's not going anywhere, and it's not doing anything, because in order for it to be described, in order for you to describe what it's doing, you need to first have either some other object, some other thing, some reference frame to describe what it's doing. If you don't have that, then it's not doing anything.
Let me say maybe that was a bad way to state it. Let's say you threw the ball, okay, and it made a trail in the air that just stayed there in the air, okay? Just make a rainbow trail behind it, drawing its path through the air. Whether it goes over a moving ground or a stationary ground, that path, you're saying it's going to change depending on whether or not the ground moved.
Yep, I'm saying that those are going to be two different paths, even though it's making one
through the air.
It's making one path. It's making one definite path. That path, as viewed from all sorts of different reference frames, is going to be behaving differently. And some reference frames it might be moving faster.
So just to make sure, you're saying
other
the
reference
path
frames it might be
every reference frame
deviating. So it's completely reference frame dependent.
Okay, so the path through the air, according to you, will change depending on where you're looking at it from.
Depending on where you're describing it's moving from.
The trail behind the ball would deviate somewhere based on what the ground is doing.
Yeah,
what your reference frame is doing.
Right. You remember what I said?
If you're,
do you remember
you
what I
guys
said? When
are mentally retarded.
No, sir. If you're trying to hit,
you're kind of confused. I think I speak this language here real quick. So you're saying we have some object that goes across the merry-go-round, and it's leaving a trail behind it, right? And you're saying would that trail be curved and stay curved as we spin?
I'm asking if the trail through the air is going to change at all based on what the ground is doing. That's what I'm asking. And they seem to confirm that
of course
yes,
it will.
the trail through the air.
Of course it will. It'll morph. It'll change all sorts of shapes.
Depending on where the
Because that's not what that's not what hold on, can I finish? Can I finish? That's not Coriolis. The Coriolis is the actual object. It's traveling through the rotating reference frame with respect to you. You and the object, not you and its trail. That's past. That's a whole different set of equations. Listen.
I didn't ask if it was Coriolis. I asked what was happening.
Let me finish. As it travels, it will deviate from its the intended or the expected path. That deviation, the observation of the deviation is in fact Coriolis, and the effect is very real in the rotating reference frame. Where it goes is with respect to you, based on Coriolis, is very real.
Yeah, none of that matters for what I asked. I asked if the path through the air was going to change based on what the ground did, and he affirmed that is what he is claiming.
Hold on, sir. I didn't say based on what the ground did. I said based on what reference frame you're describing its movement from. And I just posted a GIF
viewing
its
motion.
I just showed a GIF. Hold on, dude. Hold on, Branch. So I can say this last fucking sentence real quick. I just posted a GIF showing exactly, what I've just explained. If you look at the orange ball in the path of the inertial frame, it looks like the one that's moving with that circular thing, it's making a curved path. And if you look at it from the rotating frame, it's making a straight path. And
okay, wait a minute. You said looks like it's curving.
Those are different.
It looks like
that's a great GIF because it shows this thing you're talking about, the trail. That white curving line, that's what the trail would look like if it emitted a chalk or a smoke exhaust. The entire time it traversed this circle, the viewer would see this crazy curving, constantly morphing line. That isn't Coriolis. The Coriolis is the actual deviation of this object that you're viewing from the straight line.
I mean, you're not wrong, bro. You're not wrong. You're just describing the same shit in a different fucking way.
Yeah, I'm trying to do it as many different ways as possible.
All right, well, that's the thing is, if you fucking recognize somebody already said it right, why do you need to re-describe it in your own
Because
words?
he kept on bringing up the smoke screen and will that path be constantly changing with respect to
dude.
I'm just saying, we're stuck in a
he said it would continue to change.
I would hope.
Let's bring it back to Bob.
I would hope he wants to describe it.
I would hope that Bob Dole is not in the Navy.
The same shit in different ways.
Bob Dole doesn't understand it though. He doesn't. He's apparent that he doesn't understand it. If he was in the Navy and had a big gas naval gun and aimed it without accounting for Coriolis, he would miss. It's that fucking simple.
You literally just said the same shit we have been discussing.
Well, then how come fucking Bob Dole doesn't understand it?
Bob doesn't understand it.
No, he doesn't. I think it's a fake thing.
Why would you say Bob doesn't understand it?
Because he doesn't understand it. Because he thinks it's fake.
Frank, you gotta stop addressing other people.
I hate agreeing with Bob. I do hate agreeing with Bob. But at least from today's conversation,
Brent, you're being silly.
Yeah, Brent, I'm not confused. I asked my question and they answered it.
Okay, fucking hell, man. So,
would
you guys mind if I change the subject for a second? Because I want to ask Bob about something with light. And we had this whole conversation today about whether or not light can move slower than C. And I just want to get his perspective on this. And I've been waiting for a long time to do this.
Me, Bob, or other Bob?
Oh, the gay Bob.
What? Okay.
Jesus Christ, man.
The professor one, I'm guessing?
I thought I'd throw an insult.
Well, I don't want to beat a horse, beat a dead horse or whatever.
You should get muted for that.
I know, but you guys hear me? If you asked me that question, you asked me a question which didn't require an answer. Why would I have?
You guys hear someone was trying to get in? I'm fucking muting you, Branch. Just relax for a minute, please.
Can I ask this one question,
please? Branch, no, you can't. Branch, no.
Jeremy.
So, for you guys saying that Coriolis or whatever is happening? Do airplanes take advantage of this when they're flying? Well, do we have altered air traffic patterns to take advantage of this Coriolis effect?
How can you describe to us what you mean by take advantage of it? Like what how would
What's
you
the advantage?
Well, what I'm understanding is when you leave the ground starts moving underneath you. Let's say I'm trying to fly from LA to the east coast of Mexico, right? Sorry, hold on.
You already fucked it up, Platypus.
Yeah, I mean,
Already
come on,
fucked it up.
This has already been answered
how
so
have I
many
fucked it up?
times.
I know,
Are you,
guys, but
are you seriously going to tell me you haven't heard the answer to this?
guys, I mean, you know.
Okay, if you think I know what I'm going to say, then why don't you just say it for me?
No, you already
I
said
don't
it,
even
and
want
you
to
fucked it
bother
up.
with it.
So if I take off and I'm pointed in one direction, well, unfortunately, the Earth is turning underneath me, so I'm not going to end up where I started pointing. I have to kind of like lead the target. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Jeremy said something like
Does
this
that make sense?
recently. But you, whenever it sounds like when you're saying that, you're not saying the thing that Nathan Eppley was saying before, where it's like you can just like, get in a helicopter.
I don't know anything about these.
I know. I'm trying to describe it. I'm trying to describe it to you to see exactly what you're suggesting. But I'm saying like you're not suggesting like you just leave the ground and then like let's say you're in a helicopter, you just leave the ground and then just wait a little bit and then you're gonna end up at some other 3,000 mile away location.
Well, isn't that what you guys are saying is what's happening?
No, and I'm not even going to address it.
So the
neither
artillery round
we can explain it to you 1,000 times, but we can't understand it for you.
Hey, Jeremy.
You can also interrupt me.
Forget about the air.
Branch and everybody
just the air.
The
artillery shell, the platypus, the artillery shell will miss the target by 100 meters if it's shot 25 miles. All right? North,
and how long,
shooting
and
north.
how long is the artillery shell? Hold on. How long is the
What does it matter?
shell
What does it matter?
Guys, come on.
Well, because an airplane can be in the fucking air for 8 hours. I want to know.
You're right. Correct. Yes. 100. So we have 25 miles. We're 100 meters off over 25 miles. So you can do the math on that and extrapolate out to anything you want. But that's what we see. Now you're saying to airplanes. Can I finish? Branch, you're really getting obnoxious. It's giving me a freaking headache, and I'm gonna have to go away.
I'm literally going to mute you, Branch. If you don't get your shit together.
So yes, when you the basics of Coriolis with our ballistics and with artillery is that it's off by 100 yards over 25 miles. How fast it's traveling? Call it 3,000 feet a second.
Can I say something very quickly?
It's off by 100 meters.
Well, okay, so an airplane is going to be in the it's traveling way slower. It's going to be in the air way longer than an artillery shell.
Correct.
So the Earth is spinning at the equator.
I'll answer.
Many miles an hour.
Let me answer for you.
Zanuck, no, I'm not. I'm in the middle of speaking, so you're not going to answer.
Okay, I have the answer, but go ahead.
Okay. If you start flying in the opposite direction of the Earth's spin, will you reach a specific destination that's X amount of miles?
Now you're confused again. Okay, I'll give you.
No, I don't think I am, dude.
Yes,
Dan,
you are.
When you're done, I'm going to say something very quickly, okay?
Platypus finish.
I think I've made my point. You guys are telling me that the Earth is spinning, and I'm just saying we should be able to take advantage of this, right?
I think I don't know if Zanuck is going to still.
No.
In one sentence. I could
let me respond to this one for sure. So 2 things. With and without, with and against this rotation of the Earth, completely different. That's a Yotvos thing. And no, you're not taking advantage of the spin from that perspective. You're only becoming lighter because of the spin due to the centrifugal force on the plane going eastward, and it works against you going westward. And it equates to like 20 or 30 passengers on a plane as far as weight difference. So there's some gas saving going with the spin of the Earth. That's not what you're talking about. We're talking about shooting north or south. That will be a 100-yard deviation. Now, if you're flying north for thousands of miles, you could be off 500 miles over. It's 1.5 miles per hour per minute. There's your answer right there. But they counteract by steering, so it's okay. It's not a big deal.
Okay, just real quickly because this is the way
that was
that wasn't bad.
Well, the problem is that west is going to
There's
be
no
different if
problem.
it's spinning underneath you. You know what I'm saying?
It's not spinning
these
on it. Remember,
directions.
you've heard this a million times. Going south, the Earth will spin underneath you using your vernacular, and going north, you would accelerate ahead of the Earth. That's why the projectile from the 50 caliber cannon will accelerate ahead of the Earth going north and land 100 yards to the east, off target, and south, the opposite would happen. The Earth would spin underneath it.
Can I
Okay, just real quick, hold on, Xanac. You've said plenty of things. Can you mute yourself so that we don't have to mute you so he can respond? And can you please not interrupt him when he's 2 words into his response, please? Go ahead, Flappers.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I've made my point, really. If there was this ability to sort of, have the Earth traveling underneath you, we would be using this. We would be taking advantage of this to get to places quicker, using less amount of fuel. And I don't think we do that.
And like we've already said, fuck, man.
For fuck's
All
sake,
right.
if you do anything about aviation,
Unbelievable. I addressed all of it and you just don't get it.
I know, but guys,
Well,
can
the
I
thing
say
is-
this one sentence very quickly? That way, maybe, I don't know, maybe he's thought
Can he
about
finish? Can he at least finish?
If he's not done, then yeah, he should let him finish. I heard there's 3
Yeah,
of
but
them.
he keeps making the same fucking mistake day after day after day.
That's
All
fine.
right.
Everybody
I
makes
can
the same
settle it.
mistake.
I can settle it with one example as soon as you're done. Go ahead.
Okay, well, the one thing I was going to say is the important principle, because this is what we were talking about with we were talking about this like last week or whatever, and we were describing like going from New York to Florida or whatever in an airplane. The one important thing, like the one important concept, because you're describing, like I said, getting in a helicopter, the Earth rotates beneath you, you land, you're someplace else. But the real way of thinking about the Coriolis and the way you're describing is to think about the different locations you're either where you're coming from, where you're going, and what the speed is, what the tangential speed is at both those locations. I don't know if it's enough.
You know what,
Yeah,
Coach?
so
Who's taking a piss?
That was Branch, right? Oh no,
Anyhow.
it's Bob. Bob's pissing. Listen, the Bob's pissing.
Bob, you got some background noise.
Well, the problem with this Coriolis is it's defined.
Oh boy, now I'm out for
it's
sure.
defined in some sort of way that makes it impossible for us to tell whether we're spinning or not.
That's what I was saying. For the pissing and all that. But
It was
yes, all
Dr.
you gotta
Bob's
do is
turn.
just-
Can we let Dr. Bob go? He was waiting very patiently. He said he had something to resolve it right now.
Let's queue up. What's his
No,
name?
Lemon, it's not your
Xanac
turn.
and Dr. Bob.
Now your turn, Lemon.
Xanac wasn't done though, so Xanac, go ahead. Not Xanac.
Thank you. No,
wow.
I was yielding the floor to Dr.
Wow, damn. Coach
In the
Stowe.
middle.
Finish
In the
up.
middle.
You said go ahead when you start talking.
I did have a great analogy to what Kosho said. Right?
Kosho first, then Dr. Bob.
Yeah, but this helps Kosho.
Okay, Kosho, then Dr. Bob, then Branch. There you go.
Anyhow, yeah, all I'm saying is just instead of thinking about it as the Earth's rotating beneath you, one thing about the planes, just the better way to think about it is to consider where you're starting and where you're ending and what the tangential velocities are at each location. So like in Florida, for example, it might be 900. In New York, it might be 700. These are the different tangential speeds. And so this is kind of, and then you consider what those different speeds are and how long the travel is. And this might give you a better idea of what you would expect in this flight.
I'm sorry. I think I just need to take it way back to basics. So you got to answer me in basically yes or no, or I'm not going to understand. If an object leaves the surface of the Earth and maintains its position in space, in the air, will the Earth turn underneath it? Yes or no?
Yes, but not for the reason you think.
Okay, that's all I need. That's all I need.
No,
yes.
I would say no because you don't do that.
Well,
when you take off from the Earth,
I would
don't
agree
hold
with you. I would agree with you that the Earth doesn't spin when.
Yeah, you know what? Here, let me give you a sloppy. Let me give you a sloppy.
No,
type of,
I don't.
Hold on. If you traveled 1,000 miles an hour, if you traveled 1,000 miles an hour,
All right, hold on. Xanax just busted in. Who's going to respond?
Well,
Was
I
that
have a table for that.
I can.
Hey, let Bob go, Bob. You should use this table.
All right, Dr. Bob was in queue, so go ahead, Bob. You got it.
All right. So, if you have an aircraft that is, take a helicopter. You guys like helicopters. So if you have a helicopter sitting on the ground, that helicopter is not moving relative to the ground. The ground itself is rotating at a certain angular velocity, and as a result, the helicopter is rotating at a certain angular velocity. If that helicopter comes up 6 inches, okay, it is still got the exact same angular velocity it had on the ground. That's problem number one. Problem number two, is it moving in relationship to the ground? Now, I'm going to pull a rumpus on you and say yes, but I'm going to pull a Bob on you and say, but that is immaterial to your level of understanding of this.
Good answer, Bob.
I made a table exactly for that problem as well, except for it's 1 foot off the ground. That table right there represents
the change in the diameter of your orbit around the center of the Earth is going to change by 1 foot. Okay? It's not going to be at exactly the same time. So over 24 hours, you have to make up, you're going to fall behind that 1 foot. So in 1 hour, if you go straight up, you may move as much as half an inch.
And even then, the way
from where you were.
And even then, the way you hover a helicopter is relative to your visual references, i.e. the rest of the Earth. You can't just go off in space
if you ignore,
and...
Wait, not only that, the air also is moving and has an angular velocity.
No, but
as well.
he was asking hypothetically. He said it in a hypothetical way. Yeah,
that's why I said
if you hover a foot,
it's going to be half an inch in an
Yep.
hour.
And
that
you're
is
a foot above the surface.
That is not even.
You'll have to
that's
move
being
6 feet a
inches
day.
above the ground. So you've changed your radius by 6 inches, which you changed your diameter by. You've changed your diameter by 1 foot times pi is 3.14 feet. Divided by 24 hours, you're going to have that much of a change in 24 hours, 3.14 feet. But that, as pointed out, is not how a helicopter operates. You take the thrust of the engine and maintain a position over the ground, which means that you counter that 3.14 feet by changing the thrust of the by changing the angle of the thrust of the engine to maintain your position over that one spot. So that's the long answer. It is the correct answer. And quite frankly, the bottom line is no, it doesn't make a damn bit of difference.
And also, don't forget that air, if it is moving, since you're flying in the air and the air is moving, you don't have to make any adjustments at all, in simplest terms.
Yeah, but for his hypothetical, like I said, that table, because I made it for a band, so we were talking about this, right. And it exactly represents what Bob was describing.
Well, but he also wanted
if you were that far off the ground, this is the deviation you would expect just from being off the ground in a but perfectly off the ground, like not moving because of the wind or anything.
Right. But the other point I was going to make earlier was that because he mentions within relative to space, what did you say? Like be an inertial state or relative to space? What did he say? If you were able
I just
to travel,
wanted to know if the object just stays in its place wherever that is in space.
Yeah.
Will
I give you
ground be spinning underneath it?
Right. So how about if we did? Hold on. Can I give you the answer? Please? So if you traveled,
magnitude.
Magnitude. Take a second. It'll take a second. If you traveled at the equator 1,000 miles an hour eastward, roughly, you could get to the point where you're almost inertial. There's other factors because we're rotating around the sun and stuff, but generally, to your point, we would then be at a point where we're not moving in space. Is that what you said using your vernacular? So there you'll be in somewhat of an inertial state. Not really, but close enough. But you'd have to be going 1,000 miles an hour eastward for that to happen. So that's what you're talking about.
Standing on the ground at the equator, you're doing 1,000 miles an hour eastward.
Yeah, address the magnitude of how much this Earth rotation underneath you.
No, but then if you went 1,000 miles an hour eastward, westward, then you would counteract that 1,000 miles an hour and be somewhat inertial in space. There, you wouldn't be moving. You'd theoretically be in one spot.
Can we clarify with Flatus?
If the Earth didn't rotate around the sun, that'd be true. So that kind of gives your answer about fixed in space. You'd have to travel 1,000 miles an hour westward for that to happen. So I said
his understanding is that you hover in a helicopter and the ground rushes towards you at 1,000 miles an hour, right? We're saying it does come towards you, but it's like 6 feet in a day. if you hover above the surface by a foot. The magnitude is
But
really
Bob's
fucking
first
rough, right?
comment was retaining that momentum that was given to you before you left the ground.
Exactly.
And that's the part he's not really.
That's what he was talking about.
Yeah.
Just because it does, the Earth does rotate underneath you, but not in the sense of it's coming at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
It has to do with your rotational speed about the Earth center versus the rotational speed of the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
The relationship between those two things.
There would be something
so
called
the example
hysteresis.
of hovering.
You'd have a little
hysteresis a day.
Yeah, and they're
You'd
very,
have
very
hysteresis,
close.
which is a slight lagging behind of the surface based on the larger diameter.
If you're at 50 miles above the surface, it's only about 25 miles an hour. But there's no real air up there. You wouldn't notice it.
Platypus's point still stands. If you can see the Earth turning from space, then you can get a little bit closer to the ball and still see the Earth rotating beneath potentially. The question is, what is this boundary condition, if any, where all of a sudden you just rotate perfectly with the Earth versus being outside of the frame of the Earth and seeing the Earth rotate below exactly? As far as we can tell, there is no boundary condition, no physical barrier. So theoretically, you could still hover above the Earth, on the Earth or whatever, or near the Earth and see it rotating below.
Yeah, fly 1,000 miles an hour westward, and that'll happen, Lemon. Fly 1,000 miles an hour, the sun will never set. You'll continue to be in the same spot. It'll be roughly fixed in space.
But the thing is, you guys define this as a way for to keep us from telling whether we're on a moving ball. You're saying that we can't tell that we're on a moving ball at all.
Here's
That's
the flaw in your argument. If you are in a fixed spot in space, watching the Earth rotate underneath you, what are you doing? You're falling towards Earth because there's the only forces acting on you are the force of gravity pulling you towards the center of mass. You are not in orbit. You are literally falling straight down towards the center of the Earth. Does that make sense to you, Lemon?
No, not really. Even in a spinning reference frame, there's a problem with this. The problem is when you spin around an object. What was that?
What would hold you away from a large, massive object? If you weren't moving?
An electromagnetic field?
No.
Oh, come on, Lemon.
I don't believe in this gravity ball nonsense, so I'm going to try to answer in some sort of other way that goes towards something flat. I know the texture of gravity, but gravity curving the ball Earth for the purposes of whether or not it's flat or round is just a meaningless discussion with me anyway, because I go with the flat Earth.
So how do
Lemon, can I ask a question, please? I've been waiting to ask Bob a very simple question about light, and I was waiting for the conversation to change to something where I can actually ask him the question. And it apparently has. All right, so Bob, do you think that light slows down or speeds up? Or not necessarily speeds up. Okay, do you think light can slow down? There was an experiment done by a bunch of people from, I think, Scotland, where they said, light. We've seen light slow down.
Oh, this one again?
Yes, this one again. Because nobody agrees with me on this. And my perspective is a little bit different to anybody else I talk to. I want to see what Bob says. All
right, well, you got about 10 minutes.
All right,
so go ahead and get on with it.
So I just need about a minute. Do you think light can slow down?
Yes. In a vacuum. You didn't say in a vacuum.
Not even in a vacuum. So my secondary question to this. Is the photon slowing down? Is the photon slowing down?
No, before we go on, you clarify. You did not say in a vacuum does light slow down. You simply said, does light slow down?
Regardless of a vacuum or not, right? I mean, my question stands still. Whether you've gone through water, glass, or even gone through different angles, right? Can a photon change speed? Is the question actually at hand. And people seem to think yes.
The speed of light does change based on the medium.
Do you think a photon can change speed?
I don't know. But I do know the speed of light changes. If light's composed of photons, the answer would be yes.
If you had to give an
I just
answer,
did.
you
I just
think a
gave you an
photon can
answer.
change speed?
I just gave you the answer. What did I
Right.
just say?
So okay, let me ask you this. Yeah, you got a massless particle, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you consider a massless particle without mass, right? If it moves a little bit slower, where did the energy go?
I don't know. Ask a quantum physicist. Not my field, man.
Well,
But
we're
light
asking
does
you,
have a different
The,
speed and
the
different
weirdest
medium.
shit, Jeremy.
but we're
chill out,
asking you as
bro.
a common sense person to basically to sort out the
Not a
bullshit.
common
Because
sense
these
issue.
smart people are being allowed to go into quantum mysticism and other baffle garble. What do you think as a common sense person,
It's
Doctor?
not a common sense issue, Lemon.
We got to sort through the baffle garble. I mean, if we can't think
Just
about
because
this
you
as
don't
common sense
understand it,
people,
Lemon.
what if they're bullshitting us?
Just because you don't understand it, Lemon, does not mean it's false. I'm sorry.
Maybe we don't understand it because it's bullshit, not
No,
because it's
you are not
actual
smart enough
science.
to understand it, sir.
No, I
You
think
guys
we're
got
being
to
fed
stop with this.
bullshit.
You don't
And
understand.
as common sense people, we
I
can ferret it
understand.
out. Dr.
Anything
Bob,
you don't,
you, me, or whoever.
anything that Lemon doesn't understand is bullshit. You've heard it here first.
You don't
Thank you.
understand it yourself. You're just deferring to an authority. You didn't even
No,
give an
moron.
authoritative
I'm
answer.
telling you that it just because you don't understand it does not mean it's false. I am sorry.
So your deference to authority somehow makes a better answer than us calling out bullshit? I beg to differ.
Well, I'm sorry you beg to differ,
Lemon,
sir. You are not if you understood.
Lemon.
No, stop talking to Lemon for a minute.
No,
If you,
Lemon,
I'm
you
sorry
can-
to Ben.
fine
I'm
if you
sorry,
can-
Lemon, that you are the ultimate know all, be all. Everything will just come to you and say, "Hey, great old Lemon, is this true or false?" And you'll say, "False."
Well, this Coriolis garbage is another thing that we can suss out using common sense. If you can see the Earth turn below you theoretically in space, then you can see it turn above you theoretically if you're close to the ball, but not even on it. I mean, it's just ridiculous. What is the point between you seeing the Earth turn all of a sudden outside of the reference frame of the Earth versus being inside of the reference frame of the Earth and all of a sudden being tied to it so much you can't even tell that it's moving? I mean, it's ridiculous.
All right, I'd like to sum this up real quick because I've got to go if you don't mind. There was a very good book that was written quite a while ago called The Count of Monte Cristo.
Oh, I
It
love
was
that
written
book.
in the French.
Great book.
It was written in the French language. Now, you have 3 ways that you can understand that story, and only 3 ways. You can either speak French and read it in the original language that it was written in. You can rely on somebody who does speak French to translate it and explain it to you and give you the cultural nuances such from years of study. Or you can take a French sentence out of it, run it through Google Translator, and then come out on a chat room and loudly proclaim that you are an expert on that piece of literature. Now, I rely on people that do to tell me what that story said. And flat earthers run individual sentences through Google Translator. And that's the level of their understanding of it. And that's why that's their approach to
I can
science.
fix
So
his
if you don't
analogy when he's
understand
done.
quantum, if you don't
One
understand
massive
quantum
squawk
physics,
before he leaves.
you need to listen to the people who do work with quantum physics. And I'm not one of them. I listen to the experts on that. That's not a appeal to authority fallacy. That's going to the appropriate source and getting corrective information.
Bob.
Okay, now let me fix his analogy.
Bob, can we
actually
get
are
back?
specifically avoiding putting the language into Google to get our answer. Instead, we've been listening to French from our parents and our families our entire life and know the French language. And somebody came along and told us that the book said one thing, but we can read it for ourselves because we know French, and it absolutely says something else, and they're wrong.
You don't speak French.
Well, then
Shut
you have
the
to
fuck up.
demonstrate that you speak French.
Parlez-vous français?
Je parle français mieux que toi.
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi?
We all speak French, Bob.
That's
Okay,
why?
and now
No,
we lost.
you don't.
The Count of Monte Cristo is a great book. Analogy sucks. I'm sorry.
I think it's pretty much spot on.
Yeah, it's pretty much spot on because none of you speak science, especially Bob Dole.
Not a
We
damn
speak
one
enough. We have common sense. We can
You
figure
too,
this stuff
Lemon.
out.
Jeremy,
1 + 1 = 5 to
Jeremy,
you.
Jeremy,
basic
question to you,
understanding.
Jeremy. Yeah, before we get too much into this next conversation, can I finish the question I was trying to ask? Bob?
Fuck that whole light speed up thing.
Yeah,
fuck that whole
man.
light
I
speed
really
thing up.
want to get this out, though, man. Come on, please hook me up. Let me get
all
like
up,
2
but go
seconds.
ahead. I'm at my exit. Go get on with it.
All right, so Bob, do you think a photon can ever move?
I've already answered that. What did I say?
Well, I didn't hear you. There's
Okay,
too many
I said
talking in the background.
I don't know. You should talk to somebody who works with quantum physics when you're dealing with things like that. You're asking the wrong person.
All right. I didn't
I
hear
can't tell you with
that.
certainty.
I didn't hear
I
that.
can
That's
tell
what
you with
That's what I
certainty.
wanted. That's what I
I
wanted
can
to
tell you
hear.
with
Whether or not you
certainty
had a
that
fucking
light
answer.
does speed. I can tell you with certainty that light changes speed based on its medium. It's fastest in a vacuum, and it drops down if it goes through water, whatever.
I personally think everyone's got this shit wrong. A photon never changes speed. It will break the laws of physics if it ever does. Right? You can consider through scattering.
Does it break the law of quantum physics?
Through scattering, consider why
it gets absorbed and re-emitted in medium. The denser the medium, the more it gets absorbed and re-emitted. So what?
Right. But the photon itself
That's
never
correct,
changes
but
speed.
the average speed through the medium is slower. That's what we're talking about when we say the speed of light.
All right, thank you, motherfucker.
Thank you.
NASA, you're the only one.
You're
the only one that's fucking got my back on this.
I know, Branch. I told you I used to
changes
think that
speed.
way too, man, but it's just not the case.
Nah, bro. I went all the way up to fucking, what was it? Fucking that high school teacher who everybody in Gem Pandas thinks like he's the shit, right? He didn't even fucking.
Well, the thing is,
what is the point of this?
So what was that?
Sorry, go ahead.
I don't think a photon.
No, you were saying,
a photon is a massless particle. I don't think there's any way it can move faster or slower than the speed of light. It has to be always moving at the speed of light, or it can be stationary.
These questions are central, Branch, because we need to see if light needs a medium to travel that can become tighter or looser, like a wavy ether, or if it is this bullet that just travels as fast as it can because by special relativity, general relativity, or whatever. I think that they need light to have a constant speed because otherwise they have no constant for relativity to be meaningful. Everything would just be relative and meaningless without the constant of light being the sort of guiding star to help anchor this meaningless relativistic theory.
I think you're thinking of Maxwell's
All right,
equation.
after
You're
all
not
that
far from the
nonsense,
truth,
Branch, it was a great question. It was a great question, Branch. I think the answer was very good. The absorption and re-emission of photons. That makes a lot of sense to me.
You're just referring to authority.
Scattering,
makes
right?
a lot of sense.
The answer is actually scattering, not.
Well, I know. Yeah, exactly. I told this to Branch earlier because I used to think that, and there's actually
No, Kosho, you told me I was wrong.
I know I told you you were wrong. That's what I was saying. I used to think the same way you thought. The same answers you were just given. We're all of my boulders. Looks like he's posted something from 60 Symbols, which they probably tell the same thing that that I learned from the what's it called? The people from
Guys, how do we measure speed?
Fermi's
What's
lab.
the formula?
Fermi lab's a good one.
Hold on, Kosho. What's the formula to get speed, guys? Come on.
Distance over time.
The speed of light is defined. It's a defined speed.
Okay, how do we get speed? How do we find
speed.
out how fast something's? How do we find out how fast something's
Jeremy,
going?
what
Branch,
point,
shut
what
up,
point-
Branch. You fucked
what
this all
point-
up on me, Branch. How do we get to
Jeremy,
speed?
the speed of light
What's
is
the speed
defined.
formula, guys?
Distance
What's the speed
over
formula
time.
for speed?
It's not measured.
equals MC squared, bro.
Lemon, they're scared. They're scared, Lemon.
E equals MC squared is the speed formula.
That's the energy
Branch, very
formula.
close to getting muted.
The speed formula is generally distance over time, something to that effect.
Okay, can we use this? Can we use this formula to get this the speed of light?
Only if you
We
talk
did,
about
yes.
the wave traveling in that sense. But if this etheric medium is everywhere, then talking about something traveling from A to B in that sense is a little meaningless. Unless you're talking about the wave
that's how we
perturbation in
did
the
it
universal
originally, was
medium
we
of
physically
ether.
measured distance over time. But now it's a defined quantity. It's no longer a measurement speed. It's a defined quantity now.
I mean,
why is it a defined quantity? You think because you think it moves at a constant speed? You think it moves at a constant speed in a
Jeremy, well, what I'm trying to say is this, yeah, a photon can only ever go at one speed. And that's it. It can never go fast. They can never go slow.
All the photons everywhere in the whole universe are constantly traveling the same distance over time.
Jeremy, do you understand we define distances by the speed of light now?
Jeremy, if you look at that one experiment those guys in Scotland did, where they said that, you know what, we've got slower photons and faster photons. The difference is the slower photons are moving at an angle. So obviously they got to move a further distance, because you know when you walk in an angle as opposed to walking in a straight line, you know, distances change, right?
I'll be streaming the telescope on my Discord channel in a bit. See you guys later.
See you then, Bob.
Talk, man. Good talk. Kosho, Xanic, I hope you guys are fucking happy.
Hey, Jeremy.
You tried, Kosho.
I owe you like 5 punches in the stomach, dude. Like, hey, man, remember that time that fucking, I was like, yeah, here's that time too. I'm going to punch your stomach for that. And yeah, so.
Dude,
you tried,
Xanic. You know what, Kosho, man?
You tried, Kosho. Xanic folded like a cheap suit, and I'm thoroughly disappointed.
Xanic tried to get redeemed, though. You got to admit that he was trying.
I think, Kosho, you
check in with Platypus?
You and Jeremy have a little bit too much of a love relationship going on.
Hey, I'm not the one that's he's got Xanic. He's got Xanic and Rumpus fighting over him.
Yeah, but still, I thought you was my boy, bro. Why are you fucking with Jeremy?
Yeah, Ruhif is right. Let's get back to
If Platypus has any better understanding of Coriolis now that it's been explained to him multiple times.
Ruhif, how can he have better understanding when your own people don't even understand it?
Damn, Jeremy.
Jeremy,
why do you sound frustrated right now?
Maybe if you would sit with a consistent definition, Jeremy.
Hold on, guys.
I have a consistent definition.
He's asking Platypus a question, guys. Come on.
Yeah, Platypus. I'm sure you've heard Quantum Race's thing where he goes, if a flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to LA or whatever, should take an hour. Do you agree with that reasoning?
Yeah, you're asking a question from someone who's not even here. That should be the biggest wake-up call.
Obviously, it should take a different time west to east. You can tell that the Earth is moving from space. You should be able to tell the Earth is moving from right above the Earth in the non-inertial reference frame of the Earth, too.
Yeah, except for conservation momentum. That's
okay. If you answer yes to that question, it means you don't understand Coriolis.
Day 6 of this shit. Day 6.
I think we do.
Listen, we can switch it up right now. Does anyone
understand Coriolis?
We can switch it up right now. Does anyone have a topic they want to talk about?
We've gone nowhere.
Yeah, I do. Days. I want to this whole Coriolis talk and shit. Yeah, Kosho, what happened to that hot air balloon you was about to buy?
Hot air balloon? I'm still planning on getting that.
Yeah, so what's up with that and Coriolis?
Jesus Christ! Yeah, man, I'm
fuck right.
What does a hot air balloon have to do with Coriolis? Please enlighten me.
What's this research in concave Earth that Crit's been doing? What is this?
Hopefully,
I don't know. Maybe he's been looking into it. I'll tell you right now. I'm looking into concave Earth. You got anything good for us, or what?
Is it like a custom model, or is it the mainstream one? What concave Earth model is this?
Hey, Jeremy. Before we move forward too far, I think that all flat earthers need to get on my side on this, where light can never change speed, because it seems like every fucking glober keeps fucking telling me that light can slow down and shit, and I'm the only fucking cunt that keeps telling that look, a photon can never slow down, but they don't fucking want to listen.
They're talking averages.
Branch, that is the mainstream narrative, that it never slows down, it always maintains.
The mainstream narrative is
however, hold on. However, when we do the speed, distance, time thing, we see that it does slow down.
It doesn't.
Because we know how to measure the speed.
It never slows down, and all these motherfuckers tell us that that's the reason why light bends when you go through glass. And I'm like, motherfucker, the light isn't bending.
Well,
light
it's
beam is
counterintuitive to think that light doesn't speed up or slow down, number one. And number two, people have demonstrated that light has sped up and slowed down experimentally. People have sped up and slowed down the emission of light, whatever you want to call it.
No.
So this is just bogus
citation.
nonsense that's needed for
I'm
relativity.
very sorry.
As
I'm
relativity
very sorry,
demands
Lemon.
that light's
Lemon.
constant speed be the only constant in this relativistic nonsense.
Citation,
I
Lemon.
actually think that all the Globers are wrong because they all keep telling me light can slow down, and I'm pretty sure
They're telling you what's
that a
demanded by
photon-
special relativity. It's just an axiom that we've accepted, but nothing that they've actually proven experimentally.
Citation, Lemon.
A photon can never move faster or slower than a speed.
It's axiomatically held to branch because they say that light doesn't need a medium to travel, therefore its speed would not change. It's axiomatic, but it's not actually proven experimentally.
I'm gonna prove
Branch, how do we get the speed? Hold on, Branch. How do we get the speed of an object? Do you know the formula to do it?
Yeah, distance over time.
What is it,
motherfucker?
Okay, and when sometimes we can have light travel a meter in 1 second, and another time we can have light travel over a meter in 0.01 seconds, and another time we can have a light travel a meter in 1 second. Did it slow down?
Yeah, but imagine this.
Yeah,
imagine this,
Jeremy.
Jeremy. Imagine what I'm trying to say is this, yeah. You know,
bruh, say it then. You're always fucking saying what I'm trying to say.
Relax. Put me on a bicycle, Branch. Tell me I'm on a bicycle.
All right, so you're on a bike. Okay, not bad. Let's say that you're trying to run, right? Or you're trying to jump. Right?
Can I be on a bicycle for this scenario, please?
Okay, so let's say you're on a bicycle, right? And you're one day you're really skinny. You're really skinny, right? And you try to push off with a bike, and you got a certain speed when you're really skinny, right? Now, if you get fat the next week and you try to push off, you can go a little bit slower, right? Now, let's say the next week after that, you have no mass at all. You weigh nothing. When you push off, how fast do you think you're gonna go? Like you literally weigh nothing. Is anything gonna stop you? You're gonna go as fast as possible because you don't weigh anything. That's how fucking light works. It weighs
How
nothing.
the heck did they know that light doesn't weigh anything? Did they put it on a scale, or did they just axiomatically assume it? Mass itself, weight, or whatever you call is interacting for mass to be mass or whatever is highly theoretical in and of itself. It is non-intuitive.
One way is
something that travels, anything that travels cannot speed up or slow down. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, well, we can measure the amount of energy that light can have. Like it can actually push solar cells, right? And if we look at how much it pushes the solar cell,
I swear to God, no one in this room has ever observed the solar cell get pushed.
No, but you know what light can push? You know that thing they put in a partial vacuum that's black on one side, white on the other side?
Yes, we fucking have.
Looks like a little turbine. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Sorry, you know what?
Yeah, Jeremy, I know what you're talking about, man, but I don't think that's light pushing it. I think that's a heat thing.
Heat from what?
From the light.
Okay.
That's what I heard.
So it's the light pushing it.
You know, I heard Cuddles was claiming he's from the Order of Melchizedek in the other chat.
What does that even mean? The Order of what?
Melchizedek.
The Melchizedek priesthood is the priesthood of Jesus Christ, supposedly, and most of the interpretations you're going to get. The Melchizedek priesthood replaced the Levitical priesthood of the ancient Israelite nation or whatever when they lost their temple and when Jesus came. Now we're under the Melchizedek priesthood of grace under Jesus Christ. Some things carried over, some things were modified, some things were abolished, but we're under a new priesthood with him in a new covenant.
Right. Melchizedek is supposed to be like some guy that blessed Abraham or some shit.
Some people say that he's a prefigure of Christ, this mysterious Melchizedek figure that was in the Old Testament. Therefore, the Melchizedek priesthood of Jesus Christ.
I don't understand your thinking, Branch. You agreed light can slow down, and then you're about to argue with me about how it can't slow down. It doesn't make any sense. Sometimes light can travel a meter in 0.0001 seconds. Sometimes it can travel a meter in 0.01 seconds. Sometimes it can travel a meter in 1 second. That seems like it's changing speed, not constant, and slowing down and speeding up because we know how to measure speed.
You know the reason they say light moves slower in a medium, right?
Because it slows down, yeah. Because it takes longer to travel a distance of a meter.
But do you know like the theory of why that happens?
Yeah, they say it gets absorbed and emitted or some shit, or zigzags like you're on a bicycle and you're going to a grocery store, and I go in a straight line and you go zigzag.
That's not it, though, man.
Right. It's that the light gets absorbed, and then the electron moves up in energy, and then it re-emits it out. I believe.
No, but that's what the common and intuition tells you. But that's why we posted a couple of videos about it, Jeremy. The one from Fermilab at probably 60
So it gets absorbed and re-emitted?
No, but that's what I'm saying. That's intuition about it, but that's not actually what's happening.
What happens, Kosho?
It has to do with scattering, and it's more complex than that. That's why once you understand this, you're actually gonna better understand how the light could slow down. Because that's kind of why I was describing to you the way I was, because
where's
it's not just taking one path.
Hold on. So when it appears to slow down, you're telling me it's going in a zigzag pattern, not a straight line.
That's not what I'm telling you. That's what somebody else was just saying to you.
Well, I didn't say it zigzagged, so that's a straw man anyways. Where's the link, Kosho?
Why does it slow down, Kosho?
There's a couple of them in the chat.
Yeah,
tell us why lights. Hold on.
Roll by Boulder posted one at 8:18. I posted one at 8:19.
Kosho to tell me why light slows down, and then I want Branch to tell me light doesn't slow down right after that. Go ahead.
Well, I told you I posted a video in there for you. You get a better description from watching that.
I'm at work, bro. Can you just like real quick? I mean, I've heard different ways why light slows down from you guys. I thought one of them was at least correct.
I said it has to do more with scattering, and like I said, it takes multiple paths, and the path that you end up observing is the average, basically. But there's still other paths that the light had taken, and that's why with the thing that you were describing, the test that happened, I guess in Brazil or wherever it happened, it does make sense that they could isolate one of those paths and it be slower than the actual speed of light.
Yeah, they got light to slow down in a vacuum. Yeah.
And if you, like I said, watch one of these videos later, I think you may understand how that's possible.
I know why it's possible. Light, it doesn't travel at a constant speed. That's why.
It's not it.
That's it. I'm so enraged with Zanuck right now. I can't even keep my composure, honestly. I feel I'm going to flip out. Unfucking believable. Unbelievable. Bob told him to sit, and he stayed in one motherfucking place.
It's the hierarchy. They got like a pecking order based on YouTube subs.
I don't know if that's how it works.
But anyway, light's unchanging speed is axiomatically held to, despite evidence that it speeds up and slows down. So at this point, we're going to need to dispense with these axioms that are chaining our minds and keeping us from going in new theoretical and experimental directions, frankly.
Yeah, we can see light slowing down and speeding up. We can measure it. We know that we know how to measure the speed of things. It's not even a question if it's slowing down or speeding up. I don't know why we go over this all the time.
It's necessary for relativity, which was cobbled together basically to try to dispense with the ether by saying that light didn't need a medium like this flowing ether to travel through. And therefore, since light didn't need a medium to travel through, it has this universal unchanging speed since it doesn't need anything to travel. It's just a bad axiom.
Lemon, Kosho was telling me about this vacuum. Kosho, what was the thing with the vacuum? The vacuum thing from earlier with the helium shit, the superfluid. Kosho, did he leave? Kosho was saying vacuum theory, superfluid vacuum theory. is pretty close to the ether, I believe. I'm not sure. I don't want to like.
Well, they tried to get rid of the ether with special relativity, but then they brought it right back with general relativity, saying that light speed could change in a gravitational field or something like that. But what would be bending and warping the path of the light if not some sort of background medium like an ether? So basically, they tried to do a double take, and basically in all but word, they do a wink and a nod to some sort of substance that can be tighter or looser, allowing light to travel at a slightly different speed, aka the ether.
Yeah, but you got to look into this helium superfluid vacuum theory or some shit. Kosho. He's not here.
He's typing in the chat, so he's listening.
He's not answering. He's mad at me. Kosho, tell Lemon about the superfluid helium vacuum theory thingy.
What is it? What
you were talking about with Rakia earlier? The vacuum superfluid helium fucking thing.
Whoa. Yeah, it was funny. No, yeah, I don't know how we got onto what we were talking about, but I think originally we were talking about the expansion of the universe.
Yeah, but you said that's close to the ether, right? This vacuum superfluid theory.
That's a different theory though. That's not the one that we were talking about. The one I was talking about was it's called superfluid vacuum theory. And that was based on...
And it incorporates the ether?
Well, no, it's just Paul Dirac. It's something... It's more close to the ether, like I said, than quantum field theory, because quantum field theory describes them as fields, whereas the superfluid vacuum theory...
Fields of what?
It treats it as a superfluid, so it's more material.
Quantum mechanics treats it as fields of what?
Fields of what? They're quantum fields. Fields of grass and berries.
Fields of what underlying substance, Kosho, to give the field some sort of substance.
Okay, you know what a field is? A field does not have substance. Field does not have substance.
Another axiom that they have.
It's not a field
That's
of anything
something that doesn't exist. Somehow has a field.
A field in what? Of what?
Fields of gold.
Fields of abstraction.
You have to understand what a field is, and then that question will seem kind of...
Okay, what's the field?
Relevant. But the
dreams.
A field doesn't have a medium or anything or a substance.
Fields of abstraction.
It's values at every point.
Okay, then what's a field?
I can't answer it if you're going to talk. So
hold on, guys.
Fields of Gold by Sting.
It'll be field of question mark because they can't acknowledge that there's a background substance. Their axioms demand that they ignore the ether and all but name only. So it's going to be a question mark, gentlemen.
They're pumping the ether. Kosho, tell Lemon about how the ether is there in this vacuum.
He's Googling it right now. Let him explain it.
As I told you earlier, Paul Dirac was the dude who originally helped come up with quantum field theory, and Paul Dirac never really dropped the ether from his postulations and stuff like that. And so even after quantum field theory had caught on and it was very successful, he still had I think it was in the 50s or something, he had an idea that was called what's it called? Like I said, superfluid vacuum theory. And like I said, it's basically this. It's similar to one of the reasons why quantum field, or one of the reasons why the ether couldn't work, is because of relativity. Like basically, the claim is if there's super, basically it would express the ether or the background field as doing like these really crazy speeds in different parts of the universe. And anyways, he was trying to write a description of the ether to where it was basically what's that called? What's that thing called? The Heisenberg uncertainty principle would allow that there to be different speeds in different places. And so basically it was like a structure that was just like the quantum fields, but instead of fields, those fields were more of a superfluid substance instead of a pure vacuum. It never really caught on, but there's people who are still looking into it. So
they kept the ether. Is this luminiferous ether or what? What kind of ether is it?
Well, like I told you before, quantum field theory already encompasses everything the ether needed. So this is just kind of another. It's another thing that's not ether, but it's probably closer to ether than than quantum field theories.
So they hijacked the ether and just renamed it.
They didn't hijack it. They didn't hijack it. They discarded it, and they used something else that took its place.
They probably inverted it. That's what they like to do, is invert everything.
They like that, yeah. It's opposite day with these motherfuckers, I know.
Yeah.
And they basically hide the truth within the lie. Imagine if it actually was.
Basically what they usually do is like, oh, your face hit my fist or some shit like that. It's always like the exact opposite of what happened.
Let's just pretend the hypothetical scenario is actually it actually is concave Earth. We're bending upwards at the minimum, and we're over here debating A versus B, which is downwards curve and flat, and both are wrong. That would
Listen,
literally
I'm open
be just pure waste of time eternally.
I'm open to concave Earth. Why don't you send me a DM with your best evidence that you got for it?
No, I don't do that, bro. If you're open to it, you go research and find out about. I don't sell anything to anyone.
I've looked over.
But you can break. Go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, I've looked over Glory's stuff, and I mean, it's really interesting. I mean, it's a lot of stuff that it's like every time you think about asking a question, it leads you down like another line of logic. I'm not quite sure where to start type stuff. It's like it like threads a needle. A lot of things that flat earthers talk about, a lot of things that globalists talk about, it really splits the difference.
Yeah, I'm open. If if someone could break me off with like the best evidence or something, I'm open to it.
Yeah, that'd be nice. People could actually look into it instead of just talk shit about it.
Yeah, it's basically, if you were to boil it down to the very best part of it, is that it explains why the Earth could appear curved and motionless at the same time. Kind of both sides in a way.
Wouldn't it be curving in the opposite direction though?
Yeah, that's why you would see that it would almost present as flat, because it's your eye at a certain distance would no longer resolve a curve. It would just smash together and almost appear to be an infinite plane.
The concave Earth, with the size that it is, which is the size of our Earth, and our size in it would almost appear as flat, looking wide, but measurably it wouldn't.
Hey, can someone fucking link how they got to that? Can someone link how they got to that? That's a claim, but I would like to see how they got to that.
And no one will ever understand concave Earth unless they genuinely look at it and hold their beliefs to the side. If you can't do that, like Crit did, and I did, and the other ones did, forget it.
No,
this theory isn't even worth debating, in my opinion, to people who aren't aware of it.
I'm looking for how you got to the point where something was curved started to look flat. Like, is there an explanation for that?
Yeah, basically what I was trying to say is, if it were to be curving upwards, it's curving upwards at such a rate where, based on I'm trying to explain what I'm seeing in my mind. Based on our range of visibility with the altitudes that at least we're able to confirm that are real, which is anything below the ISS, you know what I'm saying? And seeing our range of our circle of vision, our circle of vision when we're 6 feet from the ground is about, at least of the ground, is about 3 miles. 3 miles that way, 3 miles that way, 3 miles that way. And as you ascend, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And what I'm trying to say is, as this ascension from to the stratosphere, we're still seeing such a small spotlight within this overall inverted Earth. It would still look flat. I don't know if that made sense.
I showed my flat earthers that video at TikTok. They loved it. That was a big hit. Yeah.
It would present as flat. That's where you're getting.
That's like what we're all about. You know what I'm saying? Just the whole system like fucks you over.
Yeah. So you'd have your whole flat horizon 360 around you and rising up that flat earthers have. But then you would also have the reality is as you rise, it doesn't truly stay level. it doesn't reflect the downward curvature of the Earth, but it does drop a little bit due to refraction.
You up.
It still stays level, though. When you look left to right, you don't see curvature downward. It appears to be a flat level that is flat, even whether or not it rises perfectly to the level of the eyes or not. So it's still level.
In the next hour doing
Yeah, another thing too is like when with concave, right? 'Cause I've had exposure to this idea, before, like playing Dungeons and Dragons. There's the Hollow Earth campaign setting, and also Hollow Earth was something that people had talked about in lots of fantasy writing before this too. So it's like, would you even know the difference if you were? In a sense, it's like it's taking a lot of what the globe Earth proofs are, but then applying them to a stationary cosmology, and then also explaining for why they got it wrong for the right reasons.
The hardest part to understand, which I'm still trying to understand, is I get the light bending up, but the idea is when you're looking at the horizon, like when you're seeing a sunset, it's coming downwards. We observe it as coming downwards, but in reality, it's curving upwards around the celestial sphere. And this was able to be 3D modeled without pulling any bootlegs or anything. Simply, it's explained just with multiple concave spheres with one within each other. The way that they bend the light. That and with concave Earth, they have that there's this iron, some kind of metal octahedron in the center of the Earth. So in the space in the middle of the Earth, and this is responsible for the fucking everything. This is responsible for the primal movement in the world. Like the swastika, like with the Hindus, the actual real definition of swastika, it means primal churning, like the primal churning of the whole universe.
Well, that comes from the Big Dipper. Well, the Big Dipper throughout the seasons makes that shape. So yeah, it does have to do with the turning of the sky.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's the one thing too inside Hollow Earth. They've got a very good explanation if you go with the southern and northern celestial poles. It's like a mirror image, like above and below.
Yeah, except that ships don't disappear and get higher as they go up. They disappear from the bottom to the top every
that'd be an observation.
Yes, thanks a lot, Shield. Now you can be quiet.
No, I mean, it's just there's a lot of stuff that just doesn't work on the flat Earth and really doesn't work when you get to the concave Earth.
Okay, but that's an observation of a ship. That's not the observation of the Earth. See, you're looking at the wrong thing.
Well, so I mean, we're looking at the ship going over the Earth curve, and you're saying now if it was concave Earth, it should like go up. If it was a flat Earth, it should like get smaller and smaller and smaller according to laws of perspective. It doesn't do either of those.
Yeah, you're looking at a ship though. You're not looking.
Yeah, we're looking at the ship. Right.
If I can get access to post images, I can post you a graphic of how the bottoming out works in concave Earth.
What about the sun? How you see when you look at the horizon, the sun is like halfway.
So I have
directly on the horizon.
I have a video. I have an animation to help explain that, but it's basically the sky is inverted. Inverted like this way. If you look directly above you, it's not so much inverted. But if you're looking at things that are in your horizon and going towards your fucking horizon, that's where it's inverted.
Yeah, this is what
meaning, for example, the sun's going down, but it's literally going up and around the celestial sphere in the middle of the Earth. You'll see.
Can you post that? Can you post that exact thing you're talking about?
Yeah, I can. If I can get a video post access right now.
That's exactly what I'm looking for.
Yo, I actually have a YouTube link too. So if no one can give me access, I got you. Well, hold on.
Another thing too is like when you look at the distance that the sun would be, it's not that far when you see. I've always said the sun sets in flat Earth because of like the twilight zone. There's too much atmosphere in between. The same way it works like in the ocean. If you dive underwater, it gets dark. It gets dark really quick.
Yeah, water's a little bit thicker than, a little bit higher refractive level than air is too, just slightly.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Crit. Were you finished, or?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, I just sometimes I carry on, so just jump in whenever.
Well, I was just going to ask because I think you've said before that you're like, absolutely 100, absolute that it's flat, without any question. So I'm just wondering, like, how that is now changed to where you're considering a concave Earth possibility.
Yeah, I'm not really I don't consider concave possible. I just understand it much more than I did. I used to kind of just dismiss it as maybe someone trying to cope, but now after looking at a lot of the content, it kind of makes sense. It seems like it would be a logical stepping stone for someone who is still looking at the sky as part of their cosmology for what Earth is. I don't do that right from the very beginning. For me, you could take the sky out completely, and it won't change bo diddly about what Earth is. But if somebody really wants a sky explanation in their model, concave to me makes much more sense than heliocentric.
Yeah, take the whole sky out of the observation. Take all the observation of the sky. Don't try to explain it. Yeah, just think the Earth is flat. That's good. I like
They're two different things. I would say
no, actually, they're very much the same thing.
Yes, Shield. Thank you very much.
I fucked up your sky observation bullshit earlier when you presupposed the medium in between us and anything that you're looking at.
No, we don't need to worry about the medium, Jeremy.
Yeah, you do. If you're looking at it from an angle, hold on, guys.
Raggy,
no, we
you
don't.
just got hit with the medium.
Looking at it from an angle. If you're looking at something from an angle, you absolutely need to know what is in between you and that object to make a geometric claim on the shape of Earth. Because you're drawing straight lines to an apparent object, not actual position.
Yeah, well, sorry.
I was kind of on board.
You kind of just got wrecked by that. I just
wrecked.
Like to say.
I was kind of on board with
that fucking wrecked you, bro.
I was kind of on board with the geocentric sphere because a lot of globalists talk about the Greek model. And I'm like, okay, sure, let's go back and start from a Greek point of view and work out from there. But they're really quick to throw geocentric sphere under the bus. And I'm like, well, why would you do that if you're saying to start with the Greeks? That's what they started with. And they were kind of like the first culture who talked about a sort of celestial sphere and Atlas holding the world up and Apollo pulling the sun across the sky. But they don't want to look at these observations. They just want to say, the Earth is heliocentric. They want to switch it somehow, say they want to use the study of geocentric, but then just say geocentric's wrong, it's heliocentric. And Ista's got some really good quotes about why they did this.
Yeah, because it explains things better. Exactly.
But like, if you want to get underneath a star and say that's where the star is, that's a little shaky, but I'm cool with it. But as soon as you change your angle on it, now you need to know what's in between you and the star to get an actual position on it. Because now when you change your angle, you just have an apparent position. Doesn't prove shit.
That's facts. That's facts right there.
Yeah, so that's why I go with flat Earth. Still, I understand. I like the hollow Earth or the concave, but because it does a much better job at explaining the sky than heliocentric does. Heliocentric's in the bin. I mean, it never should have even been explored.
It's in the bin. I gotcha. Yeah.
As soon as Copernicus said that these are perfect spheres and only God can make a sphere, or as soon as Newton said he's got no hypothesis, his only hypothesis is the model's so glorious that only a God could have made it. I'm like, no, thank you.
The globe is bad. I agree. It's really, really bad, the globe. That's why it's been so torn apart so easily. It's only these people that really want to hang on to it to keep repeating what Google says. But yeah, the globe Earth is just not even close to correlating with reality. Well, I take it back. It can be close in some ways, but overall, it's not even in the ballpark.
Yeah, I know. It's definitely flat, right? Because it looks flat.
That would be an observation, wouldn't it?
I would like. I'm still waiting for your experiment to prove that the Earth is flat.
No, it is what it is.
Crit, run him through an experiment real quick.
Well, his last crit experiment, the Earth is obviously concave, so I guess Crit's right because I proved
no considering something, holding your judgment and considering two opposite things is not a bad thing. Try it once.
No, the main problem.
I don't think he's capable of trying that.
I think it's good to consider things. Yeah, I think it's good to think and consider things.
I don't think he's capable.
Well, here
That's what you call someone who's religious. They don't consider the other shit.
Yeah, he's drunk the Kool-Aid, and all he has in his fridge is Kool-Aid. So it's just
okay. Here, PNS. Oh, sorry, Gio. I thought you were done.
No, go ahead.
Okay, PNS. Look at this graphic I just posted. You see, there's 4 objects, right, on a black background.
Okay.
Could you sprinkle, like, say, baking powder or like powdered sugar or just sand over the top of those to determine what their surface is like? Like a baker. You know how a baker will you'll do a dusting of powdered sugar to, make their baked goods. Can you see that happening? Can you picture that?
Okay.
Could you observe that as true?
If these were cookies, yes.
Yeah, or they're just objects. Like some of these things are flat, some of them are concave, and one of them is a ball, and one of them is like a I can't remember what the other one is, just like a picture or something like that. So could you have to manipulate them physically, or could you sprinkle things over the top like sand and determine what they are?
I suppose.
Okay, that's what you did. You looked out your window and you saw the leaves sprinkling across the ground. It was your experiment based on this very simple principle.
No, it's your experiment, sir. I followed your directions on how to observe it. This is the crit experiment.
And I walked it through it with you.
Thank you for walking me through the crit experiment.
Yeah, and this really is easy to determine. You could do this at home. You wanted something that you would not have to leave the comfort of your home to determine what a shape of an object would be.
Thank you for the crit experiment. Everybody else just said it looks flat. You at least tried to come up with some sort of observational method to prove the Earth is not flat or not a globe or whatever.
See, here's the GIF animated now. By Karen B did this.
Karen B.
Yeah, so if you look at the objects, like here, don't watch it, or maybe I posted too soon. If you look at it, which objects would you determine have which attributes? Like starting like one across.
I don't know.
Yeah, can you tell which one is concave? Can you convex, flat? You can't unless she shows you. That's the point of it.
Yeah, and
so people scream about what the moon is or what it looks like to them.
Oh, no,
yeah,
we know what the moon is.
This shows you that flat, concave, convex things from a distance, like a circle like this.
We know what the moon is, though. We know what the moon is.
Confirmed that the moon is convex, not concave.
No, the moon is not convex. The moon is convex. We can prove that. We see more than 50% of the moon, so we know it's not flat. We know it's not concave. Otherwise, we'd see.
So the latest video I posted, it turns out a bunch of the old world maps. If you're into cartography, you look at the old map. Their Roman name is called the Orbis Globis or some bullshit. A bunch of the old world maps, turns out they're actually concave Earth maps. They have concave Earth longitudinal line. You can go and confirm this yourself.
God.
This isn't proof. It's just like, okay, that's kind of weird. Why do they all have concave Earth longitudinal line? They have a hollow sphere longitudinal line.
I hear you, but those are globe projections.
Yeah, well, this is.
They're globe
projections for those past that. The most power, in my opinion, that this has is regarding you research those 2 observatories, the one in Canada and Argentina. There's 2 sporadic meteorite, which is like meteorites in space, observatories. They have instrumentation that they put in the sky, and they record sporadic meteorite origination zones and also impact locations. Because apparently there seems to be impact locations in our space where these meteorites are hitting what seems to be almost like a wall or some kind of barrier or something.
The problem I got with meteorites is, according to NASA, we're getting hit by like 25 million meteorites, and all kinds of goofy shit. And that's not a problem for us on Earth because a lot of them are small enough to disintegrate in the atmosphere and burn up. However, anything that's not in our atmosphere, like the ISS, satellites, it's not getting burned up by them. So everything, all the satellites, ISS, all the bullshit is going through a shooting range every day. We should be losing satellites on a daily basis, and we're not.
How big is space, Jeremy?
Pretty fucking big.
Yeah, exactly. What's the chances they do get hit by micrometeorites? So the ISS gets hit by them every once in a while. Sometimes they poke a hole in them.
That hole that a lady drilled that hole. They uncovered the truth.
No, that hole that guy posted on his fucking Twitter feed. Chad, what's his name?
Hatfield.
It doesn't matter.
Chris Hatfield.
Chris Hatfield. That was actually a hole that was in a satellite, not the ISS, and because they used it for an album cover back in like the 90s or something. You guys are faking the funk, and we know it.
Yeah, last year, August, documents leaked that American astronaut, I can't remember her name right now, she flipped out. She was having some sort of embolism or something they blamed for, I think it was Serena. Maybe not. Okay, anyway, so they found out that she drilled the hole, if you believe their story. That wasn't a, explosive decompression type of event. And if you watch the movie Away, they talk about when they had to like siphon, not minor spoiler, they got to siphon water away from the crew compartment because their piss recycler was broken. And they said if you drill a hole, you've got about 5 seconds to exit the living quarter, otherwise your head will explode. And they had
Pret, you don't need to know the emergency procedure for if there's a hole in the ISS. You have time to look it up. I mean, that's what Don Pettit told us, so we got to go with that.
Yeah, you just got a leak, and even more so,
you got time to look it up.
You've got O-rings. You got a maintenance-free O-ring that's lasted for 20 years. Where's this O-ring? I want some of these O-rings. Like, where are they?
Yeah, that's the best O-ring in the fuck. How come we ain't making O-rings like that?
Oh, I got a planned obsolescent story for you. So I have like an egg timer, and it stopped working. And I'm like, what the hell's wrong with this thing, right? I changed the battery. It's still not. It was doing like a low battery type stuff. Like it would shut off or kind of like do like the lights on the digital display would kind of like blink. And I know that if I squeezed the thing, somehow it worked. I'm like, this is kind of interesting. What's going on? So finally, I decided to look at it, do a little scientific thinking and troubleshooting. It turned out that on the battery cap, there's a ring, like a plastic ring that pushes the battery down. And the little ring just wore out, this little plastic ring. I'm like, what a piss poor design. So you've got this battery retention system that it'll just wear out. So I just put
It's a perfect design. It's a perfect design. They want that shit to break, so you have to go buy another egg timer, dude.
Yeah, so I just like put some, put a piece of tape in there or put some paper and then like taped it and then just put it back in and now it works fine. But they're expecting people to not think it's broken, throw it away and go buy a new one.
Yeah, man. You know how many people have probably done that with that egg timer? You toss it, you go get another one. That's how these people get you. They're playing a game. It's called Get All the Money. Right?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
capitalism.
And that sort of thing, and that sort of thinking is a big problem because if a globe is they tell you, hey, there's non-renewable resources, all this landfills. I mean, there's a landfill leaking where I live. There's people who are whose well water. I mean, thank God mine wasn't affected, but other people's well water is poisonous now. They can only use it to like wash dishes and stuff. And even that, I wouldn't really trust it. But yeah,
the only reason that landfill is filled up like that is because they've been selling us shit that's designed to break for fucking decades and decades and decades.
Yep, exactly.
Since the light bulb, dude. Anyone that's listening, take a little time, go watch the light bulb conspiracy on YouTube. It lays it out perfectly. This planned obsolescence.
The light bulb conspiracy? Where's that at?
It's on YouTube. It's probably like an hour and a half. It lays out this whole planned obsolescence thing pretty good. It's a pretty good take on it.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to find. I guess they haven't censored it because I just typed in light bulb conspiracy and it popped up first thing.
Yeah, and these are the people that claim to be worried about They claim to be worried about global warming and shit. If you were, this would be the first thing. This probably contributes to over 90% of carbon emissions, this whole planned obsolescence process. Nothing even comes close.
Yeah, and these toxic chemicals that should never have been into the ground to begin with are there only because they're chasing the almighty dollar. They want money. They don't care about the earth. I mean,
Also, hold on a second, Chris. Hold on, 1 second. Anyone that's listening, please go subscribe to the YouTube channel Earth Awakenings. Thank you. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, when you said this toxic shit didn't belong from the ground, everything that we have comes from the ground, bro. And there's like a long history of people mining and getting toxic shit on them, and toxic shit being underground. So there is toxic shit that naturally comes from the earth.
Oh yeah, but I mean, it's not supposed to be inside aquifers that our people have tapped in on the well. These aquifers were designed by God because you can see that as it rains, and it's got to filter through all the ground to get to the aquifer. And by the time it gets to the aquifer, it's been filtered by the earth. But what they did
Unless
was
it's getting filtered through a landfill, and now it's getting filtered by all this toxic shit, and the people are drinking this chemical compound that's fucking dangerous.
Yep, that's what happened. They took the earth away and replaced it with garbage that you don't need, and now they're poisoning you.
That landfill is a direct result of planned obsolescence. There wouldn't be nearly as much garbage. The thing is, our economy's you guys heard me say this all before. Never mind.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say our economy is based on more garbage. The more waste we produce, the better the economy is. The more sick people we have, the better the economy is going to be. The more people in prison, the better the economy is. Does this sound good? Like a good plan?
Yeah, I just looked at my.
That's the old financial system that they created to like control people.
It's capitalism, dude. That's how capitalism works. That's
but
not
now they're gonna go to like direct social credit, direct monitor, and tell you directly how to behave. That's their future new control mechanism. That's why they're getting rid of all this fucking destroying of the fucking environment and shit. They don't need capitalism anymore. They just have direct surveil you and tell you what to do through your social credit.
I just looked up the local news. I haven't looked into it for a few weeks, but it's gotten worse. There's now when they found one leaky landfill, they started testing all the landfills, and now there's 51 counties in Minnesota. And this is another thing too. They say the federal government says they have technology to turn piss into drinking water, but they can't even deliver fresh, clean water here. People are talking about this is some sort of conspiracy theory to get everyone on city water. Or the last people who are kind of holdouts who have well water, they want to get rid of them. So they just tell you, oh, it's leaking, the landfill. But maybe it is leaking too.
Do you believe Zanuck laid down and died like that, Ami Geo? Unfucking believable.
Well, I was listening for most of the day, but I was kind of in and out for parts of it, so I may have missed that part. I may have been on a phone call or something.
I'm very disappointed in Zanuck.
Those guys were interrupting when Witsit was here. Like I was literally in the grocery store with like items in my hand that I'm trying to buy with like my phone in the other hand, having to mute like Paid as a shield. All the interrupting was out of control. Like they couldn't let Witsit speak at all, like without having to be interrupted or muted.
They're really worked up because Witsit's living the dream, and just that by itself. Their whole claims about flat earthers are, like the gummy method today, the gummy bear, where he said that flat earthers are on the fringe of society. They're not, that's why they believe the Will Smith slap was fake. They need flat earthers to be not successful, not have a good, like a healthy marriage and living the dream and being happy. So now they see Witsit come in and start talking, and they just got to overshout him because
he's the biggest debunk on the table right now.
Haven't you also seen that, like, I mean, a lot of the Globers, not saying this is like all of them, but like at least the Globers that come to Discord to debate flat earthers and shit are usually just like fucking losers.
Yeah, they're kind of cringe. I mean, that's what they lost. Real, I think it happened is they got wrecked in other spaces, so they want to get a quick win against a group of people that they think it's easy to debate. They've got all the facts, all the evidence, they got all the Google searches. They come here and then lose a debate again, and then they start to get worked up.
Yeah, like I'm not saying this is the case for all of them because there's some cool Globers that I talk to on Discord and shit, but like like I don't know, compared to the fucking, if I go around my fucking town and talk to people randomly, they'll be usually less of a fucking loser than one of these guys on Discord coming over. I mean, like, there are cool Globers on Discord, but like just the numbers, the amount of losers, like absolute losers that don't really, they just come here to troll and shit, like, kind of high.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to like rag on anyone, but like, for example, my older brother, he's totally a Globe guy, you know, without any question. He'll even knows a lot of these points, but he's not like into this community and stuff. But when I've told him that there's people like, you know, that come in, defend the Globe and stuff, like, he just rolls his eyes. Like, oh my God, like, who would actually do that? You know, because in his mind, he's just so convinced it's a Globe, so whatever. But like his viewpoint, like even though he's like very much a Globe earther, but the idea that people are spending their free time to come in and debate on this and like push the Globe and like defend it, like he thinks it's just
it would
low.
be like, it would be like if we made a room called Pigs Can Fly and people came in there day after day after day challenging us on this topic. You know, normal people like, what are you doing? You're really debating these people? Like, that's why I've always said this has merit. This topic that we bring up there's merit to it. It's not baseless. Like, it holds weight. If it didn't, these motherfuckers would not be here day after day after day.
That's the thing too. They're not really even convinced themselves. They come the same thing that they've said over and over again. They keep saying it because they're trying. Really, at the end of the day, they're trying to convince themselves, and they can't. They can't do it.
I mean, Kosho loves flat Earth more than a lot of us probably.
Well, it's like the people that like beat up gay people, but they themselves are actually gay, and they're beating up other people because they're in some kind of cogniz about their own, you know, gay urges or whatever. It's like that kind of thing. Like these guys are either like questioning the globe Earth, or just not sure about it, or whatever, you know, insecure cogniz, whatever. So they come in here, you know, to try to kind of deal with that essentially.
Yeah, that's a big thing too. Like the same thing when, like these Southern evangelicals who talk about gay people and gay sex and degeneracy and atheism and all this stuff. It's like the anti-flat earthers talk about flat Earth more than flat earthers do. They're like the Southern evangelical of atheism, like this third wave atheism. And really, if you can use that epistemology and say, I follow your logic. I do not believe in a globe without proof.
Right, like somebody like MC Toon or one of these guys that has a channel like that, if he was like out in the world, you know, maybe he's let's just say that he's eating dinner with a bunch of astrophysicists and, you know, real globe guys, and he's sitting there so excited to be with these guys, and they would say, "Oh, so what do you do all day?" And he's like, "Well, I have a channel. I talk about flat Earth all day." They would just be like, "What? That's what you do? You're just flat Earth enthusiast? Like, I thought we debunked that years ago." And he'd be like, "Oh no, I'm just really into it."
Oh, that's such a good point, dude. Like, if he was actually with actual Globers, they'd be like, "What the fuck, weirdo? Like, what are you doing with your time?"
Yeah, they would call him crazy.
Well, it is pretty cringe. You go to his channel, it's him like acting like really like condescending and like debating. It's kind of funny, dude. When I went to his channel and shit, it's like, this dude is such a loser.
It's like the science communicators are interested in flat earthers because they're trying to find different ways to communicate their science. They're not interested in these globalists at all. They tell the globalists, you have a very poor understanding of this stuff, and you're doing damage when you go out into the community and just start spewing nonsense about people and places and ideas that you don't even understand.
I mean, for some of them, honestly, we do talk about a lot of interesting topics in here. So, some of them might have came at first and then realized how interesting it was and then stayed. But, I mean, if you're here just trying to debunk flat Earth, you're all off the deep end.
Yeah, Twit said it best. I mean, a couple of months ago. She's like, it really kind of breaks into, a couple categories. There's a few people who are really here to talk, and then a bunch of people who just want flat earthers to shut up or die because they think it's some sort of affront to their sensibilities.
Right, Crit, I get your point, Crit, but if you feel so strongly about that situation, then you should have made a fucking ticket.
Branch, settle down, will you? You just came off mute.
Did he use a ticket to get off mute?
I don't know. He said Branch sent me a DM. He said I'm on mute. I told him I sent him back a DM. I said you suck.
Maybe that might fix it. If each time after he's muted, he can only get unmuted with a ticket, then he'll finally learn the ticket process. I've been trying to explain it to him for months. He doesn't get it.
Wait, hold on, Jeremy. I'm pretty sure I was unmuted before you sent me that DM.
You sent me a DM, said I'm muted. I said you suck.
Oh no,
I unmuted you earlier, but then you left. So.
Yeah, I left because I went to fucking the Bob's room because I thought Bob would show up, and then I started talking to the fucking idiots in Bob's room, and it was very awkward.
Fuck Bob, pedophile.
It wasn't so much.
Let's not do that.
Bob is a nice guy. He's just maybe 25% pedophile.
No, come on, guys, don't do that.
That was a big time joke. That was a.
Okay, relax. Listen, now Bob came in earlier, Gio, right? I'm like, all right, you ready, Kosho? I'm like, we're about to fuck Bob up. We're gonna drop elbows off him, leg drops off the top rope, talking all this shit. We're gonna fuck Bob up on a Coriolis. Bob's like, did you say you were gonna elbow drop me? That was funny.
I think that
Yeah, I think actually I was on a phone call because I think when I had to take the call, he wasn't in here. When I got back, he was.
I kind of find it interesting why Bob didn't take on the same fucking notion as all the other Globers to tell me that fucking light can. I mean, Kosho, you understand why I'm fucked with you Globers, yeah? Is because none of you guys believe me that light can never move faster or slower than the speed of light.
Dude, Frank, how do we figure out speed?
And yet, you know what happened with Bob? Bob was like, I don't know. That's not normal. That's not like fucking Bob to say shit like that, is it?
He said earlier he doesn't. When was
the last time somebody asked Bob the question and his answer was?
Why are you always talking about other people?
I'm just saying.
Doesn't matter.
I'm just trying to say.
I watched that video.
Somebody asked Bob a question. His answer was, I don't know.
Oh, so you just watched an hour and a half video? I said that shit 10 minutes ago.
I didn't watch an hour and a half video. What are you talking about?
The light bulb conspiracy?
Dude, I'm not gonna watch that dumb shit, dude. I'm talking about I watched the thing about the light.
The light, bro.
The video, man. Yeah, it's actually it's not as well. That's kind of complicated, but
it's not very complicated.
First of all, both these videos they show proofs for basically why that idea of the light propagating, like bouncing off each particle, and absorbing and re-emitting. Light, that doesn't happen.
Scattering cause a perceive.
Hey, hold on, man.
Shut up, Branch.
Yeah, but the for the reason why it slows down, and actually this is the crazy part, dude. This video, the one that's the 60 Symbols ones, actually described the fucking exact reason why the light does slow down. And it says this is when was this? 2013. So this is before that paper
I don't give a fuck what this thing you watch says. I'm pretty sure I'm still right.
So the light does slow down.
Yeah, they knew about that for a while though. So I don't remember.
It doesn't.
Branch, shut up. Let Kosho explain it.
Please, bro.
Shut up and let Kosho explain it.
No, okay, Kosho.
Tell us, Kosho, please explain how the light slows down.
Shut up and let Kosho explain it, Branch.
Well, first of all, they described two different types of light. Like it was saying something was called what did they say it was called? I think they called it what was it? It was give me a second, let me think. Anyways, there's two different types of light. I think one of them is called group. Yeah, it was group light. Group light. Group light was the one that
the red light,
goes down.
the red light
This group light you can isolate. You can isolate the photons, and actually, it always goes slower. So it always goes slower. And he actually described how there's light that actually can go faster. But
Kosho,
he didn't elaborate on that one.
Listen, man. Like,
anyways,
I looked at the shit that you guys were talking about today. Yeah, about how those motherfuckers in Scotland figured out how, potential fucking slow photons versus faster photons. The whole thing was geometry, bro. It was more like, if you have a path of photons, then some may be moving at an angle. And if you are moving at an angle, then you got to take the cosine to figure out their fucking distance. And therefore, if they're moving at an angle from the general path of all the other photons, because of the cosine angle you got to take for their relative path, they will appear to be slower.
Can I say that last part again?
Basically, they're moving at an angle.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know if the angle. Well, the thing I saw was So like I said,
all right, Kosho, I'm gonna post a picture, and
it's just gonna be a light particle bouncing. Zigzagging.
Read the picture, and now you understand why light never slows down.
All right, Kosho, get back to telling us how the light slows down, please.
Yeah,
right. So anyways, so the one reason why it doesn't go to each particle is because if it did that as it went through and like bounced off the particles basically and re-emitted, it would be going in different directions. So it wouldn't even have a standard bend and as it's refracting through shit. So that's how it's not emitting and absorbing and all that type of shit. But what it does actually do is the light wave itself will fuck with the atoms in there and the electrons, and because the light wave has like it's like basically it's an electromagnetic wave, so it fucks with the charge of the electrons, which excites them, and then those electrons will emit light themselves, and what you end up with is a whole bunch of light that basically, what was the word they used? Let's say they kind of it's like a something to do with like the quantum state of all the light they combine together.
Right. Mr.
And
Kosho.
So that combined light wave, which is now all it's like synchronized basically. It's going to move slower than any of the light that went in there. Even though the light hasn't actually slowed down, it's just because it's like a whole bunch of light that's now synchronized together. So it's just like a weird,
all right,
unintuitive idea.
Kosho, you're talking a lot, but I just posted a picture, right? And if you look at what it represents, let's assume there's a general rate of light going forward from point A on the first picture all the way out to the right hand side. Right now, obviously, because of geometry, things were moving slower, right? That's what the people in in Scotland were trying to denotate, was that in when you look at the overall movement of all photons, there will be a delay, and it's purely geometry, bro. Just look at the shit I just posted, and does that not explain it?
Yeah, I straight up left Jose's server the other day. Fuck Him, bro. I was sitting there mid-sentence. This guy, Brian Peck, interrupted me, and he fucking muted me. Yo, he used to be fair and shit over there, but he's just wilding. He's wilding with it. That's the second time I went on there. He's letting people scream at me. It's just utter chaos, man. Fuck that.
You know why I love Jose though, yeah? Because one time I tipped him, right? And it was about maybe 2 cents. No, maybe about 10 cents, right? And then who was it? Gem Panda started going off at fucking Jose. Is like, yeah, man, fucking Branch. He should be able to fucking tip more than that. What the fuck? Why does Branch tip like 20 cents, right? And then Jose was like, you know what, motherfucker? People just tip however the fucking much they want to tip. And I loved him for that, bro.
The tip, yeah. Well, I'm saying Jose used to be reasonable, but I mean, he's just not reasonable anymore. He's like, I don't know, he's bugging with it lately.
Brian Peck was here at Geo's just a couple days ago. He somehow just he quote unquote sucked into Geo's server.
Yeah, I know, right? He just popped up one day and was like, "What's going on? Why am I in the server?" I'm like, I don't fucking know.
Yeah, because you're dumb. That's why you don't know how to use Discord.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he had some kind of weird glitch in the Matrix or something, but
yeah, I mean, I think that where you guys fuck up is that you guys see it as a negative instead of a collaborate with him and grow both rooms.
Dude, Jose has nothing for us, bro. All it is a bunch of Globers that are reading shit off Google. They got nothing for us, bro. I can go read off Google myself.
Jeremy.
He said
Jeremy, here's the thing, bro, is that like, look, I personally think that if this room and Jose's room did collaborate, that wouldn't be a bad thing.
Dude, everyone that goes to Jose's knows we exist.
Right, but Jose's room is very periodical. This room is
what?
Periodical, as in like it only happens when he's online.
Yeah.
So if you all did make an effort to be cool with the Jose clique, then those people will start being these people's, and it will grow this room.
Bro, I used to be cool with Jose, but like I said, he ain't himself lately. I don't know what's gotten into him, but he ain't running his room right.
The
canceling with it.
The canceling of the lunar mission, I think, has really sent a lot of these guys over the edge.
You should have seen how they spiraled out of control when I brought up the super rotation of the universe of the Earth's atmosphere.
Wait, so you went into Jose's room and bowed the flat earthers?
Huh? No, I battled the globe. There's no flat earthers over there, dude. They're all Globers.
I haven't been there for a long, long time.
There ain't no flat earthers left over there. You might get Brian Leakey pop up once in a while or something, or I don't know, somebody, but nobody goes over there no more. It's a bunch of Globers reading off Google, dude. I could do that myself in my room.
I can't wait until well, fuck it. I'm gonna go there then, just to spice shit up.
Where?
Yeah, go spice it up.
And I'll quarter
spice it up.
I mean, for some reason, I do like the way Geo rolls, and so I'll quarter him here.
He said one time after Lemon had left, the bunch of the globalists were talking about how Lemon was breaking the rules and was being mean and wasn't listening to their explanations, and he should be banned. Lemon should be banned.
Yo, it's not even that them guys are. My bad, Crit. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, just real quick. I'll just finish up. Then Jose said they want Lemon there because it's fun to laugh at the derp. They weren't listening to Lemon either.
Yeah,
no man. You know why?
Hold on, Branch, hold on. All right, go ahead. Never mind. Go ahead. Go ahead, Branch.
I'd rather hear what you have to say.
Yeah, me too.
Yo, it's not even that them guys are just reading off of Google, because that's fine. I do that too myself sometimes if we got to look something up. Those guys don't even know what they're talking about. They don't know the globe arguments. They're just totally wrong on so much shit. It's
Yeah,
unbelievable.
But Jeremy, here's the problem. Yeah, a lot of these globe earthers don't know their own arguments.
I know. Yo, they were trying to tell me
a lot of them just follow fucking through. Like they'll hear one motherfucker say some shit and they'll be like, all right, that must be right. Don't even fucking think about it and just fucking roll with it.
They were trying to tell me that. Listen. The time before last when I was in there, they were trying to tell me that they have 3 pyramids. The top of the pyramids all have line of sight on each other. They make 3 Euclidean straight lines to the tops of all the pyramids, and it forms more than a 180-degree triangle. So, that's fucking totally wrong. And the last time I was on there, and I brought up Earth's super rotation, they tried. You wouldn't believe what they tried pulling out of the box. That's not Earth's atmosphere. So the fucking citation I had clearly said atmosphere. The atmosphere. It might not have said Earth's atmosphere, but it's like they're trying to do goofy shit, like not even addressing the argument.
Maybe sure it wasn't talking about Venus's atmosphere.
The last time I was in Gem Panda's room, right?
It wasn't Venus's Kosho. It was clearly Earth.
Seriously, bro, I swear to God, the last time I was in Gem Panda's room, I was talking to fucking Paul, right? And he's a high school teacher. Because obviously a high school physics teacher should know everything about physics, right?
Dude, they don't know shit. I work in a high school. The guy here that teaches earth science, I was about to debate him on the Coriolis effect. And I said, well, you know how you got the non-inertial and the inertial frame of reference? He's like, hold on, what are those? I'm like, wait, I thought you said you teach this. He's like, yeah, I do, but I don't know what those are. I'm like, what? I didn't want to diss him and shit. So I was like, all right. He wrote it down and he's like, oh, I'm gonna look into this frame of reference frame thing.
I had this whole conversation with him about fucking the speed of photons and shit, yeah. And it's like he didn't know his shit. He just did not know his shit, bro. And it was interesting because the whole room, regardless of what he would say, the whole room would be on his side. Just because he's not Braj. Even though...
Oh, I mean, yeah, that's something for Gio to look into if he wants to collab with Jose, but I mean, I don't know.
I'm just trying to say, though, at least in this place, yeah.
You want more Globers, Gio?
They tried to do something with him on 24/7, and he just started accusing people of being pedophiles.
I mean, Jose's
maybe, well, hold on. I don't think Gio wants more Globers in there. I think what Gio actually wants is more discussions about spirituality and stuff, which we never talk about. And I hate that we don't, because there's a whole side of conversation that could occur with that, right? But
I don't know why you're pegging things the way you think I want. It's not necessarily.
Oh, Gio, don't you prefer the whole spiritual side of conversation?
We talk about spirituality a lot.
We do, but we talk about the shape of the earth a lot more. Like, when you
Gio, do you want more Globers here, or?
I don't really have any specific preference for that or not that. So.
What's up, Jeremy?
Then we could. What's that? What'd you say, Jose?
I mean, people are people. I respect who they are with their viewpoint. I'm not trying to gear it one way or the other.
Yeah, you could make some kind of collab with Jose maybe or something.
Honestly, if we want to make this room get big, then we focus on the spiritual side of stuff, right? There's such a bigger percentage of people on this planet that believe in the spiritual side of Earth outside of flat Earth.
So I'm gonna need you to stop drinking right now, Branch.
Hey, Jeremy, I posted that link.
What link?
In the text, that Eric Dollard link. It's linked specifically to the part where he talks about ether. It's really interesting. It's just watch it until you get bored and don't want to watch it. But I linked it at a specific time.
I mean,
it's might be educational for some people.
I don't know, dude. Honestly,
I would recommend watching, just specifically where I linked. But that video is really, really, really golden.
I'll check it out.
This is a great video to listen to. You don't have to watch it when you're running, just like waking up in the morning and getting ready. You learn a lot in this video.
Bro, I wake up and come right in here and start arguing with Glover.
You can learn a lot more just by listening to.
But yeah, the part where I linked specifically related about there.
Yeah, there's
some people might like that part.
Like we keep
Isn't Dollar the guy that used to work with name that QE used to be boys with the guy that used to do the NASA calls. What's his name?
And Robert
what?
fucking what'd you say?
Harry.
No, it was Robert
What's his last name? Bassano. Yeah, isn't Dollar and Bassano?
That guy was the biggest goofball of them all, man.
Dude, them NASA calls were golden, bro.
Okay, dude.
A while back, Robert Bassano was talking about that he was going to Antarctica. Like there was like a trip that he was actually. Yeah, did he ever do that or come back with anything about that?
Dude, he used to say he worked for Google. He made this supercomputer for Google. He ended up giving it to the military that they were using it. He was this what is it called? This Navy SEAL, one of the fastest swimmers in the SEAls. All this kind of shit, man.
That's fine, but did you hear the calls?
Yes, I heard those calls, man.
I mean, when somebody says they made
Watch that video, Kosha, specifically where I linked it for like a minute or two.
Kosha, when you say,
go on.
When you say that, he said he made a supercomputer.
No, he made a super AI. So that it was like I forget what it was supposed to do. It was supposed to like. It was for identifying people or something like that. I don't know what exactly. It was the craziest claims, man. It was a quantum computer too that he was working on. All this shit, man.
You know what I did once, bro? Like I fucking I made my software get to a position where like the people that bought my software could get rid of like 20% of their stuff because the software would take care of it, right? And it turned out that saying that was a bad thing to say. And the better way to sell the software was to say you need less skilled people. The same amount of people, but less skilled people. Because people didn't like the idea of getting rid of counts. So,
all right, is there a topic that we can get on? I don't know what Branch is about right now.
Well, yeah. I was going to ask you, Jeremy, are you still working? Because I just saw that I saw that movie poster. I posted in the chat. It looks like they're making a movie poster about you and Zanuck and Rumpus's relationship.
Which one's Rumpus?
Zanuck's out, bro. Zanuck's out. Rumpus. My only hope left is Rumpus.
It looks like they're getting Sinbad to play Rumpus.
I like how when you were saying that you could give Rumpus a kiss.
Dude,
that was. But what was funniest to me was Rumpus's response. He was like, "Oh!" He was like actually flattered. He's like, "Oh, Jeremy."
Yeah, but then you have Zanuck today. He got so worried that whenever you were mad at him for the Bob thing, he was actually trying to fucking redeem himself, man. Because he thought he was
dude. So, Kosha, what about when I asked Bob about whether or not fucking light speeds?
He's not a quantum mechanics dude.
No, it's not even that, dude. Like I've never heard him back away from a question as hard as he did with that one. He was basically like, I don't know. I've never heard him say, I don't know, as his
quantum is hard. He's a doctor. What does he know about quantum?
Nah, bro. Like it's not even about quantum physics. When we talk about the speed of light, that's relativity. That's actually Einsteinian physics.
When you start talking about how it interacts with stuff, it starts to get quantum. Really, it gets interesting.
When we talk about the speed of light, that's Einsteinian physics.
Yeah.
It's not even quantum physics will break down. Okay,
but it's passing through a medium, so it's interacting with something.
Listen, what I said had nothing to do with quantum physics. That was purely Einsteinian physics.
Light going through an object.
Motherfuckers,
to do with quantum mechanics.
Do you want me to disagree with what I said? I told you what I said was purely fucking Einsteinian physics.
Listen, Branch, please.
Light going through an object has nothing to do with quantum mechanics. Is that what you're saying?
I just want to ask Branch, please stop drinking, because you're at like a good level right now, kinda.
No, I think we're over the line.
We're already over it. I mean, I asked him an hour ago.
I get the sense when I piss Gio off.
I mean, this guy gets muted at gems, so
it's not just that. Like,
yo, that is tough to do. Yeah,
I know when I'm going too far.
No, you gotta know when you're using too much mic.
Yeah, if you just kind of chilled back and said things here and there, but like you tend to want to have it be like the Branch show, like the drunk Branch show, and then it gets pretty.
I know, and you're completely right. I need to shut the fuck up.
Listen, Rumpus is my last hope, Gio. There's nowhere to go after that. That's it.
You're gonna break Xanix's heart. You're gonna break Xanix's heart, man.
Well, maybe I missed the. Is it anything new that I haven't heard, or like what's the contention at this point?
I mean, Bob's still not buying that example of my guys in the park with the round. He's not. He doesn't think that's Coriolis.
No, he did, dude. After I explained it, he's like, "Oh, well, no."
So he agrees that is Coriolis. I'm gonna ask him again.
Oh, no, you didn't hear, dude. You didn't hear what I said. What I explicitly stated it, because that's when I told him the thing about Mars and Mercury. And I stated it as you on Earth on a rotating frame. You could describe Mars and Mercury as a Coriolis path or whatever, but that nobody does that because that's not relevant. You instead describe it in the frame of the sun, even though you're on Earth. So there's cases when there's things happening outside of the rotating frame that it doesn't make sense to describe its path in that frame. But just like that, there are also cases where it would make sense to describe the path. And if you wanted to, for whatever reason, describe the path of the ball with the paint on it, like I said, going across the merry-go-round, you could do that if that's if that was useful to you for whatever reason. But
you're telling me, hold on. You're telling me Bob has accepted that my example of the guys in the park with the roundabout in the middle. He accepts that as the Coriolis effect.
He accepted that as it could be Coriolis, but like I said, based on what I had stated, was like you're only going to describe its path from that reference frame if it's relevant to do so. It might not make sense.
So he don't know. So right now he don't even know if that's
He doesn't know, dude. You're not listening, dude. It's a case by case basis. There's some cases where it doesn't make sense to do that. There's other cases where it does make sense to do that.
Okay, we have the case with the guys on the roundabout. Does Bob understand that is the Coriolis effect or not?
He did more or less accept that, dude. That's what I'm saying.
More or less?
He said, yeah, he said, looks like, yeah, he says, because I forgot exactly what his words were, but he said, what did he say? He's like, oh, looks like I got a new way of thinking about it, or whatever.
Well, I don't really think it's fair. Branch, go ahead.
I was going to say, Jeremy, next time if you get a situation with Bob, just bring up whether or not light moves always at the speed of light.
You cut Gio off for that?
Yes, because that's one thing he's not sure about. Like, seriously, dude, every other conversation that you can have about the shape of the Earth and even the physics behind it, he's literally got an answer for it.
Listen, it's fine if he's not sure, but he was debating me on it.
One thing, Jeremy, that he's not sure about, and I think we should fucking fuck with him.
No, that's fine if you're not sure about something. That's okay. The thing is, don't try to debate me on something if you're not sure about it.
Right, well, honestly, the speed of light and it being a fucking constant, it really does have everything to do with anything else. And that's why my initial statement to the people back when I was talking earlier today was, if light can move slower than c, which is the speed of light, then it breaks everything.
What were you going to say, Gio? Oh, I'm on the phone. No, I'm on the phone.
I guess
Well, I mean, the thing is, like,
Jeremy's trying to say.
Hold on.
Give
Let
me
me
mute
fucking
branch.
say. Just stop for a second. Go ahead, Gio. What were you gonna say?
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, okay, we all know that if you're on a rotating body versus a stationary body, and you throw things around, you're going to get different effects. We all kind of have the basics of that. I mean, if someone's spinning and they see a ball being thrown, et cetera, like just the basic physics of that. This guy Coriolis, was a mathematician dude. Apparently, he won a Nobel Prize, but he came to the Coriolis, or he was using it not for the Earth, but for like mechanical systems, is what he was using it for. And then, he was using it as like certain principles of the way that things work within mechanical systems, which, like I was saying, things rotating, not rotating, etc. And then this concept of it being used as the Coriolis force, quote unquote, or effect or whatever, it was then applied to the globe. So it was applied to the globe, and then that whole deal. So it's sort of like, I don't really think there is like some absolute set in stone thing. It's like it's this guy who was already working with these mechanical things, and then he obviously had a concept around these reference frames and objects moving in one frame versus another based on mechanical systems, and then that got kind of put into this globe thing about when you're on a globe and you shoot a bullet, north or south, whatever, it does that. So I don't know that there is like anything absolutely set. I think probably under the basic concepts of what he's talking about, what you're talking about probably could go under that in terms of like just the actual raw definition of, two reference frames, et cetera, something being thrown out of a moving versus non-moving, kind of a thing. But I think when it comes to like the Coriolis effect as being applied to the Earth, that is implied that you're shooting the bullet from this rotating Earth, and then it's deviating, visually, et cetera, meaning that like an asteroid just flying by the globe Earth is not considered Coriolis.
Yes, the globe hijacked this real thing that Coriolis came up with. Yes, the effect is real though, just not Earth-based. They hijacked it.
Yeah, they took the concept that happens in mechanical systems. Like if you had a little mechanical device and you have one thing that's being, thrown from one thing that's spinning and not spinning, yeah, you're going to get a certain effect. So they took that and then obviously applied it to the spinning Earth idea and then labeled it that. So in terms of what you guys are going back and forth about, I just don't know that there is some absolute 100% set in stone, difference. I guess the only way to do it really is maybe to look into this guy's writings to kind of see like where this, where they pulled it from his work, and then see whether, where it comes from in that way. Because I think they're just deriving the coordinates of what he was originally talking about, which is these different objects, either on a spinning or non-spinning reference frame. And then, at some point it was kind of converted into this whole globe idea and kind of ad hoc onto it. And then now they call it that. And in my sense of it, if they're going to do that and the way that they call it that, I kind of agree with what Bob was saying, which is that the object has to be launched from the actual spinning Earth in this case to then have the Coriolis effect, meaning that an asteroid just flying by in space, even though it might look, different to us or whatever, doesn't mean that that's really Coriolis. Coriolis is like something that happens on the Earth, something that's launched from the non-inertial reference frame, and then so that's why I think it kind of fits up.
Bob never said that an asteroid or a meteorite would even has any type of fucking inclining to being launched from Earth.
Well, the equivalent to that is Jeremy's saying, like, okay, if you have three people on a merry-go-round and one throws a ball to the other, okay, great, it's Coriolis effect. But if you then have let's say three people on a merry-go-round, but then you also have two other people outside of it that are just standing on the ground in a football field, and they're throwing a ball back and forth over the merry-go-round. That's the equivalent to like an asteroid flying by the globe Earth, rather than being on the globe Earth, on the merry-go-round thing and shooting a gun.
I mean,
Do you
think, Gio, that over, like you said, over the Earth, would it make a difference which way you throw, if you throw it underarm or overarm?
Branch, come on, man.
I'm not
Gio,
sure.
the thing is, you get the same effect. It's the same exact effect. Like pretend the guy's on the ground, throw the ball, and then they do that, and then there's a guy on the merry-go-round, and he just happens to throw the ball in the same exact path that the guy's on the ground threw it. It's like literally the same exact thing.
Well, honestly, bro, the guy that throws the ball to the friend sitting on the other side of it, yeah? Isn't he
I can't even take you
same
serious
direction?
right now.
Yeah, Branch, I don't know. What do we do? Mute him or let him keep faking like he's having a conversation?
He's ruining the. I don't know. What do you, Branch? Can you control yourself or what?
Yeah, I totally can, but can I get this one thing out before I stop?
Is it serious?
Yeah, a little bit.
It doesn't sound.
Well, it's like you try to say the words that we're saying, but then you're not really like actually having a conversation with us, so it ends up being like just filler. That's not really.
I mean, what I was trying to get at is this, yeah. Like, if you're in a merry-go-round and sitting still, and you throw a ball from yourself to the other guy across from you, right? Then you throw in a certain way to get. You throw in a certain direction.
Where are you going? I got to get off
to the person right across from you. And now, when the merry-go-round is spinning, you will still throw it in the same exact direction, and it will get to the same person, wouldn't it?
I mean, this slight difference in the definition to me doesn't seem very relevant. I mean, the larger question is the Earth spinning and all that. Yeah, that's all relevant. But how we actually define this, whether the object is being thrown from the non-inertial reference frame or thrown from an inertial reference frame outside of it. I know what Jeremy was saying. It's the same general observation. Like you're going to see the path curving because you're spinning rather than seeing it just moving straight if you're just the people on the ground throwing the ball back and forth.
Yeah, they see the same exact thing. And the whole point of it is, when it comes down to it with the Earth-based Coriolis, you can't show me that the thing's not actually curving. In the merry-go-round and the ball, Branch, shut the fuck up. In the merry-go-round and the ball example, we can see it from both the frames. We can see, all right, one's curving, one's deviating, so we know it's definitely not curving because it's different. So we'll know it's definitely is Coriolis. However, and these Earth-based examples of the bullet deviating and all this stuff, deviating, we don't know if it's an actual deviation or an apparent deviation. You know what I'm saying, Gio? That's why I always say Go ahead.
No, I just said yeah.
Yeah, that's why I always say the only way you can prove this to me at this point now is to show me something moving in a straight line in the inertial frame, and then show it apparently the same object, same time, apparently deviating in the non-inertial frame, and you would prove to me that the Earth is rotating. You could prove the spin of the Earth to me if you did that, because that's how you prove the Coriolis effect is happening. You know what I'm saying? We could be on a merry-go-round and see a ball deviate. You won't know if I threw a curve ball or I threw it in a straight line, unless you look at it from outside and see, okay, it would appear to go straight for me, it appear to curve for you. Boom, Coriolis effect.
You know what, Jeremy? Good job, bro.
I'm sorry, I told you to shut the fuck up. Kind of, not really.
I'm just trying to say good job.
Thank you.
You also gonna say when I say good job, Culture knows what that means.
What's that? The only thing I'm saying is like, yeah, you can't show me that it's an apparent deviation because you have nothing to base it off of. All we see is the deviation. The bullet deviates, the plane, whatever. Things deviate from straight. Okay, there's wind, all kinds of shit's going on. Magnetic fields, ether spin, who knows what the fuck's going on. Is it an actual deviation or an apparent deviation? That's the question.
You're so silly.
That's not silly, bro. That is a 100% way to prove that the Coriolis effect is happening. And I'm right, Kosho.
It doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter if you're proving it's right or not. It matters if you're describing it correctly, and there's no debate on whether there's actual versus this or that. Anything is always going to be described from the reference frame, and that's how motion is described. So it's valid in that reference frame. That's it.
Right, but he's saying that. Okay, let's just say for a moment that things are doing this. Let's just say for a second, if you shoot a bullet south to north, north to south, let's just say that it is doing that like 100%. Let's just say for the moment that we've tested it without any question of a doubt. I've thought of some ways of actually testing it better than just random people on YouTube claiming it, to be able to really test it. But nonetheless, let's just say we tested it and there absolutely is. It's tricky though, because you've got spin drift and the Magnus effect, and you've got the atmosphere conditions and all that. And even like the way that the barrel is built on the gun, how the bullet starts spinning out of it. So there's a lot of factors. Let's just say for some reason we can absolutely isolate that it is happening. Then there's two main reasons it's happening. One of them, okay, you get this globe spinning and the atmosphere is kind of going along with it's attached to the globe, but then it's a little bit off, like 99% it's attached, but it's like 1% off. So you get this little deviation of the bullet and whatever, this very minor amount. Oh, and it's just enough to make the pendulum swing and process and all that. Let's just say for a minute that's the case. Okay, fine. Then if that's the truth of it, then that's the truth of it. Otherwise, if it's happening, it could have something to do with the fact that the ether, the environment, the atmosphere, sun, moon, and stars, that there is a rotation that we all can witness every day walking outside and looking at the sky. So there is that motion. Now, how is that motion doing it? Like earlier, Winston was talking about magnetic fields and so on. So is there some way in which the layers of the magnetic fields or so on would be causing it? If that's the case, then it would be considered a force, and it actually is doing that. But it's the medium drifting over the Earth that's doing it, not the Earth spinning.
You know something crazy?
And so just to finish real quick, what Jeremy said, if I got what he's saying, would be a way to isolate one or the other, if that could be done. But yeah, go ahead.
No. What he's saying is to confirm Coriolis, you need to view it in both reference frames. So to confirm that it's actually going straight inertial.
Right, like if you could view it from space or whatever and see that it actually is doing that.
But it's crazy what you said with the magnetic thing and stuff like that. I was thinking about that when Winston was saying that. What's odd is that the hurricanes rotate counterclockwise, right? But Coriolis rotates clockwise. Is that crazy?
Yeah, there's a vortex and an anti-vortex in both the north and the south.
Oh, wow.
Just like when you drag a paddle through water or drag a spoon through water, it creates clockwise and counterclockwise vortexes on both sides. They're different sizes and different potencies. Like you'll see majors and minors. Major vortexes and minor ones, but they're both happening on both sides.
Yeah, but what causes? You said they both happen on both sides. You said.
Yeah.
That's odd. This just seems weird. Yeah, because it's weird that like on the northern hemisphere, the hurricanes will go counterclockwise, but the Foucault's pendulum will go clockwise, and then the southern hemisphere is the opposite. But I guess if there's a vortex thing that you said,
doesn't that kind of seem like a direct contradiction, though? Because if we're supposed to think that it's the winds that are causing the plane to tend to correct for Coriolis, the winds would be actually pushing in the opposite direction.
You know what?
Well, Kosho, I thought that like
I pointed that out earlier today. Yeah.
There's a thing in which hurricanes, like in the north, the movement, like if you were to look at the tracking of the hurricane, like as it gets closer to, Florida or whatever, like the actual tracking of it, that will be a clockwise. It's going up the coast of New York or whatever, and then kind of, going up. So that would be like clockwise. But they say, obviously I'm not in the hurricane with a measuring tool, so I don't know. But they say that the winds are moving counterclockwise. So it's like the winds are moving counterclockwise, but the motion of the whole thing is moving clockwise. So there does seem to be like both vortexual patterns happening.
Yeah, vortex for sure. That's what a vortex is. Yeah.
Yeah, right, hold on. When you say the clockwise, you just mean basically its path, but the actual rotation in the northern hemisphere is counterclockwise, though, right?
I may have a really good
correct.
analogy.
Okay, that's what he said. Yeah.
I may have a really good analogy that could put this in perspective, right? So imagine this. You've got ball and chains. You've got two ball and chains, equal lengths, and you're spinning them around your head, right? And now, one of the ball and chains, you don't increase your spinning.
Think of it like a gear, Kosho.
Hold
two gears.
Electric Universe. Grim.
Your shit's really
I'm
long and
fucking
drawn
talking,
out.
bitch.
Yeah, if you see a bitch, slap her, motherfucker.
All right, so basically what I'm saying
Okay.
is this: yeah, you're spinning around two fucking ball and chains, and at one of the ball and chains, you let the chain get longer, right? But you're still spinning around at the same fucking speed, right? The ball is gonna move outwards, right? But it's still gonna be moving around at the angular speed. It's still gonna go around the circle at the same fucking speed as the other one, although it's gonna be moving a little bit faster.
So
it's
same speed but
still going to be the
faster.
same
Isn't that a
revolutions per
contradiction?
hour. It's the same revolutions per hour, but a different speed is what he's trying to say.
There you go.
Yeah,
Right,
your
the same-
angular
it's- it's-
velocity.
It's the same shit as like when a ballerina moves her arms in, she spins faster.
Right. That's
with
the
the
problem.
Well,
ball
that's
and
actually
chain
a little different.
example.
Not the same, yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, with the ball and chain example, it's totally different. With the ball and chain example, you're getting ballerina's changing her angular velocity and tangential.
No,
What is
it
your
is the
fucking
same
point
shit,
with this,
bro.
Branch?
It's a
It's
conservation
not.
of
I just detailed
momentum.
how it's different. Angular velocity, tangential speed, different.
Right,
But it
gravity is
actually is the
our.
same thing.
Holy shit!
Well, if
Now
it was
you
hooked to the same, if the balls were on the same chain and it was extended out, the inner ball would be moving faster but rotating at the same rate.
Right,
okay,
but
angular velocity. Hold on. Angular velocity is measured in degrees per hour. If you're spinning the ball and chain at the same speed, if you're spinning the ball and chain at the same speed all the time and you just make the chain longer, it's still going to rotate however many degrees per hour. That's not going to change. Whereas the ballerina,
you agree with that,
hold
right,
on, I'm
Jeremy?
debunking your whole shit. Shut up. Ballerina is if she tucks her arms in, she's going to start spinning faster. Her angular velocity is going to change.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is, let's say that you're spinning around two ball and chains, and you let one get another extra 5 feet of chain, but you still have enough fucking power to swing them around. Won't they still be turning around at the same angular velocity, even though one of them is moving slower now? The one on the outside is moving a lot slower.
Yes, that one of them will have a different tangential speed, but they'll have the same angular velocity. Your ballerina chick is going to have a different angular speed. It's totally not. And now, why did you even compare them?
I mean, don't you understand how that falls into place for what we're talking about?
No,
it's just it doesn't matter. Just forget that whether his analogy matters or not at this point. We understand what you mean. Okay,
I don't. What does he mean? What does he
well,
mean?
it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter because it's just it's a silly thing about ball and chains. That's
Jeremy,
more interesting. The more interesting point that he was missing was that we're talking about the opposite directions.
Hold on a second.
Opposite directions for hurricanes compared to what the actual deviation we would expect would be if it matches the hurricanes.
I mean, wouldn't you expect a hurricane to move in the path Coriolis would dictate instead of the
Yeah, you would
opposite
think.
way?
Right, that's the more interesting point.
It does, bro.
They spin.
Oh,
It spins
I thought you
clockwise.
were pointing
Sorry, it spins counterclockwise, but then moves in the clockwise direction, right?
Isn't that your
I
point,
I
Crisco?
wouldn't consider. That was how Gio described it, but
I thought you were saying that, Kosho.
no. I was asking Gio if that's what he said. I was describing the hurricanes as rotating counterclockwise, and I was describing the Foucault's pendulum as processing clockwise.
But Kosho, you gotta admit, Grimm's usually right.
Listen, just so we get the shit straight, because this has been frustrating me for a while. The Globers do it a lot. They'll say, "Oh, Earth's not moving at 1,000 miles per hour to quit." Every rotating body has a tangential speed and an angular velocity. The tangential speed is measured in miles per hour. The angular velocity is measured in degrees. Right? Were you guys with me so far?
Yep.
All right. So whenever they try...
What about moments of inertia?
What about what?
It doesn't really have anything
I
to do
got a
with
bad feeling, Branch.
It's just another tangent, pun intended. But most of the time, people define Coriolis as some sort of confusing topic to frustrate flat earthers. And paradoxically, at the same time, some sort of evidence that we're on a spinning ball. But the way that they define it is not necessary. The only thing that Coriolis appears to be proving, if anything, assuming it's a thing at all, is that something is spinning. And the thing is, when you're spinning, something around, you're going to have, some sort of difference between being close to whatever's spinning you versus being far away from the source of the spin. And it depends on how big the system is. Having a conveyor belt whirling around you in 360 degrees close to you versus being 100 miles away from the spin of the conveyor belt, you may or may not feel the effect of the spin. And so there's going to be a moment of inertia, like Branch said, yes, in this zone that's far away from the source of the spin versus being close to the source of the spin. So you would still be able to tell that something is spinning versus being in the zone of inertia in the middle of the spin or far from the source of the spin. So either way, we can tell when something's moving, because just because something is spinning doesn't mean that the spin is universal, throughout the system. It depends on how close you are to the source of the spin, whether you feel it or not, or notice the reference frame of spin or not.
Guys, real quick, if anyone's not subscribed to the YouTube channel Earth Awakenings, would you please go do that now? Thanks.
Yeah, the thing is they're already cooked when it comes to this whole thing to begin with, because first of all, they have to explain why the ground movement would move all of the atmosphere, and they already have to admit that it's not in perfect sync with the ground movement. As soon as you leave the surface, you're not in sync. So there should be a difference between where you are and in the atmosphere, and how the atmosphere is allowing your conserved momentum to move you in the air compared to the ground. So there should be a difference there already. But then when you move over different tangential speeds, they have to explain how that you're matching the new tangential speed, and it still seems like the ground is stationary.
We notice the spin, and they know it. So they're trying to basically say you wouldn't notice the spin because you're in the Earth and everything's moving along with the Earth. But the thing is, that would only count if the Earth was contained. The only time that you see something like that with the air moving with the solid stuff that's not the air is in a contained thing like a car, or a contained container that's carrying everything around with it, number one. And the Earth doesn't have that containment, number two. And number three, even when you have something spinning, you can still tell a difference, like being in a centrifuge with the air moving outward while stuff is hitting the wall of the container. So we don't even see all of this evidence or proof of a ball at all. It's like they're making excuses for why we don't see it, as opposed to really telling us what we're really experiencing.
Yeah, and there's a lot of conflation going on. It seems like a lot of times intentionally, between what the Coriolis is, how the Coriolis is affecting hurricanes and such, and the difference between that and the ground movement as opposed to things in the air. Like you were saying, Jeremy, earlier, if you could prove, I think you said, if someone could prove that there's like there was a choice between an apparent deviation and an actual deviation, then it would prove the Earth spin to you. And I was wondering what you meant by that, but it's both. It's an apparent deviation from different reference frames, right?
Yeah, there would
be an actual deviation if you didn't correct Coriolis.
Dude, the only way Coriolis is happening 100%, you could be rock solid sure, you wouldn't even have to question it at all, is if you had an image. Let's say we're in the park with the roundabout. You take simultaneous footage from the roundabout and from the ground, and you could see the ball appearing to deviate, and you could see the ball going straight. You would know 100% that guy. If we were just viewing it on the rotating reference frame, you wouldn't know if the guy threw a curveball or what's going on.
So are you saying that in terms of the Earth, the equivalent of that, this is somewhat theoretical because they probably can't do this, or even if space was real or whatever, but, well, maybe they could if space was real, but if you had like some kind of satellite imagery from outside of the Earth, you could see the Earth spinning, then you had someone shoot a bullet or throw something, you could actually see the bullet going straight and the Earth spinning beneath it?
Yeah, but then we could already settle it if we can see their actual Earth spinning from space
yeah, we wouldn't
anyway,
even
right?
need that. Yeah, we would know how that
Yeah.
works if we had the satellite with
We
that
have the
spinning.
satellite images, which we should already have, which debunks the
The other
globe
part
almost
wouldn't
already in
matter.
practical sense.
Yes, you would have the plane, Geo. You would have the plane. You would have the plane tracing a straight path on the ground, and then you could see from wherever the inertial frame that it was actually taking a curved path or whatever, vice versa with the bullet or ballistic.
So now we're going to see a bullet with a satellite. Okay, all right.
Well,
You're
the
just
thing
really
that
making
makes
it
this
hard for us
so
here.
inconsistent, gentlemen, is they talk about these reference frames as if they're different forms of space within the reference frame versus outside of the reference frame. That's absurd. If the object in the reference frame can travel in another reference frame, like, space or whatever, then so can objects within the reference frame. The same space that's operating outside of the reference frame of Earth would be operating inside of the reference frame of the Earth, especially if there's no containment. So they try to define these things as if they're separate systems with different rules going on, or like it's just some sort of observational optical effect out of one hand, but then talk about it as if it is some sort of physical effect on another, which is very inconsistent. The same absolute reference frame is operating from outside the Earth versus inside of the Earth because the same space is being traveled through inside or outside of the Earth. So what they're talking about is just confusing baffle garble that is just, meant to frustrate the explorer and just confuse the crap out of people.
Yeah, like earlier today, Jeremy, when you had Bob on, and you were explaining, it was like, okay, finally you're in agreement that of what Coriolis is and how it would work, but that's not really. It's about, is the Earth actually working? How can we prove it is or isn't? It's not about if Coriolis would work the way they're explaining it or that you agreed. And then Bob said, no, you don't understand it unless you know that the Earth, that things deviate on the Earth because it spins. Otherwise, you don't understand it. And he was trying to force you to say the Earth. Yeah, exactly.
They tried to trap me into saying Earth-based Coriolis is a real thing.
Right. Which is the most important thing in the discussion for them. For us to believe that it actually works on Earth the way it does, that we all know it would, like with the merry-go-round example.
It's just baffle garble. And then they try to intimidate you by saying you don't know, Coriolis or something like that. Bullshit. We understand enough. And we have enough common sense to ferret out whether the emperor has no clothes or whether this is bullshit. And just because we don't agree with the established consensus doesn't mean that we don't know what, the general concept is. We know enough to explore it and say, okay, either this is a consistent theory or it's an inconsistent theory. That's all we need to know.
I found this PDF. I just posted it. It's kind of interesting. It's all about Coriolis and the history of it and stuff. But I didn't know this. But it just says here that it says there was no notion of any Coriolis force. Well, first of all, it says the effects of the Earth rotation was debated by scientists during the 18th century. And then it says there was no notion of any Coriolis force until the mid-19th century when Jean-Bernard Léon Foucault demonstrated that a simple pendulum would be deflected by the Earth's rotation and latitude, blah, blah, blah. So I didn't know that, but it's sort of like they didn't even have Coriolis as part of anything until Foucault came along, and then they kind of...
He was a dude who, that was his whole fucking thing, dude. He was trying to come up with a test to prove it. Like, it was kind of like, that was his whole deal. It was to see if it could be actually confirmed. But I think right before him, though, there was a dude who, or there was a test that they did when they dropped pebbles or something like that, though.
But you can't really deny that the pendulum, for example, it moves in correlation to the movement of the sun. Now, you guys would say it's the movement of the Earth, like the sun moving through our sky. You guys are saying, no, the Earth is spinning. But it is that same 15 degrees type deal. So it's sort of like whatever's causing these things is either connected to the fact that the whole thing is spinning above us, and whether the magnetic field or whatever, or as you guys are trying to claim, the whole Earth is spinning.
Well, it's only connected to the Earth because it's doing 15 degrees per hour, but it's only at the poles. You still have to transform them, depending on your latitude.
Well, the most objective thing that we have is that something is spinning. It could be the Earth or the space over the Earth at that point, but without any sort of bias toward heliocentrism, geocentrism, or flatness or whatever. The only thing that we know at best is that something is spinning. The question is it the Earth or the substance of space over the Earth? Both, neither, whatever.
It's a false dichotomy,
Gio, isn't
Lemon.
it?
That appears to be the
false dichotomy. It's a false dichotomy, Lemon. It could be both is moving.
Yeah, it could be either, both, or neither. That appears to cover the range of options that are worth exploration to figure out what, if anything, is going on.
Well, something's definitely rotating. It's definitely not neither. Something. The sky's, something's moving.
Well, I was going to say, Gio, isn't it more a direct correlation to the stars because there's the southern and the northern observations of it, and they're 15 degrees as opposed. I think the sun's like 1 degree faster or slower.
Well, the sun would be the 15. The stars would be a little bit faster. But yeah, I see what you're saying. You're saying with the stars being clockwise and counterclockwise in the north and south.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you're right. Yeah. And then the stars are also making smaller, tighter circles closer to the North Pole versus out at the equator. So right, you're making that correlation with the pendulum and all that being correlated with that field. Right. So if there's a magnetic field that the stars, like a flux pattern that the stars are moving in, that I hear what you're saying. Well, I guess I only said the sun because it seems to be generally that 15, but I mean the 4-minute difference between the sun and the stars each day is so minor. We're talking about like 15 versus 14.92. You know what I mean? Like the difference is so tiny. I'm not sure you could even pick that up. So that's why I was saying the sun, but I hear what you're saying. Yeah, the star pattern seems to make that same pattern.
Well,
that amount of degrees actually changes. Hold on a second, Lemon. The amount of degrees per hour, that actually changes throughout the course of the year.
Well, another thing that they try to use to confuse us with this Coriolis spin nonsense is they imply that just because a frame is spinning, everything in the frame is spinning, more or less equally. That's false. The impetus that allows the system to spin may not be sufficient to spin everything in the system at the same force or with the same power. So you would still have inertial zones or zones that would tend to slow down and tucker and peter out even within rotating reference frames, be they toward the center or toward the outer perimeter. Say you have like something revolving around another object at 100 miles per hour. You would be able to feel that force if you were next to that source of rotation, but if you extended that system to be like 100 miles from that 100-mile rotor spinning around you, you wouldn't even feel it at all. You'd be separated by too much space in the system to feel any appreciable effect at all or to have any appreciable spin. And that goes even for the center. If you have enough torque to spin the center of an object enough to rotate it once a day, if that object gets too big, or too far away from the source of the torque, you're not going to spin it at all. It's not going to be enough power to spin the system. And so you're going to have inertial zones that are going to tell you whether or not you're spinning from the center or even toward the outer perimeter of the spinning object. So they're trying to say that we're in a spinning system and everything's spinning so equally, you can't tell that you're spinning at all. That's bullshit. It depends on where you are in the spinning system and where your proximity next to these inertial zones, these spinning zones or whatever, and you'd be able to tell even then.
Yeah, and it's not, and they don't claim it's lockstep, and they try to claim it's perfectly in sync, but then when they're pushed to it, they have to say, oh, it's not in perfect lockstep. They have to admit that fluid dynamics are at play.
I mean, just like the false cult pendulum, they come up with these mind-killing devices to just get you to just give up and go with heliocentrism. It's just lies.
They say that the atmosphere is not spinning in lockstep now. However, if you ask them if there's a 1 mile per hour wind, that amount of wind is actually going at the equator. There's a 1 mile an hour wind. That wind's actually going 1,001 miles an hour. They wouldn't say that if it wasn't moving in lockstep.
Right. It all has to work out.
They can say it's not moving in lockstep all they fucking want. The difference is we get no deviation in the helicopter. They claim that the wind speeds are moving at ridiculous actual speeds because they take the rotation of Earth into it and account that it's moving with the surface of Earth. It's bullshit.
I don't know if you guys heard Bob on here with me the other day, and we were talking about Brian Mullen's objection to the higher you get, it seems like the atmosphere is actually losing heat all the time, which would tend to slow down the higher layers, you would think, if it was moving with the Earth. And Bob was even saying that it would be like, a certain amount, slower at a certain altitude. And then, of course, below that is this 200 mile per hour jet stream. And it's just like they have these layers of slower and faster and slower that seem to all work out. But then if a plane's flying through all that, to expect that it's going to come back and still match the tangential speed is just unbelievably ridiculous.
Bro, there's a super rotation. There's a super rotation going on when you hit 200 kilometers high. It's a super rotation that's unexplained and unclear why it's happening.
I think a toroidal vortex might do a better job of explaining that.
Back to the lockstep thing. I'm not sure why they have issues with the term lockstep, because even like on the NOAA website, which is all part of NASA and the government, they say that the atmosphere is attached to the Earth. They use the word attached.
Right,
so what's the difference? Gravity's clinging everything to it in their model and their theory, and the atmosphere is clung to it and attached to it. Whether it's lockstep or attached, it seems pretty similar.
Because they have to admit that it's fluid dynamic.
Go ask Zanuck how fast a 1 mile an hour breeze at the equator is actually moving. If it's going east. Yeah.
What do you mean actually?
Actually, like if you could step outside of Earth and be in the inertial frame, how fast would that wind be going if it was going 1 mile an hour east?
Oh, okay, that's silly. You could just say in the sun, in the reference frame, the sun's reference frame or some other reference frame. But there's a reason why that speed sounds silly. Is because it really doesn't mean much. Like there's
how fast is it going though? How fast is it going?
In reference to the Earth, which is really the only reference that matters, in reference to the wind, like I told you, it's anywhere between 0 and 20 miles per hour, sometimes more.
Okay, we got a 1 mile an hour east wind. We're on the sun. How fast is that wind actually going?
On the sun? How far?
Yeah, we're on the
sun's
sun.
Reference frame?
Yeah, we're on the sun. Can't believe you made me take it there.
I mean, you don't have to be on the sun to be in the sun's reference frame, but
we're standing on the sun in the middle of a giant.
Regardless, yeah. So I mean, if you're talking about a random spot of wind on the Earth, it depends on what the tangential velocity is.
1 mile an hour. We're on the equator. This wind is going 1 mile an hour east. How fast is the wind going?
From the reference frame of the sun, I guess it'd be going 1,039 miles.
All right.
But this is an important point here, though.
That's almost a meaningless statement, though.
No,
that's the lockstep. That's the lockstep you guys want to deny.
But no, on that point, on the lockstep point, it's important because they have to say it's attached, because if it wasn't attached the way they have to admit, the way fluid dynamics work, if it's not in lockstep with the Earth, then we should at any point always feel a little bit of breeze in one direction, right? Because the atmosphere is not in lockstep with the Earth. So you should always feel a little bit of difference in the way that the atmosphere is compared to the Earth. Always.
Yeah, you do.
That's the case. You do. Always in one direction.
The wind.
No, the wind's going all directions.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
No, I'm talking about the one consistent wind that was because of the atmosphere going with the Earth.
Why would there be a consistent direction for the wind?
Talking about the difference between the atmosphere that's moving along with the Earth that's not in lockstep with it.
Yeah, it's not in lockstep with it because we have wind. However, just like the Nelva thing said, it is for quote unquote attached to the Earth, meaning it's gravitationally attracted to the Earth. There's friction on the Earth, so since the Earth's been rotating, it's been rotating with the Earth. It's got the conservation of momentum, so it's keeping that same speed. There's no reason to there's no reason we'd be doing anything different than
you said that it's not in lockstep because of the wind. But the reason they have to admit it's not in lockstep
because the atmosphere is extremely dynamic. It's not like it's not just staying.
Right, but we're supposed to believe that generally that whole atmosphere as a whole is moving with the Earth, but not completely in sync with the Earth consistently.
Yeah, because if it was completely in sync, if you had a atmosphere thing that was completely stuck to the globe 100%, then there wouldn't be any Coriolis or anything. You would just have, it would basically just be like a stationary Earth, in theory.
No, but that's what I mean. The atmosphere is extremely dynamic for the reasons of, the way that temperatures will cause it to you have all this turbulence and this fucking weather and the pressure systems. So it's a very dynamic system. There's no reason why it's going to stay static. Of course, the amount that the winds are moving are nowhere near the actual tangential velocity. So, I mean, that's why you can describe it as being attached to the Earth, but I just think saying it's in lockstep with the Earth's rotation, I don't know, it might misguide certain people's idea of what actually is happening.
But you see the contradiction, Kosho, because this is where we get into the whole idea of like meta winds as opposed to local winds, right? Like because the atmosphere as a whole, regardless of all the winds, we're supposed to believe is moving with the Earth, but not completely in lockstep because of fluid dynamics, not because of winds, but because of fluid dynamics, because it would automatically be viscous to a certain degree, right? Just the atmosphere as a whole. It's not the winds that don't cause it to be in sync. It's because fluid dynamics don't allow them to claim it's in perfect sync.
Well, I mean, the winds are going to be more of an issue, but there's going to be it's not one single thing. So there would be different rotational rates, or not different rotational rates, different tangential velocities of the air at different altitudes, and then you have, like I said, all the air that's moving around. So that's why it's easy enough to just describe it as being a dynamic system that is moving with the Earth more or less, with the added velocities of its, like, the wind, and which is not a great amount compared to the actual tangential velocity. So,
but I would argue that it's easier on the globe model to think of it that way, but wouldn't really work that way. Like say we had no winds, right? It's like completely still. Then at that time, we should still expect a consistent breeze of the atmosphere not being in lockstep with the Earth.
You would imagine, yeah, if the air was completely homogeneous, and even though there's pressure regardless, but let's say there's no energy coming in, so it's like there's no temperature differences. There are pressure differences and things like that, but it's basically static. You still would have like the Coriolis basically sort of effects, like things like jet streams, things like I guess not really hurricanes, but maybe there'd probably be big systems that would be more or less.
Yeah, but do you understand my point, Kosho? Like if we weren't detecting if there's like we have detections that can say it was a crosswind of this or that, and all that. But if we have like a day where you're not really feeling any wind, then there should still be a subtle difference that we should feel between the atmosphere and where we're standing on the ground. We should always feel one consistent breeze in that clockward or counterclockward direction.
Not really. Did you see that?
If it's not in lockstep.
Did you see that chart that I posted? It's like that's based on being a foot off the ground. But yeah, if you imagine like the air and then the air like 1 foot above that, this would be, I guess, sort of the deviations that you would expect if it was only undergoing Coriolis and there was no wind. So
based off
after a day, you would expect a foot apart. For there to be about a deviation of about 6 meters. So this would probably be about the wind speed,
Well, based off of water on a tennis ball, you spin the tennis ball and the water tends to gather and disperse perpendicular to the zone of spin. That's what we would expect for the wind more or less all the time, in one general direction that would tend to go toward the equator and gather there. But we see winds that go up north, south, east, west. We see the clouds going at cross, cross currents to one another, with one layer going this way, another layer going that way. So we're not seeing any sort of indication that even that's a thing. The way that they're defining wind, Coriolis, or whatever for this model is just very inconsistent.
Well, yeah, you wouldn't expect it. The thing you just suggested would not be expected whatsoever, because that's the centrifugal force rotation. But of course, we have gravity, so it's the air is fine. There's not going to be anything being flung off because of centrifugal force. But
hang on a second. Hang on a second. How does gravity play a part in this this fantastic story that we're supposed to be living on a ball?
Gravity acts in the exact opposite direction as the centrifugal force would.
So that's enough to pull the wind.
So now, hang on a second. So now, this ball that is spinning, that has the power to hold the oceans, the weight of the ocean on a spin. Yeah, remember this thing is rotating. Okay, and it has the power to hold the Earth's ocean, but yet can allow a butterfly or a little insect to fly off the ground. I don't believe that is a possibility.
Hey, it's an oldie, but it's a goodie. But,
and also, it's inconsistent because water is more weighty and more, massive than air. So
funny,
you can hold down the more weighty, more massive water, but has a harder time with the less ethereal, less strong, less, consequential air. That's very inconsistent. If it has no problem holding down the water, you think that it would have no problem holding down the air.
I get it. The water, the air.
The opposite.
I get it. But that's the funny thing about this stuff, and this is why it really it pays to look into this stuff a little bit, because you've been talking about this for a couple of years now.
We don't need to look into it anymore.
You should know how gravity works.
We know more than enough to question it and show that the model has no closed function.
Because I got to still respond to Jen too, so just give me a second. But I can respond to both of you at the same time, because it turns out that the force of gravity, if you've been paying attention, actually is stronger when there's more mass. So the contradictions you guys are describing,
that's ridiculous.
The contradictions you guys are describing are completely unfounded.
Jen, let him finish. Hold on, Kosho. Jen, let him finish, please.
The object.
Jen, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Jen, let's just let him finish.
Yeah, again, so all you have to do is look at the Newton's equation. It's like F times M, or F equals G times MM divided by R. So that means the bigger the M's, the bigger the F.
I mean shit. I mean fuck all.
Yeah, that's the equation used to determine what the force strength is. So if you ever want to figure out why it can hold down the ocean and not a butterfly, just think about that equation. About which
weight and mass are so tautologically defined, it's meaningless. What causes an object to have weight? Its mass. What causes an object to have mass? Its weight. I mean, it's just tautologically defined even with gravity. What causes gravity? Mass. What generates mass? Gravity. It's tautological and meaningless. It's so circular, you can't find out anything new other than the axiomatic statement itself, which you've already accepted, and it doesn't even guide any sort of additional exploration to find out anything new at all. It's tautological and useless. Weight, mass, this whole freaking thing.
Well, nobody said any of those words, really. I mean, I certainly didn't. But regardless, like I said, hopefully this helps.
I mean,
because it is the absurd, right? I
conducted.
So if you ever want to know how strong the force is going to be, just plug the numbers in there. It'll tell you.
I conducted.
It'll tell you.
Please, one at a time. Hold on, man. One at a time, guys. Please.
Jen only likes to talk when I'm in the middle of talking. So.
No, go on, Kosho. I'll let you talk your crap, and then I'll destroy it.
Well, I mean, I didn't call what you said crap, although I very much thought.
Well, I'm going to call it crap because it is crap.
Fair enough. Regardless,
I'm not here to play kissy, mate.
Regardless, next time you're worried and you want to know why it is
I'm angry. I'm not worried.
Why it is the Earth can hold down the ocean and not a butterfly, plug in these numbers and realize that the force for holding down the ocean is enormously greater than the butterfly. So, hopefully this question will come up.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
What are you saying, Jen?
Hey, Jen, he's 1 on 5 here. Give him a break. He's 1 on 5 here.
Yeah, come on, guys. Please, for the love of God.
Jen, what were you saying?
I was saying, right, the mass of something, right? So we have 10 liters of water, okay? Now that's going to drop faster than a football because it's heavier. Nothing to do with gravity pulling it quicker than the other one, you know, because things do fall at different rates. And I conducted an experiment here in this classroom for 1 year and 3 months with my son's helium balloon, which he got for his birthday on February, okay, a couple of years back. Now I had it in the classroom, and I asked all the students, adults as well, what would happen if gravity wasn't in this room? What would happen to us? And every single one of my students at that time, there was like 80 odd students I had, they all said that everything in the room would be floating everywhere. We would be floating. I said, are you sure? How do you know that? That's exactly what the students said. They said that we would be floating in the room. I said, are you sure? How do you know this? Right? And then they went quiet because they didn't know how they knew it. They went quiet. So then I said, whilst you're thinking, so what about the balloon that's floating in the room right now, like this helium balloon? And that was it. You know, it blew their minds what I asked them because they didn't realize that they were talking rubbish themselves. It was the belief. I said, you believe it because you heard it on TV. You don't know this. Look at why isn't the gravity pulling down the helium balloon? And then I picked up their pencils and their erasers, right, and dropped them on the floor. Yeah, and then I had the helium balloon down. I let it go. It goes up. I said, where's gravity in all this? I said, you see, I explained to them that Isaac Newton did not agree with the mass attracting mass. That's the man who supposedly invented it. He didn't agree with that. And there's a new gravity called the bending and warping of space-time fabric. So it's not this gravity anymore because it's not real. And then that balloon remained in the classroom for the year. And the most interesting time of this experiment was when the balloon was started to leave the ceiling, because for a whole year, it stuck to the ceiling. Okay?
But Jen, maybe fucking Isaac Newton didn't. But what about fucking Einstein's followers? Like, there is some motherfuckers that believe in Einstein's shit, Jen.
That's right.
Believe that the reason for gravity, think about this. The reason for gravity is because how we move towards time. Time is the reason.
That's even more absurd. But let me just do this thing first.
I'll tell you this. That's fucking straight.
Let me just cover this last point. Let me cover the last point because that's the most important part of it. Was that after a year of this helium balloon sticking to the ceiling, so the children now have been thinking about what I've said now for a year because I'm reminding them. And because I was waiting for the helium balloon to drop, and when it started to leave the ceiling, I said, "Look at that! Look." Can you see that? Can you see it starting to drop? So we get to a year and 2 months. The helium balloon is now in the middle of the classroom. It's in the middle, floating. And then I picked up their school equipment, put it by the balloon, right? And I let it go. It dropped down. And I let it go. And it dropped down. Why isn't it pulling the balloon down now? Right? You know, I kept reminding them. Is it really gravity? What? So gravity is not strong enough. It's strong enough to pull your pencil, your eraser, your protractor, but it can't pull down the balloon. And then when it was hovering about 3 feet from the ground,
hey Jen, I will say this, Jen, I will say this. Yeah. When I was talking about inflictions of different ways that we were held
about gravity
towards inclinings of monetary or physical discussions based on how we're talking right now. It seems like you had a point to make. What was the point?
Yeah, I did. My point is gravity does not exist. That's my point because we have we have a helium balloon now that spent a year on the ceiling. And in a year, 2 months, it's now into the middle of the classroom. A year and 3 months, it's now dropped to about 3 feet off the ground, hovering, and we're still putting the children's
Yeah, but Jen, they have an explanation for that. They have an explanation for that. Do you really think that the entire quote unquote professional world would just completely miss that? What you're saying? They have explanations for it. It has to do with how they claim gravity works and how it's connected to mass and
I haven't
buoyancy.
heard that. I want to hear that explanation. That's ridiculous.
Kosha, what do you got?
What was the question?
I mean, I can describe it, but I imagine Kosha.
I'm sorry, Gio. Am I allowed to respond, or are you taking this?
Yeah, if you're not going to scream and interrupt and derail, I guess give it a shot.
So, Jen, what is it about the general consensus of conversation, which, could be chill as fuck or not be chill? Why is it you always like in like, I'll be honest with you, like this general conversation we just had right now, you got worked up. Why was you worked up?
Well, because that's
why
the way.
did
Because
you
I cannot
feel
believe.
like you had to make a point?
I'm answering. I just cannot believe the lack of intellectual honesty when I hear people talk like that crap, absolute rubbish. Because they're saying to me, to my eyeballs, that gravity is now being selective. That's what I feel. That
right,
you know,
but I can say
the power
the
to pull down. Hang on, at the distance we're talking. Hang on a second. Where gravity. I'm telling you, where gravity is only holding my helium balloon at like supposedly 3 feet off the ground, hovering. But I put an eraser, and that's gone straight down immediately. Pencil straight down immediately at speed, at free fall speed. Yeah, and then we drop the projector. It's gone. Yeah, I pick up my bicycle. It's down. My chair down. Staples down.
Jen, you're talking about other shit now. What we're talking about was the initial point. Was why did you think you're always right?
Then it's called specific. It's called
come on, man. This is something that I know. That's why I know
Jen,
I'm right. Yeah? There's no two ways about it.
Jen, it's called specific. Never mind. You don't want to know.
No, you don't want to know. No.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
It's called specific gravity. Okay, they hijacked relative density and just incorporated it into their gravity model. When really the ultimate definitive thing is things that are more dense than the medium they're in go down, and things that are less dense go up.
And Jeremy, you want to fuck with fucking that shit? You want to fuck with me about gravity?
Branch, I muted you and you're still talking.
When I was,
are you engaging with the conversation at all, Branch? Because I muted you, and when I unmuted you, you just kept on talking like you didn't hear it at all or something.
Sorry, if I'm going to interrupt.
It's called specific gravity.
Yeah, but the first thing I learned at university back in 1978, 79, I learned that gravity was a constant force. It's a constant force across the earth. That's what I learned. So it doesn't matter where you go. It's going to be the same value anywhere. It doesn't become less or stronger depending where you go. This is what I learned. It was a constant force.
It is, but it acts on mass.
I'll tell you guys this.
It acts on masses. It's not just like a wind. Oh, Branch. It's not just like a wind that's pulling things into the earth. It acts on the masses, and like Jeremy said, they worked relative buoyancy and density into it in order to account for the actual.
That's not constant. That's not constant. That's not constant. Then is it? That's not a constant force. Because it's acting differently on different objects. That's bullshit.
I've known like Jen's fucking whole life has been like good conversations, and him meeting his fucking wife, and how it's all based upon good conversations and meeting people in the right times and shit. And I mean, it's an interesting conversation that we're having right now, because it almost seems like nobody wants to be each other's friends. Everybody wants to argue right now.
I said it directly. I'm not here to be nicey here.
Well, I'll tell you this, Jen. You told me how you met your wife and shit, and that was fucking probably one of the best romantic stories I've ever fucking known.
Oh yeah, that's fine. That's romance, isn't it? Love conquers all. Love tears gravity to shreds, mate.
But I mean, in a sense, Jim, the kind of argument you're making is the idea of, oh, how can butterflies fly off the ground, but the whole oceans are clung to the earth? That's a very, I'm not saying you're making that argument, but when people make that one, like flat earther people, it's a very, very poor argument, because I'm going to have to agree with the Glovers on this one. If people say that, they have a complete lack of understanding, at least of what the theory of gravity is. I'm not saying that it's true or whatever, but the theory of it. So when they say that, it comes off as they sound very either uneducated on the topic or coming from a place of not understanding at least what they're asserting that the theory.
Well, we understand the basic fundamentals of the propaganda we've been marinated in for years in these schools. The thing is, it's inconsistent. Air doesn't have substance. It doesn't have weight. It doesn't take a lot of force to hold, move, or contain air versus something massive like water or a rock. Yet gravity has a harder time with something that it should have an easier time moving and manipulating. The inconsistency of it is what is being questioned in their model, not their MG, math formula abstraction that says here small number, therefore our model is viable. It's the inconsistency of the model that is being questioned.
I somewhat disagree.
I agree with that in general, but are you referring specifically to the argument that how can a butterfly fly but the oceans are clung to it, or are you just saying in general the inconsistencies? I would agree that there are inconsistencies, but the reason oceans are held and a butterfly can fly, they do have an explanation in their model.
Yeah, but it's an explanation. It's inconsistent. Sorry. Yeah, I was just going to, Lem. I was just going to say it's inconsistent right there, that it can hold down the weight of the ocean against a spin, but yet it cannot act on a light little butterfly or a helium balloon. It's just inconsistency. That's impossible. It's impossible, sir. That's wrong. It's just anti-nature.
I remember 10 minutes ago when I explained it to you, and then you ridiculed me.
Kosho and Jim, can I get one thing out? Like when Gio talks about who we are as people, and when he talks about the whole fucking inkling about fucking awakening as an Earth, right? Do you think it's about fucking flat Earth and shit? Because if
Branch, what are you talking about, Branch?
Kosho, could you? He's just derailing again. Kosho, could you give us your explanation of that?
I already said. I thought I said, but I did say, like I said, I put the equation in there. It's fairly simple. So F and the G's, and if you have M's, the M's are bigger, then the F is going to be bigger, and the F is the gravitational force. So if you're talking about the Earth and its relationship with the ocean, or the Earth and its relationship with a butterfly, which is going to be a lot smaller force, or the Earth with its relationship with some air, smaller force than that. It's going to be based on whatever those masses are. If those masses are bigger, that force is stronger. So it's not. There's nothing that you can describe that is like too heavy that gravity's not going to be able to act on. Because the heavier the object, the stronger the force.
That's ridiculous, man. Because we know that when we drop things from a different height, from a high place, and we dropped two objects, they both fall at different rates. Even of the same weight can fall at different rates. So gravity has got nothing to do with it. Things don't fall at the same rate, because we learned at school that things fall at the same rate because of Galileo's experiment of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Yeah, but it turns out that if you had those objects and you had it dropped from a higher point, you'd find that one is going to drop faster than the other. That's got nothing to do with gravity now. That's to do with the weight of the object.
Have you seen the video, Jen, of where they drop the bowling ball in the feather in the vacuum?
I've seen that with Brian Cox. But again, the problem with that was it should have been only a single feather rather than a bunch of feathers anyway. And the vacuum tower wasn't high enough to prove anything. And where they dropped the ball wasn't from the complete top. So there were lots of things that were flawed in that experiment. That's why for me that experiment is no. Do it outside. Do it outside first of all with similar objects and see which one lands first.
That's a good idea, man. Go outside with the feather and a bowling ball and see which one falls
too small.
That's a good idea, man.
Too small anyway. The chamber is too small.
That's a fucking great idea.
Well, I mean, I'm sure people, it's a great idea. You can't afford it. So
I think they actually did do the outside at one point. They did it on the Apollo missions.
So what did they manipulate?
Again, that's an assumption because we can't go there. You can't prove that.
Give me a second, Jim.
That's an assumption.
Give me a second, Jim. So what did they manipulate when they took the?
What did they manipulate? Their friends and family.
No.
On
that ball drop and the feather drop.
They don't have to manipulate anything. They're just dropping the ball on a feather.
What did they manipulate to drop the feather both at the same time and then fell at the same time?
Well, they had them in a vacuum. That's not manipulating.
So they manipulated the medium, didn't they?
No, they just put them in a vacuum.
No. So you're saying that the medium wasn't there, and then when the vacuum, the medium wasn't taken out?
Yeah, they put them in a vacuum so that there was no medium.
Right. So it makes a case for relative density, doesn't it?
No, it actually doesn't.
How does
it eliminates relative density.
No, you're actually manipulating the relative density because you're manipulating the density of the medium.
No, there's nothing there though.
Yes.
So the feather has no drag. So that's why the fault
So you manipulated the medium.
You moron. We took the medium out. Moron. Yes, you are. We took the medium out.
Yes.
That's correct.
You made it less dense inside.
We made it like no dense. Yeah.
Exactly.
So how does that affect relative density?
Because now you have less dense things inside, so everything's affected.
No, the density of this. What do you mean? The density of the item stays the same.
No, but the density of the medium is what makes it change.
No.
No.
Are you really this dumb?
Oh no, are you this dumb?
No, you are this dumb, sir. What you took the air out. You took the air out. You took the air out so that there was no drag on the feather.
Let's make it an anvil and the feather.
It'd be the same result.
Be the same result.
They did a hammer. They did a hammer and a feather, and that worked.
Did a hammer and a feather on the moon.
Yeah, they slowed the film down by 50% in that particular one.
I mean, that really wouldn't make a difference to the.
No, they didn't because the gravity was less on the moon.
Please.
No,
please.
The photographers told us that.
The gravity was less on the moon.
Oh my God.
The gravity was less on the moon.
Jen, please, give me a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Change the medium of what it's in, no more air, and just add vacuum. Mercury. Yeah. What will happen to the anvil?
Problem there is you have terminal velocity,
stop,
drag and stuff.
What would happen to the anvil? Would it fall or float?
No, if you had a medium, then it would get in the way of the test because there would be drag and
stop it.
Why can't gravity put it down?
Hold on, Jim. First thing you did was manipulate the medium and took away medium, so made it less dense inside, right? So the feather decided to fall because that means drag less because it's less dense. It's denser inside. Now, if you add more density to the medium and have those same items, things will start changing the way it works. So it would not.
So what's the difference?
You're manipulating the density.
Where's gravity?
And you're manipulating the density of the medium. That's all you're doing.
Yeah. Where's gravity in all this?
They still fall down, though, don't they?
No, they don't.
Yes,
because
they do.
An anvil will float in mercury.
That's because mercury is more dense than iron.
Right, but where's gravity?
So you don't understand buoyancy. I got you. You don't understand buoyancy. I got you.
I do.
No, you don't. You understand buoyancy, you won't ask a question like that.
That's called specific gravity, my friend.
No, specific gravity. What is units of what is specific gravity defined as? Do you know?
I guess you don't know, do you?
What specific? No, you don't know what is specific gravity defined as? Please go.
Wow, really?
Come on, tell me the definition of specific gravity, please.
It has to do with the relationship between the medium density and the atom density.
Excellent. What are the units of specific of what are the median? What are the units of specific gravity / relative density?
Understanding.
Wow.
What are the units?
Understanding the units does not reality make anyway.
Yes, it does. Actually, it does.
No,
Actually,
because we're saying to
what's
you
the vector?
that
Where's the vector in relative density?
A kilogram weight.
How does a relative density pull stuff down?
Of a beach ball that weighs a kilogram, and you have a pebble that weighs a kilogram.
That's the problem.
And you drop them,
Why?
and, on the ocean, one will sink to the bottom while the other one floats.
Why is there a downward bias in relative density?
That's what you're thinking.
That's
the problem.
Order of things. That's why
there
there's
is
a
no
downward bias.
bias.
Correct. There is no downward bias. Yet we notice a downward bias every day.
There is no downward bias.
There is no downward bias. Hold on a second. Let me check that.
Upward bias.
I got a pen here. I'm going to hold it above my desk. I'm going to let go
hold
of it
on
now.
for a second, you guys. Hold on. There's a lot of audio chaos here. Jen, I muted you just for a second. I don't know if you could hear these guys, but let's let them go back and forth for a minute, Jen, because I think there was but go ahead, guys.
Hold on a second. I have a pen here. I'm holding it above my desk. I let it go. Oh, it fell down again. Amazing.
Okay. I wonder why. Is it more dense than the medium that is in?
Well, why did it fall down and not up
Because
or sideways or at an angle? Why did it go down?
Oh, we don't know the reason why everything goes
we
down.
don't know why. Gotcha. We don't know why. Gotcha.
Can we distinguish from relative density and gravity? What is the
problem is
test to distinguish between the two?
Hold on, Rufus. The problem is you think that everything goes inwards. Unfortunately, gases goes every direction. Now, when you're dropping a pen, all you're doing is you're showing us that the pen is.
All right, I'm going to hold the pen 4 inches below the desk. I'm going to hold the pen 4 inches below the desk and see if it falls upward to my desk. It should because of relative density. Because it fell downward to the desk or to the relative density, shouldn't it go upward according to the relative density?
Why would it fall upwards?
Well, why not? I mean, I'm going to hold it close to the desk. From the bottom, it should go up, right? Since relative density.
Unless you believe that we're supposed to be floating on air,
well, no, space. Why? I mean, you say there's no downward bias. I'm proving you there's a downward bias. And now you're saying, no, there's no downward bias.
There isn't any downward bias.
What do you mean there isn't a fucking downward bias? I'm going to hold the pen I'm holding the pen 2 inches above the desk. I let go. Oh, it falls 2 inches.
I'll tell you what.
Now I hold the pen 2 inches below the desk. Oh, it fell to the floor. Why is that? Okay. Why didn't it fall up?
Change the medium. Let's change the medium then. Go in water. Go into the tub. Fill the tub up. Let go of the pen on the pen on the bottom of the
Did the weight change?
The density change.
Did the weight change?
The density change.
Did the weight change?
The density change.
Did the weight change?
Did the density change?
Did the weight change?
Are we gonna go back and forth like morons?
Did the weight change?
Did the density change?
I ask you a question first. Did the weight change?
The density of the medium change. You changed the medium.
Did the weight change?
I'm asking you, telling you the medium change. You changed.
Did the weight change? Ask a simple question. You asked me the medium change.
The medium change.
It's not a medium thing.
It is a medium thing. Would it weigh less in water? Yes, it would, wouldn't it?
No, it didn't. It would not? If I have a 2 pound, if I have something that weighs 2 pounds, I put it in the tub. I have the tub on the scale. I have something that weighs 2 pounds. I put it on the water. What happens to the weight?
Are you weighing the tub or are you weighing
the? It remains the same.
I'm weighing the tub.
And drops to the bottom.
Put your tub in the tub.
It remains the same.
What?
It remains the same weight and drops to the bottom. It remains the same weight and falls to the bottom. Okay.
But you're changing this to medium.
Oh, that's absolutely incorrect. The weight changes when it's in water. Come on, guys.
It does?
Jesus Christ.
It does?
Yeah.
It weighs less in water?
It still weighs the same, only behaves differently.
The reason why
is the same.
The reason why.
The weight is the same. It just behaves differently in that medium. The medium is supporting it. That's why. Supporting it slightly. It's getting some. It's getting some support.
It's called buoyancy. We know all about this.
Yeah, no doubt. It's called relative density.
No, it's buoyancy. We know all about it.
It's relative density, yes.
I mean, hold on. I take it now. I take the 5 gallon. Hold on a second. I'm taking the 5 gallon bucket, and I'm putting in what? How much is the melon going to weigh? The melon weighs, I don't know, a pound. I put it in the water. It floats on the water because it's less dense. What happens to the scale on the that was weighing the bucket?
But you're weighing the outside. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm weighing the water.
We're talking about. But you're weighing the outside of the thing. You still have
I'm weighing the entire system.
Shut up. Listen. You still have the scale on the density of air.
What?
What?
Weight is weight.
So,
weight doesn't change with
hold on.
density.
So put it like this: if you have a brick, right, and you have a scale inside the water, right, and you put that brick, you weigh it outside. First of all, it changes. They say it gives you 10 pounds, but you put it inside, it's gonna weigh less.
Yeah.
Inside the water.
It's called buoyancy.
Did it not change? Does density change the weight of the item?
Did you say does density change the weight of the item?
Did the density of the medium of water change the density of the brick?
That doesn't make much sense. But
so
No,
if
it
you
didn't.
put
It didn't.
if
No,
you
it
put a
doesn't, does
scale,
it?
give me a
The
second.
answer
Give
is
me a
no.
second, Jin. If you put a scale inside the water, right, and you put a scale
I'm trying to answer
outside
the
the water,
question,
I
man.
said, "Shut up, Kosho. I'm talking." If you put a scale outside of the water, you weight the brick outside, weighs 10 pounds. You weight the brick inside the water, it weighs less.
Yeah, I
So it
appreciate
changed
you
weight?
asking the question again in a longer way, but yeah, I was going to answer you before anyhow. I was just going to say, first of all, just so Jeremy's clear, 'cause I know he disagreed with it or whatever, but we're talking about weight, not necessarily the net weight. Okay, the weight of an object is physical property of it. It's due to the acceleration downwards.
No,
times
there's
its
no
mass.
acceleration downwards.
So yeah,
Dude, I got 100 citations.
So having said that, you can have a net weight, and which is the number you're going to measure on a scale. But yeah, your density is not going to change regardless.
Okay, I got 100 citations that saying weight changes when you put objects in water.
Well, yeah, but what did I
If
just
I weigh
say?
the bucket, put the brick in the bucket, and the brick weighed a pound outside, what does it weigh when I weigh the bucket of water and the brick?
It's funny because all you're doing is weighing. You're doing the same shit. You're weighing the bucket in the density of the medium that of air. We're saying weight the item. Wait, listen. Okay, will you stop laughing like a little moron? Listen, I'm talking about change. You're having the scale inside the bucket. You understand the difference?
Did the brick change weight?
Listen to this. You're changing.
So did the brick become less dense? Did it expand? Because density is nothing more than weight divided by volume, right? So the brick must have gotten bigger somehow in the water.
No, the resistance of the medium makes a change in the how much the thing weighs.
Oh, how's it do that? Magic?
No, the medium, moron.
Yeah, but I'm weighing the bucket and the brick, and guess what? It's now 11 pounds. I had 10 pounds of water and a 1 pound brick, and guess what? I put the brick in the water, it still weighs 11 pounds.
Oh my god, this guy's.
Are you disagreeing with that statement?
I'm understanding what we're saying. We're saying weight the item in different mediums, not the bucket.
What's that got to do with shit?
Moron.
What's that got to do with shit? Yeah, we know about buoyancy.
Yeah, we're telling you that is called relative density, my friend.
No, it's not. It's called buoyancy.
Don't call names, please. No name calling.
Okay.
Wait a minute. If
how about we just have we call it buoyancy, you call it relative density, and just leave it at that.
Wait, what if
There's no actual difference, then what's the point?
What if like buoyancy and like all these like different things be like? Wouldn't that divide the atmosphere in like different like elements?
Yeah, except there are currents and heating stuff, but it would, yes. Except that the atmosphere is in motion and well mixed up to about 100,000 feet, I believe.
Is there any functional difference between what you guys call relative density and what we call gravity?
Oh, well, that's a big question because it depends on how people define some of those. But there is definitely overlap. I would say, from my perspective, what I think is that in terms of some of these modern day theories of gravity, I do think that they purposefully incorporated certain components about the way density and buoyancy work into their model so that it does correlate with reality enough to where they could sell it to the masses the way they have.
But is there a functional difference that we can then distinguish between the two ideas? Otherwise, we're just putting like different labels on the same thing.
Well, it sounds like similar phenomena. Yeah, I mean, we all know how buoyancy and density. Well, I wouldn't say everyone knows every part of it, but I mean, we've all lived in the world enough to know how they function. So if you guys are just using a theory of gravity that incorporates that, but you just have your own model around it, then yeah, I mean, generally it would be could be seen as the same, but I guess it depends on how people see it and define it.
Why would you describe?
I mean, I guess really, if you're going to state that, because of what Elbow was saying, why don't you tell us more, like what you're saying?
Yeah, what define gravity?
No, I'm asking the question. I don't understand what relative density disequilibrium is meant to be if it's not gravity. Like, what is the functional difference? Because if we have a functional difference, we can test whether one is correct and one's not.
Yeah, I'd like to know if indeed you begin to float in zero gravity when you get to 60 miles up, where space supposedly begins.
No.
Low Earth orbit. I'd love to know
see,
whether
the deal
gravity exists or not there.
No, 60
Just
miles is not low Earth orbit. Sorry.
Yeah, well, the difference that I
The
see
beginning of space. That is the beginning of space.
Yeah.
And the guys, from what I understand, the people on the shuttle have, I think, 93% or something like that of the gravity on Earth is at that altitude.
I think at left lane, you're going to say something.
I was just saying the difference that I see in the relative density argument versus the gravity is that relative density doesn't actually produce a vector in its calculations. It just gives a unitless number that doesn't say anything about what direction that we have to accommodate that downward bias. And in gravity, mass times acceleration does accommodate the acceleration down. And so I don't think you can come to a conclusion about something's weight using relative density.
You can divide the density of the object by the density of the medium it's in,
and you still get a unitless number,
and come up with its vector of if it'll go up or down.
No, you still get a unitless number. There's no vector. There's no units in relative density. Sorry.
I just told you how to get a vector.
But there's still no units.
How do you get a direction? How do you get a direction from density?
You divide the density of the object by the density of the medium that it's in. And that number, if it's more than one, it'll go down. If it's less than one, it'll go up, or something like that. I don't know the exact.
Yeah,
number.
you just.
Yeah.
That's
you can definitely
really,
get a vector.
No.
You've just
no
arbitrarily given a vector.
What's his argument?
You just get you get no units. You get no vector. It's just a number, a unitless number.
No, but Jeremy is going, if it's more dense then it goes down. Like, we agree, but where does your direction actually come from?
Directions just happens. I mean, the why thing go down, we don't know. It's the floor of the universe for us.
Okay,
well,
so our explanation has more explanatory scope or more explanatory power.
Yours has a lot more assumptions and
okay.
What assumptions?
I mean, it's obvious that with something heavy,
there are no assumptions.
It's obvious that things can't be supported by the medium if they're heavy. So, and there is a downward direction that things fall in. That's the natural order. But then things that are like gases are lighter, and that's another natural. So the same.
Yeah, but just saying it's the natural order isn't an explanation.
Well, that's
right?
because I don't know. I do not know why. What makes the thing rise up, except for what I observe, and that is
right. You can't explain it. We got that, Jen. You can't explain it. We know that.
In the medium, with all the experiments you can conduct, because I'm trying to talk. People are talking over me.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I didn't, because I know it interrupts for me to say something. But yeah, I had to mute. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. I'll just temporarily mute people that interrupt, and then I won't interrupt to do that. I might just put a little message in the chat. Ideally, if we had a bot that could put a little message as well. But anyways, all right, yeah, go ahead.
Good strategy.
So can I carry on? I was just saying that in the medium that we're in, when something's heavy, not being supported by the medium, it goes down. That's the natural order. Down it must go. It can't go sideways. It goes down. And anything that's lighter in that medium, like gas, rise up. That's what I mean by the natural order. Why that happens is just in the explanation. It's lighter than the medium, so it goes up. That's the natural order. I didn't create this order, but that's the natural order of things. That's what I mean.
Well, all I heard there, Jen, was there is a downward bias.
Well, fine. There is an upward bias as well for gases. Don't ignore what I say, because I did say that things like gases, upward bias. They don't go down; they go up for certain gases as well.
And again, do we differ functionally on what buoyancy is?
It's still.
I'm thoroughly confused by this
order of things, is what
relative
I'm saying.
density
It's
shit,
the
right?
natural order of things. Okay, and if you put things indeed in a vacuum, okay, like that bowling ball and a feather, I guarantee you, if we had a vacuum chamber big enough and tall enough, you would see that that bowling ball will drop down before the feather, without a doubt. Okay,
It literally
because
doesn't.
it's been proven. Sorry.
It doesn't.
No, it does, because experiments have been done to prove that things fall at different rates in a vacuum. Okay,
I don't think
I've
that's
done this
happened,
already.
Jim.
That's how I know. So I'm sure I've seen the experiments conducted.
Yeah,
Okay?
have you got a reference to that, Jim? Have you got a reference to that, Jim? Because I've never seen that.
Neither have I.
Okay, well, I'll get you. I posted it so many times. I'll look for the videos and I'll post them in there for you, and you can see that things fall at the same rate in a vacuum. Sorry, at a different rate in a vacuum. Sorry.
Yeah,
the Bremen Tower showed this as well.
So
is the Bremen Tower a vacuum chamber?
Bremen drop tower.
I thought the Bremen Tower was where they just drop shit to simulate zero G.
No, well, yeah, they do. They can do both. I forget. I think it's a very small vacuum. I think it's like, I think it's like something very small, like 50 torr or something.
And the thing is that y'all affirm the consequence so much, saying, "Hey, well, because things fall, therefore, hey, there's gravity, there's something pulling on it." Wait, you have never proven this.
That's true, man.
Science doesn't prove things, champ. How many times does it need repeating? Science doesn't prove things because it would affirm the consequence. That's why it doesn't prove things.
That's also true.
I'm not into the usage of that at all for myself, Ruhif, what you said there, because what I would say is that proof is the process by which we establish something to be true. And in my mind, science is a method designed to acquire a basis or system of truth. So if you're trying to build a system of truth, the word prove means to establish that truth. So that would be the core focus of the entire endeavor.
Right. And there's a colloquial version of proof and a formal logical version of the word proof. The formal logical sense cannot be achieved by science. All you can do is show that the results of your experiment match the predictions of a model. Like I said, you can boil water 1 million times, apply heat, and then it will boil. But the end result is not therefore that heat causes water to boil, or the cause of the water boiling was heat. Sorry.
Okay. Well, perhaps you're talking about some different definition of the word science, maybe some more modernized kind of different thing. But in terms of what I know the term to be and what it is, my understanding is that that's not what it is. What you just described, I would think, is pseudoscience.
And I don't know, I've had a challenge for 2 years or something. Provide a formal logical syllogism that
because you're
proves
talking
the cause
about
of something.
Because you're talking about just building evidence for some theory that you never really prove. It's kind of the antithesis of what science is, in my understanding.
No, that is exactly what science is.
I think it was
Providing explanations.
Popper. Karl Popper said that pseudoscience proves things. Real science disproves things.
Correct. Yeah, agree with that.
And by disproving things, proving truth.
What do you think of that? What do you think of that? What do you think of that, Jerry? That phrase.
I think science is a big fuckfest anyway. They could say whatever they want, so who cares? I mean, we only have effects, phenomena, and we could only describe them. We're never going to figure out the cause of gravity or tides or what light is or fucking magnetism. So we can only model these things to fit within a certain paradigm. So
Jerry's got it.
That's it.
Love you, Jerry.
Well, I mean, one of the definitions here for the word, I guess, like, what definition of science would you be using in that case? Because, I'll just read a couple that came up right on just dictionary.com. One of them is knowledge as of facts or principles, knowledge gained by systematic study. Another one here is a branch of knowledge or study dealing with a body of facts or truths systematically arranged and showing the operation of general laws. Another one is systematic knowledge of the physical and material world gained through observation and experimentation. So all of that is all built around, establishing certain facts, principles, and ultimately truth about the nature of reality in different ways through systematic study and organization. So
what do I use?
So in order to do that,
science is a process for providing explanations.
Well, that's not what any of the definitions are. So where are you coming up with that definition? That's really what I'm asking. Where are you coming up with?
That's what I mean when I say the word science.
So you mean something that's not in this list of definitions that I'm reading? Because this is the list that the world uses for the word science. I mean, this is the generally accepted definition, as it were, within the world of the word science.
And how about we do that game? Let's play that game and let's Google the term scientific proof if we're gonna, do a Google consensus thing, right?
Well, I'm just looking at the dictionary.
Google the term scientific proof.
Dictionary.com basically has a bunch of different ones, like of these different dictionaries. So it's just what it is. But
if we're going to go by definitions, I'm going to go to dictionary.com, and the definition of Earth has a polar and equatorial radius.
All right. So, I mean, in terms of, well, it does. It's just the sky.
Yeah. So is that game over then for flat Earth? You have to accept my definition?
Well, no. See, that's what I'm saying. What I'm trying to get at here is let's just say what we're defining first. If I'm reading the definitions of the word science, several of them, right? The top ones. And then I'm just relating that to the word proof, and how proof establishes truth. So if science is the study of, of actually doing systematic study, observation, etc., of the natural world and of different components to establish the truth of that or the laws within that, then the proof would be that which helps to establish that. So, but it sounds like you're talking about something that's all about like building some model and then trying to disprove it. If you can't disprove it, you throw all this evidence at it. You just say it's generally accepted. That sounds like not a solid way to come to truth and more of a way to kind of build some alternative system that is just fabricated and then focusing only on that.
Yeah, I'll say what you just said is exactly what science is.
Okay, well, I'm going to stick with.
To me, Jeremy, or to
the definitions of the word here that I'm reading? I would resonate with. I don't resonate with whatever the one you're talking about. It's not. I'm not trying to put it like in this case. I am going with the mainstream definition in what I'm saying right now. Although I actually think the word science is actually much deeper than even any of these definitions. I think it goes back to some of the deep mystical and spiritual practices that have been done since the dawn of time.
If we're appealing to definitions, right? If we're going to appeal to definitions, then let's Google the term scientific proof and get an understanding of why they all say what they say, and that science doesn't prove things.
Okay, well, if you want to find one of those, I'm down for that. But the other thing I'm saying here is that I'm not appealing to this by saying that this is what it is. I'm not even in a debate right now. I'm sharing with you my understanding of the word science, of proof, etc., and I'm just hearing you out to hear what yours is. So what I'm saying is I'm not appealing to this in that way. I'm not appealing it to prove something. I'm just reading it, saying, what do you think of these definitions, which are just the top ones for the word science, and then how does proof fit into that? Because you're saying something very opposite. You're saying, no, this whole thing of establishing truth does not incorporate proof, even though proof is the word that we use that is the word of something that establishes truth. But if you're trying to just split those and say, no, it's not the case at all, and then you're inserting this other thing, where did that come from, and why are you going with that as being the case?
Because then it depends on what you mean when you say the word truth. When I say the word truth, I mean whatever it is matches reality. So like the globe model is true means that all the predictions that the globe model makes match reality.
Doesn't predict anything, and it doesn't match any reality that we live. There's nothing there. Come on, there's nothing there. There's no evidence for this.
Show me the curvature.
Proof that there's no proof.
7 years, no one showed me the curvature.
You understand exactly. There you go. You know what you got to do.
Okay, so let's even just So this other definition, you kind of just jumped from that. You didn't really want to say where you're getting this other thing aside. You just jumped to predictions on a globe. But I'll just ask you with that then. Have you gone out and verified any of these, or are these just things you found on the internet? These ideas.
Verified what?
You're claiming that you have a model and that it fits reality. So what have you done to verify in the real physical world that it actually does fit it?
Sure. I take measurements
That's
from
just
one
not just a belief
point
you
of...
got off the internet and
Right.
or from
Well,
schools and teachers that have just told it to you. Go ahead.
Yep. I go to one point of known elevation, shoot my theodolite over to another point of known elevation, and the angle that I measure is consistent with an Earth of our size. It's not consistent with a flat Earth.
Where have you done this?
I'll post the video for you, Jen. In fact, I'm going to do it tomorrow if I get a chance.
Well, there's definitely different elevations. There's definitely different elevations on the Earth. Like on a planar Earth, meaning let's say like water's level, so that kind of establishes your plane of the Earth. Of course, there's tides. The tides are minimal, so let's just take those out. If you just have the level oceans, then you have land coming up out of those oceans, then you're going to have all kinds of elevation changes. And you'll be able to get all kinds of angles between different elevations and between the sky and so on. So what exactly do you claim you're doing, and how have you verified that this is fitting into some kind of a globe idea without just adding in a bunch of radius calculations?
No, I make a prediction using the globe model what angle I should measure. I make a prediction for the flat Earth model as to what angle I should measure. I go and measure it, and it matches the globe.
Wait, just
nothing
elevation.
more complicated than that.
Hold on. Oh no, this is complicated. You're talking about just between elevations?
Yeah, if I know the elevation of where I am and the elevation of what I'm pointing at, I can do some geometry.
Don't you know distance too?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, that's all. I'm understanding you're going off that. How have you verified that versus quote unquote a flat Earth? What is quote unquote a flat Earth? Do you have the exact map and model? Do you have the exact map of the planar Earth that you're comparing it to, or are you just making one up and saying you debunked it?
A flat Earth has a flat datum, a flat sea level. Surely you can't disagree with that. Surely.
That's been the knowledge of the universe since the dawn of time. See, yes, that's why all the words like level and horizontal, word flat can mean horizontally level. So it's just those terms. But yes,
I don't use the word level because there's, it's there are conflicting meanings.
No, there's just one meaning of level. There's a couple of them, but there's really no confliction around it. There's just people that try to change it and say Earth's a globe.
Yeah, but we can be clear in what we mean when we say the word level, right? If I say an auto level puts out a horizontal plane and a water level, takes into account the curvature of the Earth, we've got two different meanings for the word level. So we need to be clear in what we mean. That's why I don't use the word level.
Well, anyways, so your point is that you're measuring some elevations and an angle between them. So what I'm asking you here is that in order to compare that to a shape of the Earth, you would have to have the correct planar map of the Earth, like a 3D digital model, which I'm sure that these people in control have, because obviously they have access to the military and all that equipment. Now, who knows how much more land is out there, but of all the land they have access to, they've most definitely modeled it, as closely as they can. So they have the real Earth, not even Google Earth, but they have the real one, the digital one. But I'm saying, do you have that? Like, have you taken coordinates from all around the Earth and actually verified a planar geometry nature of it, and then gone out and done some measurement and compared to a globe? I would say absolutely.
I have elevations that are derived from a method that is agnostic to the shape of the Earth.
But you don't know the positions of those and how they actually are mapped on the Earth versus the one you're given. You're given one.
I know the elevations and the distances. That's all I need.
And have you verified either of those?
The elevations, I can probably do it with air pressure. I mean, I trust people that actually survey things and get accurate elevations.
Probably as a start, but again, you haven't verified it.
Yeah. I mean, do you doubt the elevations that surveyors get when they do their job? It's okay if you do, but then it's on you to disprove that these elevations are shit, right?
Well, you're given elevations and distances at the end of the day. So I think you're onto something good, I think you got some good, start, but you really haven't verified or ruled out or proved either. You've just gone out and done something that someone else has already given you a map and coordinate system for and just verified that. And
right. But do you think we can verify distances and elevations? Is it doable?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
difficult, expensive in today's world, and hard to even access the land. Of course, in today's world, the government owns so much land is private. It's going to be much more difficult to really get
I'm hearing a lot of excuses.
No, that's just the fact. How are you going to do that? You can't go into government land. Because to measure real distances, you don't just, I don't think driving down a highway with an odometer is very effective because there's so many twists and turns. You have to actually get the actual straight line distance. And if you're going to do that, you have to have access to that land to go all the way along the land to physically measure it.
I can triangulate distances. Of course I can. But if I have a straight section of road and I take two angles from a known baseline, I can work out the distance to it.
Yeah, it's all planar. That whole system's planar. It's the geodesics is when they start to calculate in curvature, whether they claim, as they claim to.
Yeah, but over taking horizontal angles, that makes basically no difference. There's no how can I say it? There's no sort of Z direction curvature needed in that sort of maths. You have to get a huge triangle to have scope.
You're ultimately just talking about an XYZ axis, your elevation and your distance, and you have your left, right, your straight forward, your up, down. You have the XYZ axis, the whole matrix of it. So, I mean, that's what you're describing. But the thing is, you're given a model, a map that is globular, and just because you measure those elevations and in the only very limited places you have, you somehow think that's validating a prediction, and it's not.
Yeah, in the act of verifying those numbers, right? I will also verify that the elevations that I'm given are accurate as well. Like I can go and verify the elevation of pretty much anything with my theodolite to show that what numbers I've taken into this experiment are correct. The fact that I can verify these things, all right?
Yeah. I mean, what you'd have to do to really get this, and this is why I think, and this is no offense to you, but I just don't think you're very close to having this yet, because this is what would be needed in my understanding. You'd have to verify the shape of the Earth from what you've described. You'd have to have two positions. You'd have to have two positions on Earth. You would have to have the elevations absolutely accurate from sea level. You'd have to absolutely have that correct, not just going off other people's numbers or anything. You have to actually verify that sea level. And then you would have to verify the distance, the straight line distance, very accurately to be able to have the exact straight line distance. So ideally, you would have to, literally be able to walk or, drive, as it were, straight between the two. And you could do it even if you had to go through the woods and stuff. But obviously, you can't go over like huge, there's obviously water and all kinds of stuff that could be in the way. But nonetheless, like you'd have to measure that distance accurately and the elevations. And you not only do that, you would not have to only have to do that between 2 points, but you have to do that at least with 3, because 3 points make a plane. So you're going to need at least 3, and then the more the better. And so it's like kind of similar with GPs and circle of equal altitudes. It's the same idea, but you would have to do that with several, and like I said, have all those accurate in order to say yes, these are planar coordinates, or yes, these actually do have this 8 inches per mile squared. And you have not gotten close to that. Although I think you're to a good start, and I applaud you for your efforts thus far.
Right, but you are doubting the elevations that surveys get. That's what it comes down to, right?
I've never claimed that. I never claimed that. What I'm saying is that you would have to have that information verified to actually have a proof. Otherwise, it's just limited information with limited assumptions on a limited coordinate system. It's not predicting anything. I'm sorry. Not yet.
So let's just call those elevations and distances assumptions, right? Let's just call them that, and then I take it into my little observation.
They're given to you, but yeah.
Yeah, we'll call them assumptions, right? The fact that it matches the globe, does that mean anything to you?
No.
No. Okay. To me, if I was a flat earther and it matched the globe, I would have to say that one of those assumptions is wrong. Logically, I'd have to say that.
What are you claiming matches the globe? What are you even claiming matches?
The angle that I measure.
Sure I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the angle that I measure with a theodolite matches the globe, the prediction of a globe.
Of what? Curvature? Compared
Yes.
to sea level?
Yep.
Yeah. That is so easy to be fudged, what I'm saying, by the information you're given in terms of people to do this and for that to still match up. Because, first of all, you're given certain distances and certain elevations. And you're using a tool to only measure a path between the two. So basically, you only have like one side of the triangle instead of having two, which is what you need to actually build the actual coordinate matrix. So you're just taking two of them, being given an assumptive model, and the fact that those distances work on the model they gave you in your limited local area, you somehow think that it's proving the entire model, which is a fallacy. Which one is it where you're only claiming that even your claim is only one little part of it, and then you're making some other leap from that? I forget what that one's called.
I think you've missed the last half an hour where we said science doesn't prove things. My observations don't prove anything. They are consistent with the Earth being a globe. And they are inconsistent with a flat Earth.
Just that wording, I hear you on that. That's if you want to try to make some kind of that kind of idea, only from the limited data you have. Like, what is your limited data on that one that you have?
What do you mean?
Well, Ruff, you say that, yeah, but what about? Do you have any type of inkling on the spiritual side of life, Ruff?
Any what?
Like, do you think there is a spiritual side of life at all, or
No.
do you think it's completely when we're dead, we're dead?
That is a 100% derail and a non sequitur. Although I know Branch is on his game, but Ruif actually said the other day that he read the Bible like 7 times or something. Didn't you say that?
I've read the entire Bible probably 3 times. I've read the New Testament an extra 7 times, and I've read the Gospels I don't know, lots of times.
So he's very spiritual.
Ruff, I gotta say, bro, like, I'm so.
He's in deep, dude. He's read the Bible total. What did he say? Between those two, 10 times of full readings through those. That's more than probably 97% of all humanity.
I guess the question is this, Ruff. The question is this, right? At some point in your life, has things gone bad to the point where, without acknowledging it, you said, "Hey, God, help me."
No. I was dying in ICU and didn't get to that point. No.
Okay. So you've never done that. Like, I have. No. And that's why I realized that I do believe in God.
Okay.
Here it is. This is it, by the way. The fallacy, I had to look it up because I kind of forgot the name of it. It's called the fallacy of composition. It's also called the fallacy of division. And the definition of it, assuming that what's true about one part of something has to be applied to all or other parts of it. So that's what you were doing. Even that one little reading, the angle that you took, even if that quote unquote correlates with a globe Earth, that's one part. Even let's just assuming that all the distances, elevations, all perfect or whatever. Even if that's the case, you're still using that to say that you've verified or that you've confirmed, whatever the words you were using, the entire globe Earth model.
No, sure, I understand that. But also, is my area that I tested it in must be special then, right? Has to be special.
No, not necessarily. I wouldn't say.
Well, then it applies elsewhere. It applies to the whole Earth. If it's not special, then it applies everywhere.
Well, I mean, I
can
would say
choose
this would
any
go as
location
well.
at random.
Well, I would say this could go the same. Like, let's say once we have like the actual physical sites of these Earth measurement sites set up to where we'll be able to actually have it physically verified. Even if we do that in one area and we absolutely verify the planar geometry of the Earth in one area, it would be the same if somebody said, "Oh, the whole Earth is planar just because of that one, reading, in that area." And it's not to say that it's just to say that you've only measured that area and been given a model. So,
yeah. You seem to be setting the target to be or the bar to be infinitely high. It's like if I do this 1,000 times in 1,000 different locations, do I have to do it 1,001 times to satisfy you?
Well, here's the thing. To satisfy me, to get proof, which is what I'm looking for, if you had physical, documented and actually done in real life, of locations and, all these things we're describing, and you verify the actual distances, the real elevations, the whole 9 yards, if you were able to do that and do it in multiple locations, then you could get to a point. Now it depends. I mean, a theodolite is optical, so there's a whole bunch of issues with that. But in general, and so there's a whole question in and of itself. So this really wouldn't be definitive. But in order to, well, anyways, that's a whole other bag of marks because it is optical. So that's actually a whole other part of the whole thing.
You know what, Riff? I got a question.
But yes, you do need it for multiple locations, and you need to verify everything. Otherwise, you're not really confirming anything so far.
So Riff, I guess the question I have for you, Riff, is this, right? Like, I think the most deepest talk I've had, retrospectively, like an internal type of talk, whether it be about God or my inclination of what I believe a higher figure is, right? Some of the deepest talks I've ever had was with essentially a God that I believed existed. Do you ever have that type of deep thought within yourself, like the same way that you would expect me to have one with a God?
Do I have deep discussions with myself? Yes.
Well, you like, do you ever ask yourself? Yeah, that's an odd way, because like the way you answered that was somewhat correct, but do you ever look at yourself? Do you ever look within for help?
How would he answer that incorrectly?
I don't know, man. It's just an interesting thing.
I question myself all the time. Yeah.
Like,
myself
do you ever like ask yourself shit, like sit down and be like, you know what, blood, you done fucked up.
Yeah. Why did I do
you
that?
basically talk to yourself. Do you ever do that?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I think that's pretty similar to how we talk to God.
Yeah, how do you know that you're not talking to yourself, though?
We probably are.
Yeah, I agree. You probably are.
I'm just trying to say we do the same shit, don't we? We just call it different things.
Yeah, I do plan on getting my theodolite out when the weather clears up a bit. And, yeah.
So you're claiming that you're right. You're trying to claim that you think you're measuring a straight line over two elevations, and then you think that those elevations, due to the distances, fit onto an 8 inches per mile squared globe.
It does incorporate refraction, which is why I need to shoot from.
So we got a refraction. You're going to add some radius in here. You're going to add a little radius. Oh boy! So you're going right.
I can do it without any.
You're not even claiming that the distances match the sphere. You're just going stone cold. Like you're just adding in the refraction calculation, and just calling it glob.
I can use refraction without using a radius. All right.
Hey,
if you would like me to.
Riff, can I ask you a question, Riff?
You just did.
That's all I was going to ask. Is whether I can ask you.
All right, so you're saying without a refraction calculation, you still because of the distances and elevations, you think it fits on a globe of a.
Oh yeah, let me get a screenshot from the video that I messaged to Jin a minute ago.
No, I mean, Rev, like, jokes aside, right? So, throughout history, we've done so many experiments, and so many studies on genetics versus this certain type of psychic communication that may or may not be a thing, right? I guess the question I have for you is, do you think twins have some type of link?
What do you mean, some type of link?
Where if one twin is getting hurt.
No, I don't think so. I know one of my mates is a twin, like an identical twin, and he is the gayest person alive, and his twin brother is a Christian minister, anti-gay person. It's fucking insane.
Right, but it's not that. It's about the emotional link, you know? Like,
Yeah, I'd say no more than growing up as siblings. So,
I
Gio,
think
check that
like
image.
I think one of the biggest differences.
Pretty fuzzy here.
Gio, do you mind if I finish, Gio? I was just gonna say that
I can't even really read the numbers on this. It's really low res.
I'll explain it to you in a second.
I was gonna say that like one of the biggest differences is where our thoughts go, right? Like there are people that believe in if you want some type of sphere of knowledge that comes outside of general science. Right? And it may sound fucking crazy, right? But it's the spiritual side of life. Right?
Poor Jeremy.
Like seriously, dude, that like some people do really believe in being able to spiritually be linked. And Ruhef, there's been a number of experiments that have been done on Earth that proves there's something outside of just our general communication methods.
Ruhif, do you
Go again, Gio?
I mean, for example, like there was this enormous test done once where they asked a series of, I think it was like 100 questions to one hemisphere of the Earth, right?
Of the brain?
And then they asked the same questions to the other side. And the other side got better answers. Like, percentage-wise, they were ahead, right? Then they did the opposite. And they did that 4 or 5 times. And every time, there was some type of weird fucking spooky type of fucking shit where the other side somehow did better.
Anyway, Gio, have you look at the image, and I'll tell you what the image is. I know it's fuzzy. Have you got it?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll just look at the left. So that left graph, the vertical axis is the angle, and the horizontal axis is the distance. All right, and those lines, the blue line is the predicted angle on a globe without refraction. The orangey brown line is globe with refraction, and the grey line at the top is on a flat Earth. All right, and then the X's are what I actually measured in reality. And the flat Earth prediction did not involve refraction, which would make it worse.
And what is your presupposed quote unquote flat Earth here? What does that do? What is that?
Has a flat elevation datum.
And how is the land laid out?
What do you mean? This is just a distance and a elevation. I don't care where the continents
you have to know how your position on the actual physical Earth correlates with a planar distance in order to verify that. You haven't verified that.
So back 10 minutes ago,
what are you using? Are you using just an AE map or a Gleason's? I mean, what are you even going off of here?
No, I measured the distance on Google Earth, right?
Okay, so you're starting on a globe WGS84 government issued coordinate system.
Fine,
okay, that's where you're starting.
Do you disagree? You would have to dispute the distances and elevations, right? Because my results match a globe.
At the moment, I personally am not doing any of that. I'm just elucidating what you have and don't have here.
Yeah, so I'm taking in elevations and distances and making a prediction based on those assumptions, if you'd like to use that word.
They are assumptions, yes.
Yep, we're happy to use the word assumption, even though they are able to be verified. That's fine. But my measurements, and I can do these measurements anywhere. I'm going to try and do some tomorrow if it stops fucking raining. Yeah, The measurements that I make will match the globe model, and they will not match a flat Earth model.
Okay, well, that's what I was originally. I understand your assertion, and I understand your chart here. But I'm again just going to inquire what you're actually comparing this to. Sounds like you don't have an answer to that. Like when you keep saying flat Earth, you don't have. You don't. First of all, you don't have actually these distances and elevations verified. Then you definitely don't have the correct position, the correct map of a quote unquote flat Earth, as you call it, meaning a. I'm assuming you're talking about a planar coordinate system, an XYZ.
I can measure distances. I can go into Google Earth and I can find the local running track, which is 100 meters long. I can measure that on Google Earth using the tool to within a couple of centimeters. Same with runways, like, my son's home. I can go and measure, aircraft runways, which have to have the correct lengths, right? I can go and measure all these things on Google Earth, and it is incredibly accurate.
Yeah, a lot of those are planar.
Yeah,
a lot
but
of those are planar.
you almost said
The local ones
centimeters.
on Google Earth.
No, not to the centimeter. GPS works fucking great, but it's not to the centimeter.
Yeah, that sounded too accurate for those systems, but he might just be talking about the Google Earth, the given one.
If it was to the centimeter, right? Why did why did somebody deliver my groceries to my neighbor the other day?
I'm back. Let's check the weather for tomorrow, shall we?
I mean, that's the whole point, though, Rue. If this stuff needs to be verified, now if you feel like you can verify it to have actual real curvature, then yeah, I mean, your mission to do so would be worthwhile, and you can do that. But so far, you really don't have that.
But honestly, dude, if you wanted to get down to the fucking centimeter, right? You just gotta get a couple more satellites.
Yeah, if we can just log into the NASA fucking database, well, we can get it all, right? They've got all they've got the whole globe just plotted out.
The way GPS works is like it fucking sits around and is like, you know what? Here's my fucking time. It broadcasts its own fucking time and shit, and then it uses that compared to like 3 other satellites, and says, you know what? All right, I must be around here. But if it did it with 9, it can get with 9 satellites. There's no reason why it can't. It'll be a lot more accurate.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, they do planar surveying, which is all done planar. That's what all the surveyors are doing. They're not measuring curvature ever. They're literally measuring planar elevation changes against a planar datum. And they do that, and they do all kinds of surveying within cities and neighborhoods and all that, to a good amount of accuracy. And then the geodetic surveyors, when they do what they do, they also are doing planar surveying, but they just they go over longer distances and they link those sections together, and then they fabricate and add in a curvature of the Earth into a model. And the model is controlled by governments, GPSs, etc., that are establishing that. So, I mean, surveyors are not actually measuring curvature.
And the mathematical model they used is called a reference ellipsoid, which they wrap their optical observations upon.
Yeah, what Globus said.
Yeah, they wrap it round. They're just wrapping.
And they don't even wrap it around a globe. Like I said, they wrap it around an ellipsoid.
A datum, yeah. What was that? Is it the same as the WGS84?
The Earth is fucking pear shaped.
Essentially, that's what the WGS84 is. Like, it's the ellipsoid datum.
That's right. Also called the geodetic datum.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I mean, Ruhif is here claiming that he just took a theodolite out and measured curvature of the Earth. So, what do you think of that, Globus? I mean, you know, if surveyors are not even doing that, how has Ruhif come in here and said he's doing it? What do you think of that?
Well, as mentioned previously, he's just making optical observations. He's not making any direct measurements. And in order to shoehorn in his globe belief, he needs to refer that to a reference ellipsoid. I mean, that's what geodetic surveys do, and they're not shy about it. They openly state that. That's how they supposedly measure, which they don't, curvature. They already have a predetermined mathematical model.
I mean, I will be honest with you, like, when I asked Ruth a question, which was like, have you ever said, oh God? And he said no. He didn't say no in a very believable way. I think that deep down inside, when shit hits the fucking fan, he does say, oh God, help me.
It's part of his daily mantra. And he's like, oh, all these people that think the Earth is not a globe, God help me save them from their
But furthermore,
from their realizations.
Furthermore, I've shown how you can't actually have plumb lines on a spherical surface. There's no perpendicularity.
Well, you're getting way too technical, bro. We're talking about the spiritual side of shit right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And to fuck the Ruhif with the spirits. Not the maths.
I think you're mostly talking about that branch, but
alright, my bad then.
We were talking. You brought that up, and it was but we were kind of talking about this.
All right, my bad, Gio. Please continue with whatever action you was trying to get with.
Oh, just debunking the spherical globe Earth.
I mean, me personally, I think that.
What if actually like what if the knowledge about the shape of the Earth and that it isn't a globe, what if that single-handedly will be the actual like essential thing that's required for us to be able to break free from these evil controllers that seem to be parasiting off humanity right
now? I mean, that's the problem though, is for some weird reason there's a link between the shape of the Earth and evil controllers.
Well, do you think there's evil controllers? Let's start there.
No, I think that, we just fucking do what we do.
Okay, so there's not a group of very, very wealthy people that have a lot of control over all of the government stuff?
No.
Okay. Well, then I guess you don't think there's anything to be freed from.
And I mean, if you want to consider,
the dollar, it's got their symbols all over it. You work for their dollar.
If you want to consider the people who have a lot of money on this planet, yeah, they do work together, right? Like, I've had CEOs that have fucking made me work with a company that's run by someone who's on the board of directors for the company, right? And even though I've told the bitch that we're basically for hemorrhaging fucking money, continue to fucking do it, because That's how shit works. Right? But again, that's not really what I'm talking about. What I'm trying to say is like, Gio, what do you think? Outside of who's controlling what people do and shit, what do you think the purpose of life is?
Well, there's a couple of different things you said there.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that if there's a couple of few different things that you're saying there are.
Well, I think there's a group of non-human entities. Ultimately, they're non-human, but they have access to a bunch of humans that are kind of doing their dirty work for them. And they are, yeah, like extremely psychopathic and evil on multiple levels, and they're actually channeling very dark demonic entities. And they have a grasp on humanity right
now. Gio, so
I returned.
And have for quite a while.
I will say this, Gio, right? Like, so I'm not a flat earther, right?
But did Ruth say 100%? What did you say, Ruth?
I'm back. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a little sideways now.
Yeah, save us from the branch sideways train here.
Yes.
All right, well, can I at least finish?
No one's really going to be listening, but sure.
I was just gonna say, Gio. At least, if I don't want to believe in anybody fucking controlling us as these superiors, right? I think that the biggest difference between people that do agree with the flat earth notion and don't, I think there's a certain amount of spiritualism. You know what? I totally lost tracks. I fucked up. My bad. I shut up.
Thanks. All right. Weather's going to be shit here tomorrow, so don't know if I can get out.
No, Branch. I mean, you're bringing up some good points, and I mean, I appreciated that, and we could pick that up as well. But because you were asking about some of that stuff, and yeah, I guess what I was bringing up originally is what I was saying is that because you were kind of saying like the shape of the earth doesn't really matter. Let's just go spiritual, and that's cool. I love spirituality as well. But what I was then suggesting is the shape of the earth in and of itself going to be an essential truth that people have to become aware of until we can get to the point where we can get our sovereignty back from this group that seems to be corralling us and enslaving us?
Yeah, I think that's part of it. But I'm glad you said that, because some people might not, initial reaction might be that it's not important, you see, and I think that's a mistake there. They need to realize that that is important. It's part of the foundation that holds you to the globe, because they're lying to you about the money, the money they spend on the budgets, for example, for all this space stuff. It's a lot of money. So that has to stop. And the education. Once that can stop, then you can begin to really connect spirituality.
Yeah, but I mean, why do you need to even consider that part of what you just said, Jen? Like, honestly,
I'll tell you why. Because we're paying for it. It's costing us. We're the ones who pay for it.
What I'm trying to say is this: the spiritual side of yourself is something you should already know. You don't need nothing to be that person, right? Well, why are we trying to, if you want, even create the comparison? I don't think there's. I don't think it's a linear type of thing.
I think it is, because I connected with the earth when I was 6 years old, realizing that something more powerful than me created this earth, and I've never ever divorced myself from that thought. I've always had earth as my foundation, higher than me, more important than I am. So I love nature. Okay, even though I missed some of the clues through this synthetic world that I've been living in. You know, where we can go to space and all that. It disconnected me, but I still had Earth in a high place, and that's part of my spirituality because I know I was created by God. I know this, and I'm not a religious man. I don't go to the church. I don't go to the mosque. Although I went to elementary school, which was a Christian, and I was born a Muslim. I still don't follow any religion today. What I do follow is the creation Earth. Earth is where I get my substance. Earth is where I live. Earth has been hijacked, and we need to get that back. And that's part of my spirituality.
You say right that you lived your life that way, right?
Yeah.
At what age? At what
I
age
started at
did
6.
you? At 6 years old.
Yeah.
At 6 years old, what did you do?
Well, at 6 years old, at elementary school, we were asked. 6 going to be 7, by the way. Okay. We were asked back in the 60s to do a nature study project where we had to collect in a jam jar insects and ladybugs and all this and leaves of a tree and branches and put them in this jar and make a micro kind of life for this insect. When I did that, I felt bad because I felt, one, I was imprisoning these insects into this jar. And then I pulled up these leaves and I realized that these leaves were going to die and I'm not going to be able to put it back. So I felt I was doing something bad. At that point, I made a decision never to do that again because I knew that something more powerful than me created this. I can't repair what I'm doing. And so as soon as this nature study project finished in the classroom, after a couple of days, I said, "Can I take this back to the? Can I release the insects to the teachers?" And ever since that day, I've had the highest respect for nature. Ever since that day. Okay, that one nature study. That's all it took for me to connect spiritually with the Creator and the earth and its magnificence. Just that alone, the touch of the leaf. Okay, that leaf that I touched. That was kind of like rubbery, but yet oily. You know, I can still remember that feeling. That glossy feel. Yeah.
All right. Well, what you were saying before about the earth-based kind of spirituality, yeah, I mean, that's my understanding of a lot of the, just, in terms of the longer history of humanity, outside of just this modern day, they often did have that because, yeah, I mean, earth is what gives sustenance and, the sun, the moon, and, being human here and just having that like direct connection. Like when you're free upon the earth, you really are just, it's like a luxury vacation on earth. I mean, yeah, you do a little bit of labor, but really just each person pitches in maybe 8-10 hours a week, nothing major, just help out a little bit here and there. And yeah, you can just live in complete freedom and joy.
Thank you very much, Gio. Because you know that feeling of freedom. I have that feeling when I go out for a bike ride, or I'm jogging, or I'm walking, when everyone else around me is wearing masks, and my head is high, and I'm marching literally, looking around, thinking how stupid you people are. Can't you see me? I'm not wearing the mask. Look at me. I'm more free than you in this world we're living in at this moment in time right now. You see what I mean? Yeah. So I enjoy that. I'm enjoying it. I am a free man on the land. I'm walking in the opposite direction to everybody else.
Gio, you say that it's that easy, right? But it's really not, is it? How many people are homeless? And essentially, if you aren't even drug addicts, that you would actually turn away if they came to your doorstep to say, "Can I be part of your community?"
I would never turn anyone away from that at all because that would be, if I had it, you'd have to accept them. You see, so I couldn't turn anyone away like that. That's not my way. I mean, I've given money to the homeless when I went on holiday with my children. Okay, this is in Hawaii, for example, and we met some homeless people, and I gave them money, like $5 each to go and get a McDonald's. I said they needed food. There was a woman who was handing out a pamphlet magazine. We saw her in the morning when we got into the car outside the ABC store. We'd gone out. We'd gone to the beach. We played at the beach all day. We went to the restaurant, had something to eat. We did the window shopping. We come back to the hotel at around 5 o'clock in the evening, and she was still there. So I went into the ABC store and I bought her you know, like a turkey salad and a beef salad sandwich and a drink, and gave it to her because I knew she was homeless. She probably hadn't eaten well. Probably nobody bought her anything, but I bought her the food. So I'll always help where I can. That's what I do.
Good job, Jen.
Yeah,
Like
my children. So my children could understand that people sometimes don't have money. So she's eating
I will
good
say
that
this,
day.
bro. Like probably my best friend in San Francisco when I lived in San Francisco was a homeless dude, and he was my age, right? But like my family just didn't get it why I would hang around with this guy, right? And it's just weird shit because we used to hang out, right? But it wasn't like he gave a fuck about it. Like the weirdest shit was like he was probably like the least monetarily fucking type of person I ever hung out with.
Yeah.
So basically, it was like if I wanted to get a beer and shit, I would get a beer, but he wouldn't want me to pay for his beer. You know, it's like he was homeless and shit, and my fams and shit were all like, "Why you hang out with this fucking cunt?" Right? I don't know. It's just weird shit, my man.
No, I've done that. I when I went to Los Angeles, okay, my wife took my son baseball. She wanted me to go, guys. And as you know, I hate that game. So sorry, you're on your own there. So good luck. Have a nice time. You won't find me in a baseball stadium. I don't like the game. Shit game. I can't take it. Bye. So I went off to Flat Smack on that day in Los Angeles. Okay. And I met up with a bunch of homeless. They were hanging outside the CVS store. So I thought, yeah, let me talk to these people and see what they got. Let's see how they react to the flat earth truth, okay? So I introduced myself and I said, I'm from London. I'm living in Japan. I'm here for 5 days holiday. I wanted to introduce you to a topic matter that's being heavily debated on YouTube and on the internet, okay? So I started talking to these guys and they were really receptive to what I had to say. I spent 6 hours with them. I actually bought them food. Now you're talking about the alcohol. I said to them, I'm not here to buy you any booze, whatever, not with my money. Okay, I will buy you food and a drink so you can eat and be healthy. I will not be contributing to your liver destruction. Okay, all right, and they understood that. So one was in a wheelchair. The other guys walked in with me, and I said, "What do you want? Point it out." Okay, yeah, let's go. And when they took it outside, and we carried on eating. They carried on eating ayat as well, and we spoke for like 6 hours of flat Earth questions and debates. And then I asked them, "Do you see?" That they agreed that they carried a belief, is what they agreed with. There's nothing, you haven't verified anything, and we didn't go to the moon. So it all came up. Moon landings, Mars, the whole thing. 6 hours, that was great. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Yeah. And and I fed them as well.
What did you feed them with?
Oh, the regular sandwiches because they're quite easy and quick to eat. But salad sandwiches, beef salad, chicken salad, turkey salad, cheese salad, whatever they wanted, yeah. And fruits and water or a juice if they wanted it, but no alcohol. I said, I'm not going to give you, I'm not going to use your money for smokes or beer. No, I'm not going to do that. I don't smoke, I said, and I drink wine with my meal occasionally. It's not the be all end all, But because I was from London, okay, they just took to me straight off the bat. So it was cool. I had no problems with them, none of them were being rude. They were all asking questions and then I was giving them links to look at. They had their smartphones. Some of them were using the free Wi-Fi so they could get on with it, And it was very therapeutic for me and very therapeutic for them as well. They learned. Right? And I left them with try and make an impact in your life even when you're down and out. Just try and start to rise because, I said to them, who are you living for and why?
Jen, who are you living for, Jen?
Well, I'm living for myself and my family, of course. So I'm not living for the government to tell me what to do. No, I'm totally against that. You know, the governments can tell me things, but it's the final choice will be mine. I make that choice, even though I know I'm being controlled with laws. There are laws out there, laws for driving, laws for being in the park. You know, but again, I decide if I want to obey those laws or not. So I'm trying to live
if
as.
you don't obey them.
Say that again. Sorry.
What happens if you don't obey the law?
Well, then that means I'm breaking the law. Then, of course.
Yeah, but do you accept that there are consequences for breaking the law?
Yeah, I accept the consequences if depending on the type of law that I break.
Right.
Yeah. You know, I think laws that restrict freedoms, I'll always break them.
Sure.
Because I will be free. I was born to be free. I wasn't born to be in a system that devalues me and imprisons me. And they're using this technology to do that now. So we're living in a technological prison, in a world where we think we have democracy, where we don't have it.
Are you free
That's
though?
clear.
Like Jen, if you was really free, why'd you
Yeah.
come back into a forum like this to complain about it every day?
Well, I come here I don't complain about it. I don't complain really. What I try to do is dispel any idea that we're living on a spinning ball. That's the beginning. I'm a free man. That's why I come back. I come back with my energy because that's the result of being free. That I come back to this place to discuss and iron out the pros and cons to the globe and the reality of the flat of truth that I live. I bring that energy because I'm enjoying that. Am I happy 100%? No, because people are dying in another part of the world unnecessarily. Again, humanity is at fault for that because humanity is buying into this system where democracy they feel exists. It does not. When you vote for your devaluation every single day. And every single day we've been alive, we've been lied to. The very fact that it's been perpetuated, that we can go to Mars, satellites, the moon, we're going back, and the earth is a spinning ball, that is a continuous lie every day, and the government lies on that, and then they've lied about other things, medical health, there's lots of things. Your life has been one big lie when you look at it. The only thing that's real is that you eat, you go to the toilet, you go to work, that's real. Yeah, that's the real thing, but it's real in a lie that's been created for you. So how do you break from that? Sometimes you have to break a law or two to be free. That's where I come in. You know? So when I tell you I'm free, I'm free. My mind is free. I'm like a helium balloon. Literally. Because there is nothing, no one's going to make me wear a mask when I don't need to wear one. That's never going to happen. Even if it means I have to go to jail, then I'm going to go to jail. But I'm still not going to be wearing that mask. And I'm still going to be shouting out that I'm not wearing that mask. Even though I'm in here, I'm still telling you that the earth is flat. The government is wrong in that. And I'm going to show you by being alive and healthy to show you that I'm not sick. Like I said to my student yesterday, where is this so-called virus? What, you're going to go to your car in the morning, one day in the morning, as you put the key in, that's when you transmit it. Yeah? Or you get to the office and you say good morning to someone, suddenly you transmitted the virus right there. And how is it you're going to get this thing? That's what I said to them. Where is it coming? From which corner? Which avenue? There you go. You know. So I'm free. I'm definitely free in my mind on that side of things.
Yeah, I would say yeah, go ahead.
Jen, I went for a drive in the weekend and they had one of those alcohol breath testing spots with the police, and it was only on one road, so you couldn't avoid it, right? And then all the cops were wearing masks, right? But if the first person that talked into the breathalyzer, you just have to say some words like a random sentence. If the first person had COVID, everybody else behind them are going to have COVID because they weren't cleaning these machines. They were just putting them 2 centimeters away from your mouth. People were breathing all over them. The next 100,000 people, they're all going to have COVID.
Wow, Oh, right. So they've changed the system since, because amazing.
Air conditioning is a big fucking player, and I do a lot of support work, and different places, and yeah, the air conditioning, man, that spreads that shit like wildfire.
Well, I mean, that would be if it was real. That would be if it was real, because my house, all we have is air conditioning.
No, I'm talking about the movement of people going to work. Sorry, apologies. The air conditioning being at the work. So when people go to work and somebody fucking sneezes or whatever,
I see what you mean now. Yeah.
So yeah, apologies, mate. I guess I talk as if I think everyone knows what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah. So basically, yeah, the air conditioning at your work. You've got the corona, whether you know it or not. You go to work, and then it goes into the system, and that shit is stuck in the filters, and
That's
then
right.
it takes a bit of a backdraft in the system, where the temperature outside is different to the stuff inside, and then you end up like that stuff just staying in. Yeah, it's staying in because the filters are keeping it within the system and not expelling it. So yeah, I think that's a big fucking cause to it.
Yeah, if it were real, the thing is, you see, the air conditioning would be a good barometer to detect whether you've got it or not. Because if it was real, then everybody in that office would have it. I agree with you. If it was real.
Yeah, but if you release something in the water, you can release it, whatever, right? But
yeah,
if there's 8 different blood types, for example, then there's going to be 8 different, something that reacts to some of those blood types, some of them not. I mean, I believe that it's real, but I believe that it's not going to affect everyone. We don't know. I haven't had it yet. I'm waiting for it. But my wife hasn't had it, and yet she's vaccinated like twice. She had a second thing, but she's a teacher. She has to do it. She has to do it for a job. It's not. Anyway. And that's her choice. But yeah, I mean, I used to think that, but it's there, but it's.
Look, I know it. Let me just try and help you along. I know it's there, like I know influenza's there, and the various cold species are there, but it's not something that I'm worried about. That's why I've continued in. My lifestyle hasn't changed from when I was 19 to now. In the world, regarding my health, I do my exercises, I do my cycling, which I'm about to go and do shortly. Right, and try and eat as healthy as possible. Listen to my music. That side of things hasn't changed, even though I have changed countries. I've still kept that nucleus. When I travel abroad on holiday, I still do my exercises. I keep that going. So that hasn't, and I haven't been sick in like over 40 years.
But haven't you noticed? Have you noticed, because you're that side of the world? Well, like in England, the Oriental people have always been known and always been seen to be wearing the same masks as we're wearing today, right?
That's correct.
Now they had SARS 1 in 2001 or 2002. Now
I was in Japan at the time. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, people in England, hear me out. People in England were under the assumption, or you could ask an average person, and they'd say, "Oh, it's because the air, the quality of the air in London, this, that, and the other." But no one. But then, as soon as this thing happened, it was like, I don't think it's got fuck all to do with the quality of the air. It's the fucking fact that they fucking know something that we don't.
No, that's not it. When I had that very idea, that thought. Remember, I came to Japan in 1991. After like 3-4 months, I did notice people wearing masks from place to place, and I asked my wife, "Why are the people wearing masks? Is it because of the air quality? Is the air quality bad?" She said, "No, it's because they've got a cold and they don't want to sneeze on anyone, or they have an allergy to hay fever, the pollen in the air." I said, now that makes sense. You see, they're self-conscious. It's part of being well-mannered. So you put the mask on in case you cough or sneeze, is why they wear the mask. And then others are, like my wife herself, allergic to the pollen in the air. So their noses are blocked off. And then if they've got to go out, it's going to be full of pollen. So they wear the mask to try and alleviate their suffering. That's all. That's all it is. Nothing else. Nothing to do with the air quality as such. When I say air quality due to the pollution of cars, which is what I thought, the traffic smog. That's why people, and then probably allergic to their lungs, so they wear the mask. But no, it's the pollen in the air and the cold that they have. That's why they wear the mask, you see. And when they had SARS, yes, more people wore masks back then. But me and my family, no, we didn't change a heartbeat because I'd done the research. I'd done the research in 2006, so I knew not to worry. I knew not to worry about it.
Jen, you're somewhat correct, dude. Like, I was in a situation once where, like, I was on a flight, right, and I was chilling in like I was doing for work, so I got a good seat, right, but like, so we're upstairs, like, and there's only like about what, I don't know, maybe about 16 seats, right? And one dude sneezed, and after he sneezed, he straight up got his fucking shit down and put a mask on. And in my mind, I was like, what? But it was like, he felt like because he sneezed,
yeah,
he had to put a mask on.
Yeah, because he didn't want to contaminate. He felt that he might be spreading his cold. But what he didn't know is it doesn't happen like that every time. It doesn't happen.
But it was just
that was his
weird
self-conscious
because
business.
it was just weird because, like, the way he did it was like he felt like after he sneezed, like,
yeah, he took responsibility.
Right, but it was almost like he felt bad for it. You know what I mean?
Oh, here when people do that, yeah, that's right. Yeah, they become self-conscious. They don't want to spread their illness on somebody else. That's why they did that. But for me now, I'm not worried. You see, now I walk with my head high, knowing that if people are sneezing and coughing, it doesn't mean I'm going to get it. I never got it before. I never had a mask all them years ago, so I'm not going to change my routine and my lifestyle because the government's lying. Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Right, but I mean,
example.
when you consider that where somebody feels bad,
yeah.
If you're someone who's fully vaccinated, and there's no chance you're going to get sick, or there's very little chance. Or if you did get sick because you're vaccinated, you'll be spreading it a lot less.
You hope.
Then you wouldn't feel as bad, but like. The weird shit is that people that aren't vaccinated are the ones that don't want to wear masks today.
That's me, because I don't see the point when I know 100% that mask is not going to protect me from anything. It's not going to protect
me from you. That's the point, Jen. It's not supposed to protect you.
No,
you don't wear a mask to protect you.
No, you didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish. This mask is not going to help me to protect myself from you, to help you so you don't catch that doesn't work that way. There is no scientific evidence for that belief. Okay, it's a belief. Okay, and I know that the mask itself doesn't protect me, and it doesn't protect me from you, or you from me. It doesn't. It just doesn't do that. It's a waste of time. It's a silly barrier against your health. Sorry, someone wants to say something. Yeah, so please carry that.
So if Jen, if you knew you had a disease and you was going to go home to your family, right, with a disease,
what kind of disease is it?
Straight coronavirus, right?
It's not a disease that we have. I cannot buy into that. It's not a disease.
Let's say you was diagnosed with coronavirus. Would you just walk into your fucking family's house?
I would walk into my family's house, of course. No problem. You think I'm going to change? You think I'm suddenly, because tomorrow I'm told I've got coronavirus. Suddenly now I'm in panic mode. Okay, everybody, suit up. Get your hazmat suits out. Double up on the masks. No, that's not going to change.
I think that you should try to stop yourself from giving it to everyone in your fucking house.
Like I said, it doesn't happen that way. That's why I'm not wearing the mask. That is why Jin has been, for the last 3 years, mind you, through winter, shorts, T-shirts and Lycra, to see whether my immune system and will I catch a cold. Like I said, I haven't been sick in 40 years, yeah? So that's good. I've tested my body all the way through. Now, then this is the perfect test right now, when it's all supposed to be terrible. We're living in the worst time now with this thing, yeah? My heart hasn't missed a heartbeat.
We're not really living in the worst time now. We're kind of on the tail.
Well, we are when it comes to this pandemic shit. Look at what's happened. People have lost jobs. Hang on a second. Wait a minute. So many people have supposedly died from this shit. They've got people wearing masks. Come and get your triple injection now. This is the worst time for humanity existing. This is it now.
No, not really. Dude. Like it was bad back in the past because we didn't know
that's a story.
Deal with it. But
that's a story.
We actually know how to deal with it now.
The fucking story we can't verify. So this is the worst time now. People have lost jobs. Freedoms have been curtailed. Lockdowns have been implemented. People have been beaten up for not wearing a mask. Yeah? I mean, this is the worst time. And what health-wise, and I'm walking around no mask, mate. Head high. Jogging, running, cycling, breathing in lots of volumes of air. Lots of volumes of air I'm breathing.
How many volumes?
Oh, I tell you, it's millions. You know, because I'm talking about cycling for 2 hours. Can you imagine that? A high pump, listening to music, and and you're pumping away. You're breathing a lot. Not to mention my walking, my cycling. Come on.
If there is a calendar that they use to do these sort of things in intervals and stuff, I've always been. I don't mean to go off topic, but because you're in the East, Jim, get some information off you. You know what I'm saying? So I like things like you got the 12. There's 12 Chinese years. Yeah, you got 12 zodiacs, which are by the year, and the West use it by the month, right? but it's two different things. What does the Chinese calendar mean? What does it mean? Because it happens every year and it repeats every 12 years, right?
Yeah.
Is it part of something?
You know what? It's part of your life if you wish it to be. It's not part of my life. I don't use the ordinary horoscope and the Chinese horoscope. I don't follow these things. My life has just been straight with nature only.
That is part of nature. It's an observation, but I haven't looked into it enough. But they have a 12-year cycle or something, right? I'm just saying, like, you say zodiacs and stuff like that, it's all horology, but there's truth to it because there's a time frame. We use 12, and the East use 12 as well, so there's a 144-year cycle, right?
Yeah, but it's man-made. It's all man-made. It's just man-made, that stuff.
Zodiac signs aren't man-made. They are as per what goes on in the sky. And it's
again, it's man-made. No, it's man-made interpretation, that is. It is because I can live a child can be born like me. I can be born and not follow that any of that stuff, but follow the cycle of the seasons and have a good life and carry on. And not think about any of that stuff at all.
Yes, I know, but what I'm saying is that the controllers go by a calendar of their own, and for some reason we have a combined 144-year cycle. But this cycle, we had the English flu pandemic in 1971. We had another pandemic. Yeah, exactly. But are they going by Jubilee? Are they going by Do you get me? Like, who's calling
Yeah.
this
It's
stuff?
just man-made. It's just man-made because it's all control mechanism. This is why I say to you that I cut all that junk away. I try to be as free as I can with my spirit, and that means no, I don't buy into the zodiacs and the Chinese. That stuff, I'm well above that. I rise above all that nonsense. I see that as nonsense. I don't, I just cannot. When I was younger, when I say younger, in my secondary school age, the zodiac, I used to read it, okay, and look at my Scorpio sign, okay, and then in my 20s, I travelled to Crete, Kepalonia, and one day I was coming back on the plane, and the day I was having wasn't mine. I was having an Aquarius day. But that's when I realized, that's when the penny dropped. I see. So this woman who's talking about the horoscope, she's just writing things down. And somebody will have that day on this earth, and then the people will not have that day. So I learned it was just a control mechanism, man. No, it's rubbish.
I'm not talking about horology. I'm talking about, like, UK from start to finish, from the opening of January, our first case, January the 28th, and we came out of all this bollocks on January the 27th, exactly 2 years later, which is exactly the cycle of Mars. So when I talk about zodiacs, I talk about the celestials. That's what the zodiacs mean to me. Horology is interpretation of blah, 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 written shit, like you were saying. But it's funny how the UK, their cycles, gaps where we had lockdown, those periods there were the 40 days, bang on, one of them.
Yeah. I think they've done that deliberately. Yeah, go ahead.
When we talk about lunar cycles, right? So, we have our fucking months and shit the way they fucking work today on our fucking calendar and shit. But even in America, we still fucking run off lunar cycles. Like, even look at Easter, yeah. Why is Easter when Easter is when Easter is?
Because it's a gestation period.
Again, it's a man-made day, Easter.
No, it's not. Easter is based on lunar cycles.
Well, but it's still a man-made day, isn't it? The lunar cycles are real, but the man has aligned that to the lunar cycle. The lunar cycle is the lunar cycle. Has nothing to do with bloody Easter, only because we aligned it.
Motherfucker, how do we decide which day Easter falls on?
Man decided that. It was decided by somebody years ago.
And the moon decides when it's going to be, but there are other things, like when they talk about the 3-day rest and shit like that. You've got one thing where the moon phases out for 2 or 3 days in its cycle every month, and you got the sun. When the sun reaches its maximum tropic north and south, it has a turnaround point of about 3 days. So also the biblical year would start in April. So there's other things. There's also the gestation period, but then again it moves, but it also moves towards a weekend and not just yeah. It's a mixture of stuff, isn't it?
You see,
what
I'm saying, what I'm trying to say is this here, that I enjoy looking at the stars and the celestial bodies out there, but I don't take it to the point where I'm starting to follow systems on Earth. I don't do that. I've never done that. Christmas is something I don't do. I don't do Easter. I don't do these things anymore. Stopped that years ago before I came to Japan. I stopped all that nonsense.
Yeah, well, you know what? Fuck leap years, bro. Why not just have a leap month?
There you go, exactly. So I just try and what I've been doing myself personally is that I've just made sure that I've taken charge of my health. I started that at the age of 18, 19. I decided I'm going to live a life where I don't need to go to the doctor. That was something that I decided. So I've always done that. So when my mates were going out drinking and binging and drinking, Jin would have 1 drink, 2 drinks, and that's done. That'd be me. That'd be enough for the night. I could still play pool. I could still play darts and enjoy the scene. When I was doing my security, people used to buy me drinks. I'd have them lined up. I'd have like maybe 8. I could have as many as 8 Jack Daniels and Cokes lined up. And people just said, Jim, but you're not drinking. I said, how can I drink if I'm doing security? Yeah, I'm doing security, so I can't be drinking, can I? Okay. So then I bottle those drinks and take it home. So when I took it home and had a drink, I'd feel really good because this is the drink that the people gave me when I was doing my job. So I really enjoyed those drinks, you know, the kindness of the people. Okay. So I just try and live my life free from garbage that's going to bring me down. I can't get into all that, you know, celestial, deep in the stars shit. It's happening on the earth where I'm at. That's where the problems are at the moment. So much going on that needs sorting out. I haven't got time to be in the stars too much. I enjoy them, I love them, but I'm a man. At that time, I was into motorcycling, so biking was my thing. Keeping that bike as fit as I am, so I don't crash. That was on the cards because it was part of my business, my job. Okay, so it was required on making sure that that bike was 100% fit and performing to the best of its ability. And that's what I did. I concentrated on things like that. Became a fitness instructor. I was doing karate. These things that I put my energies into, right? And uplift of health, not searching for truth at the same time, knowing that we didn't go to the moon. I didn't know that at the time, so we still went. But I knew that Lee Harvey Oswald wasn't the man who killed Kennedy. That would be, and slavery was an unfair thing that happened to us. These are the things that I concentrated my education on. Okay, that was it really. But I wasn't a racist because I had Indian friends, Greek friends, Irish friends. So, you know, I tried to live my life as holistic as possible on the globe because I thought we was on the globe. But I tried to get on with everyone. But in the last 7 years, yeah, that really has given me more spirituality. I'm more free than I've ever been. More free now.
So this thing, like I started sort of timing planets and stars and all that stuff, and that's what I do. I don't do all that hocus pocus shit. And it's really interesting that, like Pluto, for example, Pluto was in the zodiac sign of Capricorn on Independence Day, right? 66 or whatever it was. So there's little things that I see it in a way that someone's using what's happening in the sky as an anniversary for something. But I think
I agree with that.
But the royalty would use something like Luna, but they'd use it in relation to something else when two things are in a certain position. And maybe our problem is that our zodiacs, there's something like 20 or 30 different maps, different cultures. So you've got the Romanian zodiacs, you've got the Oriental zodiacs. They're all different to each other. There's similarities, but if you know, and if nobody knows what the timings are, then they won't know when something's going to happen. But like the Queen's husband, they probably kept him alive so that he lived his 100th birthday. He was known to have got to his 100th birthday. So it's almost like they have a little thing they need to fulfill that legacy of living 100 years and doing their term. You know, this cycle, 101 years. You know, it's things like that. That's where I look at it.
I think with the rich, then the powers that shouldn't be, they've amassed the wealth, and the medical system is keeping them alive to that point. I think, plus their own genetics anyway. So you know, but yeah, I mean, they are using the stars to align certain events. Okay, but I think that's the problem as well, is that we're allowing them to dictate our lives on this earth. We've got to break away from that. You see, life would be very different.
But don't always, and we don't look at life like the norm. We look at it from a different angle, or two or three different angles, so that we can try and get a better idea about what it looks like, and not just a one-point perspective.
Right.
No, that's what we do, isn't it? That's what we do. We don't, you know what I mean? We don't take something firsthand, do we?
No, obviously not.
yeah, as a collective here, there's a lot of things that we all do the same. But don't. I used to think stars and zodiacs. And I thought, that's horology. You get astrology, you get astronomy. One is the science of the all of them you can't touch, so it's not a physical thing. But there's it's really interesting that the sun goes through all the zodiac signs in the 12-month period, and all the planets and everything go through the zodiacs on a very similar path. It's almost like there's a track in the sky. So yeah, mucking around with these simulators. Yeah, man, it's really interesting. Really interesting. It's like a new subject, you sort of check it out for yourself and your time. And it's like, for example, the sun is only 23 hours and 56 minutes a day and not 24 hours. So those 4 minutes there, they adjusted, and you get this, and then you get a bit of a leap year. And it's just so that they can tie up in a 400 years cycle.
Exactly. This is why living a simpler life and not worrying about all that stuff, you can attain more and be a lot less worried about those kind of things and concentrate more on the living together thing, which is what's happened. We've got lots more going wrong in our lives at the moment.
You got
so much divide.
You got the geocentric model, which shows you the rings, and it shows you Earth in the middle and the rings on the outside. And on those old ones, some of them show Mars doing, I think it was Venus or Mars, I think it was Mars. Anyway, but one of them, they wrote down and said it was an 80-day cycle. But today, it's an 88-day cycle. But yet, they put their sun at 365. What's the point? The point that it seemed that everything else was out by 10% or 11%. And if their timings 500 years ago saw Mars or Mercury as one of the two at 80 days, and today we see it at 88 days, is that saying that we're in a different time frame to them? Which means that
for me, it says that man's made a mistake, and for me, I just run away from that sort of stuff. I don't need to waste my time with that, because what I need to concentrate on, if I want to know where I am, is look at the sun. Where is it today, and follow the sun and the moon. That's all I need to do, and its cycle. Me personally,
the sun is super close to us, bro. The sun is like our next door neighbor.
It is. It gives me life. So that's all I need to do. I don't really have to. It's interesting to look back on what man used to do in the past. Okay, and then again, what you've said there. It's interesting to look at what they're doing now. But when you see that kind of discrepancy, it's man-made. So you don't put too much stock into it.
But Jen, when we start talking about zodiacs and shit like that, right?
Yeah,
like there's a reason why. There's a reason why there are now 13 zodiac signs, as opposed to 12.
Why?
Like the reason is because of the fact that we move away. We are moving. So if we consider how the zodiac signs,
we're not. When you say we're moving, what do you mean by that? We are moving where? What do you mean by we're moving, please?
No, it's the expansion of the universe.
No, that's I can't buy that. You see, I don't buy that.
Basically, if you look at how many zodiacs we have today, because of the fact that we're moving, we now have room for a 13th zodiac, which is Octavius or some shit like that.
Yeah, no, I'm never gonna buy that, son. I'm never gonna buy that.
Listen, that extra fucking star sign, and you say the universe is expanding, but if we were just in the universe and everything was around us, how would we notice the universe expanding? It's so big that a tiny little movement we wouldn't. How do you represent it? But now, if you invert that, then naturally those stars there are probably coming out towards the surface in a flat Earth, whatever like that. It's coming towards the ground a bit more, and it's yes, the spacings are getting bigger. So that would mean that the stars would have to be moving away from us. If in a heliocentric model, the stars would actually have to be moving away from us for the track to get bigger. Yeah. because the trackers got bigger, isn't it? Because NASA was the ones that disclosed this.
Well, yeah, if you
NASA,
consider expansion of the universe, everything is moving away from everything, right?
So now we've got 13. So we've got 13 months now. That's what you're saying then, yeah? We've got 13 months.
Well, a 13th month isn't new. It's only in the traditional cycle that you understand months as. Like the Hindu fucking calendar, they have 13 months, they have 12 months. They just add a month here and there as needed.
Well, really, at the end of the day, I just follow the time that the sun gives me, the daylight, and then it goes dark and the moon pops up if I'm lucky enough. That's all I've ever done, really. I haven't gone any further than that.
I don't think the moon deviates at all, so that if you was to time life off the moon, it would fuck our fucking things up, because it's not. That's why they don't use it. But to use the moon, it will give you an exact time, because it doesn't. Right. And
do you remember what I said? Do you remember what I said? The sun and the moon are never late. I've said that many, many times over the 7 years. The sun and the moon are never late. They're always on time.
Late. The sun is always late.
No, it's not late.
It is late, because if you look at the extra 6 hours they put on, there's your delay there, and you break that down.
The sun is never late. The sun is what it is. It moves in its time. It's not late. You know, we cannot ascribe man's system to something that is beyond man. So the sun and the moon, for me, are never late. They're always on time. Okay.
If you look at the demarcation line, which is where the sun crosses the equator coming from the south, that has moved west 20 degrees.
Well, I don't know about that.
So it used to be at 141 east, which is it goes up to the right-hand side of Japan, actually, that line, which was the old line, and now it's at 121 east. So the actual sun itself is on a procession going west 20 degrees over 500 years. That's 1 degree every roughly 25, 28 years.
It's not the sun. The sun's staying still.
Yeah.
It's the stars that have precessed the case.
No. They both have precession. They have two independent precessions, and the sun as well moves 1 degree.
Right, but our leap year methodology takes account for that, right? Like the way we account for leap years.
Yes. You've got two different tracks. Yeah, one's at the equator, the other one's at like 2 degrees north of the equator. So their crossings, their gappage is about 4 minutes a day. But actually, it's not 4 minutes a day; it's about 4 seconds. And the 4 minutes a day that we have the difference is because we
talking about sidereal time.
Yeah, I mean, leap years ain't just like once every 4 years.
Stars
there's a whole other shit behind it. Like once every 4 years.
Once every 4 years, and then once every 100 years, and then once every 400.
Right.
Yeah, you can work it out from the actual sidereal day.
But if you measure time without that leap year and things like that, you'll get like if you had a 360-day calendar, work out what year we would be. If we had a 360, now that 4 minutes a day is made up of an extra 2 minutes in the morning and 2 minutes of sunrise and 2 minutes of sunset, where we don't see the sun, we just see the radiation, we see the light. So we include that in our thing. If you take that away, you could be in the year 2100. Yeah, and that is
these things are defined.
Yeah.
You know what a sidereal day is, right? You know what a year is.
Yeah, only by man's mechanism to measure it. That's all that is.
Yeah, but you can't just adjust the length of the day like that.
Yeah. You see, what I'm just trying to say is that if you're aligning yourself to the system that's made by man, then you're going to be, squabbling over 4 seconds or whatever. But if you just live your life to the cycle of the sun and the moon, you're not going to be having any problems at all. Zero problems.
You can't change the number of years like Rome just did.
Yeah, that's silly, that is, isn't it? Of course.
Yeah, but
do that.
it's knowing when the shit's going to happen. When is the shit going to hit the fan? And
the shit is going to hit the fan every time until we remove the shit that shouldn't be there. That's all that's down to. As I've said before.
Why 100 years between pandemics? Why not 100 years? It's 101
because
years.
It's like I said, it's man-made. We know that this is man-induced. It's not done by nature. Nature's not doing that. That is man-made lies. That's what's going on there. Okay, that's what's going on. It's man-made.
Well, what if it's the moon? What about maybe the moon's doing it?
No, the moon is not doing anything at all. No, it is not. Nature doesn't work in that fashion. Okay, does not work in that fashion. Nature, the creator, didn't create this earth to create problems like pandemics and shit. No, that's not what this earth's about. It's never been about.
Why doesn't he just get rid of them then?
Why should God be getting rid of what man made?
You just say he didn't make the world?
It's a man-made problem. It's a man-made problem. It's a man-made problem.
You don't believe in the whole story about the bats and the kind of the animals?
Definitely not. Most certainly not. Definitely not. No bat is spreading any kind of nonsense at all. That's crap. It's all fear-mongering. That is. Absolute crap.
You know what would be scary?
Evidence for this.
It seems scary living in a world where that is a thing, where there's entities who would easily get away with, doing this sort of poisoning to the entire world, really. And that seems, if I thought that was real, right, that would seem extremely
So, Culture,
dark.
are you describing religion?
No.
No.
What are you talking about?
He's talking about illnesses.
Yeah, I'm talking about if this were really like dished out, and it was allowed to be dished out, and it was like, just basically just killing random people with the disease like this and being totally okay thing to do. It seems like if this were something that was our governments were capable of and willing to do and did and got away with, I would really think this world was a very sick place, right? Like,
okay, let me give you an example, and we're going to go back in history. We're going to go back to December 7th, 1941, where the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. Now, if you go back to November 30th, a week before that event, it was advertised in the Honolulu Advertiser headlines: Japan to strike at the weekend. In the newspaper, right? So not only was it in the newspaper, the military knew. The government knew.
I can tell you, this is a very different.
FDR, hang on, let me finish. FDR knew when the Japanese were coming, but they sacrificed 3,000 people, including 68 people in that number, civilians. Okay. Right?
I gotta tell you though, the false flags is a totally different thing, though.
But hang on a second. But that's man knowing there's danger coming, okay, and allowing them to be sacrificed just so they could go off and have a war with Japan and Germany and make money. Now that's sick, isn't it?
It's about the greater good, motherfucker. You know how cheap oil is now?
They sacrificed 3,000 people.
And what would the goal in this scenario be? Like, what would be the ultimate? The goal for doing this, like the needed goal.
There was no need. It was greed. They wanted to make money from the war that was going on. America couldn't wait to get in. That was why they did that. Yeah. I'm talking about Pearl Harbor.
No, I'm talking about this event, the one we're talking about now, like the one's happening now. Like it's a pandemic.
This is what's happening now. It's the same old. It's the same thing.
What's
slowly? I've noticed the pattern. It's slowly creeping towards World War III. It's crawling towards it.
So then, what would the need of doing something like this be then? Because then, couldn't you just kill people doing the World War III thing? What I'm saying is, what's the motivation?
Well, look, they have to do it in such. Look, the people are so
erasing debt is number one. Erasing debt, wiping history. Shuffling putting in new systems, upgrading old systems.
Yeah.
Easy.
But why couldn't they do that regardless? Like, what
Why can't you think about it?
They are doing it.
I'm saying, like,
They
if they
are doing it
wanted to
regardless.
erase debt, if they wanted to put in new systems, take out old systems, I could see how that could have been made a little bit easier by that. But couldn't they have done that anyways?
But they're doing it anyway. That's what they are doing. We're living through it. We're living through it now. They are
Saying
doing
without all this pandemic trouble, it seems like a lot of trouble.
It's all part
These
of
aren't just all random
mass
fucking
confusion.
occurrences.
Yeah, mass confusion. They've got to do this because they've told so many lies. They have to keep them all going. It all adds to controlling the masses, the sleeping masses. Okay, that's what
That's
it's
the
all
best
there
way
for.
to do it.
That is the best way to do it. It's encroaching slowly. You don't notice it. Only those who are awake are noticing it. That's all. People like me.
Okay. Well, thank God we have people like you, Jen, to tell us what's up.
Yeah, well, because I was in the army as well, so I know. When I say
you were in the British Army.
If you give me an
I wouldn't really call it
opportunity,
the Army.
if you give me an opportunity to talk to the army soldiers, and I would explain to them the history, and the soldier has been the pawn that's been used to enslave humanity.
The porn?
Hang on a second. You've gone out there and you've killed. The soldiers have killed innocent people that had nothing to do with the war, but they died in the war that the leaders created. And when you look back as to why they created it, it was a money-making business venture. That's all that was. There was no bogeyman coming in Hitler. It was all created so they could all make money. That's all it was. And you were brainwashed to think that you were doing something good, but you were not doing anything good. What you were doing is keeping humanity enslaved.
You know what's funny is
let me just finish off by this.
Right.
If you want peace, put the gun down. That's all you got to do, and wars completely stop.
That's good advice, my man. But you know what's funny is I'm thinking back to that war, and two of the big leaders, like the German one and the American one, they died before it was even over. So I wonder if they really benefited from, like you said, it wasn't a real thing or whatever, but it does seem like there was some stuff at stake, right?
There was nothing at stake but just money. They're making money. They died. You know what I mean? You know, the legacy carries on though. It's carried on right up until today. There you have Ukraine. You had the Ukraine leader saying, "What's the matter with the West? You're all scared. You know, as if that's not calling for World War III. You're all scared. Why can't you come and help us?" My question to him would be, why are you not asking for the United Nations peacekeeping force? Those are the words I want to hear you say. United Nations peacekeeping force and NATO peacekeeping force, please.
Aren't those
that would be the military arm there that's made of people from around the world, countries from around the world.
around the world, but NATO is paid for mostly by America and
well, again, that's the whole point. That's what they should be using. If this was a real situation where Russia was really, really the bad one.
Well, doesn't that make wouldn't that make this definitely a different? That would make this a different scenario, different event altogether, right? Because that's kind of a difficult thing to de-escalate from. Could you imagine if the United States was in war with Russia, like open war? I guess it'd be a proxy war more or less, but still, wouldn't that be it'd be hard to kind of move back from, right? Like it's kind of hard to uncrack that egg, right?
Hey, Kosho.
Well, yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that it's already planned. And Ukraine leader calling out to the West, "You're all scared. Why can't you come in over? You're scared." No, you should be calling out for the United Nations peacekeeping force if we're living in a real democracy, and the NATO's peacekeeping force. These are the organizations that should be coming in and putting a protection around Ukraine, not necessarily attacking, but as soon as Russia fires its first, then you totally onslaught and take Russia out. That's what should be happening, but we're not living like that, are we? That's not what's happening, is it? That's not happening like that.
Question, Kosho, right? Do you think, with the whole fucking Ukraine shit, when America was in a situation of what the fuck do we do now, right? Because of what Putin was doing. Do you think we ran simulations?
Possibly, but I think that I'm of the mind. I know you're probably not in this camp, but I'm of the mind that there's these sorts of agendas, these what do they call them? Thought tanks, think tanks.
Yeah,
These sort of shadow governments, as they call them, you know. And so I think that people like Biden and his administration and Obama and his administration, these sorts of people, they're kind of parts that they're active participants in these agendas and this kind of thing. So I think that things like this, I think that they already have an agenda, and so even if this wasn't expected, which it obviously was, it's they have already what you know.
So, Kosho, basically, what you're trying to say, Kosho, is that the people that are really running America already knew that Putin was going to do this.
Yeah. This has been coming already, right? Because This is why the Zelensky guy and all that. Like this has already been the focus for.
No, not even just that. Hold on, it's not so much that they knew that Putin was going to do it. They were part of the plan.
I don't know. I don't know so much about that.
I reckon they were part of the plan. Of course.
I don't think that this is. I don't think this is one of those things where like Jen would probably say this whole thing. They're really friends behind the scenes and sucking each other's dicks behind the. But I don't think that at all. I think that this to me this is very obvious that we had World War One, a big consolidation of these different powers. World War Two, when the aftermath of World War Two, you have these two huge powers, and then Europe was united just like it was attempted to get united anyways. That happened anyway. But these two huge powers in USSR and the United States, and the whole Cold War, where it was like jostling to really be the king of the hill, and then the fall of the Soviet Union, and then the United States, and then the umbrella of the whole Western interest. And then when you look at the end of the Cold War, and actually right before the end of the Cold War, the focus was to like tie up loose ends. Basically, that's what I'd call that mission: tying up loose ends. There's a couple of countries which could ally with Russia, and they're also not in the umbrella. So to make sure that those are taken care of. Obviously, when Bush was president, the first one, they were doing this shit. He didn't win the election, and then his son becomes president, and then they immediately get back to doing that shit. And so, yeah, I think that the whole plan this whole time is to, become king of the hill, really subdue Russia, either financially, militarily.
Conquer.
Well, yeah, and then take the spoils. And I think our plan is actually not going very well. I think it went awry actually, because it seems a little bit. It's like 20 years after 9/11, and but anyhow, and I also think Russia and China especially is more powerful than they were supposed to be about this time. But anyway, so yeah, I think that
honestly, bro, look, there's a few fucking superpowers out there, right? But if you look at fucking India and Pakistan, if they were one nation, right? They would have been powerful as fuck.
Right? Why do you think they hate each other so much?
Because the Brits did that. India and Pakistan used to be one country. It was after the Brits overtook India, which is where they split it into Pakistan.
Oh, so they didn't really take over Pakistan then?
No, it was it used to be just one thing. India, Pakistan.
Right. It's kind of like Vietnam or something like that, or Korea, Korea too. It's like they kind of like took the domain over half the country.
Right, and then basically what they did is they said, you know what, the best way to get out of it is we make these fuckers fight amongst themselves while we fucking exit.
Yeah. So then, like the Pakistani are like the ones who just didn't cuck to the British. They're the true fucking cool dudes.
Indians
are the fucking bitches.
I mean, I think that this is all after the rule, right? I mean, after that, the fucking bitch ass Indians did go fucking fight for the British in World War II or one of the two, right?
When did this whole British empire in India? When was this?
I think it was before World War One. It was way before World War One. I think.
Okay.
I don't know, bro.
When they say East India Trading Company and like the Dutch and all that, was India already kind of subdued by England and the West, like in like the 1800s? Like I don't even know. I don't know Indian history, man.
I'm pretty sure it's before World War One.
Yeah, I'm sure too. Yeah.
Way before then. Or maybe not. I don't know.
I mean, when it had to have been when Britain was actually, people used to respect them. Can you believe that people used to respect British people, man? I'm just fucking with you guys.
Okay, guys, I'm on my way out to do my next cycle ride. I'll be back later. Catch you up.
I love that fucking music, man. I mean, Jin would be fun to party with, dude. Say what you will, dude, but he's a healthy dude. He really is. I mean, he at least he says he is, but he obviously he's always out doing physical stuff, you know.
Dude, for his age, man, he's funky as a motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like, he's like what, in his 70s and shit, isn't he?
He's not in his 70s, dope. Is he? I think he said he was 60s. I think he just turned 60 or something. Maybe I don't know. I have no idea actually. I thought he said something like that. You dope.
Fuck it, 70s is what I'm gonna go. I'm gonna roll with the 70s.
No, I'm pretty sure he was born in the 60s. I think he told us one night. I forget what year though. I mean, he's not born in the 40s. I don't even think he's 50s. I'm pretty sure it's 60s.
Yeah, but born in the 60s would make him
60.
Yeah, it's too young.
If I try to remember, I almost want to think he said maybe 65 or 66 is kind of but I'm not sure. I forget exactly, but I think that's what he said one night.
Can you imagine growing up in the 60s, man? That must have been a fucking experience.
Or was he 69? Yeah, I guess I don't remember the date.
No, he's 60.
No, I'm saying the year.
I know, but I remember the 60s.
Yeah, but he's in that generation. Yeah, he's not in like the 70s, 80s one.
Well, he became a flat earther when he was 53. So I assume less than 7 years.
So if he's exactly 60, then he was born in what, 62?
You know what? I was talking to Becky. She's great. But I think I don't want to bring this up again, but I'm going to do anyways. But the Chris Rock thing, I think that's real legit.
No. Don't change the subject. We want to know what happened to the Becky talk.
This is what I was talking to Becky about, dude. This is what I'm trying to say. Is we were talking and she doesn't think it's real and stuff, and so I was just curious, like, you know that not Britney Spears, the Justin Timberlake and Janet Jackson thing when he showed her boob. Remember, he like ripped open her breast at the Super Bowl. Well, do you think that this could be something kind of like that, like where it's like, because that was supposed to be a distraction for the war?
Well, I did say not long ago Kanye did the same shit, and I mean it seems like the Grammys has a tendency to do some shit like this.
What if it was like a one-sided, like it is possible that it could be one-sided. For example, like on a conspiratorial level, what if, it's just a possible scenario, what if the people at the Oscars did a little conspiracy where they basically, because they write a lot of the material for the host, obviously, they put in the G.I. Jane joke, which was obviously just a little like, oh yeah, like say like G.I. Jane, that perhaps, so that's one possibility, is that it wasn't actually Chris Rock's like original, it's just one of like the kind of host writers or whatever that he threw it in there. And, he's there doing the show, whatever, which is a lot of the way it is for those host guys. Usually it's not all their own material. And then what if the conspiracy was with Will Smith, that Will Smith was going to do that? He's sitting right in the front row. Basically, he's 10 feet away. You know what I mean? Like, he's so close. And then, of course, he's going to win the best actor as well, which they already knew. Now, they could have made a little deal with Will Smith. Hey, he's going to say this G.I. Jane joke. It's going to be, sensitive to your wife or whatever, obviously because of her hair thing. So you walk up on stage, fucking smack him. He won't really know it's coming, so it's going to look pretty authentic, and he's not even going to expect it. And, boom. And then it accomplishes the goal. The only one that would be kind of a victim in that scenario would be just Chris Rock. Like, he just got smacked. He got given like a joke that was going to get him smacked. But if that's the case, it still would play the role of getting the Oscars a lot of attention, Will Smith a lot of attention, etc. So that's a possibility.
I think, because I know you, because you think Chris Rock looked really authentic. I agree with that too. But
well, I think Chris Rock was more authentic than Will Smith. Will Smith is a little shifty. Especially, there's a body language part, specifically with Will Smith. Well, it's sort of like when he's yelling, like, keep your name out of my wife's mouth. That is authentic, but it would be because he still would be he would still have offended her. You know what I mean? So that part could be real, even though he could have known it's coming. But right after Will Smith smacks him, the way he turns around and kind of like, it's fake. Like, there's a fakeness to it. The way he kind of turns around and kind of looks around.
Yeah, I agree. There's fakeness. I wouldn't say fakeness. I'd say like there's there's something to that. But what I was thinking too when I was talking to Becky is
well, it's kind of like his vibe is like, I just did that. It's like I'm pulling
exactly. Yeah. But I think he was probably fucked up, dude. Like, he's going to one of these shows.
Does he? He doesn't seem like someone who drinks.
Yeah, but dude, he does actually though. Like,
they say the first time he's done this shit though, didn't he slap a fucking reporter one time?
Did he?
Yeah, I think so. I think there was some reporter and he slapped the fuck out of him.
Yo, do you remember when Chris?
There was a whole meme about it, like, not meme, but there was like gifs and shit.
You remember Martin Lawrence was fucking running through Hollywood naked and like warning about the cops or something? Do you remember this?
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah, this was around the same time Dave Chappelle left for Africa and stuff. But yeah, what's his name? Martin Lawrence.
You know what though, Kosher, right? At least it took people's mind off the fucking war in Russia and shit, and COVID. People at least, like, this is the first time people are talking about something else with passion for about 2.5 years.
Yeah, Martin.
Why isn't he being hit with an assault charge? Can anyone explain that to me? I don't know how it works in America. Why isn't he charged with assault?
Well, he didn't get Chris Rock didn't press charges against him. I think the Academy might charge. Hold on one second. Charge him with something.
So the state wouldn't do that of their own volition. It would be up to Chris to press charges.
Yeah, what do you guys think about? Sorry, go ahead.
The public. I'm just going to quickly, like, over here. The public, like, you just can't smack somebody. The police will arrest you, and you'll be charged with assault.
Yeah, but you also can't just talk shit about next man's wife.
It doesn't matter. You can't lay hands on someone. But
nah, bro.
Okay.
No.
I think in America, if I'm not mistaken, in most areas, if not all, like, the person has to press charges.
Well, no,
like
no, I'm not sure about that.
We are.
Yeah, that might not always be the case, but it's sort of like, unless like a cop like witnesses it directly.
Right, but Gio, aren't we going to a point in America where words are starting to get considered just as bad as actions? Right, so.
Well, hang on. I think if you're, you tell me which one's worse. Let me smack you in the mouth, and then I'll just call you a name, and then you tell me which one's worse.
Like I said,
Right. No, I mean that's a name is nothing. I mean it does that's the thing that the reason that there does seem to be something shady with this is because all right, these guys are like big actors, whatever. But it's like he literally Chris Rock is like a famous comedian, and he says one little joke referring to a movie. I mean, this is how minor it is. I know the woman apparently Jada Pinkett Smith. Apparently, she does have like a medical condition that is what is claimed, and that's why her hair is falling out, like alopecia or whatever it's called. So that is like an intense thing. So I understand the idea of like him kind of making a joke of that is potentially distasteful, but it also is a movie, the G.I. Jane, where the woman, Demi Moore or whatever, like shaves her head. So I mean, there is like in the fact that Jada Pinkett Smith is bald, it does fit enough that maybe it's a little distasteful. Maybe like the way Jada she kind of rolled her eyes and looked away. It's a little bit like that, but it's definitely not warranted for someone to walk up on stage in front of whatever and physically assault someone.
I mean, it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, look at last year. Ricky Gervais basically called them all out for screwing teenagers on Epstein's Island.
He didn't do it in a distasteful way. Like it wasn't like he was straight cussing her out. There was a certain amount of humor in what he was saying. And it wasn't.
Effie, hold on, Branch. You've been talking all night. Effie hasn't gotten a chance to talk. You totally bowled over.
Let's change the subject as well.
Yeah, I'm up for a subject too. At least
come on, Rui. This is riveting, mate.
Brian,
what do you guys think?
I want to hear Brian's solution to Toon's challenge.
I'll hear that too. I'm just throwing this out there. Just also, and Brian, please interrupt me at any point you'd like to. But I was just going to say, I don't know if anybody would be down to go check out Bob's bullshit. What do you call it? The telescope thing he's doing, like doing the telescope streaming thing, might be kind of cool. But yeah. Otherwise, Bob.
Otherwise, Brian. I think we got to a point the other night where Brian said he was measuring distances on Google Earth.
Yeah, no, that's the part that I was bothered by.
Yeah, I
was standing up for him in gems, Yeah.
Oh, he did great in that pop quiz.
Oh yeah,
very impressive.
If that was worth any money, that would be fantastic, But $10,000. But yeah, people in gems didn't have as much confidence in him as I actually didn't express any confidence either. I just kind of was describing what I thought I do think that he's going much further than anybody else, which I think is impressive, and I think that he actually is checking some of the balances or checking some of the boxes even, but just not necessarily successfully, but enough to make me sweat if it was my money,
Nah. The money's safe. The money is safe. Come on, wakey, Brian.
I don't know if he's at his mic or not, but I haven't heard him talk in a while.
Okay, so do you know the rest of his thing though? Like, are you completely aware? Because the part that I was trying to explain to people. So the thing he used to justify the height was doing an observation of something at a zenith, and then doing an observation at something that was 1 degree dropping.
Yeah, so he'll use, you know what the small angle approximation is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he would use that 1 degree change on a flat plane, right? And then just apply that as a basic rule.
Right.
So he's applying that linear ratio to what is actually a trigonometric thing, and it's only because he did the 1 degree change from 90 to 89, which is the small angle approximation, and that's how he got this ratio, which, as soon as you go a couple more degrees, doesn't work.
No, but okay, so I think that if he uses this, I shouldn't be giving him tips, but I think if he uses this, the way you described it, I think that would just be disqualified immediately. I was describing it differently, but it's because I was assuming I knew what he was doing. But I think the way I had assumed it, I don't think he would get disqualified for it. And that's so doing exactly that to get the 1 degree approximation or whatever, but only using that fact to use every star as that same altitude, basically, and then doing trigonometry. Is that what you were saying?
He doesn't apply trigonometry because he's just assuming that 1 degree per 69 miles is a linear thing, right? Because of the small angle approximation.
Yeah, but he's not going to be allowed to use that.
No, of course not. He's not going to be allowed. The thing is, right, he's adjusting the star's altitude with a upwards refraction thing, right? I think that's probably beyond the rules anyway. But even if he's allowed that, the big thing is how do you measure distances across the ground? That's where it just cannot be done. And obviously you can't draw circles on Google Earth.
Oh yeah, sorry, somebody just came in. Yeah, sorry. Give me 1 second. What's up, though, dude?
In fact, I should figure out whether Google Earth uses Havasine or Vincenti. I did it years ago and then fucking forgot what the answer was. Fucking hell. When Kellyanne Conway first came on the scene, I was like, yep, she's a MILF. And then, holy shit.
Say that last thing again. What'd you say?
I said, when Kellyanne Conway first appeared in like 2015 or so, I thought, holy shit, what a MILF. And then it just went downhill very quickly after that.
Yeah, she looks like a really old lady.
Yeah, she looks terrible now. Holy shit. But when she first came, I'll try and find a pic of 2015 or so. That. And she was smart. She was really smart when she was on, was it Ted Cruz, I think? She was on Ted Cruz's campaign.
Oh, she was. I didn't realize she was a part of anybody else's. I only seen her. So you said when was it? What year was this that she first?
2015. I thought she was really smart and pretty hot for someone that age. Yeah. And then just over the last couple of years, whoa, unbelievable.
Yeah, I guess I didn't see her that early, so I never had that impression of her. But
crack is a wicked drug.
Yeah.
There's a meme, and it was what's the chick?
That adrenochrome will burn you out real quick.
No,
they start getting these new politicians getting high on adrenochrome. Their body's not used to it. They burn out real fast.
Oh my god!
It was like, here's Tommy Lauren in about 20 years, and it was fucking Kellyanne Conway.
I mean, she doesn't look that bad, even at the old lady look. But yeah, shit job.
Up close though. Oh, gee. Like Candace Owens, fairly hot as well, but fuck me.
Oh yeah, sorry. We were talking about the measurement thing or whatever, but what did they say? Oh yeah, so doing that, doing the 1 degree thing, like doing it the way you said it would be written off as being dishonest. Would be written off as dishonest and kind of cheating, I guess, to use the globe information. But I figured he could get away with it if he instead used that angle to get that altitude, and then just use every star as that altitude, which wouldn't be that there wouldn't be any reason. He could justify that. And
he can't justify the linear.
No.
Miles, yeah.
No, exactly. No, I'm not talking about doing it literally, but if he used that and then was able to do a trigonometric function, the trigonometric function given those angles would get him close to where all he would have to do is, depending on how far it was, multiply it by some percentage. The percentages would get bigger as the distances were bigger, but that would get him to the point where he was getting the direct distances to the GPs.
But his linear function is like his fudge factor is the best approximation he can get for a trigonometric function, the graph of it, right? And obviously at the tails is where it fucks up. So all Toon does then, let's say he can get within 25 miles in this first attempt. All Toon has to do is show, look, this is where it fucks up, and here's your new challenge, and it will get nowhere near 25 miles. Because when at the tails, when you get close to 15 degrees elevation or something, he's hundreds of nautical miles off.
Yeah, exactly. And I did the math for So anything above 40, like at 40 degrees elevation, we can maybe do. Anything below that. There's one that's 27 degrees. It's 150% off from the location. Yeah. So.
Wakey, Brian. Actually, I want to go and sort out whether Google Earth does Vincenti or Haversine. I shall return.
Wait, what do they do? Haversine? What do you mean?
Well, when you use the ruler tool in Google Earth, which formula does it use?
I have a Haversine function in my code, but okay, cool.
Yeah, all right, back soon. Yep.
I kind of was showing confidence in Brian and Gems. At least that's the way they painted it. I don't think I was actually showing confidence. Like I was confident. I was trying to just express what his plans were, but they were really not convinced that he would get far. But I think he's actually got a chance to. Like I said, like if it was my money, I'd be sweating a little bit that he even got this far.
It's just the beginning of the losses for those supporting this old, burnt-out globe idea.
Say again what?
The light bulb's burnt out, dude. The globe bulb, it's cooked.
No,
what I was saying is that it's really just the first of many, many losses coming for the globe idea and those who support it.
Is that your prediction?
Yep. It's just going to be a string of losses from here on out. It already has been, but even more so as the time. It's like a waterfall,
Yeah, well, I was watching Jim's show because I was on it yesterday, and he actually had a lot of clips, a lot of flat earthers in his show. A lot of new people, we've never seen before. A lot of them actually. I was surprised that there was like this many new people in the community in flat Earth. It's like, oh wow, that's something. What do you think? You think he was saying this was the third wave, the third flat Earth wave?
Well, I think it's kind of been like a constant tidal wave, really, from the beginning. When I say beginning, I mean really starting after the Mayan calendar showed the end of an era, the end of the last cycle, December 21st, 2012. Pretty much after that, because that was the end of 2012. And then into 13, people were talking more about the Earth not being a globe. 14 started to roil up a bit more, and then 15 really started exploding, and then we've been in that ever since. I would say it's been a consistent tidal wave. I mean, they did the censorship, so definitely that changed some of the online kind of. But ironically, even when they did that, I think more and more people have been talking about it and are aware of it, and more and more people questioning the globe all the time. So just because like the online presence is what it is, it's not necessarily reflective of the actual state of it.
Sorry,
that's it.
No, I was just saying, I wish I was a more dishonest person, because like there's certain things I can't lie about, and I wouldn't allow myself to get away with. But I wish I could just be like a cult leader, you know, like because it seems like it would be not too difficult if you had the right message, and especially in this community, there's a few. I don't know. It seems like there's enough ladies in this flat Earth community. You gather up a couple of them. You have like a little commune. I don't know. It seems like that's what I would be doing if I was any of you guys. To be honest with you, try to build like a flat Earth like camp or something like that, and get some members, some women members. You ever think about doing something like that, Gio? It wouldn't be dishonest if you did it because you believe in it. So.
Well, I think there's different ways of living in communities and things. Yeah. Are you talking about something to kind of just for women, or is that what you're talking about?
For me personally, that would be my focus. I wouldn't make it like I wouldn't be out in the open, because that would kind of probably ward people away. But that definitely would be my focus. But honestly, anybody like who's the other guy? The Owen Benjamin. I heard he was like creating like a flat Earth camp sort of thing, which seems like something similar. Like I don't know, just the whole idea seems kind of fun to me. Like a little commune, like a co-op, some shit like that. But it's like kind of like off the grid, small community, that kind of thing. I don't know. Seems kind of fun.
Oh yeah, for sure, dude. No, I mean, yeah, that's awesome. I don't know. I mean, the word commune is kind of has its own connotations to it, but
we don't.
I think what Owen Benjamin, it's his is more of like a place for the bear, his kind of the bear community. Although it's not really like open to the public. It's kind of I saw the documentary he did on it. Did you see that?
You know more about that then? So he did actually do that. It's like a camp thing.
Well, they bought a bunch of land, yeah, and then he's kind of building some stuff on it. But it's not really just like open to anyone who wants to just come kind of thing. As far as I know, it's a little bit more like with his communities and people. I think it's kind of designed to probably a little bit more like invite only, in general. But I mean, I can't speak for him. Maybe it's changed or something. But yeah, something like that.
Probably pay to play.
I don't even know if it's pay involved, but it's more like community. Yeah, just people just having land, and he's into all that.
I think it would have to be paid because he lost all of his jobs. He wasn't even like a high-paying actor or anything, but he lost all those sorts of gigs. So, I'm sure he needed some income. I
don't really get it. That's not the vibe of it at all. In fact, the whole thing is like sustainable and it's not based on money. I don't know. I mean, he seems to be kind of independently wealthy. Probably. I don't know for sure. But.
You are Owen Benjamin fan, Owen Benjamin dude. Then I just wasn't sure. I wasn't sure.
I wouldn't call myself an Owen Benjamin dude. I probably only watched maybe 5 of his live streams, maybe a couple more than that. Back in the day when he was doing them and he was getting like 6,000 viewers, like live viewers on YouTube, I watched some of those. So I probably watched a total of maybe 5 to 10 hours of his work overall. I've seen him in various things, but no, I wouldn't say that I'm like a follower of him.
I couldn't stop watching it either. There's one he did like this review commentary of like Princess Bride, and it was getting so crazy. I was like, okay, I gotta watch this, man. I gotta go back and find it. All his stuff got taken down though, huh?
I'm not really sure. Oh well, I think a lot of his channels did. Yeah, but I don't know like what his current status is on his content. He's on Rockfin, right?
On what?
Is he on Rockfin?
What's that?
You don't know what Rockfin is?
I don't even know what you're saying because your mic's a little weird. But is it Rockman?
Well, hold on, let me check my mic.
You did. You're probably in the car or something.
No, hold on.
Oh, dude. Is it better now?
Yeah.
So much better.
Oh, dude, I had the wrong microphone selected. Oh.
Yeah. It wasn't like that for long. I mean, just since I've been talking to you, but I mean, it's not like you were talking for a while.
Wait,
but,
it hasn't been like that all day?
No.
Pretty much all day, yeah.
Really? I didn't know. No, I didn't notice that until just now. Yeah.
No, it's been like that for a while. I thought you were actually in the car, just like Kosho said.
Oh shit! I don't know why
You
that
probably
happened.
just got up though. You probably just got up to Globus.
No, sir, I did not.
Oh wow, yeah, it's oof. Yeah, I don't know why it did that, but I had to unplug the mic and plug it back in, and then it re-registered it.
Hey, don't do it again, dude. I was
Somehow it lost connection because it's a USB mic. Wait, what was I just saying?
Owen Benjamin, I think.
Oh, Rockfin. You don't know?
Rockfin,
Okay, yeah, it's called ROKFIN, Rockfin.
Yeah, I don't know. This sounds familiar, but they're not really. Is it kind of like a cool guys BitChute, like BitChute for cool dudes?
Well, it's a platform. Yes, it's a video platform.
Rockfin.
Similar to YouTube, but basically like a huge portion of the community within, sort of
Do I got to sign up and like pay, or what's up? I'm signing up. I don't know if I got to pay. Let's see.
I have this one bookmarked, the Glowbusters one, so I'll just link that. You can check it out. But a lot of the content is free, but then some of it you have to pay for. So they have basically it's like $10 a month, and then you get access to everything. So it's like $10, but then you get all the premium access to everything. But I mean, there's a ton of people on here that were getting censored from YouTube and whatnot. So
What if you don't pay for that?
Then you can still watch a lot of their channels, but like Sam Tripoli, Tinfoil Hat with Sam Tripoli is on here. If you start looking around, you'll see tons of stuff of people that are on here, and they're kind of focusing their channels a lot more here because there's basically no censorship.
Is it mostly conspiracy stuff, or
there's all kinds of stuff, but there is a lot of like Witsit's on there, ODD.
Awesome.
The thing is, in order to get a channel on here though, like you can't just like create one out of the blue. You have to like have an interview with them. So I think you have to be like recommended by someone or something. And then they do like an interview, and then you have to kind of, Crow 777, RV Truth. Yeah. Lots of people around here. UAP.
So I guess they want to vet people and kind of not have certain things on their platform, I guess.
Well, there is some kind of vetting process. I don't think there's any censorship type issues, but I think that they do want to know like who you are and that you already kind of have a bit of an established thing, so it's like you and I can't just instantly create a channel. You have to kind of
right. There's probably not really kids shows or anything, I bet.
LC King is on here. Iron Realm Media. I'm just looking through a bunch of them. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people went here, after, from YouTube because there's virtually very little, if any, censorship.
Yeah, this is cool, man. I could probably get back into some conspiracies, dude. I used to like watching conspiracy videos, man, but YouTube sucks for that kind of thing.
Mitchell from Australia.
Oh, he's the best, man.
Oh, Mark Sargent's on here. That's your favorite.
He's my second favorite.
I'm just looking through the I guess
Jeranism. I didn't even click on Flat Earth, and Jeranism's here.
I just went under the category like open mind.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. I was on open mind, and I see Jeranism.
There's also one that's called
Karen B.
Free Thinking Media. Yeah, Karen B is on there.
Wow, but you get to be fucking premium to watch her shit.
Well, I think the creators can decide like what's premium and what's not of their content. The other thing is that, like, apparently for content creators, like, virtually all the money goes to them. So you know how YouTube takes out like 35% or whatever? Well, apparently with this, they take out, like, I'm not sure, either nothing or very, very little. And then the super chats, you get basically all of the, I think they call them tips or whatever. So, like, I've seen Glowbusters, they'll get like a couple $100. So at least they're actually getting that instead of 35% being taken out.
Sam Tripoli.
Retained.
Nathan Stoltman's on there, Media Bear.
What's up, River's back?
Yeah, it does not use Haversine. It uses an improved Vincenti, and it's called the Carney method. Karney.
Karney.
Yeah.
Okay, so what? So I made an ISS bullshit thing, right? And the program's at my girlfriend's house, so I got to rewrite it right now, anyways. But it was just basically tracking the ISS. I could do anything I wanted, like, you know. Anyway, so I was tracking it for 5-minute periods, and then I would take the coordinates in that 5-minute period, the first one, the last one, and I would use the. No, what would I do? All right, I would use the, what do you call that? The Great Circle route using the Haversine function to obtain the distance between these two places, and then I would multiply that 5-minute period into a 93-minute period, 92-minute period, and try to obtain the circumference. And yeah, I never got a number I was happy with. You know, I got above 25,000, but I don't know.
Haversine. So I did a little experiment. No, not experiment. A little measurement between the Eiffel Tower and the London Eye, and the distance measured on Google Earth was 340,983 meters. I might say 983, and the Haversine distance was only 350 meters less than that. That's not a huge difference.
Well, you know, for my proof, for my my globe proof, I'll post it again. I use the Haversine function, and I feel like that wasn't as good as it could be either.
Josh, post it in the chat.
So what was up with this other one, the Carney? What's up? What is that?
Apparently, he made a very, very slightly more accurate Vincenti formula.
And what's that? Is it a more accurate Haversine?
Yeah, so the Vincenti one actually uses an ellipsoid. So it rotates an ellipse around an axis and works out distances across it. Whereas Vincenti is just purely spherical.
These are both better than Haversine?
Yeah. Like I said, it's 300 and something meters over 300 something kilometers different. So.
Oh, Haversine is 300 meters?
Haversine is wrong by 300 meters if you accept that the ellipsoid. Yeah.
Not at all. But this thing is the thing I did. I don't know if you've seen this, but I just took the GPs of these stars 10 minutes apart and ended up with the distance of their latitudes. So the complete latitudes, that's on the right side. And then, so the idea is, obviously in the south, they should have been getting bigger, but they're actually equally smaller on both sides.
Okay. So longitude's getting shorter as you. Okay.
Yeah. So it's this, instead of the concentric circles getting bigger, looks like the concentric circles, because this was based off the test that Jeremy originally came up with or wanted to do or was excited about, where we were going to measure the sun on the solstices and then on the equinox and see if they were getting bigger or if it was smaller on both sides.
And these are, so what's your Speaker and Regulus, both 11 degrees, north and south. Yeah, so that'll be a bit bigger than 24,900, wouldn't it?
What do you mean?
So the thing on the right is meant to be the radius, right? Oh, the circumference, sorry? Yeah,
but let me see. I didn't actually I checked some of the numbers. Let me check this one real quick.
Yeah,
24,508 for, what is that?
minus 10.7 latitude.
I wonder if my I could probably rewrite something like this. I wonder if my calculations weren't perfect. Maybe.
Yeah. Stick it in a graph. You may have used fucking Solar Day instead of Sidereal or something like that.
I used literally Google Sheets.
Okay. Stick it in a graph, and then can you get Google Sheets to plot a curve of best fit?
Probably. I gotta learn to do that, but yeah.
Do that and see where the equator's at.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, but I mean, this was based off one set of data. Actually, the first time I ever tried it, because I wrote the code to do this, and then it gave me this stupid set of data, and I just put the data in this spreadsheet, and then I had that first. I don't know why I did it that way, but I just had the spreadsheet calculate out the distance. I could have just wrote it all in the code.
There where are you getting the actual start position data from? Is there a
library
or something?
No, yeah, I have because my bot. I don't know if you've seen it in Gem Server. I have it to where I can do the celestial navigation, and I just use the same. Actually, I think I copied and pasted the same code. Or no, I think it's in the same. It's in the same code actually in my bot, and I just wrote it so that it would. So I scraped this almanac off the internet. Anyways,
there's an AstroPi. AstroPi is a library that's being built.
AstroPi, I gotta check that out.
Yeah. I would assume it'd have star positions in it.
Let me write that down. AstroPi. Anyways, and so I have the API, or not the API. I scraped this website for it, and all I had is I had it take the positions of stars, and then I had to do it again in 10 minutes later. That's what I did, and all the latitude lines stayed the same, and the longitude lines was always going to change. And so I just actually doing the haversine when the latitude lines are the same is it's a lot simpler, of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I mean, nobody.
You guys should make like a high five handshake. Like you both should say globe, and then you do a high five.
Well, it's kind of depressing, really, because it's like I enjoy. It's really a horrible vice, is what it is, because it's really a waste of time. But I don't mind doing stuff like this. It's I enjoy it at least, but it's only because I fool myself in thinking that it's like gonna be something somebody else wants to see, right? But the truth is, and I think this is a great proof, by the way. I think this is a definite proof, and actually, I can say the word proof when I see this. There's not a lot of things are proofs, but I would consider this to be a geometric proof of sorts, more or less, probably less, but regardless. But yeah, you can show this to any flat earther, and it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything at all.
Like I said the other day, Brian's logic said verbatim on the stream the other day, square roots is something I didn't learn to do. Like literally plugging a number into a fucking formula.
I think people who can do square roots, though, even anybody, any flat earther, I don't think anybody that's interested in not just not being convinced, but even you could blatantly give them proof, and they're not interested.
Oh no, it just shows the deficit that we're up against. It's like he had the formula for the distance to the horizon and literally had to ask someone else in order to sort of plug numbers into it to get a value. So it wasn't about sort of getting square roots by hand or anything. It was literally plugging it into a formula.
I don't know about you, but I don't think I'm not in the business of. I don't think there's anybody. I'm not interested in, or I'm not fooling myself thinking I'm going to convince anybody anything. So
yeah, same. Yeah. That was years ago.
I think you probably had a hand in Ruvif, though, huh?
Ranty,
you Ruvif.
No.
You said no?
Ranty came back because he was out of this bullshit arena for long enough.
Yeah, but when he came back, he at least was, when he was asked questions, he was asking them to you and to.
He's the one that's been saved. Him and Sean G are marching through the fields of truth. Oh, they're the
I wouldn't call it
saviors.
Yeah, I hadn't spoken to Ranty for probably close to a
Two
month.
guys
at the
of
time.
millions are able to break the spell of. You guys.
Yeah, I hadn't spoken to him for about a month, right? And he just messages me on Skype going, "I think I found glow proof," and I was like, "Okay, like is this a G up or is he serious?" And he was serious. He'd given away the show to Brandon, and it was just, it's because he was out of the bullshit for so long.
Seems like he's still in it. Like
Maybe he get back in. They pulled him out. He went back in. It's funny when I made
He's
this.
He's in deeper now. Whatever he was in before, he's in 10 times deeper.
Well, he sold his soul
out of the cult.
He called himself Flurf of all things.
Yeah, he made a Discord channel too, Flurfspective, and a YouTube channel, and a whole cottage industry.
But he's not in the cult anymore. I'm sure you guys think he is. I'm sure you guys think he left the community and joined a cult.
No, I think he's getting just as much enjoyment as everyone else is.
Yeah.
Oops. He's just making less money and has less subs and has much less respect now.
You sure?
Hasn't he got more subs? Pretty sure he's got more subs. He's got like 8,000 or something. Let me check.
Regardless,
I should make a video, shouldn't I? What should I make a video on?
You?
Yeah.
Don't make one on Will Smith.
No. I mean, like a flat Earth video.
Yeah, I know. I was kidding. Anyway, well, actually, you know what? Can I ask you something? I'm making this ISS thing, right? And it's for something else too. But I kind of wanted to have it do something where I can try to do something Coriolis related with it, right? And we're curious if you think that it's trivial or maybe difficult to try and use its great circle route, like what a great circle route would be for it, and try to predict the actual route it takes because of Coriolis.
Yeah.
Looks like he actually changed the name of his channel.
Yeah, he did.
Did you see this?
Yes.
He changed the name of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like his first channel, most of these subs are probably bought.
Hang on. I made something for the ISS a couple of years ago.
Pretty obvious Brandon got a channel full of bot subs because there weren't really that many people actually watching the stuff. As many as should have been. That means bot subs.
I made a video a couple of years ago. Oh, sorry, I made a program a couple of years ago which took the TLE data for the ISS and then pumped that into Google Earth as a tour. So you could watch the live stream from the ISS at the same time you could watch a Google Earth tour of what the ISS was doing. Let me find the video.
Say that again. I don't understand what you said.
Oh, the video will make it a bit more obvious. Hang on.
Oh, you're gonna post the video? Okay.
Yeah.
It sounds like you said you wrote a program, and the program allowed you to watch the live stream or something.
Yeah. So, hang on.
But you could do an actual. But was this a animated? Like you made an animated thing, or?
Thank you, Zorchio. There you go.
All right. You want to hear something embarrassing?
Sure.
I'm not the best coder, but it's what I do.
Yeah.
So I don't use virtual environments often, and I actually didn't even realize the reason to use them until Gary told me like yesterday, the day before. Do you use virtual environments?
Not very much, no. No.
Is it very much
I've got the actual environments that I need. I've got a couple of Linux machines out in the garage, Windows here, and I've got a Mac Mini as well.
Okay, so then that's just kind of a personal. I didn't know if I was like some because I don't often work with other people, So sometimes I don't know if like my practices are bizarre or if everybody else is doing something I'm not doing. You know what I mean? And so I guess I just he made it seem like everyone does it like that. You know what I mean? And I don't. Because he says that every time he writes a Python code, he does it in a virtual environment. Like
I don't at all. No. I just hack together shit until it works, pretty much.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Anyway, that video I posted, so it went and fetched the TLE data, and then constructed a Google Earth virtual tour, so you could track along with the live shot of Google Earth with the camera on the ISS.
That's really cool. Wow, that's actually really cool.
Afternoon, boys and girls.
What's up, Bandsaw?
Hey, Bandy.
Time to pack it up, guys.
I gotta start getting kids ready, so I might go on mute in a minute. Let me get my headphones on.
Again, though, because I mean, I guess it might be trivial for you, but do you understand what I was kind of getting at a second ago with the?
Oh, with Coriolis on the ISS.
Yeah, like even though
you can
be trivial.
Yeah, I mean, you're just better off finding the ISS tracking website, and it will show the shift in the ISS's path as the Earth rotates. Like it will shift by an hour and a half, whatever.
Coriolis.
You got to show me that, man, because I mean, ultimately, what I'm searching for is something that can be displayed. Because, and like I said, not to convince anybody, because it's not going to, but they keep talking about like it would satisfy me at least that to have something that was a very evident Coriolis observation, right? Which it kind of would be if you did it right.
Let me just find the tracking.
It's crazy.
You don't have to get it right now.
We have to lead the target when we're shooting. When we're shooting, we have to lead the target, right? But we don't do it when we're flying. Go figure.
Yeah, so click on that, and you'll see the paths are like an hour and a half. They're like 15 degrees apart.
Yeah, right. Where is it? Hold on. Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I've seen these all the time. Yeah, but what is?
So you can verify the path by observing it from the ground, and show that over an hour and a half they change by 15 degrees. More than 15, 22 degrees, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay, and that's what it is. 20. So 93 minutes later, it'll be 22 degrees.
22.5 degrees. Yeah.
To the east or to the west, I guess.
It will be to the west. It'll move to the west. Yeah. So it's going over the same spot.
A little globy love in here at the moment.
It is, isn't it? I'm excited. I've got to go get the kids dinner though.
What the hell's going on?
Hang on, let me get my headphones in. 1 sec.
Yeah, I feel bad because the other morning me and Ruhiv were just talking about the Bible, and then I don't want to run your server, dude. I don't want to run your server, fucking Bandsaw and Geo, but.
All right, let me start making some dinner.
Not my server.
That was fun with Bandsaw. What you said the other night, though, when Ruhiv said he was making dinner, and then you're like, "What are you eating? Some McDonald's?"
And then I posted you my dinner. How good was it?
Yeah. Very well.
You're always at McDonald's.
A quick Google search, screenshot, and post.
Oh, come on, Jeff. Come on.
You are always at McDonald's.
I go to Macca's every Saturday night.
Oh,
Saturday night.
More than that, probably.
It actually seems like about 3 or 4 times a week.
Yeah.
Actually, we heard here 17 Big Macs, all large fries.
It's that. Yeah, but you don't eat that. That's true. What was the 20?
When am I going to have dinner?
So why is this? Why is this co-show? Like when we're shooting, we have to lead the target, right? For Coriolis, we have to lead it, right? So we hit it. Apparently, right?
Well, it depends which way you're shooting which hemisphere.
Oh, okay then. So now all of a sudden, miraculously, we know which way Coriolis is going. So we're leading the target because we know which way it's going. Okay, but we don't do it when we're flying. What the hell's going on, boys and girls?
You follow a ground track. You steer the plane.
Oh my God! You have to account for it.
What are you saying? I was trying to think.
You tuned out. I know.
No. I'm having a hard time thinking right now. Anyways, but
Bandy,
I'm trying to think and I failed.
Bullets aren't powered. Airplanes are, so that cancels everything out.
Oh, that my bad, Jerry.
How come you guys don't understand that? That's so weird. It's weird that there's things that we have to say millions of times, and you guys still ask about them.
Oh, just because you say it millions of times, Kosho, doesn't make it true.
That's true, but I told this to Silent Zero yesterday. I think we have to, at least with me, in conversations with at least you or whoever I'm talking to at the time. I think we have to get in a habit of communicating with each other for the purpose of actually relaying information, right? So I feel like there's people when you talk to them, they're just looking for I don't know weapons in what you're saying or something like that. You know what I mean? And I don't know. Very productive.
Does not make sense, Kosho. If you have to lead the target for a bullet, you wouldn't do exactly the same with an aeroplane. Does not make any sense whatsoever.
Can you elaborate a little bit?
What do you mean? Can I elaborate?
What are you talking about leading a bullet? What do you mean?
What do you mean when you're leading your target? You have to account for Coriolis, right? Because it is going to deviate. That's why you allow for it. That's why it's in all the sniper manuals. Allow for Coriolis.
Easy answer.
Because the target's not going to be there, right? So you have to allow for it.
Easy answer, man.
Right? What engines?
Nope. That's close though. That's a fucking good guess, dude.
Oh, I know. I'm on my game. Don't you?
I gotta tell you though, if I'm gonna say this, let's try and like I said, we'll communicate for the purpose of relaying information. I'll listen to you. Just listen to this. But anyways, I almost forgot the answer. Oh yeah, right. It's a very easy answer, dude. The biggest difference. There's a number one giant difference between shooting a rifle and flying an airplane, and it starts with a P and maybe an A. I don't know which one it is, but precision, maybe accuracy, maybe when you're shooting a bullet, the accuracy is when it's that important, right? Your accuracy has to be within maybe a couple inches, at least within a couple, but not feet apart. You know what I mean? Whereas if you're in a plane, that same amount of deviation is in no way going to cause you trouble.
I'm going to put it out there, Kosho. That is such a lame excuse. It's not even funny.
Is that a lame excuse, or is that? If you were thinking about what I just said, you would see that it's a fair excuse and not even an excuse.
Well, it kind of sounds a little bit excusey. If I'm being honest.
Doesn't it sound 100% true?
No, does not sound 100% true at all. But I can appreciate that someone wrote it down somewhere, right?
No.
It's fact, and you've read it and you go, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
I don't do that.
It's true. It's true.
Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do that.
Sometimes you do a little bit. Sometimes you do that a little bit. Sometimes you read something and you go, that makes sense. So I have to relay the truth for the greater good. You do that a little bit.
Sometimes it depends on who I'm talking. There's people in here who get under my skin on purpose, and I find myself, and I don't like being in this mode, but I find myself more interested in making sure I win this argument with this person now. You know what I mean? Rather than interested in I don't like being in that situation. I don't like being in that mode.
But see, you haven't won, Kosho. Like 8 years later, you're still going, so you haven't won. Are you in it for the long haul? The long haul. You're not a quitter. I admire that about you, Kosho. You're not a quitter.
I have no reason to quit. First of all, there's nothing to quit. I don't have a goal or a purpose or something.
No, not at all. No goal.
Yeah, like there's no winning. There's no.
I believe you.
There's no
Others
winning
wouldn't,
score.
but I do.
That's funny. You guys have some bad guys to go up against. Me and Ruhif we're great guys. To like, you guys are talking to us, you're gonna have a good time. But there are a couple of dudes I could see you would give you a hard time. But for us, for people like me, there's some nasty dudes on your side, dude. And sometimes talking to them is really draining.
Really? Nasty?
Say what?
Around me's neck of the woods, there's no nasty people here.
Oh yeah, it's pretty nasty, but not the nastiest. But anyhow, that's not important. Let's send out some good vibes band song. What were you asking about? Oh, the airplane and the gun. Are you just kidding with me? That you don't accept my is it an excuse? You don't accept what I said?
Can I be honest?
You can be honest. I'd prefer, yeah.
Okay, yeah, nah.
Fucking asshole, dude. I thought you were gonna tell me that. You already told me that, dude.
Yeah, nah.
Listen to me, dude. I was about to fucking call you an asshole or something, but listen to me, sir. Oh
damn, we've got under your
yeah.
skin already.
No, but for real, dude, for real, because I'm gonna go over my answer again, and it makes sense to me. So if you have a rifle, you also have an airplane.
I get
Yeah,
it.
that's that isn't not the biggest difference between these two scenarios?
No, not at all. Not when I'm having to correct for, I don't know, 20 or 50 or 100 kilometers of Coriolis. That's a lot of extra fuel. Now, if I just point my way in the direction where I'm going to be, I'm going to be there. I don't have to correct for it. I just fly in a straight line. But now I've got to fly. I've got to correct. I've got to zig. I've got to zag. I've got to go up. I've got to go down. I've got to go all over the place to allow for all these pseudo forces that are pushing me all over the place. I'm lucky I can even end up where I've got to go because of all these pseudo forces that are in play.
You know what? I've once came up with this thought experiment or thought practice. I don't know what you call it, but anyways, I'm wondering if you would find it useful. But can you imagine if you were doing a long distance run, cross country? I don't know if you have cross country over there, but you're running around for fucking 5 miles. Who knows? And it's a race, okay? And everything's normal about this. You're wearing regular shoes. Everything's normal. There's wind, all this type of stuff. But there's also one strange thing, and there's some mysterious component that every second you are accelerating to the right by, let's say, 1/10 of a millimeter. So 1/10 of a millimeter every second, there is a acceleration. So there's something in your body that will accelerate you to the right. Okay. Now, so something like this, if this were gone unchecked and you weren't running, you were kind of just left laying, I don't know, on a wheelchair. So who knows what? You could be shifted or something. Or if you were in a canoe, this would like shift you in a weird place, right? But because you're running, you could see how this small error every second, this 1/2 a millimeter or whatever, it would add up to nothing because you're constantly making corrections throughout every step that you're taking, right? Like every step you're taking, the amount of error that would have been to the right, this millimeter, you'd probably be, every couple steps it'd be like 2 millimeters, which would be something that you would have corrected for in that couple of steps, right? So this sort of thing, even though you're making a long distance run, you can correct for it without even realizing you're correcting for it. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Well, firstly, what sort of shoes am I wearing?
You're wearing slippers.
Slippers. Well, there you go. There's the problem right there. Right there.
You tricked me, man. Anyways, does that make sense though? Is that in any way useful?
Well, the fact that I'm wearing slippers probably makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
Anyways, this is the way I think about the airplane trips that you guys always talk about, or drone trip. Like, for some reason, I see like you guys bring up those scenarios because you don't have the same intuition that I have, which for me, I treat all those experiences just like I would the runner with the millimeter deviation or whatever. It's something that is so subtle. It's in your every moment's corrections, which you're constantly doing as a walker, a runner, a flyer. You're making constant corrections. It's hidden in the myriad of other natural corrections you're making.
I think that you think that we can't understand that the tangential speed difference is that minute.
No.
Things are going to move that minutely underneath us that we can't actually get a grip of the concept.
Not at all.
Nathan Oakley and QE don't understand that, right?
There are some who don't, but
I don't know what their outlook on Coriolis is personally.
Well, they basically say that if you fly west across the country,
right,
it will cut your flight time in half.
Well, they may, but that's for
Yeah.
them to.
So they're wrong, right?
There was a fella in here.
That's not me.
There was a fella in here who's a bright. Well, actually, Ruhip knows what I'm talking about, but he said the same thing tonight. Actually, I think that's what he said.
Yeah, that was Platypus, but he's a troll, so
I don't think he was trolling. First of all, and second of all, I was leaving him nameless. Be anonymous, dude. But yeah, it was Platypus. You think that he was trolling? You don't think he was being serious?
Yeah.
Come on.
No, intentionally dense he is.
Oh my god, really seriously.
Why would he pretend to?
Why do most of the people in his community believe the way they do?
No, I try to work out why you believe the way you do. Kind of gobsmacks me too. But
you were there a couple of years ago, Bandy.
Do you think that every flat earther is just a troll?
No.
So what's the difference between Platypus and someone you might take seriously?
I think Platypus willfully dishonest and ignorant. Same with most of the FED crew as well.
As opposed to you, that is.
Oh, come on, Bandy.
Ignorant.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, you really are.
Oh, you just kind of throw these bloody slurs out, tarring everyone as willfully ignorant and
it deserved, in my opinion.
And stupid, which isn't really. It's really not a very nice trait. Like, you need to get yourself to the pearly gates, really.
Oh, Gio would call me a sociopath right now, wouldn't you?
This ain't the way to be going about these things, to be conducting yourself in such an unruly way.
Yeah.
You ever find yourself deluding yourself, Ruhiv?
Do I find myself deluding?
I guess it's not
myself?
easy. I guess it's not an easy thing to find yourself doing. Otherwise, you just stop. But anyways, I don't know.
I'm pretty good at being honest with myself, I think.
I think people. I know some people in this community think other people in this community are somewhat deluded to some extent, but I think that most people get caught up in delusions that are, I guess, somewhat somewhat mundane or something, somewhat, not spectacular, but still like, it's like little things. Like there's some people who are just like they don't look at they will purposely not look at something, which is kind of like losing themselves. Like maybe in their relationship or something like that. Purposely overlook something. So yeah, I think people do it all the time. Yeah.
What new long distance observations do you have us to look at, Rui?
Same ones we've showed you for years.
That may convince us. Yeah, I cannot believe that that you yourself, Rui, would come from such a dishonest stance.
Oh, come on, Bandy.
That long distance observations are anything other than the photo.
A great globe
Through the
proofsies.
atmosphere. They are, I can't. What should I say? I can't really say what I want to say.
But what do you mean?
Yep. Oh, come on.
What are you saying?
Wow. Well, see, personally, as a proof, I wouldn't wipe my ass with any of those photos.
Well, that would be
sure you wouldn't, because you can't analyze them properly.
It's got nothing to do with analysing them at all. It's being honest about with what I'm looking at, and I'm looking at a photograph that I'm looking through atmosphere, and it's going to tell me absolutely nothing. And I don't care if you have 223 trillion terabytes worth of hot air balloon data. It's still not going to give you an accurate representation of that exactly what you're looking at, and you can't measure it.
I think it would though if you had that much data.
That's a lot of data.
There's a gigabyte. That's the video I should put out. I've been threatening that for months.
So, absolutely kidding yourself if you think it proves one thing or the other.
Sure can.
The only thing that you guys are butthurt about really is the fact that you can see too far in some of them, like 276 odd kilometres, which is a heck of a long way.
Yeah, that's a great 273 miles. 273 miles.
Oh, it's even double what I said.
Yeah.
Boom.
You know what's amazing about that observation? But tell me about year-long distance. How you're using yours as globe evidence? Is that what he said?
Yeah. So the world record, right? It's from
right, Conagu.
Pic de Fenestrelay, looking across to Grand Ferrand and Pic Gaspard. Pic Gaspard's the 443 kilometer, right?
Correct.
So the observation height is like 2,820 meters.
Right.
Right, and there's two mountains, right?
Correct.
The most prominent one you can see is Grand Ferrand, and it is 2,758 meters tall.
Correct.
So obviously, if I'm at 2,820 on a flat Earth, I am looking down to that mountain. All right.
I guess that's true. Yes.
Yeah, and then Pic Gaspard is 443 kilometers, and how tall is it? It's like 3,800 and something. Anyway, it's heaps taller, heaps higher than the observation height. So obviously, I'm looking up to that mountain.
Okay.
But in the photo, Grand Ferrand, the shorter mountain, appears above Pic Gaspard. So I'm somehow looking down to something that's higher than something that I'm looking up at.
And what are the distances in these places? These two.
I gotta find the fucking
Don't worry
photo
about it. Don't
now.
tell me because I I got corrected by one of these dudes, and it kind of was embarrassing at the time. But I did have I corrected it and it was fine. But yeah, because I have like the Mount Conagu or whatever it's called, long distance shot, 273 miles.
What was it?
The same one. It must be the same picture. I don't know. Either way, though, all I did was I basically just determined. I pretended I looked at the two altitudes and then pretended like I was measuring the distance to the horizon from either location, and took those horizons and added them together, and it gave me the same gave me the same distance. So, yeah.
Did you take into
Here it is.
consideration the tilt of the mountain, Rui?
I did, and it actually makes fuck all difference.
Right. And what about the angular size?
That's what tells you it's a globe. Yeah, the angular size tells you it's on a globe.
Really? So the angular size of the mountain down at the bottom of the mountain is going to be what? More or less than the top of the mountain?
No, the angular size of the mountain from top to bottom, right? If you were to draw that on the photo, you've seen my red lines, Bandy, come on.
Look, your red lines are not answering my question, Rui.
That is the answer to the question.
What is the circumference of the mountain?
We're in the circumference. What?
What's the circumference of the mountain?
What do you mean by the circumference? Or the base? I don't care about the base. We're talking about the
Of
peak.
course, you've got to care
right?
about where's the mountain start.
This is what you gotta realize, man.
Where does the mountain
Hang on.
at the peak?
No.
So down
We're
the base,
talking
it's
about.
closer, and at the peak, it's further away, isn't it?
Hang on,
So
let's
the
post this
closer
in
things
chat.
are going to seem bigger, and the further things are going to seem smaller, and all this will be
Hang on.
proportional, and it'll get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller.
There you go. Post it in chat. I'll be back in a minute.
This is anyway. What's this rubbish?
Just like a Nazi picture.
Does a little bit.
It's kind of Nazi thing.
Where does he steal all these photos from?
Looks like Blackpool. There's a dog in the corner.
Yeah.
P1000 complex. Sounds like a fucking flat earth gang.
Cool pics, P1000 cool pics. Oh, that's her. That's Sandra.
That's a dog, man.
She takes some really nice photos. Actually, I've been on her channel.
Is that one of them?
I don't know. To be honest.
That's horrible.
I said she takes some very nice photos. Did I mention this one?
Well, it's got a face on it. So maybe she shouldn't put her face on pictures she's not proud of, bro.
That's the one, JJ Sandra. Yeah.
It's a cool name, actually. Sadie Banzo.
Oh yeah.
All right, I'm back.
You wouldn't even know how to analyze a photo, do we?
All right. Yeah, this is P1000 cool pics, Sandra. Hang on. From, she's got her coordinates up in the top left. Blah blah blah. So all I've done is work out the field of view of the photo. So how many degrees wide and how many degrees high it is, simply by looking at the landmarks. So Blackpool Tower and the tower on top of Snaefell. All right, so from that, I can figure out the angular dimensions of the photo. All right, so I've got a number of pixels per degree, basically, and then I work out an angular size of Snaefell and draw that on the diagram on the photo.
Okay, so
and that's the base. See where 0 meters above sea level at Snaefell? That's how much of the mountain is missing.
So what's that yellow line?
The horizon, you mean?
At the horizon right there, is it?
Yeah.
How'd you work that out?
That's the horizon.
You're gonna be gagging me. Louis,
What?
on, you've been in this game long enough. That's the horizon.
Looks like
That's the horizon. Go and watch the video.
Oh no way. That's
Where do you think the horizon is?
That is gold. It ain't there. Ain't there.
Where do you think it is?
Oh.
It is there where the yellow line is, but I'm curious as to where you think it is.
No, it ain't there.
Okay. All right.
That may be what we quote unquote call the apparent horizon, But it ain't
Yeah. Well, it's the thing that's hiding more than half a Snaefell.
Oh, it's
Whatever
the
you'd like to
apparent
call it.
horizon. So now what's hiding everything else? Miraging, atmosphere, all this sort of stuff. The ether band.
Yeah. Anyway, Kosho can follow along, right?
Yeah, I'm paying attention.
Yeah.
Haven't lived up to your reputation there, really.
What'd you say to me, sir?
Well, I assume you can follow along with what I've done. So I've got her observer location.
Yeah,
so
let me
her
see.
observer location's in the top left, right? And then I start my analysis over on the bottom right. So on Google Earth, I'll go and measure the azimuth angle to a couple of landmarks, and then that sort of gives me a scale for the image. So I've got Snaefell and Blackwall Tower, and then below that I've made the scale. So 0.24 degrees equals 1,361 pixels, or 1301. 1301 pixels. Yeah, so I can apply angles to the photo now.
You can't apply anything if you don't have the horizon in the right spot. Starters.
That's the horizon, baby.
It ain't the horizon. You know it's not the horizon. Stop being so disingenuous, Rui.
Do y'all remember? Sorry, go ahead, Ruth.
No, you go, Kosho.
Do you remember when Brandon Toy, he made a video once where it was a big project he was working on, actually, where he was taking like observations that were taken from a plane or some picture from a balloon or something like that. And what he did was
angles, like
the
depression
angles
angles.
thing. You remember that?
Vaguely. And
Yeah,
I was trying to figure out how he was getting his angles.
Yeah, same here. That's what I was going to ask you, but I guess you don't know.
Yeah, I don't think he knew either.
I think he arbitrarily. He kind of like because I was like, how are you justifying that those are the angles? But maybe.
I think I know what you mean. Yeah, like he just had a view of the horizon and said, "This is this angle," and then halved it again, and then I think he must have assumed that the center of the frame was 0 degrees.
I think that's what it was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I couldn't follow it because I don't think he knew what he's doing either.
Okay, so anyways, so I'm on this picture. I'm looking at the yellow stuff. By the way, I wouldn't have used yellow just because.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
So what are you gonna do now? You have the angle. So you have the angle, and then.
Yeah, so there's 0.24 degrees azimuth between Snaefell Tower and Blackwall Tower. So you see those two tiny red vertical lines?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's 0.24 degrees between those. And on that particular image, it was 1,301 pixels. And, rectilinear lenses, there is a linear relationship between field of view and pixels. Right? That's basically the definition of rectilinear. So then with that ratio, I can go and get the angular size of Snaefell. So it's 620 meters tall and it's at 141 kilometers away. So it has an angular size of 0.252 degrees. And then I work out how many pixels that is, and then draw that many pixels on the image. So that's that. If you are standing on top of Snaefell and drill down to 0 meters above sea level, that's the bottom of that red line is where 0 meters would be.
Okay, so this is supposed to be at the same distance to that same distance from you to that other building or something like that.
What do you mean?
Okay, I just don't know where is that red line? What's that red line supposed to be representing?
So the top of Snaefell. That's the mountain in the background.
No, the thick one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the top of Snaefell, and the base of Snaefell, right? If you were to drill down through the mountain to sea level, that's where it would appear if you could see through the ocean.
Oh, okay, I got you. I thought Snape Hill was the build. It sounds like a building, like the tower.
Oh no, it's the mountain. Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense. Snape Hill, Blackpool
Snaefell.
Tower. Okay.
Yeah. Snaefell.
Snaefell
Snaefell.
Tower. Oh, so Sniff. What the fuck?
Oh, I misspelled it in the first bit. Sorry, the the first time in the image I've misspelled it. SNAE.
And so that the thing even the bottom, the 1367 pixels is the horizontal distance.
If the water was transparent, that's where the base of the mountain is.
Oh.
If you could see through the water and see through the land. That's how big. Yeah, that's how big the mountain is. That's how big 621 meters is.
I see. So that is the full size of the mountain.
Yes. So it shows you how much is hidden by the horizon.
Okay. I'm slow, dude. I'm a pretty slow person.
No, you're not.
Well, I'll tell you what though. That's like more. It's like half. That's like half the, twice the build, twice the size that you can see.
Yeah, more than half is hidden by the horizon. And let's plug it into the curve calculator and have a crack.
Have a crack
from memory.
Like Kellyanne Conway.
Yeah,
she had a crack.
I think there was it worked out to be slightly more refraction than normal. What the fuck? Hang on.
Okay, so I was going to ask Bandsaw a question based on this, actually, while you're doing that, because, I don't know, don't take this the wrong way, Bandsaw. We're buddies, you know. I would drink your rat beer, your rat poison beer, and, you know. But I got to ask you, dude, because I was thinking about it. I was thinking about when Ruhiv asked you about the bottom of the mountain, or the bottom of observations, and you made the comment, like, well, is it the bottom of the building or bottom of the things, you know, the pictures, you know, the angular resolution is different or whatever. When I think the angular size changes completely together, but the thing I was going to ask you is, I gave you an explanation a little bit ago about the gun and the plane.
Oh, the precision.
Yeah, for the precision. Yeah, that's right. I give you explanations all the time. I think they're great sometimes, but most of the time you do not. However, so you don't accept them, you don't adopt them. However, this thing with the bottom of the building, you know, the angular resolution, so but you can have a different angular size of the bottom of a building than the top for some reason, things like this. This is something that actually is a lot less valid than the thing I said, but you do hold it as, you know, so with some confidence or something. So that's why I'm just curious. Like, I'm wondering what's the deal?
Oh, if something is closer to you, Osho, right, it is going to appear bigger, isn't it?
That's true.
Okay, if something is further away, it's going to appear smaller. Yes?
Yeah.
Happy days. Well, then we're on the same page then.
Yeah, I agree. What's the next page?
There's no other pages. You look at that with the base of a mountain to the top of a mountain. The base of the mountain is closer. The top of the mountain is further away.
Right.
Yeah, by how much, right? You're talking about the tilt of something leaning away, aren't you?
What do you mean, how much?
No,
Well, you've
but
got the tilt of the
how
mountain.
much tilt
Plus
are you
you've got the
working?
size of the mountain, and plus you've got the size of the mountain. Okay. So all these things come into consideration when you're counting pixels. Ruby, you are going to such precision in counting pixels, right? Yet you leave out the most important bits of information.
No. Like Brian's logic, I guarantee that you can't calculate what you're talking about.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you tried?
I know how much it'll lean away, and it's fuck all.
I got it.
Have you tried to work out how close the base of the mountain is compared to the top, and what the angle
Yeah.
size?
Would you like the formulas here? Hold on.
It's probably like less than a
I don't
foot.
want formulas.
Yeah.
Don't give me bloody formulas, Rui. You ain't. You know I'm not going to look at them.
Yeah, but hang on. Where are we? Why can't I post it? Fuck.
The show knows I'm not going to look at formulas.
I forgot.
I know.
I was about to say something to you, man. So I just said something.
This Discord.
Oh,
Opposed
yeah.
into
That's what you just said. Go ahead, Riff.
No, I've just posted the formulas for working out the angle
I should
to things.
delete them deliberately.
Yeah.
You fucking punk. No, but Bandsaw, dude, I didn't understand what you were fucking saying, dude, because the question you asked me, I was confused because you didn't follow up on it, but you said, is the bottom of the building closer to you? Yes. Is
No,
top?
the mountain. The
Yeah,
mountain.
okay, whatever. This is a general fucking thing. So, is the bottom of the mountain or the bottom of the building closer to you? Yes. Is the top part further? Yes, for two reasons. One, because it's taller, and two, because it's a slight angle away. So, but what? This would cause the exact opposite error that you're talking about, because you should, if this is the case, that should mean that the top part should be, hidden away from you, and the bottom part should be at least as visible as the top part, right?
No,
It's
not at all.
limited
Why would it
angle.
be?
Limited angle.
When the
Limited angle.
when the bottom is hidden by the atmosphere, the mirage, all the density of all the gases and all
Except
this.
that it's not.
Of course,
That's
You
all the
can
same
see
thing.
things.
You just named the
You
same
can
thing
see
4
things.
times.
Anyway, that formula I posted. So the formula I posted down the bottom half of that. That's to get the angle, like the elevation angle, to any point on a globe.
That gives you say it again. That gives you the elevation.
The elevation angle, right? So if you wanted to compare, like if you can do like a really basic angular size formula, right? So just the height of it over the distance times 180 over pi to get degrees. Or this second formula, you can incorporate tilt and blah, 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 and get a really accurate angular size. And the difference is fuck all, obviously.
I don't understand. What's an application for this? Like, because angular size, I do something totally different. Actually, do I? I think I just use a triangle calculator.
Yeah, so in the first image, right, the actual red line image, where it says angular size is 621 meters divided by 141 kilometers times 180 over pi, right? That's just small angle approximation angular size.
Right,
cool?
okay.
I get 0.252. If I were to plug the values into the formula at the bottom, I guarantee you I'll still get 0.252, even though the bottom formula is more accurate. In fact, let's go and do that. Give me a minute.
So those are the same formulas, just one's more accurate?
You're not doing a very good job, Rui, when you lost Kosho.
You didn't lose me, dude. Such a fucking dude. Yeah, man. You and Jeremy, after he divorces fucking Zanuck and Rumpus, you guys are gonna be match made in heaven together, dude. You guys are made.
Hang on.
What happened between Jeremy and Zanuck?
It was funny, man. Cause dude, he was being such an asshole. Fucking Bob. First of all, Bob was in here earlier, earlier in the day, and then he's like, "Dude, Bob's here." He's like, "Let's go, dude. We're gonna fucking do this. Like we're gonna kick his ass or something, right?" I didn't agree to any of this stuff, and I'm like, "Dude, what the fuck? I'm not gonna do it," because he wants me to back him up in his argument, and I'm like, "Dude, what the fuck are you talking about?" And anyways, later on, he does the same thing to Zanuck. When Bob is there, he's like, "Bob's here. Okay, Zanuck, let's go, dude. Tell him fucking what you think about this shit, dude." And Zanuck ends up agreeing with Bob, and he pisses Jeremy off so bad. But then I think he wants to get out of the doghouse, and so he's like, he was trying to redeem himself and like disagreeing with Bob, and he was really you could tell he was really upset that Jeremy was mad at him. I think it's a love triangle with him and Rumpus and Zanuck. But anyways, Rufus doesn't care about the gossip.
The gossip. Well, it is gossip hour here in land of milk and honey.
Anyways, I was saying all that because I was getting at you because you were getting at me, claiming I wasn't following the show. I was trying to ask Rudolph a question. When it says target, is that target altitude or target height or target distance?
I don't think Rui knows what he's talking about.
Or the store target?
It's Target.
It's my favorite store too. You know that? That's pretty good, Rudolph. Just a little bit off.
Just a little bit off. Look where he put the horizon. Just a
I'm
little
talking
bit
about the
off.
number. He was trying to get a 252. He got 252, 14787.
Yeah, it's within 1,000th of a degree.
Hey man, we can't all be perfect, man. But really though, what's the target? Is the target what's the target?
Okay.
The target in this equation, like what is target?
Target is the height of the target. Yeah. Height of the target.
Observer height.
Rubbish you're posting. All this rubbish you're posting.
It's math, Bandy. Mathematics. This is how we know what the shape is, champ.
You see, what you've done there, right, looks like it's a photograph of a foggy morning. That's what it looks like, with numbers floating around in the air. That's what it looks like.
Right.
I have a cool color.
A screenshot of a video, and it's a PowerPoint presentation.
Well, I gotta tell you, man, I was about to say, do you get your fucking info from Jay Tolman? But I guess this is something just called They Get Punked by Jay Tolman.
Yeah, he's a interesting character because he does know the mathematics reasonably well.
You talking about that 30-minute video he did? Where he gets
the distance to stars the other day. Yeah, that was
no. It's an old video, but he uses the. What does he do? Fuck, what did he do? Oh, he did like an Alberuni type of measurement.
Measuring the radius of the Earth video, I think. I don't even know if I responded to that because that's right, I didn't, because I was like, this dude's measuring the radius of the Earth. What response do I need to that?
Because didn't he get it like perfect? Basically, by he did like a version of Alberuni's or something.
Yeah, I think so. And obviously, as he got close to the surface, he got big error.
See, mathematics is like new age wizardry.
Yeah.
To you, Bandy, I'm sure it is. To most flat earthers, I'm sure it is.
It's one of the coolest tools you can use.
I know how to up my money when I'm buying my groceries. That's all that matters. Thank you much.
We got Ruhif in the house. I mean, not Ruhif. I call everybody Ruhif. Two Ruhif.
Thanks, mate.
No, we got Rumpus in the house. We got Merle in the house too.
Rumpus in the house.
I'm saying Mr. Rumpus.
I don't know. Rumpus doesn't know how pressure works yet. So.
Yeah. Rumpus knows nothing about physics.
There's nothing about pressure, for sure.
You know what's funny is your argument thing with the pressure and the force thing is, it's as far as it being redundant and dumb a little bit. It's almost kind of a little bit true if well, it's something.
Kinda. It is.
No. Let me finish that so it doesn't get understood the wrong way. Because of a pressure is just a special. It's a special force. It's a subset of a force because it's a force, in a specific surface area. Yeah, specific surface area, but it's still a force. And so,
well, no, but then you go, is speed a distance? Because speed is distance over time, right? It's the same. It's an analog.
It's a subset of nothing. Pressure is pressure. It's a subset of nothing.
Yeah. It's speed, right? Speed is distance per unit time.
Yeah, it's true.
Pressure is force per unit area.
If you don't have the time, then you don't have it. Yeah. Well, I was just going to say though, technically, you could describe any force as a pressure arbitrarily, but I guess there'd be a lot of situations where it didn't make sense. So,
yeah, like I'm tempted to answer yes. Even is pressure a force? Because it's kind of is, but then you draw the analog with speed and distance, and it's not.
But things like gravitational attraction is. I think that was one that I used when I was talking to you about it, the bandsaw. I think that's you can't really arbitrary. Like if you're just thinking about two bodies or whatever attraction through space, you couldn't really use pressure there, right? You can't describe any area that would make sense there, right?
Not going to get into gravity because you haven't even come anywhere close to even showing evidence that gravity even exists. Anything attracting anything. So we won't even go there. We do know that you cannot move anything without applying pressure. Can't do it.
What did you say? What did you say to me, sir?
Is Sir my champ?
Fucking dude. You're fucking like Jeremy with fucking Australian accent, dude.
Know this, Kosho. It is an absolute first law. Can't move anything without applying pressure. Ever.
Okay, is that right?
Can't do it.
Impossible.
Impossible.
Over what area is a magnetic force applied?
Oh, you want to go into that's kindergarten stuff, magnetic fields. Right? You know the magnetic field, right, applies pressure to either the object or another magnet, which is applying pressure to move something either away from it or towards it. That's how it works. You actually think that there has to be a physical object touching another physical object for the pressure to be applied. The magnetic field itself, what is doing the touching, applying the pressure. So here we go. Consider yourself schooled.
God damn it, dude.
I don't know why you just don't concede the fact that you can't.
No, you know what I was doing? I was thinking about two other things, and I was trying to think of something else besides gravity that I could. Why can't I think of another thing that's not gravity that I don't that it doesn't make sense to use a surface area?
I think Jerry has come up with the best one that is kind of.
And what's that?
I'm not going to let you in on what Jerry.
Okay, dude. Whatever.
Has enlightened me with. Not at all. I'm thinking about that one.
Damn it, dude. I need something else. I'm going to use gravity. I'm just going to go back to using gravity because it works. So gravity, there's no pressure, sir.
Really?
No area.
Well, there's no gravity.
Yeah, there is, dude. This is what I'm saying to you, dude. You can just arbitrarily say that. I can't do stuff like that.
You can arbitrarily just say it is there, too. It's the same.
No, it's not. If I denied something that's obvious, or if I don't know. Yeah, denied something that was obvious, you guys would all call me out. It wouldn't let me down because
How is gravity obvious? Please, I've got to hear this one. How is gravity obvious?
Well, I mean, you can probably feel it right now, right? Like we were talking about yesterday, like you feel the normal force, but all the normal forces acting on your butt and your feet are caused by the gravitational force. Like you can actually feel it in this very moment.
Gravity.
Yeah, more so than any other force acting on you, probably.
Oh my goodness gracious! Come on, Kosho. I thought you'd have a better argument that my ass can feel gravity.
Well, no, I actually don't, dude, because we talk about reference frames, we talk about this dumb shit, and what a fictitious force is, and we say, well, there's obviously a force there because it's doing this weird loop-de-loop thing, but it's not a real force, so we'll call it a fictitious force. Well, in this situation, we know there's a force because you can feel it right now.
No, there's a force, of course, and nothing. Yeah, of course. You get past stage 1 in actually demonstrating that gravity isn't even actually a thing, then we can move on to stage 2.
Call it whatever you want, dude. A rose by any other name would still make things fall 9.8 meters per second.
That is sweet. Yeah, I don't even care what gravity is. Like, things accelerate at 9.8 in a vacuum. That's all I need.
Yeah, as long as there's a force that brings things down, that compels things downward. There you go. And the crazy thing is,
for how long?
For how long?
How long do they accelerate for at 9.8
At least till
meters per
Wednesday.
second?
What are you talking about? How long?
We've only tested that in a very, very little vacuum. In the bigger scheme of things, only a very little vacuum.
ISS.
That's like a dumbass argument you guys made yesterday. You know what the argument they were making earlier? If a tree fell in the woods, would you be able to hear it?
Hey, I didn't make that argument. Thank you very much. That wasn't.
I think I was with you. I was with you, man. So arguing the other side. That's right.
Yeah.
But they were actually arguing that, like, yeah, well, you don't know. You're not there if it doesn't make a noise. No. You don't know if a rock falling in the water makes a splash or makes waves. You don't know if it's doing that.
Maybe and maybe you being there, that's the influence, and that's why you.
That's how we got in that conversation. Okay.
Yeah.
Did a lot of research.
You want a photo of my dinner tonight, Bandy?
Sorry?
Do you want a photo of my dinner tonight?
What is it, Hungry Jacks or Red Rooster?
Stir-fried vegetables and cashews and stuff.
Oh.
Cashew? Oh,
Hold
yum.
on. Cashews are good. Hold on. Hang on.
I bet you make good stir fry, huh?
Boom. Use photo and boom. Oh, there you go.
I make a mean stir fry, dude. I bet you're a horrible cook, Ben Shaw.
Are you getting married, Kosho?
Yeah.
When's the big date?
Oh, I have to get money and get her a ring first. So.
Oh my god, you cheapskate! Seriously.
Have you seen my ring?
Oh, actually, I haven't seen it. Give me a photo.
I'll go get mine. Mine's pretty awesome. Hold on.
Did you buy it yourself or was it given to you?
Oh, I bought it. I actually lost mine while I was bodyboarding a couple of years ago.
Crazy.
And then went and bought a new one.
Was it expensive?
15 grand or something.
15 grand, goddamn.
All right.
Hey, come on, we're
talking
about Rui here. About Rui.
Yeah. It was from Tiffany's in LA somewhere. It's fuck.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I'm scared to put it on.
But is it look kind of girly?
Mine is absolutely girly.
Well,
hang on.
Mine.
It probably suits you then, Kosho.
Shut the fuck.
Mine is unbelievably girly.
I feel like mine is. I was looking at yours.
Yeah.
I believe you
There
haven't
you
got
go.
a ring yet. That is crazy.
Unbelievably girly.
I gotta zoom in. Hold on.
But mine is actually a women's ring.
Okay then. Well, no, those could be kind of like bones or something. I don't know. You can kind of, I don't know. I feel like mine is, but maybe not so much. I mean, yours is kind of cool. It's not. I don't know if it's What do you think, Vanson?
Well, it's kind of cool if you're a girl. Yeah.
I'm scared to put it on.
I'm getting a bit nervous in this chat here. You know, getting a bit nervous, man. So they'll be talking about cosmetics. They'll be talking about cosmetics and underwear next, man.
Exactly, Al.
Only kidding, guys.
Bandsaw was asking me about my fucking wedding, dude. He fucking tricked me again. You know what's interesting? That conversations we were having earlier.
Kosho, that ring's going through your nose, mate. It's not going on your finger. It's going through your nose, and your wife's going to put a rope on it.
Jesus.
You're fucked.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Hey, but yeah, that convo we had earlier, we talked about all these different concepts, and I don't want to say anything negative, so I'm going to refrain. I'm going to refrain from doing that, dude.
You are negative, Kosho. Go for it. Spit it out. You are negative anyway, so we're used to it.
I'm not negative. I mean, I'm venting a little bit. I'll just say there was a person there. I don't know what you guys are all good. Never. I don't want to say anything. But anyways,
you do, but you know.
There was a person there. There was a person there. Carry on. You don't need to name names.
I'm just saying, like, we were obviously talking about one thing, and then I don't know. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Everybody, you guys all side with him because you're on the same team.
Who's this? Who's this? Tell me who it is then.
Exactly. Who'd we
fucking spit it out, Kosho. Don't be such a pussy.
You know what I'm saying? Like, now I'm a pussy, but I didn't have to say anything.
I might agree with you. Hey, listen, I might agree with you. You might get a bit of backing or banter.
All right.
Yeah, you're actually right.
You better not be tricking me. You better not be tricking me, dude. But probably are though. But no, it's just earlier we were all talking about the expansion of the universe, and then Rakia brought something else up, totally left field. And then pretended that that's what we were talking about, and then you guys all went with him. Like, we weren't even talking about this.
Who was this? Who was this? Kosho?
Rakia.
Well, did he bring up superfluids?
Yeah, in reference to dark matter. We were talking about dark energy.
Okay.
Oh well, that was my fault actually, Kosho. That was my fault because I'll have to take, I'll have to take the blame for that because I thought I was making the statement that it was dark energy.
You did say that too, yeah.
That was me. That was me that actually said that, but I misunderstood. I thought.
But you said it after he was posting it though. So
was it right? Okay. All right. Okay.
But it doesn't matter. That's not a big deal. That's why I shouldn't have said anything. It's just I don't know. It rubbed me the wrong way.
It can be a bit overwhelming. Racket can be a bit overwhelming and stuff like that. So it's probably that as well.
Well, that stuff, the subjects, I mean, they're interesting subjects, and that's why I actually did a lot of research today regarding a few things we talked about. And can't remember what. Oh, yeah, that's right. That one test that, I don't know if you remember, we were talking about the double slit experiment.
Yeah.
And actually, I talked to somebody who knew more about the quantum eraser and then the delayed choice quantum eraser. But yeah, I guess I don't know. I thought that was interesting. But we have.
Do you know there's a difference between if they put the detector before the slit and after the slit and all that? Yeah, you know all about that, yeah.
And that's what's the delayed choice quantum eraser was like a really convoluted, complicated thing. But it was exactly like I was saying to you though about the wave function collapsing. Like it in order to make an observation, in order to make a, put up a sensor so you can observe what it's doing, you have to interact with it, and this causes it to, the wave function to collapse. So, anyways.
And you were
saying but the wave function. Oh, sorry, Bans, on you go.
I was just going to say, and weren't you saying, Kosho, that the fact that it was even filmed?
Yeah.
The interaction. The fact that it was.
That's
what Kosho was saying. The fact
any interaction. Any interaction. The quantum, the delayed choice quantum eraser was made in such a way so it could get around that a little bit, but in the case of the regular double slit, yes, if you try to observe it, you're gonna have to interact with it. It's gonna have to, cross your sensor or whatever the hell it is, and maybe got to poke it with some sort of charge.
When it hits the screen, right, it's going to be interference or not.
Right.
I don't think filming that is a an interaction with the experiment. But yeah, delayed choice is mind-boggling.
Yeah, but that's only the end result, though. That's not really what it's done. You can't really tell where it's came through or anything. They can just make the probability that, it must have went through there, or according to the mathematics, it must have went through. Because the wave function, it's not a thing. It's just a mathematical equation.
Well, no, that's not true, though. That's the weird part about it. But this is the other weird thing. That we talk about refraction, because this is part of my research I did today, too. Because I've done it in the past, but we're talking about refraction, and everybody had the same intuition I originally had, which is like, why does light slow down in a medium? Why does it refract in a medium? And the assumption or the intuition, I guess, would be the medium has particles and it's interacting with all these particles, making a bunch of interactions. It's basically not slowing down, just making a lot of interactions, basically. But this isn't the case. This isn't what's happening. It's actually something way more bizarre than that.
Well, what about this one? What about this reality? Is that the light is going through the medium, but it's hitting particles that are slowing it down a fraction.
Wait, that's the same shit that I just said it wasn't.
Uh-oh.
I thought I just said it wasn't, man.
Well, that's what I think it is. I think light goes through the medium, hits particles, which slows it down, ever so it's a fraction there, but it's still the power of the light is heading straight, but it's hitting particles along the way, which is of course that's like a laser beam, for example. It goes straight, but on a certain day with the right temperatures, it can slightly bend. It would appear.
I thought you were fucking with me for a second, man.
I want to know why the directionality exists with refraction, because all the like the explanations I've seen of something like Rayleigh diffraction, Rayleigh scattering, the direction in which it scatters is random, and I'm like, well, clearly there has to be a directionality, otherwise we don't get consistent bending.
Right, and that's exactly why that's exactly why it's not doing. That's one big evidence that that's not what it's doing. Because just like Ruhif said, if it were kind of like interacting with these particles, being absorbed, re-emitted, scattering, this sort of thing, or that in that type of way, you would think that it would be more random, the direction. And it's always consistent.
Well, yeah, I mean it is kind of random, and I would say temperature would have something to do with that. Atmospheric temperature in the medium would determine whether it's going to go up or down, and to what degree. It's
actually not. It's actually not random. I don't know if you noticed this, but there's like refractive indexes for different materials, and
Kosho, explain this to me, right? So the speed of light being about 300,000 or whatever it is kilometers per
900 million miles an hour, or just over.
Whatever it is, right? Now,
it's not
speed of 300,000 kilometers per second, whatever it is. When it hits a medium of water, slows down to 225,000 kilometers an hour. Okay. Now, apparently, right, it leaves the water, regains
its speed
again, and it goes back up to 300,000 kilometers per second.
Brilliant.
Firstly, is this true?
Yeah, it's weird. It's weirder than that. But if you're going to think about it that way, it's not wrong to like the way that that even Jen had just described it, where it's like bouncing off these different particles. Even if you think about it that way, it's not slowing down. But the way
it's cutting a longer path. Yeah. Well, hang on, is it being absorbed and re-emitted, or is it sort of taking a longer path?
It's so much weirder than that. So you have to just believe whatever I'm about to tell you, okay? Because actually, what happens?
I won't necessarily believe it, but I'll listen.
Yeah, because it's really weird, dude. You're probably going to slap me in the face, because what happens is the light,
like Will Smith did to Chris.
Exactly.
Sorry, Kosher.
Will Smith, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it's really weird though. So the light is entering the medium. So imagine the light enters to this new medium, goes past the glass into the water, and the electromagnetic radiation itself, the light, it has it basically excites the electrons that are in there. That they're going to emit more light, and basically at this point, what's going to happen is, and this is the way I'm going to explain two different ways that it was explained to me. I'm going to explain it in one though, because it's going to trust me, it's really weird. But the basically the wave function of the original light and the wave function of this new light, they're kind of they're in a superposition, right? A superposition meaning they don't have any definite paths. They don't have any definite positions. As a matter of fact, somehow, don't ask me how, this light is making every single path possible. It's so that every single path possible is taking place somehow. Okay, this is the truth, and somehow in this whole superposition thing, even though some of the light could be going faster than the end result, because all this light together is has a superposition, it's all going to the light that you're going to end up the path that it ends up at is the path that you obtain. So if you were to take all the different paths and you take all the different vectors and you cancel the ones that are pointing at each other and need to be canceled, you basically add all the vectors together. Of course, there's like a way to do this without actually having to do that. But anyways, and you end up with the actual direction it's going to go. And what was the other part? All right, and so yeah, and it ends up going slower because of the fact that it's like all it's like a shared. It's like it went from these different wave functions to being like a shared wave function superposition thing. It's like I said, it's kind of crazy, and maybe it makes less sense, but I think it's crazy that it's moving, it's literally taking every single path possible. That's crazy.
Lee, you there?
Yeah.
He's not.
Sorry, I'm here. The speed of light, sorry, is supposed to be
Right, me or Ali?
670 million. 670 million, 616,629 miles. Sorry, I forgot that.
I was going to say, you said the speed of light.
I said 900 million. I meant to say was 670 million, 616,629 miles per hour is the speed of light. Okay?
Pretty fast, man.
That's why.
And cosmic ray particles.
It's so much easier just to say 300,000 kilometers per second.
Well, I
183 miles per second. 183,000 miles per second. But
I like the miles per hour.
You know what? I'm also going to practice, describing it to myself more often. That way, next time I have to describe it to you guys, it doesn't sound fucking.
Now,
So
Bansor, can I ask you a question there?
Yeah, 2 secs, because I just want to make a statement. So by the sounds of it, it doesn't lose energy nor gain energy.
No. I mean, I think there is some loss, I believe, right?
Okay. Well, this is my confliction, but I'll yield to Jin.
Oh, can I? Thanks very much, Bansor. I'm with you on this one. In that, when light goes through like a prism, for example, it's going through focused. It then spreads out, and you get the spectrum. Now, the luminosity is lost slightly from the focused beam. Isn't that not right? After passing through that prism, it slowed down, it reappears, spreads out. That's slightly lessened the brightness. Yes or no?
Yes, it has.
You're right. So it's lost some energy then. So that light going through a medium and then reappearing will lose some of its luminosity, the energy. Will it be traveling at the speed of light? I would have to say, yeah. If the medium is, if it goes through, let's say, a plastic block and then reappears from the plastic block in the same medium that it was in, but it's gone through the block. Then it's going to travel at the speed of light, only a bit weaker in the luminosity. What do you think?
Well, yeah, it's definitely going to lose its luminosity, but if stuff is losing energy, right, it doesn't have as much push behind it to make it travel, so to speak.
Okay.
So it's losing energy. So I don't. If you don't
Okay.
have as much,
Okay.
if you don't have as much force behind it to propel it,
Right. Right.
okay, I can't see how it can lose speed and
Right.
then regain its speed.
Right.
You know what I
Right.
mean?
Especially when there's energy loss. You know. Yes.
Exactly.
Exactly.
That's where I'm
Well,
kind of.
that's where you're. That's where you've put your what's it? You draw your line across that. That is a fact. That it is losing energy, because once it goes through a block, like a plastic block, that light then reappears back into the medium. It's less bright, and that means it's lost energy. Yeah.
And it doesn't matter what medium it goes through. Like we know that light slows down in water.
Down.
Right? So
yeah, it
so
does.
it's constantly losing energy as it passes through water. It ain't going to travel forever. So
No.
it has to eventually lose all its energy to come to a screaming halt and stop.
I'm not sure it loses its energy though.
Well, it does over distance. It will do over distance. Of course, it does.
But it doesn't lose its energy over distance. No, it just the energy spreads out, right?
Well, it's
loses
getting lost.
Yeah,
it's getting
come on.
absorbed by something else.
Well, kind of. I mean, any energy absorbed, it gets re-emitted, though, right?
Are you able to see a car headlight at 300 miles away? A car headlight in fog?
No.
No. Well, there you go. So it's lost its power, then, hasn't it?
So it stops.
Yeah.
Is it what?
So when they're telling us we're looking at lights that are coming from 430 light years away, that would be like the North Star, the Polaris, somewhere between 330 to 430 odd light years away. Now, one light year is the equivalent of 6 trillion miles. So you can imagine the distance there. What kind of light is that we can see? Is it really that far away? The North Star.
Let me ask you this question. Because let's say that something is right in front of your face. If you move it away, it's going to get too small to see eventually, right? Is this correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now imagine if you have a candle and it's right in front of your face. If you move it away far enough, you probably move it a little bit further than the other object because it's light, so you can. But it eventually will be too dim and too small to see,
Absolutely.
right?
You will no longer be able to see it. Yeah, after a given distance.
This basically will fuck you up. Then this is what makes it so you can't see shit. Then basically, is it gets too far away, too small to see, right? Is correct?
Unless you have an optical device.
Okay, so then to solve that problem, all you would need is something large enough and bright enough, right? And it could be, far away enough that you should be able to see.
If we have that equipment, if we have that technology, though, of course, because to say that the North Star is 430 light years away or thereabouts, okay, and one light year is, like I said, 6 trillion miles. 6 trillion, yeah? 1 trillion is a long way, 1 million is a long way. 6 trillion times 430. That's ridiculous.
6 million, yeah.
6 million times 430.
Or 6 million times a million.
Well, 6 trillion is just a single light year. All right, so 6 trillion times 430.
Oh, right, yeah, right, yeah.
Right, so that's a phenomenal distance for us to be able to see that light from.
Yeah, but
so
again,
it makes you wonder how powerful is that light and how big it is, so that we can see it in the night sky.
Well, it kind of tells you though. There's a really bright object pretty close, like the sun. Did you know that almost all the energy ever gained on the Earth, other than nuclear energy. And probably, I guess you could say geothermal, but let's just say nuclear energy. All of it came from the sun, dude. Is that crazy?
Well, I'm not sure if that's.
I mean, it's pretty powerful, dude. Pretty big, pretty powerful.
I know the sun is a powerful thing, and it heats the land up. That's why we have all this atmospheric pressure, fog, mist, dew, all of it. Yeah, so I understand all that. The heating up and the cooling down and the heating up again, you know, because it's in flux, the sun never being late.
Put one of those things. Put one of those things far away, just like the distance you're talking about. It might just look like a small little dot, but pretty close up, it's fairly big and fairly energetic.
I don't believe we have any optical equipment that can see that far because of the inverse square law on that.
That doesn't make sense though, because earlier we were talking about what causes the limits, and it's really just an object moving away far enough to where it's too small to see. But you solve that problem if that object is big enough and bright enough. So the optical
not necessarily. No, we still haven't verified that distance. That's a number. We haven't verified that number. I'm saying we don't have
clearly not to your standard, Jen.
Plus, how much dust is between here and those stars that we're not accounting for? Stuff like that, you know.
Exactly.
There's variables there that
we'll take off a light year.
You don't know how much that. Yeah, you don't know what's going on there.
Percentage asked this question before, and at first I was annoyed, but then I learned a new term, and that's air mass, and that's it's a space term that nerds who are astronomers use, and it's just describing, depending on your angle that you're looking through, the amount of air in the column that you're looking through.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Right, and
which determines how much refraction.
Yeah, and if you're looking straight up, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Well, that was what percentage was arguing. He was arguing, how much, air is in between you and the sun, and could there be refraction because of that? But the truth is, the air mass when you're looking straight up is the smallest one. That's a unit of 1, and then I think it's maximum 26 on the horizon. But the unit of 1 straight up is
that's
all the atmosphere straight up.
Yeah, it's 8 tons of air per meter squared.
And that includes everything you see in space also. So.
Oh my goodness, you're making these calculations when you don't even know what's out there.
Yeah, that's the problem.
We know it goes to 0, Danny.
So,
well, I mean, even on a flat Earth, though, guys, that would still be similarly true. The exact variables wouldn't be, as far as 26 times and all that. It would be completely different. But the fact that the over the top would be the thinnest amount. I mean, any way you pitch it.
I would give you, when you look straight up 90 degrees, right, you're going to have the least amount of refractive interference.
Yes, absolutely. Correct.
90 degrees. Now you go to 89.9 degrees. Boom,
right, you've increased it.
Your calculations are off straight away.
Yeah, because you have to increase. You're increasing more air mass as you go through that angle. Yeah.
That's right. Exponentially, right? Of course.
Yeah. 5 degrees. Yeah. By each degree of unit of air, you're going to be looking at more air as you move across to the horizontal plane from 90 degrees. Would that is the x-axis the horizontal plane and the y the vertical? Is that right? Or I got it around the wrong way?
People.
However you want to label it.
Okay. So my horizontal is x and my y is vertical. Okay. So as I move from the y to the x, I'm increasing the amount of air I'm looking for. Would you agree on that?
Yeah, actually, if you look at a graph as well, this is what it displays. Yeah, like I said, it goes from 1 to 26, basically.
Well, there you go then. So
this is why I find analyzing photos actually so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we still have to analyze
predict.
We still have to
analyze predict what they will look like,
We
Bandy.
haven't got a choice, have we? Really?
You cannot predict.
Yeah, well, it takes a it takes
yes,
a
I can.
dick to predict.
Give me an observer location and a target, and I will tell you what it will look like.
No, you can't. I like your
I'm kidding.
confidence,
Yes, I can.
but your
It
confidence
takes a
is
dick to
lacking
predict.
because you are incorrect every single day. You don't have
Yes,
nowhere near
that's
enough
correct.
information.
That's correct. Absolutely correct. What the Bantor just said. Absolutely correct.
I say that for
So,
both sides. I say that for both sides. It's absolutely
Yeah.
ludicrous.
no,
Yeah.
I can make a prediction for what you will see with a camera if you give me location and target, and be a decent amount above the surface.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be exact. You'd be off, wouldn't you? You'd be
Oh, by a tiny bit.
partially correct. I mean, of
Yeah.
course, you're going to see the object.
I'll be
but as
more
to
accurate
what
than you, though.
clarity, that would be difficult to predict. You couldn't predict it to any, to 100%. You couldn't, because it's
I
changing.
bet I can predict it better
It
than you,
changes
Jen.
by the second. The atmosphere, Matt.
No,
Yeah, I
Jen,
bet I can predict it better than you.
You don't even
No,
know.
think about
You
it.
don't even know where the
Jen, Ruhif can
know where the
definitely put the
horizon
dick
is,
in the
Rui.
word predict.
You prove that. You don't even know where the horizon is. So
Yeah, in your argument. So unfortunately,
arbitrary lines in places just because it suits your argument.
Okay, Bandy. Okay, champ. You got a champ for that one.
They're getting emboldened, aren't they? These flat earthers and sorry, not flat earthers. Sorry, these are heliocentrists. They're getting emboldened. What we call a descent on the mediums, blocking all the flat earth truth. They're trying to get emboldened, but don't do that. That's a big mistake. Okay.
Anyone that says that they know where the horizon is just kidding themselves.
Of course.
That's weird.
Yeah,
You
you can't
about?
know that. That's an impossible thing to know. Sorry.
It's an impossible thing to know. Are you serious?
You cannot know the distance to the horizon. You can only. That's going to be a guesstimate.
Dude.
Obviously, at best.
Dude, if you live somewhere where there's buoys, for example, and the buoys are in front of you, and you can count them, you can count the number of buoys that you can see.
Buoys.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Kosho, over the duration of the day, it changes. We have to take an average. I think what he's saying is we never know exact duration.
At any given moment, you can identify it, though.
Because the obvious thing about the horizon, it's where the sky appears to meet the land, the ocean. That's it for children. Don't get confused, kids. That is the horizon. But as to how far it is from you, well, I mean, how would you
I just told you.
Piece of string,
I know how to do it. Wait a minute. There's a dead easy way to do it, right? What you do is you go down the beach with your mate, stick him in a boat.
Yeah.
Right, head off in that direction. And when he gets to a point, phone him up, stop there. There you go.
And then take your tape measure.
Yeah. But you
Right,
know,
so
he's going to disappear.
There is a way, there's a practical.
He's going to disappear, mate. But then you pick up a more.
Yeah, but that's the horizon, isn't it? That's the horizon. Because that's your horizon.
That's what we're talking about.
I think what the flat earthers are saying
we
now
don't know
is
the
that
distance to it, though.
that
We don't
changes
know the
over
distance to it.
Wait a minute, 1 second. Yes, you do. Right, what you do is you get on Google Maps, right, and it'll show you a location. Just sail out on the boat, and it'll show you going out into the middle of the water. And then what you do is, when you stop, when your mate phones you up and tells you to stop, you wait a minute.
It's not real time, dude. It sucks. Too bad it isn't, though. It'd be fun.
What do you mean, not real time?
The Google stuff, it's like you go look at your house and you'll see that there's the yard work you were doing 2 years ago and shit.
No, you're missing. No, I never said Google Maps. I mean, you do the GPS. You use the GPS on the maps, right? Just the normal.
Yeah.
My bad. Yeah.
I just your location, right? You type it in. You type your. You go back to shore. You stick a pin at the shore where you've just sailed from. You press find route, and it'll give you a route, and it'll give you the distance. So you've got you might be about 2 meters off, but there you go.
What happens? Yeah, but Addy, what happens?
But I think Ali, the thing is the observers can see that horizon change over the duration of a day, even though you're still fixed right there.
Sometimes I know. Hey, listen, I never said it was that's the way you could do it, and then you would find the horizon at that point, your horizon at that point. But the next day, sure, you could send your mate out and your horizon's changed. I'm not saying that's But at that time, you can find out the distance.
Ali B, not even the next day, Ali B. The next
during
few
the
minutes.
same day, yeah.
The next few
But
minutes.
it doesn't.
Mate.
Yeah, but the point is, it doesn't matter if it changes. Once your mate starts disappearing, you tell him to stop. It doesn't matter what time. If it takes him an hour to get out there and the horizon changes, at that specific point, you tell your mate to stop. That's the fucking horizon, and that's the distance. It doesn't matter.
I get that.
So that's it. It's dead easy.
It's pretty easy.
I understand that. What I'm saying to you is
but
that
to use it with
when
a
you stand at
utility.
the ocean, hang on. When you're standing at the ocean, looking out across the ocean to the horizon, you really don't know how far that is. You don't know.
No, that's a fact.
Dude, you got to do more than just eyeball it, man.
You don't know what that. You don't know how far that is really. You know what I mean? You just don't know. Unless you've got
exactly. Especially if you've no
target markers
if you've no point of reference.
Well, I've got a ball of yarn here, right? This ball of yarn says it is 4 kilometers long. I think you get a ball of yarn long enough to stretch it out. I'll just take their word for it.
No, but I mean, I wasn't kidding about the buoy thing. If you have access to something like buoys or something like that, then
I've just explained it. A boat, it's easy as fuck. You need a point of reference.
Yeah,
What
no, I
happens
understand
in
you,
the middle?
Ali B. I got you.
No, but I'm saying to Kosho. I'm saying to Kosho, if you're out in the middle of the ocean and you don't have any reference points, so you won't be able to know the distance to anything.
Yeah, I agree with that. But then what the hell are you doing anyways, right? Like,
Well, looking for the curve. I'm out there looking for the curvature, man. That's what I'm doing out in the middle.
Why did you went out there without anything?
I'm hunting wabbit. I'm out there hunting wabbit.
Well, I like bigger fish.
It's a wabbit season.
Yeah, like the curvature, right? Yeah, so that's fair enough, and you're proving to yourself that
we seek it there. Yeah, you can't find it anywhere, man.
He's confirming that there's no curvature there. That's absolutely correct. Yeah. Definitely.
We should start calling the curvature Scarlet Pimpernel, man, because we can't find the fucker.
Yeah.
I was thinking of Houdini. I was thinking Houdini because it just keeps disappearing.
Yeah, Houdini. That's another good one. Yeah. Or.
Yeah, that was Houdini. Hey, watch it. You're going to get a load of ballers on your back there, Grim. Come on. You're just built up good relations with these ballers.
Are you kidding? They hate me worse than Flat Earth. Get out of here.
Trust me, I know.
Yeah, come on.
But that was good that you said yesterday about the smooth and the flat. But that's what I meant, and I was waiting. I was waiting for someone to say it, and it was good you brought it up. Things can be curved and flat and level as well, from the perspective of exactly what you said. I was like, see when you said, yes, at last somebody said it, and that's why I butted in. I thought, right, that's it.
Well, I'm just looking around my garage and I'm looking at a planer, and I was thinking, wait a minute, I planed a fucking wagon wheel. Wait a minute, this is a plane and absolutely flat aren't the same thing. Planer.
Well, I've worked on boat repair. I got I near enough went through an apprenticeship, but I didn't go to college. But I worked with these guys repairing boats. I was using all the tools, man, and so it was like 3 years at that, as I say, and I'm competent. And I've used a thing called a square. Now we used to bend gunnels. That's for the side of the boat, rubbing straights that go around the side of the boat. Buffer. But we used to do it like mahogany.
And you run a square over a curved surface too.
Right, but we used to bend. We used to put it in a steam box, and bend it and clamp it on. Steam it first and then bend it. But I would use a square if I was, to get the square edge on it. It was curved. I would plane it, but I would also use a square edge to check that that surface was smooth. Like a 90-degree angle, you put it on one side, and it covers two sides, and you just run it along. Any imperfections, you can find high points.
Did you bend the one you used for the surface of the Earth? You said you had to bend the one for the surface.
I couldn't. You need an awful big square, a set square for that. Sorry, Kosho. So
that's a little outside my wheelhouse. Since we're talking about boats.
Ah, nice one. A bit of nautical reference in there, man. Nice.
Kind of felt bad for
Yeah, so that was thing, and that one where Bob says, right, you know, he's got a question there about if on a flat Earth distance it measures 1,000 something miles, 50 miles, and on a can you walk a shorter distance on a curved surface? You know, the same distance. Well, you can, because but only in reference to the
you work on the inside of it. Yeah.
Straight line. No, the straight line, right? Say it was flat. That was a flat. So you'd walk 1,000 miles, right? But a bent line that is 1,000 miles. Sure, it's 1,000 miles in distance, but in reference to the 1,000 mile straight line, it's a shorter distance. And that's what you just shitting about with what do you call it? Mind tricks. So you imagine if you drew a straight line.
Yeah. Well, it's
right?
short. Yeah,
And
drew a
then
straight
draw,
line
then
from
draw
the
the
point to
curved
point.
line, but draw a curved line the same length on top of the straight line, and it's a shorter distance in reference to the straight line on the flat Earth. He's a snidey person, kind of.
Yeah, that's a trick. It's not really a shorter distance it traveled, though. I mean, the line itself isn't, but a new line from point to point would be, and that's just ridiculous, Stephen.
Yeah, but that's what he's doing. Yeah, he's using that as a reference, and that's his trick question. And I was sitting, as soon as he said, I would have said yes, because everybody says no.
Wait, who's doing that?
No.
Who's doing that?
What was the distance, though?
What distance?
I don't know if that matters. That doesn't matter. Can't you see it in your mind? You curve a line, and then you draw a straight line between the 2 points of the curved line, and that straight line is going to be shorter. That's all it is.
No, the curved line is going to be shorter. But
the straight line that he drew from point to point on the curved line is shorter than the curved line. Therefore, the curved line is shorter. He's saying the point.
I agree with you guys. But what was the distance you were using in their example?
It doesn't matter.
That's
yes, it does, man.
1,000 miles or something, 1,030 or something.
Hey, Ali, you and did you and Bob look at your sextant dilemmas the other day?
It was just it was just what do you call it? Just a little conversation. It wasn't I was at the point I thought I'd challenge him. Then he started talking about it, and I thought I wasn't really. It was if I could be bothered, but it was good having the conversation. But everybody jumped on him, or started getting angry, and I was for once because I knew his tricks. I was quite happy having a little conversation, but it was like too many people, you know, with lots of emotions that I have tried, still struggling to deal with myself, being polite to some people that I'm thinking you're a wanker, but just for the fact of thinking,
you're fucking twat.
Keep to try and keep the peace, you know, like yourself, Banso, you make a good job of it when you interact with it, even though they say the most stupid things or even insult you, you never really raise your voice. SE as well, and you know, other people. So, as I say, that's been a struggle for me, being able to. So now I kind of get a grip. I'm torn whether we should interact with these people, but they should always have a right to come over. I don't believe they should be banned unless they start calling you cunts and stuff like that. I do believe that they should have an opportunity to voice their opinion, because sometimes it's good fun, right? You know, we've got to admit it. Sometimes it's when it's calm, you know, when it's calm, you can have conversations like Grim's very polite and whatever, you know. But I wouldn't regard Grim as a baller anyway. I don't regard you as a baller.
I appreciate that.
Neither
Neither do they. Neither do they.
Sorry.
Sean G, I don't call a baller. Who else is there?
He's an idiot.
And,
that guy's an
Sean
idiot.
G and Grim, I don't call ballers. Sorry.
Yeah. Sean G's an idiot, though, man. But anyway, that's just personal. My personal opinion. That's all. But there's been some right good conversations when it's kept. Even when about 4 people are talking, as I've observed before, it's eventually two people get the point, think, this is sounding crazy. Imagine people listening to this. I must sound like a right fucking idiot, and they stop, and then
I know I feel the same way. Sometimes.
We were actually having a really
Other times
cool
I'm completely unaware.
Actually having a really cool conversation the other night. Or it started off pretty cool about superfluids, and then it just got crazy, and it just destroyed the whole conversation. Actually,
yeah, that was good. That was good because that matched in. It was electromagnetic. That matched in with what I kind of think it is up there about. You know how? Yeah, that was good. That yeah, and then it just ended up. But there you go. There's always someone comes in, man. You know, and it's a matter of, you know, it's like that you know, in martial arts you've got hard style, like karate or whatever, then you've got like a soft style like Tai Chi or something like that, that kind of fighting style. And it's you observe the philosophy is you observe your opponent's energy. You use their energy instead of fighting hard with hard. You know, if you're arguing with someone and you're two people shouting back, everybody knows this, the best bet, keep your voice low, nice and calm, and eventually that brings that person down to your level. But, you know, sometimes we can't be bothered. You know,
it's a lot more fun, Ali B, just to go buck wild, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a good balance. That's what I'm saying. You know, exactly. I don't say I like the interaction. That's what I'm saying.
I gotta say though, I did deploy that tactic against Jin once, and I ended up having Jin pretty much tell me he's gonna kill me. He's gonna send people from. He was like, "I'm in Japan, and I know people in England, and I'm gonna get people in fucking England to come fuck you up in America."
Right, okay, now I can understand that because you do.
Branch, stop snitching, dude. That's all you're doing right now, snitching. It already happened.
I'm still en route, Branch. I'm still en route.
But we all say things in the heat of battle or the heat of passion, you know. I mean, but I have to say, you have got the great ability of winding people up on purpose, you know. I've heard it, Branch. You know what I mean?
Not Branch.
No, I never do it on purpose.
Yeah.
Good boy.
Yeah. But maybe that's because. Well, okay, right. I get you. Sorry, right. I misunderstood.
No, I do. You're right.
But maybe your reputation. Maybe actually he was dumbfounded. You were actually being calm and not being antagonistic, and that kind of fucked with his brain. He was in shock. He had PTSD, man.
Jin's planning to fucking kill me, dude. That's all I know.
You should apologise for that, Jin. That's a bit rough. Well, you don't have to, but I'm just saying it. So yeah. You don't want to go about threatening people.
I don't think I went that far. I think he's exaggerating there.
I think you did, Jin.
You did.
I think he's dead.
Sorry, mate. You're on your own here. I love you, brother. I'll see you on the other side.
Yeah.
No, I didn't take it seriously though. I know what's up, Jin.
Oh.
What kind of laugh was that?
Damn, that sounds like a fucking. I might snap you in half, giggle.
What's up, percentage?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you? How's everyone doing?
Oh,
fine.
Anything juicy
I'm getting this funny feeling that the opposition are getting quietly emboldened because of all this shutting down of the flat earthers on these mediums. They're getting emboldened, aren't they? Emboldened. I'm detecting a little bit of that.
Yeah, that probably will happen. You know, when things don't go our way, they love to say, ha ha. But, you know, you gotta just don't give it to them.
So what's the news from the electric? Sorry, Jim. What's the news from the electric universe then? Grimeni any things we should be looking out for, or any things might be interesting?
Actually, there are that, but I mean, it's basically some of the same stuff. Just more people are tagging onto it, you know, and just it's obviously an electric universe at this point. I think what they're doing is trying to figure a way to change the paradigm to the public.
Hey, can I ask you a
Maybe
question very
after all
quickly?
this distractionary shit's done or something.
Can I ask you a question very quickly? Because I feel like I've answered this before, and I feel like I've I don't know. I don't know. I can't remember. I just can't remember. But I just feel like I've never gotten a full answer, and maybe it would mean something. But if you could, in a like elevator pitch style, tell me what the main, like what the biggest contrast is
The main
between
crux?
electric universe and modern physics, like the main distinction between these two.
Yeah.
Like what is
Well,
it?
it's not ether.
What's
It's
electrical
not
universe?
ether. It's not
Electrical.
ether, and it's none of that other stuff, right? Electric universe proponents, where you only use what's happening in experimental physics. So there's no, we're not adding anything that they can't use in experimental physics. Some of the guys think of things like ethers and different types of that, but those are guys that go on to talk about quantum foams and quantum plasmas, and those are all mainstream theories anyway. But I think that's a lot of people get confused with that and say, oh no, they need the ether, and they do and they do believe in gravity. So no, it's none of that either. All they're saying is gravity alone isn't doing all the heavy lifting in the cosmos, that the electric force and regular matter is out there in abundance that we just don't see right now. That's basically the main, and then along that there could be some other things that are attached to that, like particular redshifts of the plasmas themselves not being an expansion, but just a process of the plasma. It's not expanding. This is something they repeat in the laboratory with the redshifts of the plasmas, and then it shouldn't be a big argument, because even though it's much denser plasmas, it's a much shorter distance, and that's exactly how we show refraction to the flat earthers. Is we take a much denser medium over a much shorter distance,
like water,
so that
or
we
whatever,
can exaggerate it. Yeah.
Hey, so real quick,
at least we're using the same medium in this aspect. It's plasma. It's not a different medium like water is. So it's even better than that example, not worse.
Okay.
And
so just two refining points, because there's a second ago you said something about the stuff that's out there, and one of the things you said was normal matter.
Yeah, like baryons and
what you
shit.
meant by that. And then also the other quick thing is can you also touch on again, like because I'm seeing, it makes sense, like that you're saying their claims, but what are some of the things that I guess they're claiming that would be wrong from our model? Like what's like the replacements or whatever?
Well, the dark matter, galactic rotation velocities, that kind of shit. Black holes. They say that it's a plasmoid, not a black hole, near infinite density object, and that it will. This is before we found out that there's electric currents going in and out of the poles of black holes. They said they're plasmoids, and it requires electric currents going in and out of the poles. So eventually, when we get better at looking at this, we're going to find electric currents going in and out of the poles. Lo and behold, black holes, jets coming out of this center of jets. And then they do more research later and find out that they're actually rotating plasma columns of current going in and out of the goddamn black holes. So it's kind of a big deal, really. Then they show you the Milky Way just now, recently. I mean, this month. And there's like 1,000 extra electric filaments, plasma filaments in there. They call them magnetic filaments, but I mean, there's no such thing. The magnetic field is induced by the electric current, and that's the only way you can reproduce a fucking filament in a plasma that way. So
and,
you gotta, and they reach relativistic speeds. That's because they're riding along the magnetic fields, and they're accelerated by the.
It's the elevator pitch if our elevator fucking broke down, dude. But that's okay, because
Yeah, it's not a good elevator pitch because you started asking questions.
Yeah, I know, I did. I know, man. I know, man. That's what I'm saying. Just real quick, also, because I don't think you said what the regular matter thing was, and then also,
yeah, dust. We've been not seeing dust. We're not good at it.
Okay,
right?
so you're saying that in our model we don't discuss the dust, but
Well, no, we do, but we don't see it as well as we thought we would, and we're realizing that when we get better at looking, we find more in the same place.
But is electric theory? Do they predict like a greater amount of dust? Is that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They say that this regular matter and dust that's out there, gases and ionic gases and stuff, and there's just a lot more of it, and there's a current and there's a directional flow of it, and there's overlapping magnetic fields, and they try to demonstrate all this stuff in laboratory environment to show like this is how it is. The magnetic fields like to design themselves. They don't need any extra outside, human interaction or anything like that. This is the natural, field alignments and things that happen in these situations, and it's really kind of interesting how they know it. They've been knowing it, I think, Kosho, like since 1986 for sure, when they had the huge plasma conference in Alabama. Yeah, and I showed you all that data there with Hannes Alfine's papers. They already had it all mapped out, dude, and literally this is what they're starting to find now because they're saying, "Oh, Alfine was right."
Well, I saw he was validated recently about the sun or something like that.
Again, yeah.
But hey, this real quick, like I said, just briefly, because I don't know if it's complex or anything. But what you said about the plasmoids and the black holes, could you just kind of quickly describe how we're confusing one for the other, or I guess.
Right, because of because the same kind of thing would occur where you get an electric field rotating around. You would have spiral, arms start to
like
appear
quasars?
out of it, like a galaxy.
Yeah, like quasars, because aren't quasars like supermassive black holes or something like that?
I don't think so.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
I
I'm
don't
saying
think so.
in our model, the quasars.
No, they're not. They're radio spots, like a bright light coming out of it.
I could be wrong, man. I might be wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. I never heard of a quasar being a black hole, but
I thought they only were. But like I said,
no, you're probably right. I mean, shit, I always thought of it as what Halton Arp said, that they're just highly redshifted along with galaxies, and they're the beginnings of new galaxies, like spit out of it, like an overload.
Isn't the moon supposed to be plasma of some kind?
No.
Well, that's what it was said back in the 50s.
By one guy. Yeah, by one guy on a television, on a news broadcast, who no one can track down. I remember that.
Well, he'd been working on it for several years, and like 10,
so he
15
said,
years
right.
later, yeah. So
yeah, we could never find him. We tracked him down, and he was not an actual findable legit. If his name was what it was, then where was he?
Did he ever come back out in the 60s?
And I've never seen a plasma demonstration where that wasn't highly developed, that was an actual shape that didn't change over time, especially rapidly. It's a very moldable material. Any little slight magnetic field would change it.
Oh yeah,
plasma. So it wouldn't stay fixed and rigid like that, or cast shadows.
Oh, is this a dude? Is this a dude's claims that you talking about?
Yeah, he was.
Well, I don't know about the casting shadows thing, because how do we know that what we observe is not the moon being a luminous light in itself, and each phase is like it's losing.
I can watch the shadow change.
Recharged by the sun.
I can watch the shadow change from side to side on the what do you call them? The craters. They're ridges. Where the sun hits the side of it, you can see that the shadow is elongated across the other side. Where the ridge is higher, it's brighter on that side. And then vice versa.
I don't know.
Yeah, several months later, you got the shadow cast on the other side.
Damn it, dude! I thought you had him, Jen.
I don't believe that the sun is casting any shadow
We
on
went
that.
through all these arguments. Yeah, these are the oldest arguments. We went through these a long time ago. I mean,
Well, you know what,
should
Jen?
check
You
it
know what
out.
Jen brought up
It's
today.
not conclusive. Nothing's conclusive. You see, that's why they're still
Absolutely.
there.
You know what Jen brought up a couple hours ago? I hadn't heard it since I was a kid. About what did you say, Jen? About the
really?
the Earth holds down the oceans, but it can't hold down a butterfly.
Exactly.
That's like one of the first arguments,
that's
man.
quite obvious that your gravity doesn't exist right there. Right
Really?
there in itself.
That's like
too
saying
many
it can't hold down a
inconsistencies.
jet airplane. I mean, it's flying.
One word, man. Spacity.
It's swimming through the air.
You wouldn't be able with the force.
Spacity explains all of this stuff at a much higher level.
If the butterfly were as big as
no human being would
if the
be able to
butterfly
grow.
were as heavy
You
as
wouldn't
the
be able to
ocean,
get up, mate.
it wouldn't fly either. If the butterfly were anywhere
Exactly.
near as heavy
That's
as the
right.
ocean, it wouldn't yeah, but it's not. Butterfly is light.
That's because
They have
gravity
very little
doesn't
mass.
exist. That's why. Because it's not
Jen.
gravity. That's why.
Jen, I've already shown to you. I mean,
You haven't shown me anything.
Yeah, but Jen, I did.
I'm not
showed
going to
you
argue with you.
the equations for gravity, right? The
You haven't
equation.
shown me
The
anything
equations show you.
convincing.
I know, Jen.
Nothing.
Jen, you're a teacher, so you probably know more than me about math, right? You know that if you have an equation,
Not really.
you
Depends
put
on the
numbers
subject
on
matter.
one side,
Don't assume.
it equals
That's an
a
assumption.
bigger number on the other side.
It's an
I
assumption.
never heard
Don't
anyone get
try and
upset
insult me
when
here,
someone
mate.
assumes
Look.
that you're smart.
Why is the number going to be bigger?
Gotta be careful,
Don't
though.
make an assumption like
Make it
that.
sound
Mate,
like it's
at the end of the day,
patronizing.
look, you're making an error. Okay,
Oh, I
you're
feel
making
it.
an error in your evaluation and judgment if you think that gravity is a force that is able to hold the Earth's ocean onto a ball and whilst it's spinning, and
No,
still allow
it's just
little butterflies and
it's just
helium
able to
balloons
hold
to rise
drops of
up. It's
water.
impossible. I am
Jen,
sorry, that is never going to be acceptable to
Jen,
me. Never.
Jen, this might
Never.
be funny. This might be funny, Jen, right? But it's able to hold drops of water, and the drops of water just so happen to accumulate. So it doesn't have to be that strong of a force, really, right? It just has to be able to hold a drop of water.
Unfortunately,
And
we've
if
got
it
a
can hold
spin
a drop
going
of
on,
water,
man.
therefore, right? If it can hold a drop of water, a
We
drop
have
of
a
water
ball
at a
spinning at
time.
the speed. We have a ball spinning
A Persian told
at
me
the
a joke,
speed
right?
of light.
Jen, try to lighten up for a minute. A Persian guy at the flea market told me a joke, right? He goes, I go to the gas station and I asked the gas station attendant, how much for one drop of gas? And the gas station attendant said, it's free, buddy.
Hey, bro, chill with
And he
the
says, good, I'll take a full tank of drops, please.
Why you gonna say that shit with an accent, bro?
Was the guy asking for gas?
I asked him for his permission to do that. And he said, yes, every time you tell that joke, I want you to try and do my accent there.
I don't think
you got like
because that didn't sound like a Persian.
He didn't say, I don't practice him very much.
Tries a cue there.
Can you do counter-homogenized? Can you do counter-homogenized?
What?
Can you do a Coolio or Snoop Dogg?
One.
Yeah. Where's my milk?
Where is my milk? Two cookies.
Can you do Exhibit?
2 bottles of milk.
You guys are tripped.
The Count.
That was one of my favorite fucking characters back in the day when I was a little
the
kid.
Count.
Count Chocula or Count the
Yeah,
Count?
in Sesame Street.
I did
Yeah.
not like Chocula was a fucking bite off. I was like, get out of here with this Count Chocula stuff.
Wow, dude, you don't like chocolate? It's weird.
No.
I like the two old men up in the stand in Sesame Street. The ones that complaining.
Oh yeah, that's right. The guys on the balcony.
That's what we call people in here that do a lot of yelling.
That's what you always fucking call. You always call that to fucking Curved.
Well, because he's a commenter. He just likes to wait until someone misspells a word and then he goes,
I mean,
And then
curse
just
my
like
buddy,
a balcony Muppet.
Curse my buddy, but you did always call him that. I don't know what those guys' names are, but yeah.
It is funny. I don't care if he likes it or not.
I know for a fact he doesn't. I feel like Will Smith when he laughed at Jada Pickett's.
Did you see? Did that look fake to you?
I was going to ask you that because we all talked about this already, but I don't think we asked you. But what do you think, sir?
Oh, my wife showed me earlier yesterday or something, and I was like, I honestly felt like that was fake.
A lot of people are saying that, but I'm gonna really investigate like what you really think, or if that's like your first instinct or something. Because if you think about it, like I thought about it,
yeah.
I can't find myself to find a reason on why exactly.
He's got too much to lose to just jump up and punch that guy for really not much. I mean, are they just tired of girls kissing each other? Is that the gimmick? So now it's a new gimmick because they're always pushing a gimmick, right?
Yeah. If you guys watch the video,
if you ever think about their MO, it's always a gimmick, dude. Two boys got to kiss, two girls got to kiss, or three-way going on.
Janet Jackson's tits off.
Yo, if you watch the video where Chris Rock does the joke, Will Smith is laughing at it initially.
I saw that.
Yeah,
he's laughing at it while his wife's rolling her eyes, and then it seems like he kind of like noticed that she didn't like it.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, shit, I gotta do something, and then went and watched.
And I swear, you know what? That when I saw it, I was thinking, "Oh, cool, she's doing a new G.I. Jane movie."
Got
me too.
Becky, I was thinking about it. I was like, that would be a fucking cool movie. Yeah.
Yeah, it just I laughed because I was like, "What? I don't get it." And then all of a sudden, everybody's mad, and I'm like, "Oh, okay, so that's fake."
Yeah, and you know what? That joke
not enough people could get the insult, man.
I didn't think it was an insult. I didn't think that joke really insulted her because you're in the.
Well, G.I. Jane is a white girl. G.I. Jane's a white girl, though.
I don't think it was that. It was the fact that apparently she shaved her head because she has alopecia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very possible.
Nobody knows that though. Nobody cares. Like nobody's like,
it's been said in the past, like she's outspoken about it.
Yeah, but we're not laughing at her over it and making fun of her and shit.
Yeah,
like
might
in a
be
bad
a sore
way.
spot, and
Yeah, like
it's
this
a bald spot, but I mean,
this is the way that I see it.
That joke wasn't that insulting.
I see this as a possible scenario. Hold on, Jenner, Kris Jenner. No, yeah, this is one possible scenario, right? Where, first of all, he's going up for best man or whatever, best actor. So he's going to the Oscars. She has this thing. She probably is reluctant to go. No shoes is going to go, but is maybe a little self-conscious about it. And he's probably hearing stuff all the time at home, from her. And then also he might be a little bit fucked up a little bit. Maybe not drunk, but maybe.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. He might. No, dude, think about this. Is another thing I thought immediately was that maybe he's training for a new movie and he's on steroids and he just fucking went and just didn't hold his shit together very well.
It's like Ben Affleck when he did the first time he did Batman and he was on Bill Maher. Dude, he was definitely on coke, but he was also on steroids. But he looked so fucked up, and he went off on like Sam Harris or whoever.
I remember the gist of it, but yeah.
But he was like constantly like fucking like taking snorts. Like he's like it's like dude, they just did a fucking fat line.
I bet nothing's gonna happen to him.
No, the police said they're not interested in arresting him or anything like that already. They're not pressing any charges.
Well, the academy could if they choose to, but maybe
Chris Rock's not.
Chris Rock could own his ass if he wanted, but he's not a punk. He's not going to do that.
Yeah, and he did apologize to the audience at the academy there. He didn't apologize to Chris Rock, but he apologized for his actions there and then. He was in tears as well.
Well,
he was in tears as well.
Chris Rock was out of line.
What?
No, he wasn't.
No,
he wasn't. Because he was making fun.
He was.
Hang on. Let me just say this. He was making fun of many stars. He always makes fun of different people. He always makes fun of people all the time, man. That's his MO. So you've got to allow him. You've got to allow him that. In fact, if he's making
he does it to white people all the time.
That's an honor. He's honoring you. He's honouring you when he's doing that. He doesn't mean that vindictively. He's not a vindictive, trying to make you look silly type. It's just a joke. Let's use your imagination and let's have
Have you
a
seen
laugh.
those?
Man.
Those roastings where they roast somebody?
Yeah.
When they do these Oscars, it's a little bit like a roast. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
they're kind of throwing out. So I mean, for him to do it even in that condition is even more shady.
Well, nobody has gone harder than I think Ricky Gervais dude when he did the Golden Globes. He said some of the fucking funniest shit, but it was like hardcore, dude.
A little bit crass too, but yeah.
I think
Remember what he said about Caitlyn Jenner? He's like, oh yeah, it was like Caitlyn Jenner's like, yeah, making real strides for women's rights or whatever, transgender rights.
Yeah.
He's like, not really making strides for women drivers though. It's just like they just killed that dude or whatever.
Killing people, yeah. Isn't that his second person?
I don't
he's
think he
killed?
overstepped any lines at all, man. He did, because he wasn't highlighting, the disease that she had for her head. It was a joke, man. That's all it was.
But it was a joke made possible because of her condition, her alopecia, right?
Yeah, but you know what?
It's
She has enough
understandable,
money
is what
for
I'm
a
saying.
wig lady.
If it was my wife and you were making fun of a medical condition, or something that was brought about by a medical condition, I might smack the shit out of you too. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, on stage.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
the thing is,
it's a joke, isn't it?
he
It's a joke.
apologized in a tweet and said that he said blatantly. I forget the words he used exactly, but he said, I'm in the spotlight. I know that jokes. I'm in the place for people to make jokes, and that's totally acceptable and stuff like that. And so he basically full on apologized. So,
Who was that?
Will Smith.
Will Smith. Yeah, he said that in this business, sometimes we have to take jokes and we have to take being disrespected and put a smile on it and like it's okay, but it's not really.
He didn't say that.
Yes, he did.
He said everything except for the last sentence. He said,
He did say that. He did say that because look, if you go and watch it again, you'll hear him
I was
say
talking
that.
about his tweet. You're probably talking about his speech.
No, I'm talking about him live. He was apologizing live. You see, I'm talking about live when he apologized live. He did say that. That in this business, you have to take the shit that's thrown at you, kind of thing. Being disrespectful, and you got to put a brave face on it. Worse to that effect, he was saying, and I thought, okay, fair enough, but you didn't have to go and slap the guy. Really, I mean, it wasn't worth. It wasn't necessary.
I would almost
because
guarantee you.
the man didn't say it in a vindictive way. It's a joke.
You guys know.
If Chris Rock was even half the size of him, then he wouldn't have done it.
That's
He's a little fucking guy too.
This goes back to 2000.
Big tough guy punching that little wimp.
In 2016, when he was hosting the other Oscars,
That
he
was
did the
big
same
jump.
shit. He did go over and fucking fuck with his wife back in 2016.
Yes,
And
that's
pretty
right.
sure
Back in 2016, yeah.
In 2016, he did that same shit, and I'm pretty sure that Will Smith got fucking major shit from his wife because of it. And that's why when he did it again, he was like, I ain't gonna go through that shit again. He just had to go over and do it.
Oh, come on, guys. It was all staged. It was obvious. It was a theater slap. It was a theater slap. You couldn't even hear the slap in the face. You could just hear the microphone.
Hang on. What did he say?
And by the way, was there even a shot that even exposed the actual hit?
What did he say in 2016?
Yeah, so it was actually a hit, man. You got to remember, Chris Rock is wearing a microphone in his jacket, and he scrunches his jacket. That's what you hear, is him pretty much scrunching up on the mic. He actually hits
his arm hitting the
microphone. I wasn't finished. You can slow it down on YouTube and actually watch him make contact. I've done it.
Yeah, me too, man.
I did it too. It's a theater slap, though.
No, it wasn't.
I think it's authentic, man.
No.
If it was perfectly on them for the
like
Oscars to get their viewers back up. That's for sure.
Chris Rock would have to be paid quite a bit to be able to, to take that disrespect, to purposely be made to look like a bitch. I wouldn't do that,
Oh wait, Chris Rock?
It was a lot of So I don't think people are justified to say it's fake without actual evidence of
Right.
Yeah, but I was mentioning a potential conspiracy theory. I was mentioning one little possible conspiracy theory. Let's say that Chris Rock did not know it was going to happen, But Will Smith, along with whoever else at the Oscars, conspiracy, whatever, they decided, all right, we're going to seat you right in the front row. He's going to, and you know, a lot of those jokes are written for those guys. I know someone like Chris Rock probably does have some of his own material, but a lot of that material is given to him from the writers of the Oscars. So perhaps they put that line in there, and then it was like a one-sided conspiracy that Will Smith was going to do it, and Chris Rock didn't know.
Yo, Gio.
But if that was the case, I would say, why would he laugh at the beginning?
Because maybe he knew what he was about to do. He's not that great.
He was just doing the Hollywood shit, right? Like if everybody laughs, you're gonna laugh in Hollywood.
Yeah, Gio.
I think he would have been like ready for his role. He would have been like ready to be mad at the joke and go up there. But I think the fact that he laughed at it initially, you know, he just and then realized
he's
he picked up a cue from his wife, and then he's like, okay, I need to rectify this, or else I'm in the doghouse or something like that.
So in 2016, though,
I'm trying to say something to Gio, dude.
Maybe it was Chris Rock getting slapped down because he was getting too big for his boots.
Yeah, but Chris Rock said,
all right, hold on. Branch,
Chris Rock basically said, Chris Rock said, hey.
Branch, relax. Okay, so say your thing about 2016, you've been trying to get in, then Kosho after.
All right. So in 2016, Jada didn't fucking go to the Oscars, right? Because she was boycotting because of some type of racial shit, right? So he says, Jada gonna boycott the Oscars. Jada boycotting the Oscars is like me boycotting Rihanna's fucking panties.
Yeah, Nick, that's right. He would never.
No, say the last part too.
Then you were
so
invited.
He goes. Jada boycotting the Oscars is like me boycotting Rihanna's panties.
Yeah.
And then he says, I wasn't invited.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I wasn't invited.
He forgot the second part of the punchline.
Yeah, you keep fucking forgetting the fucking punchline, Branch. But anyways, Gio.
No fucking, I posted that shit, man.
Oh, it's whatever. Hey,
punchline makes
From my personal opinion, and from like being far away from America, my opinion is that the Oscars are losing traction because everybody else is on the internet watching TikTok and shit, and they're just trying to bring some more attention back to the Hollywood red carpets. That's all it's about.
That's what's up, dude. That's what's up, dude. I was promised I could go after Branch, though, bro. I was all fucked up, man. Just kidding. Anyways,
this is an important discussion.
Who was after me?
Hey,
this is the best we've been behaved though all day, just to be honest.
Yeah, because we're calling other people out beside each other.
Well, everyone's having turns, right?
And listen,
it's always good when people take turns.
We're taking turns, Branch. Hold up, dude. Oh shit.
Raise your hand.
Hold up. Pushing the wrong push yourself button. That was Gio.
Who's next, Coach?
Fuck, Branch. Fuck. I'm just kidding.
No, yeah.
Let's not get all happy now. Come on.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm somewhat joking because Coach was like making people take turns.
I'm just trying to say something, dude. I don't care who else takes turns, dude. I'm just trying to say something, okay?
Go for it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Gio, that theory.
Yeah, come on, Coach. Hurry up.
That theory you had, Gio, and you said it earlier. I was like, okay, that's a strange theory. But I was thinking about it when you just said it again this time. And it kind of makes sense if you think that, what if he was only offered, like he was offered that they'll give him the fucking, the win. Like they're like, yeah, we'll make sure you win Best Actor. If you
he was already going to win. He was already a shoe-in, pretty much. Everyone was predicting he was going to win.
That's another thing. Yeah, exactly. That's another possible trade-off. Yeah, you'll win. Yeah, exactly.
No,
it seemed like that was part of it, right? Because
the extra,
he did the slapping,
$2 million.
He slapped it, and then it was like the fact that he won was, you know what I mean? Like, and then he's crying up there. So it is like a little combo deal.
It's the world stage, you guys. These guys are all acting all of it. It has to be that way because that's how they keep in good with each other, and there's no hard feelings and all that. They wouldn't not let Chris Rock in on it. Come on. That's the only way that Will would even do it is if he knew Chris was going to, be okay with it.
Unless he was getting a slap down. That's what I'm saying. Unless he was getting a slap down. That Hollywood. Well, it's not. They tried it with, what's his name, Cat Williams. They done it with Dave Chappelle. They got slapped down.
I have to say,
Martin Lawrence.
He would have knocked Chris Rock the fuck out with that slap if it was real.
And he would have hit him with a fist if he was really going to.
It was a pussy.
No, but I mean, I've knocked people out.
It was a theater slap. You can tell by the way he had his hand and everything. When you do theater slaps, it's like that follow through, just like he did it.
He put so much into that. It looked like I just watched it
But
again.
he never hit him right.
He's trying to swing
And we
so
would have heard the
fucking hard,
smack.
though.
You don't really hear a cheek smack.
I didn't
You
hear
just
shit.
But Chris's
Even when you
reply,
punch somebody, you hear a smack, like
you
it was
could
a
tell
hand
though,
slap.
you could tell that Chris's reply wasn't written, right?
know
When he
I did.
replied back, that was him talking. You could see that he was saying it from his heart. It wasn't a line.
Yeah, oh yeah, I have to hand it. It was really good acting. It was really good acting. It was method acting. He probably got himself pumped up for it and was
one reason I could tell
like that was
there was
real.
no acting involved is if like he walks up, probably not knowing what he's gonna do. Like I said, probably gonna hit him in the back of the head or something. And then Chris Rock leans in, which you don't know why you would do that unless you thought he was gonna walk up and say something to you. So he's like leaning in, like he's getting ready to hear something he says, and then Will Smith probably finds that as an opportunity. Instead of hitting him in the back of the head, he's leaning his face into him. He might as well smack him in the face. You know what I mean?
Has everyone here seen King Richard?
My girlfriend saw it last night.
Has anyone else here seen it? No. I watched it the other night, just on a whim because it was on, and you know, it was like that character he plays is challenged in that same way. You know, like protecting his family, and he was going to go shoot a guy in the movie, but the guy ends up like getting killed right at the time he's about to shoot him. So it's but it's the same. It doesn't really hurt anything. Yeah, but regardless, it's his character. So it's art imitating or life imitating art. You know, and he even says that line when he has his acceptance speech. You know, and the good press is, bad press is good press for both of them, regardless of how you see it. I don't think that Chris Rock was really looking like a bitch. Like, what's he supposed to do? Start fighting the dude right there? I mean, come on. He took it like a, you know, if it was real, it makes him like, it makes people argue about whether he was a bitch or he was just like calm and collected about it, you know, because I thought it was a cool line.
He was straight up emasculated.
Yeah.
He was unfazed. He was unfazed by it.
Done well, no.
He was phased. If you watch it, he was phased, man.
He was totally phased. You could see the anxiety when he was talking. You could
he was
but it was so good.
But I think he handled it well, though. You know what I mean? Like
he handled it well.
Yeah.
It was a massive. There's no question about it.
Yeah, he handled it fucking spot on.
He could have handled it better if he dodged. Maybe threw one back.
No, that's
that's the other thing that makes you think it was fake. He would have dodged it.
That's what I'm saying. He wasn't expecting it. He was expecting him to say something to him or some shit like that.
Oh, I don't think so.
He had no clue.
He's laughing. He's laughing the whole way up there.
When
he's
Will
laughing.
Smith was walking up.
If you put it in slow motion, you can hear him laughing, and it sounds like a nervous laugh almost. Yeah. Like he knows it's coming, right?
Honestly,
and he also calls him Richard, which is King Richard from the movie. He calls him Richard on the way up there.
No, but
so it's kind of like he's calling the character.
He says Richard.
That's what I heard.
Really?
Oh, right.
Yeah, he says, okay, Richard, right. And Richard's like the guy that's going up to fight these other like gang members that are fucking with his daughters in the movie, you know? So it's like, he's such, you know, it just makes for good press. It makes for all the tabloids. Every story can be about that. It makes people want to watch the Academy again because the ratings are down.
But no one's gonna watch the Oscars because of this. They're just watching the clip. Like I bet you everyone.
Yeah, they will.
I mean, I didn't watch the Oscars after I saw it. I just watched the fucking clip somewhere else. Yeah.
A lot of people don't even think about the Oscars anymore. At least they're reminded about them.
I used to love watching the Oscars, but actually the last one I watched.
COVID fucked everything up, man. COVID even fucked up the Oscars.
Can I ask it, Kosho? Yeah. Can I ask you why? 1 second. Can I ask you why you used to like watching the Oscars?
I like movies. I like watching movies. And
That's not
I like trivia a lot, so I like to fucking know who's winning the Oscars. I mean, it's a big deal. I mean, you say what you will, but winning best actor, winning best picture is kind of a big deal.
It's all subjective, though. You know.
Exactly.
It probably is about who has. It's about who has the best favors and what would be a novelty one to pick. And I think there's probably some favors played for sure.
You see the pic I posted in the text. He has his hand open after straight away. If I was punching someone with my fist, I'd still have my hand in a fist. And
well, no, they don't call it a punch. They're calling it a slap.
He slapped him. He didn't punch him. Yeah.
But that's the thing. It's one of those things. Him to just like walk away so cool like that too. Like it just looks staged, you know.
Yeah, it's staged, man. It's definitely staged. Come on, that was a big slap. Look at the action. All that curvature to slap someone in the face, and your hand is still open wide. That's a lot of power.
And Chris didn't even lose his footing. he didn't even lose his footing.
No.
May not have been
probably would have been like I mean, he's really good at looking surprised. But
Carried
Chris
on
Rock's
saying,
a really good actor.
"Ooh, looks like Will Smith didn't like the joke or something." He said, "Yeah, yeah."
And it was a perfect line. Well, that's the best night of television there ever was, or whatever he says. Like, it's just a cool line. You can see it as cool.
The history of
television. Right, Chris totally came out.
Greatest night in history of television.
Like, Will Smith does look like a crazy motherfucker right now. Like, seriously, if he hadn't done that
you're
joke
up for the best actor award, and you're not on your best behavior.
If Chris hadn't done that, I mean, if Will Smith hadn't done that, right, that joke, nobody would have even realized it. Nobody would have batted an eye. It just would have continued.
The only way he'll look bad is if the media makes him look bad. Because I watched it, I didn't think he'd look bad.
But I think
he looked
even
bad only in the fact that he laughed at it initially and caught himself. But aside from that, it's just going to be media kind of pushing.
Do you think the media would have even fucked around with this woman losing her hair and shit? I don't think so.
No, of course not. But
No,
I'm saying
it's
the fact that
it wasn't even
it could be spun whatever way they want. It could be like he was defending the honor of, you know, this medical issue that she's having and stuff like that, or they could be like, oh, he's just an aggressive, roid-raged person. You know, it's whatever they spin. But the fact of the matter is, it wasn't that big of a deal, and it's understandable what happened.
Yeah. Was Will Smith's wife there? Was Will Smith there? Will Smith.
Are you serious? Yeah, dude.
This black on black crime needs to stop.
Say it again, Jen. Was Will Smith's wife there? She was right beside him, and she was rolling his eyes when he made the joke.
Yeah, she was the bald woman.
Dude, you know, the thing is it's like that we're assuming that they let Chris Rock have a script. We're assuming Chris Rock just goes out there and says whatever he wants, and they don't check what he's going to say. The jokes aren't cleared with the people that are having their jokes. I mean, it's all scripted, you guys.
Yeah.
Come on.
I don't
it's
think
not like he just goes. It's not all his idea.
Much. Like, don't forget about Palestine and Iraq and Afghanistan and Ukraine and all these other people dying, not just this.
AIDS.
Fuck Ukraine. That shit. Ukraine, bollocks to that. Look, keep my wife's name out of your mouth.
They have to humanize these people, you know.
Yeah, that's what he said. Hold on, let Jen get in.
Dude, I think it's got to do with fucking 2016. It's the second time he did it. He had no reason to say that in 2016 either. And you know she was pissed.
They're all friends. They're all friends, you know? I mean, come on, they work these things out beforehand. The reason he's comfortable the reason he's comfortable with the reason he's
Is he forced to give back the Oscar?
It's all written, it's all script, you guys.
He got it, he won it, he got it.
Yeah, and then you know what?
I think they're forcing him to give it back.
Oh, there's that controversy, yeah. And then if he didn't win, I bet there'd be like all this talk about, you know, like if it was because of that they decided to change it or something. Like, it would be like that kind of controversy they would play up, you know.
Maybe he's jealous. That he doesn't. Maybe he's jealous that he never gets to host the Oscars.
Come on, you guys. These are world stage actors.
Yeah.
Did you say world stage actors?
Yeah, like
I was saying this yesterday. Chris Rock is a great comedian. He's funny. I like his movies. He's not a good actor, dude. He's a very bad actor. He just acts like
he's actually really good. Have you seen the latest thing he did? Have you seen him Fargo, the series Fargo? He's good in Fargo, the series Fargo.
I don't remember him being in Fargo. Was he like season 2?
The latest one. It's the latest
I
series.
haven't seen it.
He's starring in it. It's good.
He is? Was it
but
season
anyway.
3?
Yeah,
he's still playing the same role though, right?
I gotta check it out. Don't spoil it.
He's literally only got one role.
Yeah, he dies in the first.
Dude, are you serious right now, dude?
I'm just kidding.
I would slap the shit out of you, dude.
Like Chris Rock. Slap me like Chris Rock.
Yeah, exactly. I said that earlier. I was saying some shit. I forgot what I said. I was like trying to explain something. I said, "You guys, someone's gonna
like Chris Rock."
What'd you say at the end there, Kosho? You got talked over.
Oh no, it wasn't important. I was just saying that. Earlier I was saying some shit about fucking light or some shit. I don't remember what I was saying, but I was like, okay, I'm gonna explain it to you guys, but it's gonna sound dumb. One of you guys are probably gonna smack me. He's like, yeah,
because you're talking shit.
Like Will Smith. Oh shit, I forgot about that.
That's right. Yeah, that was funny. That.
Yeah, you talk shit about light, you get smacked.
Well, they got people talking if it was fake.
Yeah,
I think it probably
People
was.
would talk if it was real or fake, you know.
Exactly. That's a good point.
I'm actually
percentage.
Well, if it was the plan, I'm saying if that was their plan to get people talking,
yeah.
that was their plan and fake.
It doesn't seem like a practical way to do it, and it doesn't seem like those two people were in need for, to even accept that offer, sort of thing. Like, he's about to win Best Actor. He's hosting it already. They don't really need, it probably helped both of them, but I don't think it's something that they would accept if it was offered to them.
They're both getting a little past their prime. They need to revive their career and be tough guys.
They're both doing pretty well right now.
One thing's for sure, he got laid like a motherfucker that night.
Yeah, perhaps. I bet you she was probably more embarrassed at first, though.
Yeah, right.
Chris Rock is actually on tour right now. I didn't know that. That kind of made me a little suspicious. I was like, wait a minute.
I mean, you really can't think that he would do anything other than take it, if that was the whole thing, It's not like he's going to punch back or he's going to start a fight in the middle of the academy. The only thing he could do as a host is try to maintain his composure. Yeah. I mean, the show would not go on if he punched him back. It wouldn't. It would stop the whole academy.
Great though.
And there's a timing on it too. There's a timing on that. They want to make it also seem like it's totally live, but there's a delay, a slight delay, so they can make sure those kind of things get edited out if they want to.
What do you think about?
Well, they actually did mute the words, the audio, for when he's like saying like "keep my name out your fucking mouth" and stuff like that. That was muted.
There you go. So that proves there's a timing. Proves there's a little bit of a delay right there.
Yeah, no, that's common knowledge.
There's always a delay. There's a 10-second delay always. But
so as soon as Chris Rock started walking up there, they could have stopped. I mean, as soon as Will Smith started walking up there, they edited it quite from camera to camera. They could have seen that coming.
Only one camera though, but what do you?
Is it like a 4-minute delay? How much do they?
It's like a 10-second delay.
Yeah, they just.
No, I thought it'd be more than 10 seconds.
It's probably like 20 seconds. Who knows?
I'd say probably a minute. I'd probably say they give themselves a minute or two. Come on.
No.
Why not? If you're going to delay it at all, why not be safe about it, right?
Well, the Oscars. Actually, I think the Oscars are taped like hours before. I might be wrong. It might be 10 seconds or whatever too. But usually, if it's live TV,
yeah,
it's usually
like 10 seconds before. Yeah, it happens during the day, and we see it at night. Yeah, I think it's a few hours before. So
I'm pretty sure
there you go.
Oscars are live.
It might just be live.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
The fuck?
Let's check it.
Anyhow, what was I gonna say?
Because it's such a big production, they have to get every edit right, and if they're doing that in real time, and plus sometimes they have they have commercial breaks, obviously, so it kind of breaks the whole thing up to begin with. Plus,
why did they let Janet Jackson?
I think it's live. Yeah, it's like somewhat live. It might be. It's obviously delayed, but it is. I think it's somewhat live.
Yeah, they didn't block Janet Jackson's boob.
Yeah, but that was the Super Bowl. But yeah, it's definitely live because there's no way they're gonna. It's like they win in real time. You know what I mean? So
it's the same shit though.
They do a lot of edits too, where they have to like cut to a video clip or something, and the way they edit it, it's so smooth. I mean, to do it in real time would be.
Well, they hire professional people.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying that it would be. I mean, I'm looking at it.
I don't know. Let me ask you this thing, because you seem really convinced, dude. So what do you think is motivation?
I don't think it was their idea. I think it was like a team of people that are, the Oscars asked them to do it, or the people that
they said yes.
Well, they, it's one of those things that it'll work for your career. It'll, do all these things. This is what we want done. They get pressured.
I don't think that these people were in need for it. And actually, I wouldn't be surprised.
I can see that point of view too.
I wouldn't be surprised if they decide, like, they get together, the bosses of the fucking academy or whatever, and they just decide he's like banned for 3 years or something, some shit like that. He can't even come back because they fucked up the Oscars 4 years ago, like the one with they boycotted it. They made all the black people boycott it. They made every black person boycott the fucking Oscars.
All right. It does say, per usual, the Oscars will be broadcast live on ABC on Sunday night. So they claim it's live, but I think there's still a little delay from what I've heard before. I would guess maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
Well, there's definitely a delay, but it's like a
they
dinner
definitely don't.
Whatever. So yeah.
Yeah, same thing with like Sinead O'Connor when she ripped up the picture of the host of the Pope. Remember that
on SNL
on Saturday Night Live? There's a couple minutes delay that they don't let that kind of thing happen, and they probably would since that happened if they didn't, because of that kind of thing happening. They don't want people like making a statement that they're out of control with, like a political statement. You know, I mean, what if somebody called out flat Earth? You know, like Earth is flat. You know, they would probably edit that out if it was like someone respectable. Or maybe they put that in there just for the controversy, you know? Hello? Am I here still?
I don't think it was fake, man.
Well,
I thought about it.
You don't think it could have been fake?
No, I
Or
do.
you
I do
decided
think. I
that
do
you
think.
just do not think that.
I don't think there was any motivation to do it.
Right, but that's like saying, you know, well, yeah, why would they lie? What motivation would they have to lie?
Yeah, you're right. It's a lot like asking that question. You're right, and because in that same scenario, I have why would they lie?
Right.
There's no evidence to suggest that they lied. And
well, at least you can't.
How could there be no motivation, Kosha, when literally a huge portion of the world it's a buzz that everyone's talking about?
Yeah.
Like Elbo was saying earlier, people are now looking into Chris Rock and Chris Rock's tour and Will Smith's new movie. And like, I didn't even know that he did that movie about Serena Williams or whatever. Now I know about it. I'm not going to go watch it, but I'm just saying it's like, that's a huge motivation.
I don't think so.
And Serena and everybody's there, like, you know, it's,
I don't think
in front of like his whole crew of people that are like counting on him to win this thing, to be like honoring them and getting their careers even further, you know, because
I'm not sure
people forgot about Serena Williams. Her career is kind of over.
Yeah, so but I don't think that she. Good for her I don't think that him slapping her helped Serena Williams out, and I don't think that.
Sure.
I don't think that from their position. I don't think that they would have seen from their position that this would have been something that would have been beneficial to them in any way whatsoever. I don't think Will Smith. If someone offered Will Smith this and said, "Hey, just slap him," trust me, you're gonna be huge. Like, am I fucking up for best fucking dude? Am I not already huge? Am I not already in these fucking movies and shit? Like, he's not. His career's not dwindling or anything like that. So
I know, but I'm saying that they get together and they talk about these things, and it becomes a thing that they're all excited about, and they don't care about what they look like to us because we're like second class compared to people they care about. And it's better just to keep it all on the up and up and work it out beforehand and let those kind of things just happen, you know. Will Smith wouldn't have risked that. He would have taken the laugh. He's expecting to be the Best Actor award, his first one ever. There's no way he would have put all that on the line or you know.
Exactly. So it makes more sense that it was a spontaneous thing.
By hitting him. No, he wouldn't have. By hitting him, he's putting it all on the line.
But he did hit him.
Well, he slapped him, yeah, but it was.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
It's a theater slap. It's the way that
regardless,
it can make it look really believable.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Regardless of whether it was planned or not planned, he did hit him. So if he wanted to avoid that for his career, then
it helps. He probably said, "Go ahead and hit me really hard," because it helps with the the reaction. It looks so real, you know.
I think it's
really slap.